She fought to save the company that had rescued her, but he was there to tear it apart. Their battles were fierce, their attraction undeniable. Then she discovered his secret. He was the founder, testing her loyalty all along. What happens when the man you love holds the fate of everything you've built? The Tide Between Us, a web novel, enemies to lovers. The complete audiobook, only on Novel Charter, free to listen. Subscribe so you never miss a new release. Chapter 1 begins now. Chapter 1. The fog sat low over Harbor Crane that morning, thick as wet wool off the water, and Wrenley Ostrander hit the glass doors of Halverton Tide headquarters with her shoulder because both hands were full. Pastries in one arm, binders in the other, a morale campaign folded inside her chest like a second heartbeat. She kicked the doorstop into place with the toe of her boot and let the warm smell of cinnamon and yeast cut through the recycled air. The front desk smiled at her. The security guard nodded. A cluster of product developers huddled near the stairwell with coffee cups and the kind of tired that meant they had pulled another all-nighter on the new shelter line. And Wrenley made a mental note to send them the danishes before the glaze cooled. "Big morning," said the guard, whose name was Arlen and whose daughter had just passed her climbing certification, because Wrenley knew that, because she made it her business to know. "Biggest," she said, and kept moving. The binders were heavy. 3 programs, 3 presentations, 3 sets of cost projections and participation data and testimonials from employees whose jobs depended on the board believing that community investment was not the same thing as waste. The first binder held the repair clinic rotation that kept gear out of landfills and gave retired warehouse staff a reason to keep showing up. The second held the volunteer grant match that let employees spend paid hours with local trail crews and youth outdoor programs. The third, the one she had spent the most time on, held the centerpiece, the Harbor Crane Community Hike Series, 7 years running, open to anyone who could lace a boot, no gear purchase required. That one was her favorite. That one was the hill. She rounded the corner toward the second-floor conference room and stopped. The door was open. The lights were on. The screen behind the long oak table glowed with a document she did not recognize. A line-item spreadsheet with red numbers stacked like wounds. A man stood at the head of the table with his back to her. Dark coat, dark hair cut short, lean frame, rangy, the kind of stillness that suggested he had been standing there long enough to memorize every decimal. He did not turn around when she entered. He just reached up and dragged a finger across the touchscreen, and her presentation, the one she had spent the last 3 weeks refining, the one with the photographs of families on the trail and the bars graphs showing retention improvement, slid off the edge of the display and vanished. Wrenley set the pastries down. "Excuse me," she said, and her voice came out pleasant, because it always did. "That screen was booked for a 9 o'clock staff briefing." He turned. Steel gray eyes. A thin scar at the edge of his left jaw, pale against the severity of his expression. Clean-shaven. Controlled. The kind of face that had not said anything soft in a very long time. "The 9 o'clock was moved to 8:30, he said. "You weren't notified." She felt the shift in her rib cage, the small animal of her temper stirring behind the smile she kept locked in place. She had checked at the calendar at 6:15. She had confirmed the room at 7. She had texted Saskia at 7:45 to say the pastries were fresh and the coffee situation was under control. "I wasn't," she said, notified. "Evidently." He said it without apology, without warmth, the way someone might state a weather condition that had nothing to do with him. Wrenley stepped into the room and set the binders on the edge of the table. 1, 2, 3. A deliberate placement. She let her eyes run over the spreadsheet still visible on the screen. Vendor costs, program overhead. A line labeled Culture Spend that had been flagged in angry amber and was currently being compared, unfavorably, to a line labeled Projected Liquidation Value. Her mouth went dry, but her smile stayed. "I'm Wrenley Ostrander," she said, extending her hand. "Project Management Lead." "And you are?" He looked at her hand, did not take it. Caedmon Pemberton. The board retained me for efficiency review. The name did not match the face. It sounded borrowed, like something he had picked up at a rental counter. She let her hand drop and filed the observation away. Efficiency review, she repeated. That must be why you're deleting my presentations before the people who approved them have seen them. Something flickered in his expression. Not guilt, not embarrassment. Interest, maybe, the way a predator might register that a piece of prey had teeth. Your presentations, he said, are why I was retained. He turned back to the screen and pulled up a new document. An org chart, a list of program titles. The 3 binders in front of her translated into cold red numbers. The Community Hike Series, he said, reading off the screen. 7 years. Annual operating cost, $43,000, largely in staff overtime, gear replacement, and liability insurance. Participation has declined 12% year over year for the last 3. The people who attend are overwhelmingly current employees and their immediate families. He turned to face her fully. You're spending $43,000 a year to take your own staff on walks. Wrenley felt the heat climb her throat. She kept the smile. We're spending $43,000 to maintain a program that gives our employees a reason to believe the company cares about more than their output. That retention metric you deleted from my deck? Participants stay an average of 2.4 years longer than non-participants. The cost of replacing a single mid-level employee is roughly 1.5 times their annual salary. The math works. The math works if you assume the correlation is causal, he said. It isn't. People who stay longer are more likely to attend company events. Attending company events does not make people stay longer. You've confused a symptom with a lever. She hated him. The feeling arrived clean and complete, like a door slamming shut. She hated the way he stood, the way he spoke, the way he had clearly been inside her data long enough to find the weak joint and press. She hated that he was not wrong about the correlation problem. She hated more that he had already made his decision. The board asked me to identify non-essential spending before the next review, he said. This program is non-essential. It's not your call to make. It is, actually. He reached into his coat and produced a folded document. Board authorization signed by Netta Quimby and 2 other directors she recognized by signature alone. Interim decision authority on all culture line expenditures until the turnaround plan is approved. I can cancel programs. I can freeze hires. I can redirect budget lines. He set the paper on the table between them. I'm not here to destroy your company, he said, and there was something in his voice that almost sounded honest. I'm here to find out if it deserves to survive. The room filled with the sound of footsteps in the hallway, voices gathering, the morning shift arriving for the briefing she had planned. Saskia's laugh near the stairwell, Jory's quieter tone asking about the agenda. The smell of coffee and the shuffle of notebooks and the ordinary rhythm of people who did not yet know that someone had already decided which parts of their lives were worth keeping. Wrenley picked up the authorization document, read it, set it down. The hike series stays, she said quietly. It doesn't. Then I'll make you reverse it. He looked at her then, really looked, and she let him see the steel behind the smile. She was not soft. She had never been soft. She had learned, young, that warmth was a weapon you aimed at people who expected you to break, and the surprise on their faces when you didn't was the most reliable pleasure in the world. I look forward to watching you try, he said. The door swung open. Saskia entered first, saw the stranger and the binders and the pastries still abandoned near the coffee station, and stopped. Men, she said carefully. Who's the coat rack? Wrenley laughed. It sounded bright and easy and cost her everything. This is Caedmon Pemberton, she said. He's the board's new efficiency consultant. He just canceled the community hike series, and he's about to explain to everyone why they should be grateful. The room went quiet. People filed in. Tobias, still in his climbing harness from an early test run, coffee sloshing over his knuckles. Mirelle, sharp-eyed and already reading the tension like a script. Jory, tablet pressed to his chest, glancing between the screen and the stranger with the too-still posture. Caedmon did not flinch under the weight of their attention. He pulled up a clean slide, a budget summary, a timeline for the turnaround review. "Good morning," he said. "I'll keep this brief." Wrenley stood at the back of the room, with her binders still closed and her smile still fixed in place, and she watched him dismantle the story she had spent years building, one decimal at a time. When he finished, when the room emptied in stunned silence and he gathered his coat and his tablet and his borrowed name, he paused at the door. "The pastries are still warm," he said. "You should eat something. You look like you haven't slept." He left. She stood alone in the conference room with the screen still glowing red and the binders untouched and the smell of cinnamon slowly going cold, and she let the smile drop. It was not the last time he would see her face. It was the last time he would see the one she showed strangers. Chapter 2. The room smelled of coffee and wounded pride. People settled into chairs, notebooks open, phones face up on the table, the morning rhythm already fractured by the stranger at the front of the room. Caedmon Pemberton stood with his hands loose at his sides, not gripping the lectern, not leaning on anything. He owned the space without claiming it. That was the worst part. "I'm going to make this quick," he said. "Halverton Tide has 12 weeks of operating capital at current burn rate. The board has given me until the next review cycle to present a viable turnaround plan or recommend full restructuring. Everything else is secondary." He clicked to the next slide, a waterfall chart, red bars, sharp drops. "I know this company has a strong culture. I know that culture matters, but culture that costs more than it generates is not culture. It's charity, and charity does not survive liquidation." Tobias snorted from the back row. "Pretty speech for a guy who's been in the building for 3 hours. 12 hours, Caedmon said without turning. "I reviewed your product development budget at 4 this morning. The Rilling-designed gasket tent you're launching next quarter has a 23% margin that assumes raw material costs hold steady for 7 months. They won't. You're going to lose $40 per unit on the first production run, and you've already committed to 30,000 units. Tobias went still. "That's $1.2 million in projected losses before the tent reaches a single customer," Caedmon continued. "I'm not here to kill good ideas. I'm here to stop good ideas from bleeding out bad ones." The room was silent. Wrenley watched Tobias's jaw tighten, watched him not look at her, watched him fold his arms across his chest like he was holding something in. She knew that look. Tobias had been defending that tent for 18 months, fighting procurement delays and supplier changes and the slow erosion of margin that everyone had told him to ignore because the tent was beautiful, because it was the kind of gear that made people fall in love with the brand. Beautiful did not pay payroll. "The Hike series is $43,000 a year," she said, and her voice came out steady. She had practiced this. "It serves 1,200 participants annually across 6 locations. The retention data is real, even if you don't trust the correlation, and the goodwill it generates with local outdoor retailers is measurable," Caedmon cut in. "I measured it. The retailer goodwill converts to approximately $82,000 in annual attributable revenue, most of which comes from 3 stores in the Portland metro area. The other 3 locations operate at a net loss when you factor in staff time and liability insurance. You knew that." He said it flatly, not accusing, just stating a fact she had been avoiding. Mirelle was watching her now. Everyone was. Wrenley kept her face still. She had known. The Bend location had been losing money for 2 years. She had buried that line item in the operations budget, spread it across 4 categories so nobody would see the whole number at once. A shell game. A small dishonesty she had told herself was protecting something important. "The Bend location needs a different model," she said. "Local sponsorships instead of company-funded guides. A fee structure for non-member participants. I was going to propose that at the next quarterly review." "You were going to propose it 3 quarters from now, while the current model burned through another $90,000 waiting for someone to say no." Caedmon turned to face the room fully. His hands were still loose. His voice had not risen. "I'm not here to humiliate anyone. I'm here to tell you the truth you've been avoiding because you love this place too much to see it clearly. Love does not keep the lights on. Margins do. Cash flow does. Hard decisions made before they become emergencies do." He clicked to a final slide. A timeline. 4 weeks, a war room, a list of names. "The board is forming a turnaround team," he said. Strategy, operations, finance, product, people. I'll be co-leading it alongside the project management lead for this division. He looked directly at Wrenley. That's you. The air in the room shifted, Saskia's sharp intake of breath, Mirelle's chair creaking as she leaned forward, Tobias swearing under his breath. You and me, Caedmon said. 14-hour days in the East Conference Room until we have a plan that either saves this company or proves it can't be saved. Every line item, every sacred cow, every program that someone loves too much to question. He held her gaze. I need someone who knows the machinery. You need someone who won't let sentiment sink the ship. The board thinks we'll balance each other out. Wrenley's throat was dry. Her hands were steady on the binder. She thought about the 3 programs she had planned to protect, how one was already dead and the other 2 were bleeding out in ways she had refused to count. She thought about the war room. 14-hour days. The same air, the same fluorescent lights, the same man who had already seen through every patch she had used to keep the company running on hope and habit. I don't work with people who cancel programs before understanding them, she said. Then explain them to me. He stepped away from the screen. The war room starts this afternoon, 1 o'clock. Bring the binders. He walked out. The door swung shut behind him. The room stayed frozen for a long moment. Then Tobias slammed his palm flat on the table. That son of a bitch knew about the tent margin before I did. He reviewed your budget at 4 in the morning, Mirelle said flatly. That's not normal consultant behavior. Nothing about this is normal consultant behavior, Saskia said. She was looking at the closed door. Wren, who is that man? Wrenley did not answer. She was still watching the space where he had stood, the shape of his silence, the way he had named the bend loss like he had been carrying it himself. She thought about his name, Caedmon Pemberton. It did not fit. It sounded chosen, not inherited, like a door someone had put up to keep the past out. He's the person who's going to decide whether this company lives or dies, she said finally. And I'm supposed to help him figure it out. She gathered her binders. The pastries were cold on the table. 1 o'clock, she said. East Conference Room. Bring your best data and your worst questions. She walked out into the hallway, past the portrait wall of Halverton Tide's early years, the black and white photos of the founder standing in a warehouse that was now a flagship store. The glass cases with prototypes from the first 5 years. The framed letter from the first customer who wrote to say that a Halverton jacket had saved her life on Mount Hood. She had walked past that wall every day for 4 years. She had never really looked at the founder's face. She looked now. The photo was old, creased, the face half in shadow. A tall man in a workshop apron, hands covered in grease, looking at the camera like he had just been caught doing something he was not supposed to be doing. The shape of the jaw was familiar. She shook her head. The morning was getting to her. The lack of sleep, the public hit, the war room deadline. She turned the corner and nearly walked into Caedmon. He was standing by the stairwell door, tablet in hand, reading something on the screen. He looked up when she stopped. 1 o'clock, he said. Don't be late. I'm never late. Good. Then we can start on time. He moved past her, and the sleeve of his coat brushed her arm. Just barely. A whisper of wool and cold air. She stood in the hallway with the binders heavy in her arms and the taste of cold coffee in her mouth, and she watched him walk away toward the east wing. The afternoon was coming. She was not ready. She had never been less ready for anything in her life. Chapter 3. The East Conference Room smelled like old coffee and fresh anxiety. Wrenley arrived at 1 o'clock exactly, binders stacked against her ribs, and found the table already occupied. Tobias had claimed the corner seat with his laptop open and a fresh mug of something dark. Saskia sat across from him, tablet in hand, her jaw tight. Mirelle leaned against the window ledge, arms crossed, watching the door. Jory was at the far end, notebook open, pen uncapped. He looked like he had been there for an hour. Netta Quimby stood at the whiteboard, marker in hand, her suit pressed, and her expression unreadable. She acknowledged Wrenley with a single nod. You're on time. I told you I would be. Caedmon was already seated at the head of the table. He had shed the coat. His sleeves were rolled once, exposing the pale burn mark on his right wrist. A stack of printed reports sat in front of him, each one flagged with colored tabs. He did not look up when she sat down. "The board has given us 8 weeks," Netta said. 8 weeks to produce a turnaround plan that either stabilizes operations or recommends an orderly wind-down. No extensions, no appeals. She drew a line down the center of the board, tapped it with the marker. "On this side, you have revenue, product sales, direct-to-consumer, wholesales, repair services. On this side, you have cost, headcount, facilities, materials, marketing, and every program that doesn't generate measurable return." She turned to face them. "The ask is simple. Find us a path to cash positive within 6 months or recommend liquidation before we burn through the remaining capital." The word sat in the room like a cold draft. "We're not liquidating," Tobias said. "Then find the path." Netta capped the marker. "You have 8 weeks. She walked out. The door clicked shut. Silence stretched. Caedmon broke it. He slid a printed report across the table toward Wrenley. "Your repair clinic rotation. 2 years of data, staff time allocated, materials cost, floor space usage, insurance liability, customer conversion rates from clinic attendees to repeat purchasers." She did not take the report. "I know that data." "You know the top line." He tapped the bottom page. "You haven't looked at the full cost allocation. The clinic uses warehouse space that could be subleased at market rate. Your volunteer coordinators are salaried employees whose time is charged to operations, not community outreach. The liability rider costs $18,000 a year for a program that generates less than 6% of your repair revenue." "It's not supposed to generate revenue." "Then what is it supposed to generate?" "Brand loyalty, community trust. The reason people choose Halverton over a cheaper competitor with worse warranty support. Goodwill is not cash. Goodwill keeps customers coming back. You cannot spreadsheet loyalty. You can certainly spreadsheet the cost of it." He leaned back. "You put the Bend Hike series losses in 4 different budget categories, so no single line item would trigger a review. Tell me I am wrong." She did not tell him he was wrong. "That was creative," he said. "I will grant you that. But creativity does not change the fact that the program was losing money for 2 years while you asked the board to believe it was breaking even. Because if I had shown them the real number, they would have canceled it before I could figure out how to fix it." "And did you figure it out?" She did not answer. "You were buying time," he said. "Time you did not have. And now the company is 12 weeks from insolvency, and the programs you protected are the ones bleeding us dry." Tobias slammed his mug down. Coffee sloshed over the rim. "You come in here with your spreadsheets and your 4 a.m. reviews, and you talk about bleeding dry. You have been here 1 day. 1 day. You do not know what this company means to the people who built it." Caedmon looked at him. His voice stayed flat. "I know that your gasket tent project was approved despite a flawed raw material cost assumption that a junior analyst could have caught in 30 minutes. That was not a budget error. That was a failure of oversight. And it cost the company $1.2 million. Tobias went pale. That project was meant to save the brand's reputation after the supplier collapse last spring. "I know what it was meant to do." Caedmon pulled another report from the stack. "I also know that the supplier collapse was predictable. The warning signs were in the quarterly filings. Nobody read them because everybody was too focused on preserving morale to examine the cracks in the foundation." He set the report down. "Morale is not a strategy. It is a byproduct of doing things well enough that people trust the future. Right now, there is nothing trustworthy about this company's future." Saskia spoke for the first time. Her voice was quiet. "You sound like someone who has been through this before." Caedmon's hand paused over the stack of reports, just a fraction of a second. "I have seen a lot of companies fail," he said. "They fail the same way. Too much hope, not enough hard questions." Wrenley watched him, the way he had said it, the way his voice had dipped just slightly, as if the words had scraped something raw. "You talk about hard questions," she said. "Ask one now. The repair clinic. If you shut it down, what happens to the customers who bring their gear to us because they trust our name? What happens to the volunteers who staff it? What happens to the brand loyalty that took 15 years to build? I am not asking you to shut it down. He met her eyes. I am asking you to tell me what it costs. The real cost, not the version you have been hiding in the budget to protect it from scrutiny. The room went still. She thought about the numbers she had fudged, the vendor discounts she had applied to the wrong line items, the staff time she had categorized as volunteer hours to keep the headcount invisible. He knew. He had already read the full allocation. If I show you the real cost, she said slowly, what then? Then I make a decision based on accurate information, not wishful projections. And if that decision kills the program, then it was already dying. You just refused to look at the wound. The silence stretched. Mirelle uncrossed her arms. He has a point, Wren. She turned. You too? I am saying that hiding the numbers is not the same as fixing them. You have been protecting these programs like they are children. But they are not children. They are expenses. And if you do not let someone look at the real numbers, you cannot blame the person who finds them for calling them what they are. Wrenley's throat burned. She looked at Caedmon. At his steady gray eyes, waiting, she pulled the report toward her. The pages were dense, line items she recognized, cost centers she had padded, staff hours she had buried in other departments. The full picture was worse than she had admitted to herself. The clinic cost nearly $140,000 a year when accounted properly. More than the hike series, more than the volunteer grant match. You already knew, she said. Before you walked in here, you already knew the real cost. I knew where to look. He closed the top file. I needed to see whether you would tell me the truth when I gave you the chance. And now? Now we have a working relationship based on something closer to honesty than before. He stood. Everyone gets a review area. Tobias, product portfolio. Saskia, people and culture cost allocation. Mirelle, operations efficiency. Jory, vendor contracts and systems access records. I want preliminary reports on my desk by Thursday. He looked at Wrenley. You and I will go through the program budgets together, every single one. If you have been hiding costs, I want to see them. If you have been protecting something worth protecting, I want to see that too. He walked toward the door. We start in 15 minutes. My office. He left. The door swung shut behind him. Tobias turned to her. That man is not a consultant. He does not talk like one. Saskia agreed. He talks like someone who built a company and watched it rot. Maybe the board hired someone with turnaround experience, Mirelle said, but her voice was uncertain. Jory was staring at the closed door. His access credentials. I checked them while you were talking. They are higher than they should be for a consultant. Way higher. Wrenley looked at him. How high? Founder-level systems access. He swallowed. Why does an efficiency consultant need founder-level access to the legacy archive? The room went quiet. Wrenley thought of the portrait wall, the jaw shape in the old photo, the way Caedmon had known the cost of the gasket tent before Tobias did, the way he had called the supplier collapse predictable, the way his name sounded borrowed. I do not know, she said, but I am going to find out. She gathered her files. The afternoon stretched ahead of her, 14 hours of war room and questions she was not sure she wanted answered. She walked toward Caedmon's office. Chapter 4. The hallway outside the war room felt narrower than it had that morning. Wrenley leaned against the wall, the cost report heavy under her arm, and let her eyes close for 3 seconds. Just 3. Long enough to feel the headache gathering behind her right eye. Short enough that nobody would see her falter. Footsteps. She opened her eyes. Mirelle rounded the corner, tablet clutched to her chest, expression caught somewhere between concern and amusement. You look like someone who just volunteered to have teeth pulled without anesthetic. That good? Worse. You have that smile on. Wrenley realized she was smiling, the automatic one, the one she pulled out when the world tilted and she needed to convince everyone she was still balanced. She let it drop. Better, Mirelle said. How bad is it? The clinic costs $140,000 when you stop hiding the staff time. I know. I did the math after you left. And you did not tell me? I told you the numbers looked thin. You told me to trust the goodwill of your cost allocation. Mirelle's voice was gentle. but the words still landed like small, sharp stones. I trusted you because you are my friend. But he is not wrong about the books. Wrenley pushed off the wall. Whose side are you on? The truth's side. Mirelle fell into step beside her. Which, in this case, happens to overlap with his. That does not mean I like him. It means I can read a spreadsheet. They walked past the break room. Through the glass, she could see Saskia at the counter, pouring coffee into a ceramic mug painted with the Halverton Tide logo. Their eyes met. Saskia nodded once, a gesture that said, "We need to talk." Wrenley stopped. "Give me a minute." Mirelle squeezed her arm. "I will be in operations if you need rescued. Try not to let him live in your head rent-free." She walked away. Wrenley pushed open the break room door. Saskia did not turn around. She stared into her coffee as if it held answers the spreadsheets had not. He's going to dismantle us piece by piece. That is the plan. No, Saskia turned. The board's plan is a turnaround. His plan might be something else. Did you see his face when he talked about the supplier collapse? That was not a consultant reading quarterly filings. That was someone who knew the name of the person who signed the bad contract. Wrenley thought of the portrait wall, the jaw shape that did not match the name on the door. I saw. Then you know what I am about to say. That I cannot protect everyone by smiling through the damage. Saskia set the mug down. You can protect the culture by being honest about what it costs and why it matters. But if you keep wrapping bad news in tissue paper and ribbon, you will lose credibility with the people who need to hear the hard version, including him. So I should let Tobias get gutted in public? I am saying Tobias got gutted because he refused to see the numbers. That is not your fault. And if you take ownership of his mistakes to shield him, you will end up buried under them when the board starts looking for scapegoats. The words settled into the space between them. Wrenley's phone buzzed, a message from the East conference room. 15 minutes. My office. Bring the full repair clinic allocation. She tucked the phone into her pocket. I have a meeting. Go. Saskia picked up her coffee. But think about what I said. The truth is not the enemy of the culture. It is what the culture survives on. Wrenley walked out. The East conference room was quiet when she reached it. Empty. She checked the time, 3 minutes early. Through the glass wall, she could see Caedmon's office 2 doors down. He was at his desk, head bent over a stack of paper, one hand moving across a page with a pen. The light caught the thin scar at his jaw. She turned away. The door behind her opened. Tobias. He looked like he had not slept, showered, or stopped moving since the meeting. His shirt was wrinkled at the collar. His eyes had the flat quality of a man who had spent hours staring at numbers that kept telling him the same bad story. You are meeting with him again. We are reviewing program budgets. He is going to cut everything. You know that, right? He is not here to save anything. He is here to pick the bones. Maybe. Wrenley set her binders on the table. But Saskia made a point. If I hide the numbers, I lose credibility. If I show the full cost, I might be able to argue for the programs that matter. And which ones matter, Wren? The hike series you already lost? The clinic that costs more than your salary? The volunteer grants that cover 5 people doing work nobody tracks? They matter to the people who use them. The board does not care about people. They care about margins. Then I will make the margins argument. Tobias laughed, sharp and bitter. You think he cares about your margins argument? He already knows the numbers better than you do. He has been inside the systems for weeks, maybe months. Jory found that access, remember? Founder level. That is not a consultant. That is someone with a plan. Then I will figure out his plan. How? By asking nicely? By watching. By listening. By doing the work and seeing where he pushes. Tobias stepped closer. You are defending him. I am not defending him. I am trying to survive him. The East conference room door opened. Caedmon walked in. He stopped when he saw Tobias. His eyes moved between them, reading the tension in the air with the same efficiency he read spreadsheets. Am I interrupting? Yes, Tobias said. No, Wrenley said at the same moment. Silence. Caedmon set a folder on the table. I need to speak with Wrenley about the clinic budget. Alone. Tobias did not move. I am not leaving you alone with her. That is not your decision. She is my colleague, my friend. I am not going to let you pressure her into giving you what you want. Wrenley's chest tightened. Tobias was circling Caedmon, his shoulders squared, his voice rising with the strain of a man who had already lost too much today and refused to lose more. Caedmon did not flinch. I am not pressuring her. I am asking her to show me the real cost of a program she has hidden from the board. If she cannot do that, the board will cut it blind. If she does, she might have a case worth making, and then you will cut it anyway. Maybe. Caedmon's voice was calm, flat, controlled, like a lock holding under pressure. But I will cut it on the facts, not on sentiment, not on fear, not on your pride, which is the only thing bleeding in this room right now. Tobias's hands curled into fists. Wrenley stepped between them. Stop. Both men looked at her. She turned to Tobias. I need you to trust me on this. I have a plan. It is not a good plan. It is barely a plan, but I need space to work it. Tobias stared at her. The anger in his face warred with something softer. Loyalty, grief, the fear that she was choosing the wrong side. You sure about this? No. Yes. He held her gaze for a long moment, then he turned and walked out. The door clicked shut. Wrenley let out a breath she had not realized she was holding. Caedmon watched her. That was not easy. You do not get to comment on what is easy for me. Fair. He pulled out a chair and sat. But you did it anyway. You chose the work over the loyalty play. That takes spine. She sat across from him. Do not mistake my cooperation for trust. I would never mistake anything for trust. He opened the folder. Let us talk about the repair clinic, the real version. Start with the staff time you categorized as volunteer hours. She pulled the cost report toward her. The numbers stared back. And somewhere behind her, in the corner of the room where the light did not reach, Jory's quiet question echoed, why does an efficiency consultant need founder-level access? She did not know the answer, but she was going to find out. Chapter 5. The repair clinic numbers were worse than she remembered. Caedmon pointed at a line item Wrenley had buried so deep in the spreadsheet she had forgotten it existed. Vendor payments, coded to professional development. Staff hours logged as volunteer outreach. Equipment depreciation charged to a warehouse account that had been dormant for 3 years. You moved the money, he said. Every quarter, different buckets. Small enough that nobody noticed until the buckets ran dry. I made the budget fit the programs. You made the programs invisible. He turned the laptop toward her. But invisible is not sustainable. It is just hidden. And hidden means nobody fought for it when the board started asking questions. She stared at the column totals. The clinic cost $140,000. The volunteer grants added another $38,000 in unallocated staff time. The series, even canceled, still carried $12,000 in sunk obligations for permits and deposits that would hit next quarter. You knew all of this before you walked into my meeting. Yes. Then why did you let me present the binders? He leaned back. The chair creaked under his weight. Because I wanted to see how you handled being confronted. And? He studied her for a beat. You held your ground. You did not lie outright. You deflected. You redirected. You kept the room focused on mission instead of margin. That is a skill. A skill you intend to break. A skill I intend to use. If you can sell a board on a program that bleeds money, you can sell them on one that does not. But only if you learn which programs are worth the fight. She wanted to argue. The words pressed against her teeth. But the spreadsheet did not lie. The clinic was losing ground. The volunteer grants were low impact. The hike series, however beloved, could not justify a 43% subsidy from general operations. Show me the next one, she said. Caedmon pulled up a new tab, the prototype tracker. She recognized the column headers. Tobias's department. 5 new product concepts in development, each with projected costs and launch dates. 2 had been in active design for 18 months. None had cleared preliminary margin review. These are stalled, he said. They are careful. Tobias refuses to launch gear that is not field-tested. Field-tested is a euphemism for delayed. The brand lost 3 seasonal windows waiting for a 10th that still has not passed seam seal validation. Meanwhile, the warehouse is full of last year's inventory that will never sell at full margin. She pressed her palm flat against the table. You cannot rush product safety. I am not asking you to rush it. I am asking you to look at the cost of delay. Every month a prototype sits in development. The company pays for the team that designs it, the materials that sit in sample stock, and the marketing calendar that shifts to accommodate it. That is not stewardship. That is drift. She knew he was right. She hated that he was right. The door opened. Netta Quimby walked in without knocking. She was tall, silver-haired, dressed in a charcoal suit that cut sharp lines through the fluorescent light. She carried a tablet and the expression of a woman who had already decided what she wanted and was only here to collect agreement. Caedmon, Wrenley. She set the tablet on the table. I need a decision on the warehouse consolidation. Wrenley blinked. What consolidation? The board has identified redundant floor space in the harbor crane facility. Moving to centralized storage reduces overhead by approximately 22% annually. Operations has been resisting. I need your signatures on the authorization to proceed. Caedmon did not reach for the tablet. Show me the safety assessment. Netta's jaw tightened almost imperceptibly. The assessment is standard. The warehouse already has permits for the new layout. The existing layout was designed for 90% capacity. Centralizing will push the floor load to 140% during peak season. That creates a weight distribution issue on the mezzanine. The engineers signed off. The engineers did not run the seismic retrofit analysis for the older section. Netta's eyes narrowed. You have been studying warehouse schematics. I have been studying everything. The mezzanine in Building 3 was built in 2009, before the current load codes. If you consolidate without reinforcing the floor, you will have a compliance gap and a safety hazard. The board can decide which one matters more, but I am not signing an authorization that skips the structural review. Silence. Wrenley watched the exchange with her breath held. Caedmon had not raised his voice. He had not made it personal. He had simply stated facts with the same flat precision he used on spreadsheets. But the facts protected the warehouse team, the people who worked those floors, the fulfillment staff who would be pushed into unsafe conditions to save margin, the same workers Tobias had defended, the same workers Wrenley had promised to protect. Netta picked up her tablet. I will have Dimitri review the liability language. Good. But this delays the cost reduction. The board expects to see progress by the next review. Then we will find progress elsewhere. Netta looked at him, long and hard. Then she turned and walked out without another word. The door clicked shut. Wrenley let herself exhale. You just blocked a board priority. I just blocked a dangerous shortcut. Netta will remember that. She will remember that I caught the structural gap before she signed something that would have become a liability. That is what she pays me for. Wrenley studied his face, the controlled line of his mouth, the steady gray of his eyes. He looked calm, unbothered, like he had not just made an enemy in the corner office, but she had seen it. The way his thumb pressed against the edge of the folder when Netta mentioned the mezzanine load. The microsecond of calculation before he spoke. He had run the numbers before she even sat down. He had known the risk. He had prepared for the fight. You did not do that for margin. Caedmon's gaze shifted to her. I am sorry? You blocked the consolidation because it would hurt the fulfillment staff, not because of the structural gap. The structural gap is the excuse. The protection is the point. He did not confirm it. He did not deny it. He just looked at her. And for the first time, the mask did not feel quite as seamless as it had in the conference room. The margin and the safety are the same calculation, he said finally. If a worker gets hurt, the company pays in settlement, reputation, and retention. If the mezzanine collapses during an audit, the fines pause operations for weeks. Caring about people is not sentiment, it is math. She wanted to believe that was all it was, but the way he had said it, flat and fast and precise, felt like a man who had learned that lesson the hard way. From experience, from loss, like someone who had watched a company fail before. What happened to your last company? The question came out before she could stop it. Caedmon's face went still, a different kind of still, not controlled, shuttered, like a door closing on a room she was not allowed to enter. That is not part of the budget review. I know. Then drop it. She did not push, but she filed the reaction away. The flatness, the retreat, the way his hand had tightened on the folder. He had not said no. He had said, drop it. There was a difference. He stood. We are done for today. The clinic numbers need a real cost reallocation before the next board review. You have 72 hours to draft a proposal that accounts for every dollar. And then you will decide whether it survives. And then I will decide. She nodded. He walked toward the door. Caedmon. He stopped. Thank you. He did not turn around. For what? For blocking the consolidation, even if you frame it as math. A beat, too. Do not thank me, he said. Thanking me implies I did it for you. He walked out. Wrenley sat alone in the conference room, the spreadsheet still glowing on her screen, the echo of his words settling into the quiet. She did not know what she was looking for, but she knew she was looking. Chapter 6. The rumor moved faster than she expected. By mid-morning, the warehouse consolidation story had already mutated through 3 retellings before reaching its final form on the breakroom bulletin board. Neda had been outmaneuvered. The consultant had blocked a major cut. Someone in the C-suite was finally protecting the floor staff. Wrenley stood at the coffee station, listening to a packaging coordinator explain the version she had heard as if she had been in the room herself. Quimi wanted to push fulfillment into Building 3 during peak. No reinforcement, no load review. The consultant caught it on a walkthrough. He caught it on a walkthrough? Pulled the schematics himself, said he would not sign until the floor was safe. Wrenley pressed the button on the kettle and said nothing. The packaging coordinator grinned. Finally, someone on our side. She wanted to correct her, wanted to explain that Caedmon had not framed it as solidarity, that he had called it math, that he had blocked the consolidation because the liability calculation did not clear. But the words stayed lodged behind her teeth because the coordinator was already walking away, and because correcting the rumor meant defending him, and she was not ready to do that. Across the open floor, a shipping lead was telling the same story to a cluster of inventory clerks. The tone was different now, lighter, almost hopeful. Somewhere in the building, people were thanking Caedmon Pemberton for a decision he would never admit he made for their sake. She found him an hour later in the East Conference Room, bent over a printed workflow map with red ink bleeding across the margins. The door was half open. She knocked anyway. You have an audience. He did not look up. I have a structural problem in your procurement handoff sequence. The inventory reconciliation step is duplicated in 3 places, and the approval chain creates a bottleneck that delays the vendor payment window by 4 days every cycle. The team has been patching it with verbal authorizations and post-dated entries for at least 6 months. She stepped inside. You found that in the workflow map? I found it in the actual data. The map just confirmed the pattern. He pushed the paper toward her. The red marks were aggressive but precise. He had traced the handoff from purchase order to receiving doc to payment authorization, and every bottleneck he had circled was exactly where she had been applying invisible patches for most of the year. She had never shown him those patches. He had found them anyway. The verbal authorizations are a stopgap, she said. The procurement team knows the sequence is broken. They have been keeping the pipeline moving by calling vendors directly when the system lags. I know. You know because you asked them. I know because I read the vendor communications log. Every time a payment posts before the system approves it, there is a manual override flag. There were 22 manual overrides in the last quarter alone. That is not a team working around a problem. That is a team covering for a structural failure that nobody has been willing to name. She felt her jaw tighten. I named it in the Q2 process review. I proposed a consolidation of the approval chain. The change was deprioritized because the accounting team was stretched. And you did not escalate. I made sure the vendors got paid by building a shadow system. She looked at him. I kept the company running while the structural fix was too expensive to prioritize. That is not a failure. That is triage. It is triage that makes the real problem invisible. Every override you authorized hid the bottleneck from the people who needed to see it. The accounting team never felt the pressure because you absorbed it. The procurement team never escalated because you smoothed the path. You protected them from a problem you should have forced them to fix. The kettle in the break room clicked off. Somewhere down the hall, a phone rang twice and went silent. You want me to stop protecting the team? I want you to stop protecting the team from the truth of how broken the system is. They cannot fix what they do not feel. She stared at him. He stared back. The room felt smaller than it had a moment ago. You have been in this building for less than 2 weeks, she said. You do not get to tell me that the way I have kept this company breathing for the last 3 years is a mistake. I am not telling you it was a mistake. I am telling you it was a choice. And that choice has a cost you have been paying on behalf of people who do not know they owe you anything. She wanted to argue, wanted to point out that the team did know, that they thanked her, that she had built a culture of mutual support that did not require systems to function. But the argument died in her throat because she could hear Saskia's voice from 2 days earlier. You wrap bad news in tissue paper so tightly that people forget there is a problem underneath. She looked down at the workflow map. The red marks looked like wounds. You want me to stop running the shadow system. I want you to let the system fail where it is supposed to fail so we can see what needs to be rebuilt. She picked up the paper. The edges were warm from his hands. If I stop patching the procurement handoff, the vendor payment window will widen by at least a week. Some of those vendors are already on net 30 terms extended to net 45. A week of additional delay could push at least 3 of them into penalty territory. Then we renegotiate the terms before we break the sequence. That takes time we do not have. Then we make the time. She looked at him, the controlled line of his mouth, the steady gray of his eyes. He was not trying to humiliate her. He was not trying to prove he was smarter. He was trying to make her see that her protection had become part of the problem. You think I have been keeping the company sick. I think you have been keeping it stable. And stability is not the same as health. She set the workflow map back on the table. I need 72 hours to review the vendor contracts before I stop running the shadow system. If I break the handoff without renegotiating, the delay will hit the smallest suppliers hardest, the ones who cannot absorb a late payment. Agreed. And I am not telling the team the system is failing because of something I did. I am telling them it is failing because it was never built to scale. If you want them to take ownership of the fix, they need to own the problem, not the blame. He considered her, a long, steady look that made her skin prickle. That is the first time you have negotiated with me instead of fought me. She felt the heat rise up her neck. Do not read anything into it. I am not reading anything into it. I am observing the data. He turned back to the workflow map and she stood there, furious and exposed, knowing he had seen through her again. Chapter 7. The third night in the war room tasted like cold coffee and failure. Wrenley's eyes burned as she stared at the same spreadsheet she had been wrestling since noon. The numbers had not changed in 8 hours. Neither had her options. Across the table, Tedmans worked through a stack of program budgets with mechanical precision. He had not looked up in 47 minutes, she knew because she had counted. The only sounds were paper turning, a keyboard clicking, and the fluorescent hum that had become the soundtrack of her exhaustion. She pushed back from the table. The chair scraped the floor. He did not flinch. The repair clinic needs better cost allocation, not cancellation. He lifted his head. I did not say cancel it. I said it cannot run at current burn. It does not run at current burn if I reclassify the volunteer hours as community outreach instead of operations. That is the same accounting trick you used in Bend. It is not a trick. It is a different category with a different funding source. He set down his pen. The click against the table sounded like a period at the end of a sentence. You have been moving money between buckets for 3 years. The buckets are empty. She wanted to argue, wanted to tell him that the real problem was not her allocation but the fact that marketing had taken 30% of the discretionary budget for a rebrand nobody asked for. But she had played that card already. He had countered with the quarterly projections showing the rebrand drove a measurable uptick in direct-to-consumer conversion. She had hated that he was right. Fine, she said. Then we cut the volunteer grant match. He went still. Explain. The grant match goes to employees who volunteer with partner organizations. It costs $38,000 a year in unreimbursed staff time. If we suspend it for 1 cycle, we can redirect that capacity to clinic operations without adding payroll. And the partner organizations? They survive one cycle without Halverton Tide volunteers. The employees who use the grant, they get told the program is on hiatus, not canceled. If the turnaround works, we reinstate it next fiscal year. He leaned back. The chair groaned under his weight. You are proposing to cut a program you built. I am proposing to save one program by sacrificing another. She said it flat, professional, did not let the ache show. The volunteer grant was her first initiative after she took over community programs. She had sold it to the board as a morale builder and a recruitment tool. In 3 years, it had put Halverton Tide volunteers in 27 local organizations. Food banks, youth climbing clubs, beach cleanups. She had watched a kid cry at a repair clinic because someone finally fixed his bike. That kid was the reason she believed in the grant. But the repair clinic served more people, served them directly. And the repair clinic was the program everyone in this building had heard of. The volunteer grant was quiet. The repair clinic was visible. Visible programs survived board reviews. Quiet ones did not. She hated that she knew this. Caedmon studied her for a long moment. She did not look away. That is a defensible choice, he said. It was not praise. She could hear the caution in his voice. But there was something else underneath it, something that sounded almost like acknowledgement. I do not need your approval. You are not getting it. You are getting an observation. He turned back to his stack of budgets. The conversation was over. She should have felt relief. She had bought the clinic another cycle. The volunteers would be disappointed, but they would understand. Instead, she felt the loss pressing against her ribs. She had just learned to do what he did. She had just learned to treat people like numbers. The thought made her stomach turn. She stood up. The chair scraped again. Where are you going? To get air. He did not stop her. The hallway was dark. Emergency lights cast long shadows across the floor. She walked past the break room, past the empty cubicles, past the wall of photos showing Halverton Tide employees at volunteer events. There was a photo of her at the bike repair clinic. She was kneeling next to a kid, her hands covered in grease, smiling like she had won the lottery. She had won something that day. She had remembered why she did this work. Now she was trading people for numbers. She pressed her palm against the wall. The drywall was cool against her skin. A door opened behind her. She did not turn around. You are allowed to feel it, Caedmon said. I am not feeling anything. Liar. She turned. He stood in the doorway of the conference room, his silhouette cut against the light. What do you want? To tell you that you made the right call. You already told me. I told you it was defensible. That is not the same. She waited. He stepped into the hallway. The emergency lights caught the thin scar at his jaw. The volunteer grant was a good program, but good programs do not always survive hard choices. The ones that do survive are the ones that matter most to the mission. And you believe the repair clinic matters more. I believe you do, and you chose it. She stared at him. He was not trying to comfort her. He was not trying to manipulate her. He was stating a fact, flat and clean, like he was reading from a report. But she could hear the difference. He was not looking at her like she was weak for feeling it. She swallowed. I should get back to work. You should drink water first. You have not touched the bottle on your desk in 4 hours. She blinked. He had noticed. He turned and walked back into the conference room without waiting for her response. She stood in the dark hallway, the emergency lights buzzing overhead, feeling something shift in her chest. She did not know what it was yet, but she knew it was dangerous. When she returned to the war room, he was back at his budgets. The water bottle on her desk was still full. She uncapped it and drank. He did not look up, but she saw the corner of his mouth move. Just barely, just enough to know he had seen. She set the bottle down and pulled her chair back to the table. The volunteer grant hiatus will save us $38,000, she said, but we still need to find another 42 to cover the clinic deficit. That is not coming from my department. It has to come from somewhere with actual margin. He looked up. You have an idea? I have a target. She slid a highlighted report across the table. He picked it up, read it, set it down, his lips pressed together. This is Tobias's stalled prototype line. It is 5 products that have not shipped in 18 months. The design work is done. The materials are sourced. The only thing holding them back is field testing that the product team keeps delaying because they are afraid of finding flaws. You want me to force Tobias to ship unfinished products? I want you to force Tobias to finish the testing or kill the line so we can recover the sunk cost. He looked at her for a long moment. That is not a friendly suggestion. It is not meant to be friendly. It is meant to save the company. He picked up the report again, read it more carefully. How much do you think we recover if we kill the line? Around 60,000 in material cost, plus the design hours get freed for revenue-generating projects. He set the report down. I will look into it. It was not a yes, it was not a no, but it was the first time he had taken her recommendation without arguing. She felt something warm in her chest. She ignored it. They worked in silence for another hour. The numbers blurred, the coffee cooled, the fluorescent hum continued. At midnight, he stood. I am going home. I will lock up. He paused at the door. Wrenley. She looked up. The choice you made tonight. It was not easy, but it was right. He left before she could respond. She sat alone in the war room, the spreadsheets glowing on her screen, his words settling into the hollow space behind her ribs. She did not know what it meant that he had noticed the water. She did not know what it meant that he had called her by her name. She only knew that she was not the same person who had walked into this room 3 nights ago. And she was not sure if that was a good thing or a terrible one. The locker next to the break room clicked shut behind her, and she felt her pocket buzz before she heard the footsteps approaching. She pulled the phone out. A message from Mirelle. Word on the street is he did this before. His last company. They say it shut down 3 months after he left. Wrenley's blood went cold. She turned the phone over in her hand, the words blurring in the dark. 3 months. She looked up. Caedmon stood at the end of the hall, backlit against the exit sign. He was watching her. And he knew she knew something. Chapter 8. The morning light through the break room windows had that flat, fluorescent quality that made everyone look slightly ill. Mirelle leaned against the counter, her coffee untouched, watching Wrenley fill the same mug she had been carrying for 3 days. You look like someone who has not slept in a week. I have not slept in a week. And yet you are smiling. Wrenley set the kettle down harder than she meant to. I am always smiling. That is the problem. Mirelle's voice dropped. You are smiling at him now. Different smile. Smaller. Like you are keeping a secret from the rest of us. The kettle clicked off. Wrenley did not move. I am not smiling at anyone. You are not snapping at him either. 3 nights ago you would have bitten his head off for breathing too loud in the war room. Last night he said something about the vendor timeline, and you nodded. I was agreeing with his assessment. You never agree with his assessment. Wrenley poured the water. Steam rose between them. She watched it curl and vanish. Things have changed, she said quietly. Changed how? I do not know yet. Mirelle studied her for a long moment. Her expression softened, but the sharpness behind it did not leave. Be careful, Wren. You are not used to wanting things from people who can hurt you. The words landed like a stone dropped into still water. Wrenley picked up her mug and walked out. The East conference room was empty when she got there. She set her bag down, pulled out the vendor contract binder, and tried to focus on the fine print. The numbers blurred. She blinked hard and started again. The door opened. She looked up. It was not Caedmon. Jory stood in the doorway, tablet pressed to his chest, his face carrying the particular pallor of someone who had found something he was not meant to see. Wrenley, what is it? He stepped inside and let the door close behind him. I asked Dimitri about the access credentials. Her stomach tightened. What did he say? He said the system permissions were inherited from a legacy migration, and that consultant-level access sometimes pulls residual permissions from old database structures. He said it was a technical ghost, nothing to worry about. But you did not believe him. Jory shook his head. I checked the migration logs. There was no migration. The permissions were entered manually. Someone gave him that access on purpose. The room felt smaller. Did you tell Dimitri you checked the logs? No, I told him I believed him. Good. Jory shifted his weight. There is something else. The access tier he has. It is not just founder level. It is owner level. The kind of access that lets you change payroll tables, delete financial records, lock people out of the system entirely. Wrenley set her pen down carefully. Who at this company has owner-level access? In theory, only Auberon Faulkner. Jory's voice dropped. But he is gone. Has been for years. So the system should have flagged that credential as dormant. It did not, because someone reactivated it. They stared at each other. Do not tell anyone else, Wrenley said. I was hoping you would say that. He left. She sat alone in the war room, the vendor binder open in front of her, the words on the page meaning nothing. The day pressed forward. Meetings, calls, spreadsheets. The routine held her together by force of habit. At 7, Netta Quimby swept through the East Wing with a stack of revised budget projections, demanding updated margin forecasts by the end of the week. Caedmon took the papers without comment, scanned them, and asked 3 questions that left Netta scrambling for answers. Wrenley watched him work. He did not look tired. He did not look satisfied. He looked like a man performing a task he had done many times before, in rooms that looked nothing like this one. She thought about what Joy had said. Owner-level access. By 9, the building had emptied. The cleaning crew moved through the corridors with their carts and their soft radio static. Wrenley packed her bag, turned off her monitor, and walked toward the main staircase. The old brand gallery was at the end of the second-floor hallway, a narrow corridor lined with framed photographs from Halverton Tide's early years. She had walked past it 1,000 times without stopping. Tonight, she stopped. A light was on inside. The gallery was small, 4 walls of glass cases and mounted prints showing the company's first retail space, the original workshop, the faces of the early team. She had always thought of it as a museum for customers, a carefully curated nostalgia. She had never seen Caedmon standing in the middle of it. He was not moving. His hands were in his coat pockets. His head was tilted slightly, his gaze fixed on a wall of portraits near the back. She should have turned around. She should have walked away before he heard her, but her feet would not move. The portraits were black and white, studio quality, the faces young and hopeful. She knew them from the company archives. The first designer, the first warehouse manager, the woman who ran the original repair clinic from a folding table in the parking lot. Caedmon was not looking at any of them. He was looking at a smaller photograph, mounted lower on the wall, almost hidden behind a glass case. She stepped forward. The floor creaked. He turned. His face went still in that controlled way she had learned to read. The mask slid into place, seamless and fast. He did not say anything. She looked past him at the photograph. It was a candid shot, crisp and unframed, showing a woman with dark hair and a wide, unguarded smile. She was laughing at something off camera, her hands covered in what looked like machine grease, her eyes bright with the kind of joy that could not be staged. Who is she? The question came out before she could stop it. Caedmon's jaw tightened. He did not answer, but he did not look away from the photograph either. Wrenley stood beside him, close enough to see the slight tremor in his hands before he shoved them deeper into his pockets. I am sorry, she said. I should not have followed you. No. She waited. The silence stretched. Then, quietly, without turning to face her, he spoke. Her name was Una. His voice was rough, stripped of the precision he wore like armor. She was the best person I ever knew. Wrenley's breath caught. She did not know what to say. She did not know if she was allowed to say anything, but she did not leave. They stood together in the dim gallery, the fluorescent hum a distant memory, the photograph of a dead woman watching over them both. And Wrenley understood for the first time that the man beside her was not wearing armor because he wanted to hurt people. He was wearing armor because he had already been shattered once. She opened her mouth. The lights in the hallway clicked off. The cleaning crew had moved on. They were alone in the dark. He turned to face her. His eyes were dry, his expression unreadable, but something in his posture had shifted. The mask was back, but it did not fit the same way. "You should go home, Wrenley." "So should you." He did not argue. He walked past her, close enough that his sleeve brushed her shoulder, and disappeared into the dark corridor. She stood alone in the gallery, staring at the photograph of a woman named Una, wondering how many ghosts a man could carry before they crushed him. Her phone buzzed in her pocket. She pulled it out. "Mirelle, did you go home?" "Wrenley, almost." "Mirelle, liar." She pocketed the phone. The photograph stared back at her, the woman's smile frozen in a moment that had already ended. Wrenley turned off the gallery light and walked toward the stairs. But before she reached them, she looked back. At the far end of the corridor, near the exit, a figure stood still. Caedmon, watching her, waiting. And for the first time, she was not afraid of what he might do. She was afraid of what she might do if she stayed. She walked down the stairs. The door clicked shut behind her. The night air hit her face, cold and damp with harbor salt. She did not look back. But she felt him watching until the door swung closed. Chapter 9. The East Conference Room smelled like stale coffee and desperation. Wrenley arrived at 6:47 a.m., the printouts warm from the machine, the numbers already starting to blur behind her eyes. She had slept 4 hours, maybe 3. The photograph of Una kept surfacing behind her eyelids, the woman's grease-stained hands and unguarded smile, the way Caedmon's voice had cracked when he said her name. She set the cost reallocation proposal on the table. 30 minutes until the board prep session. 29 minutes until she had to defend cuts she hated as if they were her own ideas. The door opened. Caedmon walked in carrying 2 cups of coffee. He set one in front of her without looking at her. Black, no sugar, the way she had never told him she took it. He knew. Of course he knew. He had been noticing her untouched water bottle for days. He had watched her crack under the weight of the volunteer grant decision. He had stood beside her in the dark gallery and let her see the wound beneath the armor. She picked up the coffee. "Thank you." He nodded once and took his seat at the head of the table, spreading his own printouts in a neat arc. They did not speak about last night. They did not need to. Neda arrived at 7:14 a.m., trailing silence and disapproval. She did not sit. She stood at the foot of the table, arms crossed, her silver hair catching the fluorescent light like a warning. "The board wants to see the cost reallocation today, not next week. Today." Wrenley kept her voice steady. "It is ready." "Is it defensible?" "The repair clinic stays open. The volunteer grant match is suspended. Tobias's prototype line is on hold for material cost recovery. We cut $62,000 in non-essential travel and training across 3 departments. Neda's eyes narrowed. "And the staff impact?" "Free positions in the volunteer program will be reassigned to fulfillment. No layoffs." "Yet." Wrenley did not answer. Neda picked up the printout, scanning the columns with the speed of someone who had already made up her mind. "You are protecting the clinic because it is popular," she said, "not because it is profitable. It creates retention value. Participants stay 2.4 years longer on average. That alone saves sentiment," Neda said flatly. "You are defending sentiment." The room tightened. Wrenley felt the familiar pressure behind her ribs, the urge to soften, to reframe, to wrap the bad news in tissue paper so it would slide down easier. She did not. "I am defending the numbers," she said. "The clinic costs $140,000 a year. Replacing a trained fulfillment specialist costs $22,000 in recruiting and ramp-up time. The math holds." Neda set the printout down. "Then you will present it to the board yourself." The room went still. Wrenley's throat closed. She had known this was coming. She had prepared for it. But hearing it spoken aloud made the cuts feel real in a way they had not been inside her head. "I will present the full proposal," she said, "including the volunteer grant suspension." "Including the fact that you built that program." "Yes." Neda's mouth curved, not quite a smile. "Good. They like to see blood on the hands of the people who recommend it." She turned and walked out. The door clicked shut behind her. Wrenley sat very still. Her hands were flat on the table, palms down, the coffee cooling beside her. She did not look at Caedmon. She did not want to see his reaction. "She is right," she said quietly. "About one thing. The board does want to see someone bleed for the cuts. Let them watch someone else bleed." She looked up. Caedmon had not moved. His voice was low, controlled, but there was something underneath it she had not heard before. Something sharp. "What do you mean?" "I mean, Neda wants you to own the volunteer grant suspension because it hurts you personally. It makes the board trust the numbers, but you do not have to be the one standing in front of the decision. Who else would stand there?" He held her gaze. "Me." The word sat between them, heavy and unexpected. "You did not build that program," he said. "You did not fight for it. I did. I can present the suspension as a neutral efficiency recommendation without the emotional baggage you are carrying." Wrenley stared at him. "You would take the hit for a program you think should have been cut 2 years ago?" "I would present the data," he said. "The data does not care who delivers it." She should have taken the offer. She should have let him absorb the political cost and saved herself the bruising. But she heard Saskia's voice in her head, sharp and honest. "You wrap back news in tissue paper." If she let Caedmon shield her from the hardest part, she was still hiding, still protecting herself from the consequence of her own choices. "No," she said. His jaw tightened. "No? I built the program. I should be the one to close it. That is not sentiment. That is accountability." Something shifted in his expression. Not approval, exactly. Something quieter. "Then do not let them make you apologize for it," he said. "Present the decision as what it is, a trade, not a failure." She nodded. The silence stretched. Then, without warning, he leaned forward, his voice dropping to something almost rough. "But if Neda pushes you to say the program was not worth saving, do not do it. You fought for it longer than anyone would have. That is not failure. That is triage." Relna's chest tightened. She remembered the gallery, the dark, the photograph of a woman who had been the best person he ever knew. He was not talking about the volunteer grant anymore. He was talking about the moment when you had to choose what to let go and the guilt that stayed long after the decision was made. "What happened to your last company?" The question came out before she could stop it. His face went still. The mask slid into place, seamless and fast. "I told you to drop it." "I know." She held his gaze. "But you just told me that triage is not failure, and I do not think you believe that. I think you were saying it because you need to hear it yourself." The silence was absolute. For a long moment she thought he would stand up and walk out. Instead, he said, "There was a man. He worked for me for 11 years. He believed in the company more than anyone. When we started losing ground, he refused to let go of product lines that were bleeding money. He kept believing the market would turn around." He paused. "I let him stay too long because I did not want to be the one who told him his faith was killing us. By the time I made the cuts, it was too late. The company collapsed. He lost everything. His savings, his pension, his belief that he was good at his job." Wrenley did not speak. "That is sentiment without strategy," Caedmon said. "That is what happens when you care more about not hurting someone than about saving what can be saved." He stood. "Do not make that mistake." He walked to the door. She should have let him go, but she heard herself say, "Is that why you came back?" He stopped. "Because you thought the company was doing the same thing, holding on too long, letting faith kill it." He did not turn around. "Yes." The door opened. He stepped through, and Wrenley sat alone in the empty room, the coffee cold beside her, the weight of his confession pressing against her ribs like something alive. She had wanted to know what broke him. Now she knew, and it made everything harder. Chapter 10. The deadline hit at 4:17 p.m., and everything that could go wrong had already gone wrong 3 hours earlier. Wrenley stood at the head of the war room table, phone pressed to her ear, listening to a vendor in Portland explain that the pricing sheets she had sent did not match the approvals in their system. The numbers had been updated the night before. Someone had forgotten to push the revision through procurement. She kept her voice even. Send me the discrepancy log. I will have corrected documentation in your inbox within the hour. She hung up and looked at Jory, who was already pulling the audit trail. The approval timestamp on the revision is wrong, he said. It looks like it was submitted after the close window. The system rejected it automatically. Who submitted it? He checked. The automated handoff from Mirella's team, but the dataset they pulled from was yesterday morning's snapshot, not the evening update. A system failure, a handoff gap, a deadline that would not wait. Wrenley's jaw tightened. Get me Mirelle, and get me the raw data from the evening update. I will manually reconcile the sheets and resubmit. Jory nodded and moved. She turned to the rest of the team scattered around the table with phones and laptops, their faces pale under the fluorescent glare. We have until 6 p.m. to get corrected documentation to every vendor on the priority list. That is 11 files. I need each of you to pull the most recent approved pricing from the system, compare it to what we sent this morning, and flag every discrepancy. Work in pairs. Cross-check everything. No assumptions. They moved. For the next hour and 40 minutes, Wrenley did not sit down. She stood at the whiteboard, tracking corrections as they came in, marking off vendors as documentation was reverts, catching errors before they could multiply. Her voice stayed steady. Her instructions stayed clear. She smiled when someone needed encouragement, thanked people by name, kept the room from tipping into panic. By 5:52 p.m., 9 of the 11 files were corrected and confirmed. The 10th was stalled because the pricing on a bulk textile order did not match the contract terms in the vendor's system, and nobody could find the original agreement. Wrenley pulled the contract herself. It took her 8 minutes to locate it in the archive, cross-reference the terms, and draft a correction memo that reconciled the discrepancy without admitting fault. She sent it at 6:03 p.m. The vendor confirmed receipt at 6:11 p.m. The 11th file was still missing. Wrenley looked at Jory. Which one? Bishop Fabrication. They have not responded to any of our correction submissions. Keep trying. Every channel. He nodded. She walked to the window and stood looking out at the darkening parking lot, her phone pressed against her thigh, her pulse a low, steady hum she refused to name. At 6:34 p.m., Jory came back with bad news. Bishop Fabrication had flagged a separate issue, a payment that had not been processed from the previous cycle. The shadow system Wrenley had been running had covered it temporarily, but the handoff to the formal system had failed. The payment was now 30 days overdue, and Bishop was threatening to halt all outstanding orders until it was resolved. Wrenley closed her eyes. She had known the shadow system would leave scars when it was shut down. She had not expected one of them to surface during the same window she was supposed to be proving the transition could work. She turned back to the room. I will handle Bishop personally. Everyone else, good work. Save the corrected files. Log the discrepancies. I want a full write-up of where the handoff failed by tomorrow morning. The team began to pack up, relief and exhaustion in equal measure. Wrenley stayed at the table. She pulled up Bishop's account, the overdue payment, the trail of emails she had sent over the past 3 months, each one promising the payment was coming, each one buying time she had not actually had. She stared at the screen, and then she saw the email from Neda. It had arrived at 5:23 p.m. during the chaos. She had not noticed it. Subject, Program Review, Next Phase. She opened it. The board had identified the repair clinic as a potential cost center for the next round of cuts. Not suspension, permanent closure. 8 positions. A community partnership that had been running for 12 years. Her hands went still on the keyboard. She read the email twice. The room was emptying. Voices faded down the hallway. Footsteps retreated. Wrenley did not look up. She sat in the sudden silence, the cursor blinking at the bottom of Neda's email, and felt something she had been holding at bay for 9 days finally start to crack. The vendor deadline, the missing handoff, the overdue payment, the program she had just fought to save already back on the chopping block, and the volunteer grant, her own program, the one she had built with her own hands and was about to close with her own signature. She was supposed to present the cost reallocation to the board tomorrow morning. She had slept 3 hours the night before. She had not eaten since breakfast. She had told everyone else it was going to be fine. The crack widened. She pressed her palm against her mouth, the other hand still on the keyboard, and tried to breathe through the pressure building behind her ribs. It did not work. The first sob came out as a choked sound, barely audible, swallowed before it could become real. The second one was not. She bent forward, her forehead touching the edge of the table, her shoulders shaking, her breath coming in short, ragged gasps that she could not control. She had been holding everything together for so long she had forgotten what it felt like to let go, and now she could not stop. The sound of the door closing reached her through the fog. She heard it click, soft and final, and she thought the last person had left and she was alone. She lifted her head, wiped her face with the back of her hand, and saw him. Caedmon stood against the closed door. His coat was off. His sleeves were rolled to his forearms. His face was unreadable, but his eyes were not. He had seen everything. She stared at him, humiliation and exhaustion, and something else she could not name colliding in her chest. "You can go," she said, and her voice cracked on the second word. He did not move. "I need a minute," she tried. "I will be fine. I just need—" She stopped, because she was not fine, and he knew it. Caedmon crossed the room slowly, not rushing, not crowding, just moving into her space with the same quiet precision he used on everything. He picked up the coffee cup on the edge of the table, looked at it, set it down. "You have not drunk anything in 6 hours," he said. She blinked at him. "I noticed this morning you take it black," he said. "No sugar. You have barely touched it since Netta's email came in." She looked at the cup, empty, cold. She had no memory of drinking it. "That is not what you need to hear." She looked up at him, her vision blurry, her throat raw. "What do I need to hear?" He was quiet for a moment. Then he said, "Triage is not failure." She had said those words to him this morning. He was giving them back. She shook her head. "I cannot keep doing this. I cannot keep cutting pieces of myself off to save the rest." "You are not cutting pieces off," he said. "You are deciding which ones are worth the fight." "They are all worth the fight." "Then you will lose all of them." The words landed hard and true. She hated him for saying them. She hated him more for being right. She pressed her hand against her forehead, trying to stop the shaking. "I do not know how to do this," she whispered. "I do not know how to choose." He did not offer advice. He did not offer comfort. He just stayed. And in the silence, she felt something shift. Not forgiveness, not relief, but the first small crack in the armor she had been wearing so long she had forgotten it was not her skin. She looked up at him. His jaw was tight. His hands were still at his sides. Everything about him was controlled, measured, held in check. But his eyes were not. They watched her with something raw and unguarded, something that looked almost like recognition. And she realized, with a clarity that cut through the exhaustion and the fear and the grief, that he had been exactly where she was standing. He had broken in a room like this. He had chosen, and he had survived. She drew a breath. It was not steady, but it held. "I have to present the cuts tomorrow," she said. "I know. And I have to handle Bishop tonight." "I know." She looked at him. He did not offer to do it for her. He just stayed. And for the first time all day, she did not feel like she was holding the weight alone. She reached for her coffee cup, found it empty, set it down again. "I need to call Bishop." She stood. Caedmon stepped aside. She walked past him, and when she reached the door, she stopped. She did not turn around. "Thank you," she said. She heard him exhale, soft and almost imperceptible. "Do not thank me," he said. "Thanking me implies I did it for you." She turned then, looking back over her shoulder. He was still standing in the middle of the war room, sleeves rolled, face unreadable. "Then why did you stay?" He held her gaze. "Because someone should have stayed for me." The words hung in the air between them, fragile and heavy. Wrenley did not know what to do with them. She let them settle. Then she walked out into the dark hallway, the phone in her hand, the night stretching ahead of her, and the echo of his voice following her into the silence. She did not look back, but she felt him watching. And that somehow was enough to keep her moving. Yep, GO1. The Bishop fabrication call took 23 minutes. Wrenley stood in the empty hallway, back against the wall, the phone warm against her ear as the operations manager on the other end cycled through frustration, suspicion, and grudging patience. She promised payment by end of week. She promised a revised payment structure. She promised it would not happen again. She hung up and stood in the dark, her reflection ghosting across the window glass. The words she had said were true. She would find a way to make them true, but she had no idea how. She walked back toward the war room without deciding to. Her feet carried her through the dim hallway, past the silent break room, past the closed doors of offices where tomorrow's decisions were already waiting. The light was still on. Caedmon sat at the conference table, sleeves still rolled, a laptop open in front of him. He looked up when she entered, and his eyes moved over her face with that unsettling precision she was beginning to recognize. "Bishop is handled," she said. He nodded. "Temporarily," she added. "Everything is temporary." She stood in the doorway, caught between the impulse to leave and the pull to stay. "You do not have to be here," she said. "Neither do you." She had no answer for that. She walked to the table and sat down across from him, the empty coffee cup still sitting where he had left it. Her hands were shaking again. She pressed them flat against the wood. "I do not know how to present this tomorrow," she said. "I do not know how to stand in front of the board and tell them I am cutting my own program while Netta sits there waiting for me to bleed." Caedmon closed his laptop. "You present it like you present everything," he said, "with the truth, without apology. The truth is I have been hiding losses for 2 years." "Then that is the truth you own." She looked at him. "You make it sound simple." "It is not simple." He leaned back in his chair. "It is the hardest thing you will do tomorrow, but it is the only thing that will make the rest of it hold." She wanted to argue. She wanted to tell him that honesty was a luxury she could not afford when people's jobs were on the line. But she had been dishonest to protect people, and it had led her here, to a war room at midnight, her hands shaking over an empty coffee cup. "I am terrified," she said. The words came out before she could stop them. She had not meant to say them. She had not said them to anyone. Caedmon went still. She watched his face, waiting for the judgment, the calculation, the quiet assessment of weakness that she had seen him deploy 100 times in meetings. He did not move. "I am terrified," she said again, and this time the words came easier, looser, like a thread she had been pulling for weeks and had finally let go. "I am terrified that I am going to stand up there tomorrow and they are going to see that I have no idea what I am doing, that I have been holding this together with tape and luck, and I am running out of both." She stopped. He said nothing. "I am terrified that I am going to fail them, the staff, the teams, the people who trusted me when I told them everything would be okay." She pressed her palm against her chest, feeling the rapid beat beneath her ribs. "I am terrified that I am going to fail myself." The silence stretched. Caedmon did not look away. And then, very slowly, he reached across the table and pushed the empty coffee cup toward the edge, clearing a space between them. "I do not know what to tell you about the board," he said. "I do not know what to tell you about Netta, or the cuts, or the presentation." He paused. "But I can tell you that Triage is not failure. And I can tell you that the people who trusted you because you showed up when it mattered, not because you fixed everything." Her throat tightened. "You stayed?" she said. He did not answer. "When I broke," she said, "you stayed." His jaw tightened. "Someone should have stayed for me," he said. "That does not make me a good person. It makes me someone who knows what the alternative looks like." She looked at him. The scar at his jaw caught the light. His hands were still on the table, open, unguarded. "What happened to you?" she asked, and the question was softer than she had intended. He held her gaze for a long moment. "I made the same choice you are making now," he said. "I chose sentiment over strategy. I let someone I trusted hold on too long because I believed that loyalty meant never letting go." He looked down at his hands. The company collapsed. He lost everything. I lost everything. and the person who should have been there to tell me it was not my fault was already gone. Una. The name hung between them, unspoken. Wrenley wanted to reach across the table. She wanted to take his hand. She did not. "You came back," she said. He looked up. "I came back because I saw Halverton Tide making the same mistake," he said. "Because I could not watch another company die the same death." "And now?" He looked at her. "Now I do not know what I am watching." She felt the weight of those words. The room was too small. The air was too thin. She stood, and he stood with her, and they faced each other across the table, the coffee cup between them, the night pressing against the windows. "I cannot promise you I will get it right tomorrow," she said. "No one can promise that. I can promise I will try." He nodded. Then he reached for her empty coffee cup, picked it up, and walked to the small kitchenette at the back of the room. She watched him pour fresh coffee from the pot he had clearly been using to stay awake. He brought it back and set it in front of her. Black, no sugar. She looked at the cup. "You keep noticing things about me," she said. He did not answer. "Why?" He held her gaze. "Because you are the first person I have wanted to notice in a very long time." The words landed like a blow. She did not know how to breathe around them. She picked up the coffee. It was hot. Exactly right. "I should go." "Yes." She walked to the door. She stopped. She did not turn around. "Caedmon." "Yes." "Thank you for staying." She heard him exhale. "Go home, Wrenley." She went, but the echo of his voice followed her through the dark hallway. The warmth of the coffee cup still pressed against her palm, and she did not know how she was supposed to pretend tomorrow that nothing had changed when everything inside her already had. The hallway stretched ahead, empty and silent. She reached her desk and set the coffee down. It had not cooled. She stared at it, and at the moon-white hands printed on the cup, and at the thought she kept trying to push away. He noticed how she took her coffee. He stayed when she broke. He told her something she was not sure he had ever told anyone, and she had no idea what she was supposed to do with any of it. She picked up the phone to call Mirelle and set it down. What would she say? "I think the consultant might actually be a person beneath the mask. I think I might be in danger. I think I might not care." She wrapped her hands around the cup, letting the heat burn through the chill. It was exactly right. That was the most dangerous thing of all. Chapter 12. The war room smelled like stale coffee and the ghost of confession. Wrenley arrived at 6:03 a.m. with a fresh pot and a spine made of glass. She had slept 3 hours, maybe 4, in the narrow space between replaying his words and dreading the board presentation. Her braid was tight. Her blouse was coral, bright as a warning flag. She set the coffee on the table and did not look at the chair where he had sat last night. The door opened. Caedmon walked in with a leather folio and dark circles that matched her own. He wore the same controlled severity, the same pressed collar, the same mask. But his eyes found her coffee cup first, then her hands, then her face, and something in his expression flickered before it shuddered. "Morning," she said. "Morning." He set the folio down. She poured herself coffee from the fresh pot. He did not ask for any. She did not offer. The silence was a living thing. "I have the presentation loaded," she said. "Projector test at 8. Netta confirmed for 9. He nodded. "The numbers hold?" They hold. She had checked them 4 times. The repair clinic stayed. The volunteer grant suspended. Travel and training cut. 3 positions reassigned. No layoffs. The math was clean. The politics would be anything but. Caedmon opened his folio and pulled out a single sheet of paper. He slid it across the table. She looked down. It was a vendor schedule. Bishop Fabrication, reorganized with adjusted payment terms and a signed note from someone named Corinne at their accounts desk confirming the new structure. He had fixed it while she was sleeping, while she was lying awake thinking about the way he had looked at her across the table. He had been on the phone with a vendor she had nearly lost. "You did this," she said. "The payment was overdue. The structure needed revision. I had the bandwidth." "You had the bandwidth?" He met her gaze. "I have been where you are, Wrenley. The least I can do is clear a path through the part I already know." She wanted to thank him. She wanted to tell him this was too much, that she did not know how to carry both the weight of what he had done and the weight of what she felt. She said neither. I owe you. You do not. I do. He looked at her for a long moment. Then pay it forward, he said. When someone else is standing where you are, clear the path for them. She felt something crack in her chest. That is not how debt works. It is how it should work. She picked up the vendor schedule and folded it into her bag without another word. Tobias found her at 7:14. He came through the door with a travel mug and a look that had nothing to do with caffeine. His eyes swept the room, landed on Caedmon, then landed on her, and stayed. You are early, he said. So are you. I wanted to catch you before the circus. He stepped closer, lowering his voice. How bad is it going to be? She told him the truth. I am presenting the volunteer grant suspension. The repair clinic stays. Your prototype line is paused for material recovery. No layoffs. His jaw tightened. My line is paused. 60,000 in materials, Tobias. You have had 5 prototypes stalled for 18 months. Because I will not launch gear that has not been field tested. And I will not let a 12-year community program die so you can keep inventory in a warehouse. The words came out sharper than she intended. Tobias blinked. Okay, he said. Okay. But his eyes moved to Caedmon, who was reading something at the far end of the table, and something in Tobias's expression hardened. You two seem coordinated. We are co-leads, she said. Right. He said it like the word meant something else. Mirelle cut her in the hallway at 7:38. No coffee, no small talk, just a look that peeled back every layer Wrenley had tried to armor herself with. You look like you have not slept. I have not slept. Because of the presentation? Because of the presentation. Mirelle studied her. The fluorescent hum filled the space between them. You are lying to me, Mirelle said. I am not. You are. I have known you for 6 years. You are lying. Wrenley held her ground. I am tired, Mirelle. I spent last night cleaning up a vendor crisis that your team's data handoff caused, and I am about to walk into a room full of people who want to see me bleed for cutting my own program. If I look like hell, it is because I earned it. Mirelle's expression did not soften. That is a very good deflection, she said. It is also not an answer. She turned and walked toward the break room. Wrenley stood in the hallway, the vendor schedule burning in her bag, the taste of his coffee still sharp on her tongue. The presentation began at 9:04. Netta Quimby sat at the head of the conference table in her charcoal suit, silver hair pulled back, hands folded over a leather notebook. 2 other board members attended remotely, their faces hovering on the wall screen like pale judgments. Dimitri Sands sat at the far end, watching with the stillness of someone who already knew how the story ended. Wrenley stood at the projector. She walked through the numbers, the repair clinic cost structure, the volunteer grant suspension, the travel and training reductions, the prototype line pause, the 3 position reassignments. She did not apologize. She did not sugarcoat. She named the cuts, named the reasons, and named the 2-year trend she had been hiding. I obscured the bend losses across 4 budget categories, she said. That was my decision. I believed I was protecting the company. In practice, I delayed the reckoning. The room was silent. Netta's pen did not move. And you recommend these cuts despite having personally built the volunteer program you are now suspending? Yes. Why? Wrenley met her gaze. Because the program is worth less than the people it was meant to serve, and if I cannot keep both, I keep the people. Netta's expression did not change, but she wrote something down. The vote came at 9:47. The cost reallocation passed 3-2 with 1 abstention. The repair clinic remained open. The volunteer grant was suspended. Tobias's prototype line was paused. No layoffs. Wrenley sat down and let herself breathe. Caedmon, 2 chairs away, did not look at her. But she felt the shift in his posture, the fraction of tension that left his shoulders. It was not victory. It was survival. And survival, she was learning, felt nothing like relief. The quality alert came at 10:22. Jory appeared in the doorway of the conference room, tablet pressed to his chest, face pale. There is a problem, he said. Wrenley looked up. What kind of problem? The Ridgecrest shell, the waterproof laminate. We have 3 reports of delamination in the field. Retailers are calling. The board is being notified. The Ridgecrest shell. Halverton Tide's flagship gear line. The one product everyone believed was unbreakable. Wrenley stood. Caedmon was already on his feet. Where are the reports? He asked. I have them, but there is more. Jory swallowed. The laminate supplier changed specifications 6 months ago. The change was approved by product development. The testing protocol was not updated to match. Silence. Then, very quietly, Tobias spoke from the back of the room. That went through my apartment. The air left the room. Wrenley looked at Tobias, then at Caedmon, then at the tablet in Jory's hands. The morning had been hard. The afternoon was about to be worse. Chapter 13. The East conference room filled with the low hum of fluorescent tubes and the wrong kind of silence. Jory's tablet sat on the table like a diffusing bomb. 3 field reports, 3 customers whose gear had failed mid-use, 3 phones that would start ringing within the hour. Pull the inventory, Caedmon said. Every unit and every warehouse distribution center retail partner back stock. I want a count of how many shells are in the field and how many are still sitting on shelves. Jory was already typing. That is going to take... Then start now. Tobias moved toward the tablet. Let me see the supplier change order. It is digital, Jory said. I pulled the spec history before I came up. Wrenley watched Tobias's face as he scrolled. His jaw tightened, then went slack. He scrolled again. The lamination pressure was adjusted, he said. Lower heat set, faster cure cycle. Who proved that? Wrenley asked. That came through my department. Tobias set the tablet down like it burned. But I did not see this change order. It was routed to my senior materials lead. Where is your senior materials lead? Caedmon asked. On leave. His mother is dying. The room absorbed that. Wrenley calculated the exposure. 3 field failures meant a pattern. No repair clinic could fix laminate separation in a waterproof shell. The Ridgecrest was Halverton's margin, its reputation, the product that kept retail partners from canceling wholesale agreements. If it broke in the field, the company broke with it. I need a full trace by end of day, Wrenley said. Which production runs used the adjusted spec, how many units, where they shipped, and which lots are still in chain. Jory nodded. I can pull that from batch records. Do it. Caedmon was already reaching for his coat. Where are you going? Wrenley asked. The warehouse. If the board is being notified, they will want eyes on physical stock before they start demanding heads. He looked at her. You are coming. It was not a question. The Halverton Tide warehouse sat 3 miles from headquarters on a stretch of industrial road where the fog cooled thick between chain-link fences and rusted rail spurs. The building was concrete and corrugated steel, 40,000 square feet of racked inventory that smelled like cardboard, dust, and the faint chemical tang of waterproof coatings. Wrenley had been here 100 times. She knew the receiving dock by the dented roll-up door, the inventory office by the broken blinds, the break room by the coffee maker that had not been descaled since 2019. She did not know what she would find today. Caedmon parked at the side entrance and killed the engine. For a moment, neither of them moved. You should have stayed at the office, he said. You have a board presentation to recover from. Tobias needs managing. Jory needs direction. And you need someone who knows the inventory system. I have Jory's access credentials on my phone. That is not the same. He looked at her. The gray light caught the thin scar at the edge of his jaw. His face gave nothing, but she was learning that his stillness was not absence. It was a holding pattern. If this escalates, he said, they will look for someone to blame. Tobias is the obvious target because the change went through his department. But you are the one who presented the cost reallocation that included the prototype line pause. I am aware. You should know where you stand. She opened her door. I know exactly where I stand. I am standing next to the person who fixed a vendor debt I could not cover and who told me Triage was not failure. If the board wants to blame someone for the Ridgecrest, they will have to go through both of us. She walked toward the loading dock before he could answer. The warehouse foreman met them at the roll-up. A woman named Delia, gray-streaked hair pulled back, safety vest bright over a flannel shirt. Her handshake was hard. "Got your call," she said. "We have most of the Ridgecrest stock quarantined in Bay 4. Want to see?" Wrenley followed her through the aisles. Caedmon walked a step behind, quiet, watching the racking, the staff, the way Delia moved through her space like someone who had earned every square foot. Bay 4 was a holding zone. 20 pallets, shrink-wrapped in black plastic, each one tagged with a date code. Delia pulled the wrap on the nearest pallet and exposed the boxes beneath. "This lot is from the spring production run," she said. The spec change took effect at the start of the fiscal. She pulled the box, cut the tape, and extracted a folded Ridgecrest shell. The fabric was stiff, new, the waterproof coating still glossy. Caedmon took it from her. He turned the shell inside out, ran his thumb along the seam where the laminate met the base fabric. Pressed. Pulled. "This is delaminating at the pressure points," he said. Delia leaned in. "Can you see it?" "I can feel it." He handed the shell to Wrenley. "Run your thumb where the shoulder yoke meets the body." She did. The fabric was still, but under her thumb, the layers shifted. A separation so slight she might not have noticed if she had not been looking for it. "How many pallets?" 20, Delia said. "Roughly 800 units, plus whatever is already in retail." Wrenley calculated the math. 800 units at retail was close to $200,000 in inventory. If the field failures were more than 3, if the pattern was wider, if the media got wind before they could issue a voluntary recall. "We need to halt all shipments," she said. "Consignment stock, wholesale, direct-to-consumer, everything." Caedmon nodded. "I will call Dimitri. We need liability assessment before anyone says the word recall out loud." Delia looked between them. "You two are coordinated?" Wrenley felt the weight of the observation. "We are co-leads," she said. "Right." Delia said it the same way Tobias had, like the word meant something else. They spent the next hour walking the quarantine zone. Caedmon opened boxes at random, tested seams, asked questions about storage temperature, humidity exposure, dwell time between production and shipping. Delia answered each one without hesitation. Wrenley took notes on her phone, but she was watching him, the way he handled the shells, the way he asked about pressure settings and cure cycles like someone who had built things, not just sold them. The way Delia's suspicions softened into grudging respect as she realized he understood the physical work, not just the spreadsheet version of it. When they finished, Caedmon stepped outside and made the call to Dimitri. Wrenley stood in the bay door and watched the fog curl around the streetlights. Her phone buzzed. "Mirelle?" she answered. "Tell me you are not at the warehouse." "I am at the warehouse." "Alone with him?" "Mirelle, I told you. You are lying to me." Wrenley pressed her palm to her forehead. "I am not lying to you. I am managing a crisis." Same thing. A pause. "The board is meeting in an hour. Netta called an emergency session. She is framing this as a quality control failure that proves the cost reallocation was premature." "Of course she is. I can delay the data head off. Give you time to prepare." "No." Wrenley watched Caedmon pacing at the edge of the lot, one hand pressed to his ear, the other in his coat pocket. "Let them meet. We have the inventory numbers. We have the trace. We have a plan." "Do you?" Wrenley did not answer. "I love you," Mirelle said. "But you are going to get hurt." "I am fine." "You are not." The line went dead. Wrenley looked at the phone, then at Caedmon, who was walking back toward her with something tight in his shoulders. "Dimitri is drafting a hold notice," he said. "Voluntary. We have 72 hours to test a representative sample and determine whether the field failures were a run issue or a spec issue." "And if it is a spec issue?" He stopped in front of her. The fog haloed the light behind him. "Then we recall every shell that left the building, and Halverton Tide spends the next quarter trying to convince the world it still makes gear worth trusting." Wrenley looked at the pallets behind her, at the inventory tag, at the date code that marked the moment the company had started making something that was not quite right. "I need to see the original spec," she said, "before the change. And I need to talk to Tobias's materials lead. He is on leave. Then I need his notes." His change order file, his email thread with the supplier. Caedmon studied her. You think this was deliberate? I think someone approved a lower heat set and a faster cure cycle without updating the testing protocol. That is either negligence or pressure from above. She met his gaze. And if the board meets in an hour, we have less than that to find out which one. He held her eyes for a beat longer than necessary. Then he pulled out his phone. I will get you the file access. He was already walking back toward the car, and she followed because there was nowhere else to go. But the question followed her, cold as the warehouse air. How much had been hidden, and who had hidden it? Chapter 14. The warehouse office smelled like grease and old coffee. Fluorescent lights hummed over a folding table covered in printouts, shift schedules, and a half-eaten sandwich someone had abandoned mid-bite. Wrenley stood in the doorway and watched Caedmon work. He had pulled the production coordinator named Ellis aside the moment they arrived. A wiry man in his 50s with safety glasses pushed up on his forehead and calluses visible even from across the room. The man looked cornered. Caedmon asked questions in a low, even voice. When was the laminate change implemented? Who signed off on the line revalidation? Did anyone flag the new heat set as outside the original spec range? Ellis answered with his hands spread on the table like he was surrendering. He remembered the change order. He had initialed the routing slip, but he had not read the full technical appendix because the materials lead had told him it was a simple vendor substitution. Same performance, lower cost. Same performance? Caedmon repeated. That is what I was told. Ellis's voice cracked. If I had known the heat set was lower, I would have flagged it. I have been running this line for 12 years. I know what a shoulder seam should take. Caedmon did not push. He nodded once, wrote something in his notebook and said, You are not the problem here. The relief on Ellis's face was almost painful to watch. Wrenley stepped into the room. We need a list of every shift that ran the new spec, names, dates, batch numbers. Ellis straightened. I can pull that. Do it. Caedmon closed his notebook. And do not talk to anyone else about this until we have the test results. Tobias already called, Ellis said. Asked me what I told you. When he do it. Wrenley's chest tightened. I can pull that. Do it. Caedmon closed his notebook. And do not talk to anyone else about this until we have the test results. Tobias already called, Ellis said. Asked me what I told you. Wrenley's chest tightened. What did you tell him? That I was following orders. Ellis looked at the floor. He said that was not good enough. Caedmon's jaw tightened, but he did not say anything. Ellis left. Wrenley watched him go, then turned to Caedmon. Tobias is trying to build a narrative. Or he is trying to find someone to blame before the narrative builds itself around him. Same thing. Caedmon looked at her. The fluorescent light cut shadows across the thin scar at his jaw. Did you see his hands? Caedmon asked. Whose? Ellis. He set his notebook down. The calluses, the grip strength when he held the sample. He has been on that line for 12 years. He knows when something is wrong. Wrenley understood. You believe him? I believe he did what he was told. Materials lead tells production the new spec is equivalent. Production runs it. That is not negligence. That is a chain of trust that broke somewhere above his pay grade. And if the board disagrees? The board was not on this floor. Caedmon picked up his coffee. It had to be cold by now. He drank it anyway. They want a scapegoat. Ellis is convenient. He signed the routing slip. He runs the shift that produced the first batch. He does not have a union rep who can push back. But you are not letting them have him. He looked at her. For a moment, he looked like a man who was tired of deciding who got to survive. No, he said. I am not. The call came 20 minutes later. Wrenley was on the loading dock, phone pressed to her ear, watching a freight truck back into Bay 3. The driver did not know his load included product that might fail in the field. He whistled as he worked. On the line, Dimitri Sands spoke in the measured tone of a man who had already mapped every legal exit. Voluntary hold notice is drafted. Filing it would protect Halverton against punitive damages if the failure rate exceeds 5%. It would also trigger notification requirements within 72 hours. The press will run the story. And if we do not file? Then you gamble that the failures are isolated, and every subsequent report carries triple liability exposure. Wrenley watched the truck driver lower the hydraulic lift. How long do I have to decide? Until I send the email? Dimitri paused. Or until someone else sends it first? She ended the call and pressed her palm to the cold steel of the dock rail. The fog had thickened. It swallowed the streetlights, the warehouse roofline, the distant shape of a container ship moving through the channel. Harbor Crane in November was a city made of gray sky, gray water, gray concrete. The only color came from the Halverton Tide logo on the side of the truck, bright orange and climbing blue. A memory surfaced. Her grandmother's kitchen. The way the afternoon light had come through the west window, warm and amber, the only warm thing in a room full of grief. Wrenley had been 14. Her grandmother had said, "You cannot save everything by wanting it hard enough." She had not understood then. She understood now. Footsteps behind her. Caedmon. "Dimitri?" He gave me 72 hours to decide on the hold notice. 72 hours is not long. Wrenley turned. "What would you do?" He considered the question, not the answer he had prepared for a room full of directors, but the real one. "I would file the notice," he said, "because the longer you wait to tell the truth, the more it looks like you were trying to hide it." She felt the weight of that. "Even if it destroys the company?" "The company is not the product." He looked at her. "It is the people who build it. If you protect the product at their expense, you have already lost the thing that made it worth saving." Wrenley held his gaze. The fog moved between them like a curtain. "Tobias called Ellis," she said. "Told him his answers were not good enough." Caedmon's expression did not change, but something in his posture shifted, a hardening. "Then Tobias is scared," he said, "and scared people make bad decisions." "What kind of bad decisions?" "The kind that gets someone else fired before the truth comes out." Her phone buzzed, a text from an unknown number. "Board is meeting at 4. Neda wants you present. Alone." Wrenley showed it to Caedmon. He read it, and his jaw tightened. "They are going to pressure you to name a responsible party. Or become one. Do not go alone." "I do not have a choice." "You always have a choice." She looked at him. The fog, the fluorescent light, the pallets of products she had not decided whether to pull. "Then come with me," she said. The words hung between them. Caedmon held her gaze for a beat longer than necessary. "I will be in the hall," he said, "if you need me." He walked back into the warehouse. Wrenley stayed on the dock, phone still in her hand, the fog curling around her boots. 3 hours until the meeting. 3 hours to decide whose head she was willing to let roll. Chapter 15. The conference room smelled of stale coffee and the particular tension that followed a crisis meeting. Wrenley sat at the center of the long table, Neda at the head, 3 other directors flanking her like a firing squad. She had been in this room before. She had presented budgets, defended programs, absorbed blame, but never like this. Neda's voice was calm and precise, the tone of someone who had already decided where the story would land. "The timeline is straightforward. Ridgecrest production began in March. The spec change was approved in February. Wrenley's project calendar for Q1 shows she signed off on the product launch window 4 weeks later." Wrenley's throat tightened. "I signed off on the retail calendar, not the manufacturing spec." "You signed off on the product," Neda said. "The product that is now delaminating in the field." The director to her left, a man with silver glasses and a voice like gravel, leaned forward. "We are not saying you caused the failure, Wrenley. We are saying your name is on the timeline. The press will ask who approved the product. The answer cannot be, 'We don't know.'" "Then the answer is the updated testing protocol that was never filed," Wrenley said. "That is not my department." "It touches your department." Neda's smile was thin. "You manage project coordination across product development. You own the launch calendar. You are the one who told the board we could ship on schedule." The room pressed in. Wrenley's hands were flat on the table, palms down. She could feel the scar on her thumb, the one from the box cutter, the one that meant she had been in the warehouse long enough to know how product actually moved. She wanted to tell them that. She wanted to explain that the calendar did not test laminate adhesion, that her job was about timing and staging, not materials engineering. But she had learned something in the weeks since Caedmon had walked into her life. Excuses sounded like excuses, even when they were true. "I will take responsibility for the calendar," she said. "I will not take responsibility for a spec change I was never told about." Netta's eyes sharpened. "Who told you about it?" "No one." "Then you are saying you should have known." The trap was clean and fast. If Wrenley said yes, she accepted the failure. If she said no, she admitted that her oversight did not extend deep enough to catch the problem, which was the same failure with different language. She opened her mouth to answer. The door opened. Caedmon stepped inside. No knock, no hesitation. He crossed the room like he owned it, and in the way he carried himself, Wrenley saw something she had only glimpsed before. Not a consultant. Someone who had walked into rooms like this and made them bend. "The timeline is incomplete," he said. Netta's expression cooled. "This is a board meeting, Caedmon. You were not invited." The spec change was approved 6 months ago. The testing protocol was never updated. The material substitution was communicated to production as an equivalent replacement. 3 people in the chain approved it without reviewing the technical appendix. He stopped at the foot of the table. Wrenley's signature on the launch calendar is 18 steps downstream from the failure. If you want to blame the calendar, you have to first explain why none of the people with materials authority caught the problem upstream. The gravel-voiced director shifted. "Who are those people?" "That is the investigation I am running," Caedmon said. "A real investigation, not a scapegoat search." Netta's hands remained still on the table. "The board expects accountability. Then hold the people who made the decision accountable, not the person who trusted that the decision had been vetted. And if we cannot find who made the decision, then you hold the system that allowed the decision to go unchecked." Caedmon's voice dropped. "That includes the department head who signed the materials lead's routing authority. That is Tobias Rilling." The room went quiet. Wrenley felt the shift. Caedmon had just named Tobias, publicly, in front of the board. He had taken the heat off her and put it on someone else. Someone she had asked to trust her. She should have felt relief. Instead, she felt the floor tilt. "You are broadening the fault line," Netta said. "I am naming the actual fault line." Caedmon moved out the chair beside Wrenley and sat down. "Wrenley runs project coordination. She does not test laminated adhesion. If the board wants to blame her for trusting her colleagues' expertise, then the board has to explain why it hired experts in the first place." The gravel-voiced director was writing something. The third director, a woman with gray-streaked hair and a stillness that reminded Wrenley of Dimitri, watched Caedmon with an expression that was hard to read. Netta was the last to speak. "You are protecting her." "I am protecting the investigation," Caedmon said. "If you rush to name a responsible party before the evidence is complete, every future legal challenge will argue that you selected a target rather than pursued the truth." The legal argument was clean. Wrenley saw it land. Netta's jaw tightened. "You have 72 hours to complete the trace. I have 72 hours to file the hold notice. The investigation will take longer. Then the board expects a preliminary report by end of week. You will have it." The meeting unraveled after that. Procedural questions, calendar updates, a vote to delay the press response until the test results were complete. Wrenley answered when she was asked, nodded when she needed to agree, and kept her hands flat on the table so no one would see them shake. By the time the directors filed out, the room felt hollow. She waited until the door closed. Then she turned to Caedmon. "You just named Tobias in front of the board." "I named the department that owns the spec approval chain." "You know what that means for him." "I know what it means for you if I had not." The words landed like a strike. She wanted to argue. She wanted to say that Tobias was scared, that he had called Ellis, that he was making bad decisions because he felt cornered. She wanted to protect him the way she protected everyone. But Caedmon was right. If he had not stepped in, she would have been the face of the failure. The press would have run her photograph. The board would have had a name to offer the public, and she would have been gone, and the investigation would have stopped the moment she was fired. "Thank you," she said. He did not say, "You're welcome." He said, The hallway promise stands. If you need me, I am here. He stood, gathered his folio, and walked to the door. Wrenley stayed seated, the silence of the empty room settling around her. She was safe, for now. But she had watched the board look at her, and she had seen something she had not expected. Netta had not been surprised by Caedmon's intervention. She had been waiting for it. The question was why, and who else was watching. Chapter 16. The hallway outside the East Conference Room had gone quiet. Wrenley stood with her back against the wall, watching the last of the directors disappear around the corner. Her hands were still flat at her sides, fingers pressed against her thighs as if she could hold herself steady through pressure alone. Caedmon had named Tobias. He had walked into a board meeting without invitation, interrupted a chaired director, and publicly redirected blame onto a department head who had been her ally since her second week at Halverton. And she had let him. The door opened behind her. Caedmon stepped out, folio tucked under his arm. He stopped when he saw her, reading something in her posture that made his jaw tighten. "You should go home," he said. "I should call Tobias. Not tonight. Caedmon. Tomorrow he will know what happened. Tonight he will either lie awake wondering, or he will call someone he should not call, and we will learn something useful from watching." She turned to face him fully. "You used him as bait." "I used the chain of command. He owns that chain. Because his senior materials lead approved a change order while her mother was dying. That is not the same as negligence." "It is the same when the public holds the company accountable." Caedmon's voice was low, stripped of the courtroom precision he had used in the boardroom. "The press will not care whose mother was dying. They will ask who was paid to oversee the spec and whether they were paying attention." Wrenley felt the truth of it land in her chest, cold and heavy. She wanted to argue. She wanted to find a version of events where Tobias walked away clean and the company survived and no one had to carry the weight of a mistake that had felt small 6 months ago. But that version did not exist. "Come with me," Caedmon said. "Where?" "Office. I need to check something before the trace window closes." She should have said no. She should have gone home, called Mirelle, let someone talk her through the shape of what had just happened. Instead, she followed him. They walked through the empty headquarters in silence. The lights were on a late-night dimmer, casting long shadows across the open-plan desks and the branded mission statement stenciled on the far wall. "Welcome, everyone." Caedmon's office was 2 doors down from the East Conference Room. He held the door for her, then crossed to his desk and pulled up a log file on his screen. Wrenley stood by the window, watching the fog roll in from the harbor. The ferry lights blinked through the gray, slow and rhythmic. "You knew Netta would try that," she said. "Which part?" "The part where she framed the crisis as proof your approach is failing. She wanted you to double down on liquidation so she could paint you as the person who gave up first." Caedmon did not look up from the screen. "She is positioning for the vote. If she can make the board believe the crisis proves the company cannot be saved, liquidation becomes the responsible choice instead of the aggressive one. And you stopped her." "I bought time." Wrenley turned from the window. "Why?" He looked up then. His face was unreadable, but his eyes held something she had not seen before, not guarded, weary. "Because I am not ready to answer that question yet," he said. The answer was not an answer. It was an admission that an answer existed. She felt the floor shift again. "You came into that meeting knowing what she would try." "I suspected, and you still walked in." "I told you I would be in the hall. You told me you would wait. I changed my mind." His voice dropped. "She was going to use you to force my hand. If I let her make you the scapegoat, I lose you and the investigation. If I defend you, I reveal that I am watching the board more closely than a consultant should." "Which is exactly what you did." "Yes," which confirmed what she already suspected. Caedmon leaned back in his chair. The leather creaked. "Netta has been suspicious since week 2. She does not know who I am, but she knows I am not what I claim to be. Tonight, she tried to force me to show my hand. And you showed it anyway?" "I showed what I needed her to see." He held her gaze. "That I will protect you before I protect myself." The words hung between them, raw and unguarded. Wrenley's throat tightened. "Why?" she said again. Because you are the only person in this building who has looked at me without trying to figure out what I am worth to them. That is not true. It is. He stood, rounding the desk until he was close enough that she could see the thin scar at the edge of his jaw. You looked at me like I was a problem to be solved, then like I was a person to be understood. You did not want anything from me except the truth. You lied to me. I am still lying to you. The confession hit like a door slamming shut. She should have stepped back. She should have demanded the full truth right there in the low light of his office with the fog pressing against the glass. But she did not. She looked at his hands instead, the pale burn mark on his right wrist, the way his fingers rested against his thigh, still waiting. Tell me one thing, she said. One thing I can actually answer. Did you come here to say Halverton Tide, or to bury it? He was silent for a long moment. Then he said, I came here to find out which one it deserves. The answer was not the one she wanted, but it was honest. And that, tonight, was enough to keep her standing beside him. She nodded once, turned, and walked to the door. Wrenley. She stopped. Tomorrow the board will regroup. They will try again, from a different angle, with a different argument, and they will use whatever I did tonight as evidence that I have a personal stake in protecting you. I know. Are you ready for that? She looked back at him over her shoulder. I have been protecting people my whole life, she said. Maybe it is time someone protected me back. She stepped into the hallway, and behind her, in the empty office, Caedmon stood very still, watching the space where she had been, long after the door clicked shut. Chapter 17. The fog had not lifted by morning. Wrenley stood at the East Conference Room window with a paper cup of coffee that had gone cold in her hand, watching the harbor lights blink through the gray. She had slept 3 hours, maybe 4, enough to function, not enough to stop replaying his voice. I came here to find out which one it deserves. The door opened behind her. Caedmon entered with a leather folio and a coat, still damp from the walk across the parking lot. He did not stop at the table. He crossed to the window and stood 2 feet from her, close enough that she could smell rain and coffee on his clothes. You are early, she said. So are you. I could not sleep. Neither could I. She did not look at him. The fog pressed against the glass like a held breath. The board will reconvene at 10, he said. Neda has already circulated a memo framing the hold notice as a sign of systemic failure. Systemic failure in Tobias's department. Systemic failure in the company's quality culture. He paused. She is widening the target. If she can make the board believe the problem is structural rather than procedural, the investigation becomes an indictment of the whole operation instead of a single approval chain. And liquidation becomes the reasonable response. Yes. Wrenley set the cold coffee on the windowsill. What do you need from me? Same thing I needed yesterday. The truth about what you know, when you knew it, and what you did about it. I already told you. Tell me again, in writing, before she asks you in a room full of people who will write down every word. She turned to face him. His jaw was tight, the scar at the edge clean in the fluorescent light. He looked like a man who had not slept either, but his eyes were clear, watchful, fixed on her with an intensity that made the air between them feel thinner than it should. You are preparing a defense, she said. I am preparing your defense. Because if I fall, you lose the investigation. Because if you fall, I lose. He stopped. The silence stretched. Finish that sentence, she said. Caedmon looked at her for a long moment. Then he shook his head once, a small movement, almost private. I cannot. Because you are still lying to me. Because I do not know how to say it in a way that does not make the lie worse. She should have pushed. She should have demanded the words he had swallowed, but she saw something in his face that made her stop. Not evasion. Fear. The kind of fear that came from wanting something so badly that admitting it felt like handing someone the weapon to destroy you. I will write the statement, she said. By 9. I will have Jory pull the test results from the first batch samples. If the delamination is isolated to the later runs, we can argue the spec change was a gradual drift rather than a systemic failure. You already thought of that. I thought of it at 3 in the morning when I stopped pretending I could sleep. She almost smiled. Almost. Borrowed air, she said. What? Last night, in your office, you said you bought time. This is borrowed air. We are breathing something that does not belong to us, and at some point, the bill comes due. Caedmon studied her. His voice dropped. I know. Then stop pretending you can keep me safe and the company safe and yourself hidden all at once. You are going to have to pick. The words landed harder than she intended. He did not flinch. I picked, he said. Last night, in that room, when I walked in. He left before she could ask what he meant. The hallway was empty by the time she followed. She found Mirelle at the printer in operations, yanking a jammed sheet from the tray with more force than strictly necessary. Do not, Mirelle said without turning around. Do not what? Do not stand there with that look on your face and pretend you have any idea what you are doing. Wrenley leaned against the wall. What look? The look that says you spent last night thinking about him instead of sleeping. Mirelle ripped the paper free and turned. I have known you for 6 years. You get that particular hollow-eyed expression exactly one way. Work. Lust. Mirelle. Denial, then. Same thing, different packaging. Wrenley crossed her arms. This is exactly about that. Mirelle stepped closer, her voice dropping. I saw him walk into that board meeting yesterday. I saw him take a bullet for you in front of people who could fire him. And I saw you watch him like he hung the moon while you were pretending to read the agenda. Wrenley's throat tightened. He protected me because the investigation needs me. The investigation does not need him to look at you like he is trying to memorize your face before a door closes. Mirelle shook her head. You are in trouble, Wren. Not the kind that goes away with a written statement. She picked up the printout and walked past her, leaving Wrenley alone in the fluorescent hum. Jory found it at her desk 20 minutes later. His face was pale, the way it had been the first time he showed her the access logs. He set a tablet on her desk and turned the screen toward her. I found something, he said. In the Legacy Archive. What kind of something? Jory swallowed. There is an account in the system that predates the current credential structure. It was created 6 years ago, before most of our digital records migrated to the new platform. Whose account? I do not know. The name field is blank. But the permissions are identical to the owner-level access I found on Caedmon's badge. Wrenley stared at the screen. A date, a set of permissions she recognized, a name field that someone had deliberately erased. 6 years ago, she said. Before you started, Jory said quietly. Before anyone on the turnaround team was hired. Before the company even knew it was in trouble. She ran her finger over the blank name field. Someone had been watching Halverton Tide for 6 years. Someone had been waiting. Chapter 18. The day did not get better. By 3 in the afternoon, Wrenley had written 2 versions of her statement, scrapped both, and started a third that said nothing she could not defend in front of the board. Jory's discovery sat in her chest like a stone she could not swallow. A blank account. 6 years of watching. Someone inside the system before anyone knew the system needed watching. She avoided coupling, not deliberately at first. She buried herself in the Ridgecrest trace documents, cross-referencing batch numbers against supplier receipts, building a timeline that would either prove gradual drift or expose a single point of failure. The work was clean. The numbers did not lie. She could lose herself in spreadsheets and avoid the question that kept surfacing. If Caedmon was not telling her who he was, how much of what she felt for him was real, and how much was performance? Mirelle's words followed her through every empty hallway. You are in trouble, she knew. At 5:47, the building began to empty. Lights clicked off in open-plan sections. The janitorial cart rattled past the East Conference Room. Wrenley stayed at her desk, the third statement draft open and unchanged, the cursor blinking at her like an accusation. She needed air. She walked the corridor toward the break room, past the brand gallery where Una's photograph still hung in its frame. She had not looked at it since Caedmon showed her. She looked now. Dark hair, grease-darkened hands, a smile that seemed to know something the camera did not. The best person I ever knew. Wrenley pressed her palm flat against the glass. The woman in the photograph had been dead for years, and still she had more claim to Caedmon's truth than Wrenley did. That thought burned. She turned away. Something glinted on the floor near the base of the gallery wall. A small silver card on the industrial carpet, half hidden where the frame's shadow fell. She bent and picked it up. An access badge. Backplate scratched, the magnetic strip worn from use. The photo showed a man she did not recognize. Narrow face, thinning hair, no expression. The name embossed beneath read, D.H. Crofton, Procurement Liaison, Level 2. She did not know a D.H. Crofton. Level 2 badges did not get Procurement Liaison titles. They got warehouse bay access and breakroom privileges. She turned the badge over. The back had a ham-scratched date, 2023.11.06. Almost a year ago. A badge that old should have been deactivated or returned. Instead, it sat under a brand gallery frame in a corridor people walked through every day. Her fingers tightened on the plastic. She walked to the nearest terminal, the old one in the East Hall that still ran the legacy interface. She swiped the badge. The screen flickered. A prompt appeared. Name on file, Crofton, D.H. Status, inactive. Manual override. Access tier, Level 3. Downgraded from Level 5, Level 5, Founder level. Her blood went cold. She clicked into the permissions log. The system hesitated, then opened a nested menu she had never seen before, a deep archive hidden behind the simple query. The audit trail unfurled in green text. Original credential issued. 2017.03.12, issuing authority. Owner system entry. Last active scan, 2023.10.31, downgrade to Level 3, 2023.11.01. Day before the badge was scratched with that date. Someone had given D.H. Crofton owner-level access for 6 years, then downgraded him exactly 1 day before the badge was left under a gallery frame. She opened the credential link history. The name linked to the original entry was not Crofton. It was not a name at all. It was a code string that resolved to a single line of text she had seen once before, in Joy's tablet, in the archive he had found that morning. Owner-level account created. 2017.03.12. Name field, blank. The same account, the same empty name, the same date of origin. Someone had created a founder-level credential 6 years ago, assigned it to a procurement liaison who did not exist, and let it sit dormant in the system until a year ago. Then they had downgraded it and left it where someone would find it, or where someone would not. She closed the terminal. Her hands were shaking, but she did not feel cold. She stood in the empty hallway, the badge pressed against her palm, and let the shape of it settle. Caedmon Pemberton did not have a face that matched his name. He had founder-level access that predated the current credential system. He had known Una. He had known the person who signed the bad supplier contract. He had walked into a board meeting like he owned the room, and Netta Quimby had not been surprised to see him there. And there was an account in the system, an account with no name. An account created the same day someone gave D.H. Crofton a badge he should never have carried. She thought about the way Caedmon had looked at her last night, the fear in his face when she asked what he was still hiding. Because I do not know how to say it in a way that does not make the lie worse. She thought about the coffee he had brought her. Black, no sugar, the way he had known before she told him. She thought about the portrait on the wall in the main office. Founder Auberon Faulkner, steel gray eyes, lean, rangy build, a thin scar at the edge of his left jaw. The same scar Caedmon carried, the same eyes, the same hollowed stillness when someone mentioned the company's early years. She looked down at the badge in her hand. D.H. Crofton, a ghost name for a ghost account. But Caedmon was not a ghost. He was standing in the East conference room doorway, watching her. She did not know how long he had been there. Long enough. "I found your badge," she said. Her voice did not shake. Caedmon did not move. "That is not my badge." "It has your name all over it." She held it up. Level 5, owner credentials, blank name field. Same date as the ghost account Jory found this morning. Silence. 6 years, she said. Someone has been watching this company from inside its own system for 6 years. Someone with founder-level access. Someone who knew where to find a badge that should not exist. She stepped toward him. "Who is D.H. Crofton?" Caedmon's jaw tightened. The scar at the edge of it went white. No one. Then whose badge is this? A beat. Mine. The word landed like glass breaking. Wrenley stopped breathing. Yours. Before I came back as Caedmon. His voice was low, stripped of defense. I needed a way inside the system that would not trace to the name everyone remembered. Crofton was a procurement alias. I created the account, issued the badge, and let it sit. When I returned last year, I downgraded the access so it would not trigger alerts. You created an owner-level ghost account under a fake name so you could watch your own company from the dark. Yes. She stared at him. Who are you? She said. She already knew. The shape of it had been forming since the first morning, since the moment he deleted her agenda from the conference room screen, and she felt the weight of a stranger who moved like he belonged. Who are you really? Caedmon looked at her. The mask was not quite gone, but it was thin enough that she could see through to the man beneath it, the one who had brought her coffee, who had stayed in the war room, who had told her she was the first person he had wanted to notice in years, the one who had been lying to her since the moment they met. My name, he said, is not Caedmon Pemberton. He said it like a door closing. I am Auberon Faulkner. Chapter 19. The word hung in the empty hallway like smoke. Auberon Faulkner. Wrenley heard herself breathe. The sound was too loud in the silence. The badge pressed against her palm, its edges sharp enough to remember. No. It came out before she could stop it. Caedmon did not flinch. He stood in the east conference room doorway, hands at his sides, the fluorescent light cutting shadows under his eyes. He looked like a man who had stopped running because there was nowhere left to go. Yes. You cannot be. I am. She shook her head. The motion was small, automatic, a refusal she could not sustain. Because she had known. Some part of her had known since the first morning, since the moment he deleted her agenda and the room had bent around him like he owned it. Because he did own it. You built this company. Her voice cracked on the word. You built it, and you left, and you let everyone think you were dead, or gone, or... She stopped. You let us think you did not care. Caedmon's jaw tightened. The scar at the edge of it went white. I cared. You left. I had to. Why? He did not answer. Wrenley stepped forward. The badge was still in her hand, and she held it up like a weapon, like proof of something she could not yet name. 6 years, she said. You created a ghost account 6 years ago. You have been watching this company from the dark for 6 years. You came back as someone else, and you sat across from me, and you watched me fight for programs you built, and you never said a word. I could not. You could not. She laughed. It was not a happy sound. You walked into my office, deleted my presentation, called my community initiatives non-essential spending, and you could not tell me you were the man who started this company because your mother loved hiking. Caedmon closed his eyes. Just for a second. When he opened them, the mask was thinner than she had ever seen it. My mother was dead by the time Halverton Tide existed. The words landed like stones. Wrenley's breath caught. She died when I was 22. His voice was low, careful, like he was reading from a script he had written and rewritten alone. She never saw the first tent come off the line. She never saw any of it. Then who? She stopped. The photograph. The dark-haired woman with grease on her hands. Una. Caedmon's face went still. Una was not my mother. Then who was she? He did not answer her, but something moved behind his eyes, something raw and guarded, and Wrenley felt the shape of it settle in her chest. She was the best person I ever knew, he said. The words were the same ones he had used before, in the war room, when he had shown her the photograph, but this time they carried a different weight. And she died because of choices I made. Choices you made how? Choices I made when I was still Auberon Faulkner, when I was still the person who believed he could hold everything together by sheer force of will. He looked at her. I was wrong. Wrenley stood in the empty hallway, the badge in her hand, and let the shape of it settle. Tell me, she said. Tell me everything. Caedmon looked at her for a long moment. Then he stepped back into the conference room, held the door open, and waited. She walked past him. The room was dark, except for the streetlights bleeding through the blinds. She did not sit. She turned to face him. "The night I was supposed to close the deal that would have kept Halverton Tide afloat through the first recession," he said. Una was driving back from a supplier meeting. Weather was bad. Road was wet. She took a curve too fast. He stopped. "I was on the phone with the investor when the call dropped. I did not find out until 3 hours later." The silence was a living thing. "It was my fault," he said. "I pushed her to take that meeting. I told her we needed the margin. I told her I could not close the deal without her numbers." "Caedmon, Auberon." His voice was flat. "My name is Auberon. I stopped being Caedmon the moment I told you the truth." She stared at him. "Why the alias?" "Because I could not walk in here as the man who built this place and expect anyone to tell me the truth about what it had become." He stepped closer. "Because if you had known who I was, you would have treated me like a ghost, not a consultant. You would have been careful. You would have performed. I needed to see what this company actually was, not what people wanted the founder to see." "And what did you see?" He held her gaze. "I saw a woman who carries the weight of everyone around her because she is afraid of what happens if she stops." The words hit like a slap. Wrenley's throat tightened. "Do not do that." "Do what?" "Do not pretend you have been watching me out of some noble instinct. You have been lying to me since the moment we met. You let me fight you. Let me hate you. Let me defend programs you built, and you never once told me who you really were." "I could not." "You could not?" She shook her head. "You mean you chose not to?" The distinction landed. Caedmon looked at her. The mask was not quite gone, but it was thin enough that she could see through to the man beneath it, the one who had brought her coffee, who had stayed in the war room, who had told her she was the first person he had wanted to notice in years, the one who had been lying to her since the moment they met. "You are right," he said. "I chose not to." The admission hit harder than a defense would have. "Because I was not ready for you to know," he said. "Because I did not know what I would do with the knowledge once you had it. Because I have spent 6 years watching this company from the dark, and I still do not know if it deserves to survive." Wrenley's blood went cold. "Is that why you came back? To decide whether to kill it?" Caedmon said nothing. "Answer me." "I came back," he said slowly, "to find out if there was anything left worth saving." The words landed like stones. Wrenley looked at him, at the man she had fought, respected, wanted, trusted, at the man who had held her in the war room and told her she was the first person he had wanted to notice in years, at the man who had been lying to her since the moment they met. "Tell me the rest," she said. He looked at her. The mask was gone, but something else remained, something held in reserve, something he had not yet decided to share. "That is not all of it," she said. "Is it?" It was not a question. Caedmon's jaw tightened. "There are things," he said, "that I cannot tell you yet." "Why not?" "Because I do not know what you will do with them." "Trust," Wrenley said, "works both ways." He looked at her. The silence stretched. Then his phone buzzed on the table. He glanced at it. His face did not change. But something in his posture shifted, something that made Wrenley's stomach drop. "Who's that?" "The board," he said. "They know." "Know what?" "That the founder is back." The words landed like a door slamming shut. Wrenley stared at him. "How do they know?" Caedmon picked up the phone. His face was unreadable. "Because someone told them." Chapter 20. The phone buzzed again. Wrenley did not look away from his face. "Who told them?" "I do not know yet. You must have an idea." Caedmon's jaw worked. "Neda has suspected since week 2. Dimitri knows more than he says. Saskia has access to board communications." He paused. "It could be any of them. It could be someone I have not considered." "You have been watching this company for 6 years from the dark," Wrenley said. "You must have a list." Something flickered in his eyes. "Respect or recognition. I have names. I do not have certainty." The admission landed strangely. She had expected him to have answers, to have planned for every contingency. The fact that he did not made him more human and less safe at the same time. "What happens now?" Caedmon looked at the phone in his hand. "The board will want to meet. They will want an explanation. They will want to know what I intend to do." And what do you intend to do? He met her eyes. I intend to finish what I started. Which is what, exactly? Because I am having trouble tracking your objectives. He set the phone down. The gesture was deliberate, a decision to give her his full attention. I came back because I saw Halverton Tide making the same mistakes I made the first time, holding on too long, protecting people who should have been moved, letting sentiment override strategy until the only option left was collapse. He paused. I needed to see if the company could be saved without the founder's ghost in the room, because if it could not, then it was already dead. It just did not know it yet. And now? I am still deciding. The words hit like cold water. Wrenley's hands stayed at her sides. You have been here for weeks. You have seen the repair clinic. You have watched the floor staff work. You have seen what this place means to people. I have. And you still do not know? Caedmon's silence was the only answer she needed. You built this place, she said. You built it with Una. You watched it grow. And you are telling me you can walk away from it? I walked away once. His voice was flat. I can do it again. The difference between can and will was a thin blade, but she felt it cut. You are not going to tell me what you have decided. I cannot tell you what I have not decided. But you are going to let me keep working beside you while you figure it out. I am going to ask you to. Wrenley laughed. It came out sharp and broken. You are asking me to trust you after you have admitted you are still lying to me. I am asking you to trust that I am telling the truth about not knowing. That is not the same thing. No, he said. It is not. She turned away. The streetlights bled through the blinds, casting long shadows across the conference table where they had spent so many hours fighting and collaborating and accidentally discovering each other. Who knows, she said. Who else knows who you really are? Netta, Dmitri, possibly Saskia. Possibly. I have never confirmed it with any of them, but they are not stupid. Neither am I. I know. She turned back. You let me think you were someone else. You let me fight you, hate you, trust you. You let me tell you things I have never told anyone, and all of it was built on a lie. You told me those things because you chose to, not because I tricked you into it. The context matters. Does it? Of course it does. Caedmon stepped closer. Not threatening, not pleading, just closer. Would you have told me those things if you had known I was Auberon Faulkner? No. Would you have treated me differently? Yes. Would you have told me the truth about the Bend losses? Would you have shown me the shadow system? Would you have let me see you break? Wrenley's throat tightened. No, she said. Then the lie gave us the truth. Is that how you justify it? It is how I explain it. He held her gaze. I did not come here to deceive you. I came here to see Halverton Tide as it actually was, and what I found was a woman who has been carrying this place on her back for 2 years, hiding losses, running a shadow system, protecting people who do not even know they need protecting. I would not have seen any of that if you had known who I was. So this was for my benefit? No, it was for mine. But I am telling you the truth now because you deserve to have it. Wrenley's hands were shaking. She pressed them flat against her thighs. What about the rest of it? The rest of it? The things you cannot tell me yet, the things you are holding back. Caedmon's face did not change, but something in his eyes shifted. A door closing, or a door not yet opened. Some of it is not mine to tell. Some of it I am not ready to speak. And some of it, he said, I do not know how to say. The honesty was disarming. She had expected deflection, more half-truths, more careful management of what she was allowed to see. Instead, he gave her the raw edge of his uncertainty. You are asking me to work beside you while you decide whether to destroy everything I have spent 2 years trying to save. I am asking you to work beside me while we try to save it together. And if I decide it cannot be saved, I will tell you before I act. That is not a promise. It is the best I have. She looked at him, at the man who had held her in the war room, who had brought her coffee exactly right, who had walked into a board meeting to protect her before she even knew she needed protecting, at the man who had been lying to her since the moment they met. I will not expose you, she said. Not yet, but I am not trusting you either. I am watching, And if I see you move against this company, against these people, I will burn you to the ground with everything I have." Caedmon nodded. "I would expect nothing less." "Good." She turned and walked to the door. Her hand was on the frame when his voice stopped her. "Wrenley?" She did not turn. "Thank you." She stood in the doorway. The corridor was dark, the building empty, the night pressing against the windows like something waiting to be let in. "Do not thank me yet." She walked out. The hallway stretched ahead, fluorescent hum filling the silence. Her footsteps echoed off the linoleum. She did not look back. Behind her, the conference room door stayed open. She made it to the stairwell before her phone buzzed. Jory Bacaley's name lit the screen. She stared at it. Of course. Of course Jory would be the one to find something else. She answered. "Wrenley, I found something." His voice was tight. "In the legacy archive. Deeper than the blank account." Her stomach dropped. "What kind of something?" "A data pull log. Someone has been running weekly reports from inside the system for 6 years. Full financials, staff changes, product pipeline, everything. Can you trace the login?" "That is the thing." His voice went quieter. "It is the same blank account, the one with no name. But the IP address attached to the logins does not come from inside Halverton Tide." "Where does it come from?" A pause. "I do not know yet, but I am going to find out." The line went dead. Wrenley stood in the stairwell, phone in her hand, the weight of what she had just learned pressing down on her chest. Caedmon had been watching for 6 years, but someone else had been watching too. Chapter 21. The stairwell hummed with the dead dial tone. Wrenley gripped the phone until her knuckles ached. Someone else. For 6 years. She pushed through the fire door and walked back the way she had come. The corridor had never seemed longer, each fluorescent panel buzzing overhead like a countdown she could not stop. The conference room door was still open. Caedmon stood exactly where she had left him, hands braced on the back of a chair, head down. He looked up when she entered. His face did not change, but something behind his eyes went still and watchful. "Jory found a data pull log," she said. "Weekly reports for 6 years, full financials, staff changes, pipeline, same blank account." She watched him process it. The stillness that crept over his face was not surprise, it was recognition. "You knew." "I suspected." His voice came out flat. "I could never prove it. The log was buried deep enough that even I could not trace it without triggering an alert." "Who is it?" "I do not know. You created the account. I created the account to watch my own company. I did not give anyone else the credentials." Wrenley stepped into the room. The door sighed shut behind her. 6 years. Someone has been reading Halverton Tide's internal reports every week for 6 years. While you were gone, while I was hiding losses, while the board was circling liquidation. And you are telling me you never thought to mention this? I am telling you I did not know how to mention it without sounding like I was making excuses for every other lie I told. She wanted to hit him. She wanted to walk out and never look back. Instead, she pulled out the chair across from him and sat. "Start talking." He lowered himself into the seat opposite hers. The conference table stretched between them, scarred with the ghosts of 1,000 meetings. "When I left, I thought I was doing the right thing. The company was still healthy. Ina's death had hollowed me out to the point where I could not look at a balance sheet without seeing her name in every line item. I needed distance. I needed to stop being the person whose decisions had killed the person I loved." He paused, drew a breath that did not seem to fill his lungs. "So I left. I handed control to a board I trusted and walked away. And for the first year, I did not look back. I told myself I was healing. I told myself the company was better off without me. And then I got curious. Or worried, I do not know which came first. I created the Crofton alias and the blank account to pull a single report, just to see if the ship was still sailing. Was it? It was limping, not sinking yet, but the hull had cracks. I told myself I would check again in a month. Then again, then again. He met her eyes. I never stopped. Every week for 6 years I pulled the reports. I watched good people leave. I watched bad decisions get made. I watched the company I built drift toward the rocks while I sat in a rented apartment in a city I did not love, telling myself I had no right to intervene. Wrenley's throat tightened. Why did you not come back sooner? Because coming back meant facing what I had done, not just to the company, to Una. His voice cracked on her name. As long as I stayed away, I could pretend I was still the person she believed in. The moment I walked back through those doors, I became the person who sent her to die. The silence stretched. Wrenley heard the hum of the building, the distant tick of a thermostat, the sound of her own heartbeat. So you came back as someone else. I came back as someone who could make the call without the weight of the founder's name pressing down on every decision. I needed to see the company as it actually was, not through the lens of grief, not through the myth of what I built, just the raw data. And what did the raw data tell you? It told me the company was dying, and it told me that the person trying to save it was a woman who had not slept through the night in 2 years because she was too busy carrying everyone else. Wrenley looked down at her hands. The small scar at the base of her thumb caught the fluorescent light. Halverton Tide saved me, she said. I do not mean that as a figure of speech. I mean it literally saved me. My mother died when I was 22. My father checked out 3 months later. I had no siblings, no safety net, no plan. I applied for a job here because the posting said, be part of a family, and I thought maybe that could be true. She looked up. Caedmon was watching her with an intensity that made her chest ache. It was true. Saskia gave me my first project lead. Mirelle taught me how to negotiate with vendors. Tobias let me fail in front of him and did not make me feel small about it. The repair clinic gave me a reason to get out of bed when I was not sure I had one. This place is not just a job to me. It is the only family I have left. I know. Then you know why I cannot let you destroy it. I am not trying to destroy it. Then what are you trying to do? He held her gaze. The silence between them stretched thin as thread. I am trying to find out if there is a version of this company that can survive without consuming the people who keep it alive. A version that does not require someone like you to bleed herself dry in a shadow system because the official one does not work. A version that does not repeat the same mistakes I made. Is there? He leaned forward. The movement pulled him closer, and something in the air between them shifted. The room felt smaller, the distance across the table suddenly too wide and too narrow at the same time. I do not know yet, but I am starting to think the answer depends less on the numbers than I believed. She could smell him. Coffee and rain and something underneath, warm and familiar. Her pulse hammered in her throat. What does it depend on? He reached across the table. His fingers brushed the back of her hand, feather light. She did not pull away. You. The word hung between them. She could feel the heat of his skin, the tremor in his touch that he could not quite hide. Auberon. His name, his real name, the first time she had spoken it aloud. His jaw tightened. He looked at her like she had given him something he did not know how to hold. Wrenley. The phone on the table buzzed, once, twice. They both broke. He pulled his hand back. She looked at the screen. Jory Bekele, she answered. Jory. I traced the IP. His voice was breathless. It is not a corporate server. It is a residential address, registered to an individual name. Whose name? A pause. She heard him swallow. Dimitri Sands. The name landed like a stone in still water. Wrenley looked at Caedmon. His face had gone pale. The General Counsel, she said. He has been watching the company for 6 years. 6 years of weekly reports. Jory's voice cracked. Wrenley. He has been watching everything. Not just Caedmon. You, the board, everyone. The line went silent. Wrenley stared at the phone in her hand. Dimitri Sands. The man who had called her about the hold notice with perfect calm. The man who sat through board meetings with the stillness of someone already knowing the ending. The man who had been watching them all along. Chapter 22. The day had been a slaughter. Wrenley sat in the East Conference Room at 11:47 p.m. with 3 dead restructuring models spread across the table like corpses at a wake. The first scenario cut too deep. The second saved too few. The third required a cash injection no one had offered. She had watched Saskia walk out at 7 with red-rimmed eyes. Jory had followed at 9 with a stack of printouts and a hollow nod. Mirelle had not looked at her since the 3 p.m. meeting where Wrenley had defended a staffing model that kept the repair clinic open and let 2 buyer positions go. The building hummed. Empty desks, darkened monitors. The faint smell of burnt coffee from a pot someone had abandoned at lunch. She heard his footsteps before she saw him. Caedmon stopped in the doorway. His sleeves were rolled to his elbows. His tie was gone. The fluorescent light carved shadows under his eyes. "You are still here." "So are you." He stepped inside. The door clicked shut behind him. Jory found 2 more audit trails on Dimitri's account, he said. He has been pulling supplier contract files, not just financials, the actual agreements. Wrenley pressed her palms flat against the table. He has been watching longer than you have. 6 years and 3 months. He is the general counsel. He has access to everything. We have been operating inside his surveillance the entire time. Caedmon did not answer. He pulled out the chair across from her and sat. The distance between them was a single sheet of paper, close enough to see the pulse in his throat. "Why did you do it?" she asked. "Do what?" "Come back, under a false name. Watch us struggle for months while you decided if we deserved to live." He held her gaze. "I told you. I needed to see the company as it was. That is not the whole truth." "No." "Then give me the rest." He was quiet for a long moment. The building settled around them, a groan of old pipes, the click of a thermostat. "Because I was afraid," he said. "I was afraid that if I walked in as Auberon Faulkner, everyone would perform for me. They would show me the version of the company they wanted me to see, the smiling version, the hopeful version, the version that had not already started bleeding. And instead you got to see the bleeding? I got to see you." The words landed between them. She felt them in her chest before she understood them. "At first you were just data," he said. "A pattern I could not solve. The way you smiled through every hit, the way you absorbed blame that belonged to other people, the way you showed up at 6 in the morning with pastries and color-coded binders like you could outrun the collapse by being cheerful enough. And then I watched you break in a conference room and still show up the next day. I watched you protect Ellis from a firing you could have let happen. I watched you back my analysis in front of the board when it would have been safer to let me fall." He leaned forward. The table was suddenly too small for the space between them. "I stopped watching the company, Wrenley. I started watching you." Her throat tightened. "That does not make what you did right. I know. It does not make me trust you." "I know that too." "Then what are you doing here? At midnight? In an empty building?" He did not look away. "I am here because I do not know where else to be." The answer hit her like a physical blow. She had spent 2 years being the place everyone else came to when they did not know where else to go. She had never let herself need that from anyone. She stood. The chair scraped against the floor. "You do not get to do that." "Do what?" "Make me the person who fixes you? I have spent my entire life being the person who fixes things. I fixed my mother's funeral arrangements. I fixed my father's grief until he disappeared. I fixed this company's books in a shadow system because the official records were too painful to look at. I am done being the solution to other people's problems." Caedmon stood. They were close now, close enough that she could see the thin scar at his jaw, the flecks of gray in his dark hair she had never noticed before. "I am not asking you to fix me." "Then what are you asking?" "I am asking you to see me." He said it like a confession, like a man who had spent 6 years invisible inside his own company and had forgotten what it felt like to be witnessed. "I see you," she said. "That is the problem." "What is the problem with being seen?" "Because I see the lie too. I see the months of deception. I see the way you watched me struggle and did not tell me who you were. I see the calculation in every decision you made." His jaw tightened. "And what else do you see?" She wanted to lie. She wanted to say nothing, but she had spent 2 years lying to herself about what she needed. "I see a man who has been alone so long he forgot how to let someone close. I see someone who carries guilt like a coat he cannot take off. I see the person who brought me coffee at midnight and told me triage was not failure. The air between them was thin. She could hear his breathing, ragged and uneven. Wrenley, do not. Why? Because if you say my name like that again, I am going to do something we cannot undo. He did not look away. Then do it. She kissed him. It was not gentle. It was not careful. It was 2 months of anger and exhaustion and want crashing into each other in a room full of dead spreadsheets. His hands found her waist. She pulled him closer, her fingers curling into the fabric of his shirt. He tasted like coffee and regret. He broke the kiss first, breathing hard, his forehead pressed against hers. This changes everything. Good. Wrenley, I do not want to hear about consequences. I have been managing consequences my entire life. For one night, I want to want something without calculating the cost. He looked at her. The wall behind him was glass, the parking lot below empty and dark. One night, he said. She kissed him again, harder. His hands slid up her back. The conference room lights buzzed overhead. Somewhere in the building a door clicked shut, footsteps crossing the floor below. They both froze. The footsteps stopped, then started again, moving toward the stairwell. Caedmon's hand found hers. He pulled her toward the door, silent, urgent. They slipped into the dark corridor just as the stairwell door opened below. Wrenley pressed her back against the wall. Caedmon stood beside her, close enough that she could feel the heat of his body. A figure emerged on the landing. Tall, dark suit, carrying a manila envelope. Dimitri's sons. He paused at the top of the stairs and looked directly down the corridor where they stood. Then he turned the other way and disappeared into the executive wing. Wrenley's heart slammed against her ribs. Caedmon was already moving, pulling her toward the fire exit at the end of the hall. Where are we going? Somewhere he does not have cameras. The door clicked shut behind them. The stairwell was dark, lit only by the dim glow of emergency lights. Caedmon looked at her. His hand was still wrapped around hers. You said one night. Yes. What if one night is not enough? She did not answer. She kissed him instead. Chapter 23. The fire exit door swung closed behind them, and the stairwell swallowed the sound. Emergency lights hummed. Concrete stairs dropped into darkness below. Caedmon's hand was still wrapped around hers, and she could feel his pulse through the skin of his wrist, fast and uneven. There is a 4th-floor storage room, he said. Old inventory, no cameras. You know the camera locations. I mapped them my first week. Of course he had. The man who built the company had returned to dismantle it and had taken notes on every blind spot. She should have been furious. Instead, she followed him up the stairs. The 4th-floor landing was narrow, walled-in, unpainted drywall. He pressed a door open with his shoulder, and they stepped into a room full of boxes stacked to the ceiling. Dust motes floated in the light from a single window that looked out over the ferry terminal and the dark water beyond. He locked the door behind them. They stood in the silence. The air smelled like cardboard and cold. I do not know how to do this gently, he said. Who asked for gentle? He crossed the space between them in 2 steps. His hands found her face, his thumbs tracing the line of her cheekbones. The tenderness in that touch undid her more than any urgency could have. I am not good at this, he said. I have spent 6 years alone. I do not remember how to let someone close without breaking something. Then break it. She pulled him down to her. The kiss was different from the one in the conference room, slower, deliberate, a negotiation instead of a collision. His hands slid into her hair, loosening the braid she had twisted tight that morning, and the copper strands fell across her shoulders. She reached for the buttons of his shirt. Wait. He caught her wrists. His breath was ragged. I need you to know what you are choosing. I know exactly what I am choosing. You are choosing a man who lied to you for 2 months, who walked into your company planning to decide if it deserved to die, who still does not know if he can stay. I know. His grip on her wrists tightened. I do not want you to wake up tomorrow and regret this. She pulled her hands free and pressed them flat against his chest. She could feel his heart hammering beneath her palms. I have spent 2 years regretting things I did not choose, she said. I will not regret choosing you. He exhaled like a man who had been holding his breath for years. The world outside the storage room did not exist. There was no board meeting, no ticking cash clock, no Dimitri Sands in the executive wing with a manila envelope full of secrets. There was only the rough blanket they pulled from a box of unsold inventory, the cold floor beneath it, and the slow, careful way he undressed her, as if she were something precious he was terrified of breaking. He traced the scar at the base of her right thumb with his finger. Box cutter, she said. 3 years ago, repair clinic. I was showing a customer how to restitch a tent seam and the blade slipped. He pressed his lips to the scar. She undid the last button of his shirt and pushed it from his shoulders. The thin scar at his jaw continued down, a pale line that disappeared beneath his collarbone. She touched it. Una's crash? No, a motorcycle. 24 years old. I thought I was invincible. And now? Now I know better. She drew him down to her. They moved through the dark like people learning a new language, his hands on her hips, her fingers buried in his hair, his breath against her throat, her name falling from his lips like a prayer he had forgotten how to say. She let herself be wanted without guarding. She let herself want without calculating the cost. Afterward, they lay tangled in the rough blanket, her head on his chest, the ferry horn sounding across the harbor like a signal from another world. His hand moved absently through her hair. I have not done this since Una. She lifted her head. Since Una was alive? He nodded. 6 years? 6 years. She did not know what to do with that. A man who had been alone for 6 years, who had watched his company from the shadows, who had walked back into the world as a stranger. She pressed her palm flat against his heart. How does it feel? Like I forgot I was alive. She laid her head back down. The dust motes still floated in the sliver of moonlight from the window. The ferry horn sounded again. Farther now. I want to tell you something, he said. Tell me. Before I came back, I believed Halverton Tide was already dead. I believed I was returning to perform a mercy killing. I told myself the company I built had rotted from the inside, that sentiment had made it soft, that the best thing I could do was put it down before it suffered more. She did not move, did not speak. I was wrong. His voice cracked on the last word. I was wrong, Wrenley. I did not see the people. I did not see the repair clinic or the volunteer grants, or the way Delia quarantined 800 units because she knew faulty product would hurt the customers who trusted her. I did not see you. She lifted her head and looked at him. His gray eyes were bright in the dark. Halverton Tide is not dead, he said. It is exhausted. It is bleeding, but it is not dead. And I think, if we can survive what is coming, it deserves to live. She kissed him, soft, slow. When she pulled back, she was crying. I did not know how much I needed to hear you say that. I should have said it sooner. Yes, you should have. But she did not pull away. She let herself believe that the truth, however ugly, had finally begun between them. His phone buzzed on the concrete floor. They both looked at it. The screen lit up with a name she did not recognize. He reached for it. Read the message. Went still. What is it? The board has advanced the liquidation vote. The world rushed back in. The cold floor, the stacked boxes, the ferry horn sounding across the water. Tomorrow morning, he said. 9 a.m. She sat up. The blanket fell from her shoulders. How is that possible? We had 8 weeks. We have only used 6. His jaw tightened. Neda moved the timeline. She does not need a full vote to force a conditional motion. If she has the numbers, she can push through a pre-liquidation authorization in a single session. And does she have the numbers? He looked at the phone, then at her. She has Dimitri. The name hung between them like a blade. Dimitri Sands has been pulling reports for 6 years, she said. He knows every vulnerability, every weak point. He can hand Neda a roadmap to liquidation before breakfast. Yes. Then what do we do? He stood, pulled on his shirt. The tenderness from moments ago had been replaced by something harder, sharper. We finish the restructuring plan tonight. Tonight? We have 9 hours. I know the gaps. You know the people. If we can build a plan that saves the core and cuts the bleeding, we can put it in front of the board before Netta finishes her opening statement. She found her clothes, dressed. The warmth of his body was still on her skin, but the storage room felt cold now, the dust motes settling back into silence. He looked at her, and for a moment the hardness cracked. I meant what I said about the company deserving to live. And the rest? He crossed the room and took her face in his hands. The rest, he said. I am still learning how to say. She kissed him once. Quick, final. Then learn fast. We have 9 hours. She opened the door. The corridor was empty. The building hummed with the quiet of machines left running overnight. Somewhere in the executive wing, Dimitri San was preparing a case that could end everything. And somewhere in the dark, a boardroom was waiting to decide which version of Halverton Tide would see the morning. Chapter 24. The East conference room smelled of stale coffee and desperation. Wrenley sat at the table with 3 monitors burning in front of her, redlining every department that could be trimmed without amputation. Caedmon had the far wall, marker in hand, mapping a skeleton version of Halverton Tide that might survive Netta's vote. They had been at it for 4 hours. The clock on her screen read 4:03 a.m. You are staring at the same cell you have been staring at for 6 minutes, Caedmon said without turning. I am thinking. You are avoiding. She looked up. He had not stopped writing. The wall was covered in numbers, arrows, crossed-out names, and fresh allocations. His handwriting was small and exact, the marks of a man who had learned to make every stroke count. The repair clinic cannot take another cut, she said. If we reduce the rotation to 3 techs, the waitlist hits 8 weeks. That kills the program as effectively as closing it. Then leave the repair clinic at 4 techs and take the savings from the volunteer coordinator line. I already suspended the volunteer grants. If I cut the coordinator too, there is no program to restart when we recover. When was a word she had not heard him use before. He stopped writing, turned. When, he repeated, not if. She felt something loosen in her chest. When, she said. He returned to the wall. She returned to her screen. The ferry horn sounded across the water, the 4:15 a.m. crossing that meant Harbor Crane was not quite asleep yet. Somewhere in the building, the night cleaners were moving through the lower floors, vacuums humming in empty corridors. How do you know they will not sweep the executive wing tonight? She asked. I checked the cleaning schedule in my first week. 3rd floor only. 4th floor is locked after midnight without badge override. The security guard is rounds at the top of every hour. We have 40 minutes until the next pass. She looked at the door, closed. The windows were dark. The entire world had shrunk to this room, these numbers, and the man drawing futures on a whiteboard. We cannot keep this from them forever, she said. I know. When they find out we have been meeting like this, then we make sure the plan is good enough that they do not care how it was built. She wanted to believe that. The next hour passed in silence. Caedmon filled the left half of the board with a proposed supply chain consolidation that would save $600,000 annually. She built a parallel spreadsheet that modeled how those savings could protect frontline wages and the repair clinic's core staff. At 5:23 a.m., she stood to stretch and walked to the window. The fog had thickened, pressing against the glass like breath. The ferry dock lights were faint orange smears in the dark. Caedmon appeared beside her. I used to watch the fog from this window, he said, before I left. The founder's office? 3rd floor, corner window. You can see both the sound and the warehouse district. Why did you stop? He was quiet for a long moment. Because I stopped believing the view was mine to claim. She turned to face him. His gray eyes were fixed on the fog, but his jaw was tight, the muscle working beneath the skin. It is your view, she said. You built the building. I built the building. I did not earn the right to keep watching it. She reached for his hand. His fingers closed around hers, warm and rough at the knuckles. You are here now. Am I? The question was not rhetorical. She heard the weight in it, the 6 years of watching from a distance, the guilt that had calcified into something harder than grief. You are? She said. He looked at her. His thumb traced the scar at the base of her thumb. Then what do I do with that? Stay. It was not enough. She knew it was not enough. But it was the only answer she had. The security guard's footsteps sounded in the corridor. They stepped apart. He returned to the whiteboard. She sat down at the monitors. By the time the guard passed, they were deep in a spreadsheet, arguing about warehouse lease terms. The guard did not look twice. Dawn came gray and reluctant through the east windows. At 6:12 a.m., Mirelle found them. She did not knock. The door opened, and Mirelle stood in the frame with a travel mug in one hand and an expression Wrenley had seen before, the one that meant she was about to be told something she did not want to hear. "You are still here?" "Working," Wrenley said. "All night?" "There is a vote in 3 hours." Mirelle's gaze shifted to Caedmon. He was at the whiteboard. Marker paused mid-stroke, watching her with the same careful stillness he used in board meetings. "You should go home," Mirelle said. "Both of you. Shower. Eat something. Walk in at 9 looking like people who belong in the room." She was not wrong. "We will finish the operating model first," Wrenley said. "Finish it later. You cannot say anything if you are too fried to think clearly." Mirelle held her gaze a beat longer than necessary. Then she turned and walked out, leaving the door open behind her. Wrenley looked at Caedmon. "She knows." "She suspects," he said. "There is a difference. Not to Mirelle." He set the marker down, crossed to her. "Then we give her something else to watch." He handed her the car keys from his coat pocket. "Go home, shower, eat. I will meet you in the lobby at 8:45 with the finished model. You cannot finish it alone. I can get close enough. Go." She took the keys. Their fingers brushed. She felt the heat of it travel up her arm. "If I walk out of this room, I am going to have to walk past Mirelle's desk. Then walk past it. She will ask questions. Let her." She looked at him. He looked back. There was no calculation in his face, no strategy, just a man who wanted her to be ready for the fight ahead. She went. Mirelle's desk was in the operations pod, tucked between 2 filing cabinets and a wilting pothos. She was on the phone when Wrenley passed, but she did not look up. That was worse than if she had. The parking lot was empty except for the night security truck and a single sedan she did not recognize. The fog had lifted enough to reveal the warehouse roofs, wet and dark against the pale sky. She found Caedmon's car, unlocked it, and sat in the driver's seat for a full minute before starting the engine. Her hands were shaking. She did not know if it was exhaustion or fear or something else entirely. She drove home in the gray dawn and tried not to think about what she would say if the board asked her why she had spent the night alone with the man who might destroy everything she loved. At 7:03 a.m., her phone buzzed, a text from an unknown number. "The legal window for hidden control closes at 9 a.m. Make sure your partner understands the risk." She stared at the screen. Then she dialed Caedmon. He answered on the first ring. "Dimitri knows," she said. A pause. "I know. He sent me a warning." "What did it say?" She read it aloud. When she finished, there was silence on the line. "Caedmon?" "I have been waiting for this," he said. "I did not think it would come before the vote." "What does it mean?" "It means Dimitri is giving me one last chance to stand in front of the board with my real name before he forces the revelation himself." "Can you do that?" Another pause. Longer. "I do not know if I am ready." "Then we have 2 hours to decide." She ended the call and pulled into her driveway. The house was dark. The coffee maker was still set to automatic from before everything broke open. She stood in the kitchen and watched the coffee pot fill, drip by drip, and tried to remember what it felt like to have a morning that did not begin with a countdown. The phone buzzed again, Caedmon's name on the screen. "If I walk in as Auberon Faulkner, I lose the ability to stop Netta with a proxy vote. Dimitri knows that. He is forcing my hand." She typed back, "Then what do you do?" The answer came 3 minutes later. "I find out if the truth is worth more than the control." Chapter 25. He drove through the gray morning with her phone pressed to his ear, the engine running, the fog burning off the ferry channel in slow sheets. "I find out if the truth is worth more than the control." She had hung up before he could answer. Now she stood in her dark kitchen, coffee half drunk, hair still damp from a shower that had done nothing to clear her head, and watched the clock crawl toward 8:15. The truth. She had demanded it from him. Cornered him in the East Conference room with a badge that said Auberon Faulkner, and watched him bleed out confession after confession. Una. The ghost account. 6 years of surveillance. The grief that hollowed him out. The judgment he came to make. Every piece had felt like the whole. But she had not asked about the proxy vote. She had not asked what legal mechanism let a disappeared founder stop a liquidation from behind a mask. She had not asked how Dimitri Sands had known about it for 6 years. She had not asked why the warning text had come to her instead of to Caedmon directly. Because Dimitri wanted her to know. Because Dimitri wanted her to ask the question Caedmon would not answer. She pulled on a clean blouse, the coral one, with the collar that made her look like she belonged in a room full of people who held her future in their hands. Practical boots. The same coat she had worn yesterday because there was no time to find a better one. She drove back to Halverton Tide with the windows down and the salt air pulling at her hair, trying to outrun the shape of what she was about to walk into. He was in the East Conference room. The whiteboard was covered in fresh marker, clean lines and numbered projections, a skeleton restructuring plan that carved Halverton Tide into pieces small enough to survive. He stood with his back to the door, sleeves rolled, reading something on his phone. "You look better," he said without turning. "I look like I did not sleep." "You look like you slept less than I did, which is a measurable difference." She set her bag on the table, crossed to the whiteboard. The plan was good, tight. It cut the volunteer grant, suspended the hike series permanently, reduced the repair clinic to a part-time rotation, and sold off the less profitable gear lines. It saved the core. It kept the warehouse staff intact. It preserved the manufacturing knowledge that made Ridgecrest worth repairing instead of abandoning. "Dimitri will fight this," she said. "Dimitri will do whatever Dimitri has been doing for 6 years. I have stopped trying to predict him." That text was not a prediction. It was a threat. Caedmon set the phone down, turned to face her. The light was different this early, harsher. He caught the thin scar at his jaw, the shadows under his eyes, the set of his mouth that held something she had not seen before. Not calculation, fear. "I need to ask you something," she said. "Ask." "The proxy vote, the legal window. What exactly are you holding that Dimitri wants you to lose?" He did not answer immediately. He walked to the window and stood with his back to her, looking out at the warehouse roofs and the fog burning off the bay. "I left Halverton Tide 6 years ago," he said, "but I did not sell it. The company. I retained controlling ownership, a private trust, no voting rights unless the board moved toward liquidation without my consent." She felt the floor shift under her feet. "You own Halverton Tide. I own 52% of the voting shares. I have for 6 years. The trust was structured to remain dormant unless triggered by a liquidation vote. I designed it that way so the company could operate without me, but I could still stop it from being destroyed. You could have stopped this at any time." "Yes, any time, Caedmon. Any time in the last 6 weeks. Any time Netta started circling. Any time Dimitri started pulling reports. You could have walked in and ended it." "I could have." She crossed the room, stopped 2 feet from him. "Why did not you?" He turned from the window. "Because I needed to know if it deserved to live." "You knew the answer." "I knew my answer," he said. "That is not the same thing. I needed to see if the company could survive without the founder stepping in to save it. I needed to know if the culture, the people, the systems had enough strength to fight for themselves. If I had walked in on day 1 and said, 'I am Auberon Faulkner and I am stopping this,' you would have spent the last 6 weeks working for me instead of working with me." She wanted to argue. She could not. "Dimitri knows about the trust," she said. "Dimitri drafted it." The world tilted again. "He has known since day 1. He has been watching me watch the company. He has been waiting to see if I would step forward on my own or let it burn." And the text. A warning, a deadline. If I do not reveal myself before the vote, the trust trigger expires. I lose the ability to block liquidation. "Then reveal yourself. To Netta? To the board? To the company that has spent 6 years learning to exist without me? Yes. He looked at her. If I walk in as Auberon Faulkner, I lose the one thing that let me see this place honestly. I become the founder again. People will stop telling me the truth. They will start performing. And I will never know if the plan we built together could have won on its own. You would rather lose the company than lose the clarity. I would rather lose the company than lose the only person who has seen me without the mask. The words sat between them. She wanted to believe them. She wanted to step forward and take his hand and tell him that the truth was worth more than the control, that he did not have to carry this alone, that she would stand beside him in front of the board and let the world see who he really was. But something held her back. A crack in the story, a space where the pieces did not quite meet. Jory found something, she said. Caedmon's face did not change. What? Sign-off traces, buried under inactive ownership permissions. They do not match your consultant profile. Whose permissions do they match? That is the question. She pulled out her phone. Jory's message was still on the screen, sent 15 minutes ago while she was driving. Can we talk before the vote? I found something in the archive. It does not add up. The sign-off trails on the Ridgecrest spec change go to a permissions level that does not exist anymore. Someone signed off who should not have been able to. She showed him the screen. He read it. And for the first time since she had known him, she watched his composure crack in a direction she could not read. That is not me, he said. Then who? He looked up from the phone. I do not know. She felt the cold of it settle in her chest. 6 years of surveillance, 6 years of weekly reports, 6 years of Dimitri Sands pulling strings she had not known existed, and now a sign-off trail that led to an authority level even the founder could not explain. The secret was larger than she had been told, and she had 2 hours to decide whether to trust the man who had not told her the rest of it. Chapter 26. The East conference room smelled of stale coffee and desperation. Wrenley arrived at 7:30 with printed restructuring models, a revised vendor payment schedule, and the last clean blouse in her closet. The team was already assembled. Mirelle at the far end with her travel mug, Saskia reviewing the volunteer grant numbers, Jory hunched over a laptop with the haunted look of someone who had not slept. Caedmon stood at the whiteboard mapping the Ridgecrest recall timeline. Tobias was missing. Where's Reeling? Wrenley asked. Mirelle did not look up. Product review ran long. He knew the vote prep was at 7:30. Product review started at 6:15. Mirelle's voice flat. Ellis needed sign-off on the quarantine extension, and Tobias said he could not delegate it. The excuse was plausible. That was what made it hurt. Wrenley set down her printouts and pulled Tobias's department data from the shared drive. The prototype tracker was current. The quarantine log was signed. The materials lead's leave paperwork had been filed at 6:08 a.m., 3 weeks early, with no explanation. He was ghosting her. Start without him, she said. We run the Ridgecrest liability scenario first, then the workforce reduction ladder, then the vendor renegotiation pipeline. Jory, I want the sign-off trail pulled up on the screen so everyone sees the gap. Jory nodded. The next 45 minutes were surgical. Saskia pushed back on every proposed program cut with documented impact data. Mirelle pressure-tested the warehouse consolidation numbers until Caedmon admitted the original efficiency estimate was optimistic by 12%. Jory mapped the sign-off discrepancy across 3 archived permission levels, each one a dead end pointing to a system configuration that should not have existed. And Tobias did not show. At 8:15, Ellis appeared in the doorway with a manila folder and a face that did not want to be there. Tobias said I should bring this to you directly. Wrenley took the folder. Inside was the Ridgecrest materials spec audit, complete, stamped with Tobias's signature and dated the previous afternoon. There was also a cover note on product development letterhead. Wrenley, I have given you everything I have. If Pemberton needs more than this, he is not looking for data, he is looking for a scapegoat. Do not let him borrow your credibility to burn this company down. Trenching closed the folder. Thank you, Ellis. I am sorry. Me too. Ellis left. Wrenley set the folder on the table and did not open it again until the meeting broke. Caedmon found her in the hallway at 8:40. He is trying to protect you. I know. That does not make it less dangerous. She turned on him. You think I do not know that? You think I do not know that every time someone on this team acts out of loyalty instead of strategy, Detta gets another data point for her liquidation narrative? You think I do not see the pattern? I think you see it, he said. I also think you are about to walk into that room and tear apart one of the only people in this building who has never lied to you. And I think that will cost you something. Then you should have told me the truth sooner. The words hung between them. He did not flinch. Go, he said. Find him. I will hold the room. She found Tobias in his office, standing at the window with his back to the door, a mug of cold coffee balanced on the windowsill. You withheld department data from the vote prep. I gave Ellis everything you needed. You gave me an audit from yesterday and a note that reads like a warning. It is a warning. She stepped inside and closed the door. You have known me for 7 years, Tobias. You trained me. You let me fail without making me feel small. I trusted you with every mistake I made in this building, and you never once used it against me. So I am going to ask you one time. What are you doing? He turned. His face was tired. I am trying to stop you from destroying yourself for a man who will walk out of this building the second it is convenient. That is not your decision. Someone has to make it. You do not get to protect me by sabotaging the plan that saves this company. If the plan needs him, it is not a plan. Tobias. He is not who he says he is, Wrenley. Everyone in this building can feel it. Netta knows. Dimitri knows. The only person who is pretending not to know is you, and I do not understand why. She felt the question land. She could not answer it. I am asking you to trust me. I do trust you. That is why I am doing this. Then you are not listening. She turned and opened the door. Keep the department data current. Send me every update as it happens, and do not freeze me out again. You are making a mistake. Then I will make it. She left. Her hands were shaking by the time she reached the East conference room. Caedmon was alone at the table. Jory's laptop pulled in front of him, reading something that made his jaw tight. Jory went to get coffee, he said. Saskia is pulling the volunteer grant documentation for the board packet. Mirelle is running a parallel cost structure on the warehouse alternative. And you? He slid the laptop toward her. Dimitri filed an amicus brief with the board at 7 this morning. It outlines the legal liabilities of restructuring versus liquidation. The tone is neutral. The numbers are not. She read the screen. The document was clean, professional, and devastating. It framed restructuring as legally more expensive than orderly wind-down for the next 3 fiscal quarters, with a risk-weighted liability projection that climbed steeply if the Ridgecrest delamination exceeded a 5% failure rate. Every assumption Dimitri used was conservative. Every conclusion pointed toward liquidation. He wrote this before we finished the plan, she said. Yes, which means he did not build it to evaluate options. He built it to steer the board. Yes. She looked up. He is not acting alone. No. Netta, Caedmon said, and at least one director with regulatory exposure who would rather burn the company than face a public inquiry. The room felt smaller. How long until the vote? 39 minutes. She set the laptop down. Then we have 39 minutes to prove the numbers wrong. He looked at her. Tobias sabotaged the data to protect you. Dimitri stacked the legal framework to force liquidation. The board is leaning toward closure, and the man who owns 52% of this company cannot use his control without destroying the honesty we have been building. That is a lot of reasons to give up. It is. Are you giving up? He held her gaze. No. Good. She pulled the chair out and sat down. Then let us make them prove every single number before they get to the vote. Chapter 27. The cold hit them before the door finished sliding open. Wrenley's breath plumed. The chilled inventory bay stretched 50 feet deep, floor-to-ceiling racks stacked with sealed pallets of Ridgecrest shells, returned stock from 3 states, waiting for inspection. Frost clung to the metal shelving. The air smelled of cardboard and chemical sealant and something cold and metallic that made her teeth ache. Caedmon stepped past her, already reading the lot numbers on the nearest pallet. His coat was buttoned to the throat. The thin scar at his jaw stood out against skin gone pale in the fluorescent light. "Delia said the returns came in yesterday," he said. 15 units from the Portland retailer, 8 from Spokane, 4 from a climbing school in Bend. Teachers with delaminated shells are not going to make the board feel better about the 5% failure projection. No. She pulled a box cutter from her jacket pocket and sliced the first pallet's wrapping. The plastic peeled back with a sound like something waking. Inside, 4 Ridgecrest shells lay stacked in individual sleeves, each tagged with a return form. She pulled the first one out. The delaminate was visible at the shoulder seam. The outer fabric had separated from the laminate layer in a bubble the size of her palm, the edges already fraying. She pressed her thumb against it. The material gave way like wet paper. 6 months of use, she said. Maybe less. Caedmon took the shell from her hands. He turned it over slowly, running his fingers along the seam, testing the adhesion at the collar, the hood attachment, the zipper guard. His hands moved with the precision of someone who had done this 1,000 times. "This is not a production run issue," he said. "This is the spec change. The lower heat set never bonded the laminate layers at the stress points. Shoulder seams, hood attachment, zipper guard. Every unit will fail in the same places." "How many units are out there?" 1,200 in retail channels, 800 in quarantine, 2,000 units walking around on people's backs. She set the shell down. "Dimitri's brief assumes 5% failure. If we hit 10, the liability projection doubles." "I know. If we hit 20, the company cannot survive the lawsuits." "I know." She looked at him. "You are very calm for a man who is watching his own company bleed out on a cold warehouse floor." He set the shell back on the pallet. "I stopped being calm about 40 minutes ago. I stopped being calm when I read Dimitri's brief and realized he wrote it before we finished the plan, because he knew exactly how this was going to move. I have been watching it move for 6 years, and I keep thinking I have seen the worst move, and then someone else shows me a worse one." "Who signed off on the spec change?" "I do not know." "You said the permissions level does not exist anymore." "It does not." "Then someone who used to have access reinstated it, or someone who never lost it has been hiding in the system longer than you have." He looked at her. "Yes. And you have no idea who?" "None." She pulled the second shell from the pallet. The delamination was smaller here, a thumb-sized separation at the hood attachment, but the fabric around it was already thinning. She folded it carefully and placed it on the inspection table. "Whoever did this knew what they were doing," she said. They picked a spec change that looked like an equivalent substitution. Lower heat set, faster cure, same performance on paper. They knew the testing protocol would not catch it because the protocol had not been updated in 3 years. Yes, and they knew Tobias's department would route the approval through the materials lead, not through Tobias himself, because the materials lead was distracted by her mother's illness and would not read the full appendix. Yes. So whoever did this knew the department structure, the testing gaps, and the personal circumstances of the person who would approve the change. He was watching her. "That is not a random opportunist," she said. "That is someone inside the building." "Yes, someone who wanted the product to fail." He did not answer. The warehouse hummed around them. The refrigeration unit kicked on, a low vibration that traveled through the concrete floor. "Why?" she said. "I do not know yet, but you have a theory." "I have several. None of them are comfortable." "Try me." He took a step closer. The cold air between them seemed to contract. "Someone who wanted to force a crisis," he said. "Someone who wanted to make the company look unsalvageable so the board would vote to liquidate. Someone who has been watching Halverton Tide for 6 years and decided it needed to die. Dimitri. Dimitri has the access, the legal knowledge, and the 6-year data history. He also filed the amicus brief that presumes a 5% failure rate, which means he knew the delamination was coming before we did. Then Dimitri signed off on the spec change, or he knew who did and let it happen. The silence stretched. The refrigeration unit kicked off. The warehouse went quiet. She heard him breathe. "If Dimitri is the one who triggered the Ridgecrest failure," she said, "then he has been planning this for months. The amicus brief, the coordination with Neda, the warning text to me, it is all part of the same move." "Yes, which means he is not just forcing you to reveal yourself. He is forcing a liquidation date, and he built the product failure as the insurance that the board would vote for it." "Yes. He set the fire, then wrote the report on how much it would cost to put it out." Caedmon's jaw tightened. "Yes." She stood very still. "We are going to lose." He reached for her hand. She let him take it. His fingers were cold, so were hers. "We are not going to lose," he said. "Tell me how." 21 minutes until the vote. We walk in with the Ridgecrest liability data and the restructuring plan. We make Dimitri explain why his brief assumed 5% when we have 15 confirmed failures in the first 6 months of production. We show the board that someone inside the building manipulated the supply chain to force a crisis. "You do not know who. I know enough to make them nervous. Nervous is not proof." "No, but it buys time." "Time for what?" He looked at her. "Time for me to decide whether the truth is worth more than the control." "You already decided that." "I decided it with you. I have not decided it with them." She pulled her hand back. The cold rushed in where his fingers had been. "Caedmon, Auberon. Whoever you are walking in as in 21 minutes, you need to be the same person you were with me last night." He was quiet. "I know." "Then do not make me choose between protecting this company and protecting you." "I will not." "You already did. The second you stopped the Ridgecrest investigation from pointing at Dimitri, you chose to protect yourself over the company." His face went still. "I did not stop the investigation." "Then who did?" He did not answer. She felt something crack open in her chest. "Who stopped the investigation, Auberon?" His phone buzzed. He looked down at the screen. The color drained from his face. She saw the blood leave his skin in a slow tide, starting at his jaw, moving up through his cheeks, leaving him pale and hollow-eyed in the cold light. "What?" He did not answer. She stepped forward and took the phone from his frozen hand. The message was from an unknown number. 3 sentences. The sign-off on the Ridgecrest spec change traces to an account created the same day Una died. "You do not know who has been inside your system, but I do." Below it, a single attachment, a date stamp. 2017.03.12, 6 years ago. The same day Auberon created the ghost account. The same day Una died. Chapter 28. The cold in the warehouse had seeped into her bones by the time they reached the East conference room. Wrenley set the phone down on the table, screen still glowing with the message. She did not look at it again. She did not need to. The date was burned into her memory now, the same way Una's name had been since the brand gallery, since the photograph Caedmon would not talk about, since every piece of this story had started to twist back on itself. 2017.03.12. The day he created the ghost account. The day Una died. The day someone else entered the system. He was standing at the window with his back to her, one hand pressed flat against the glass. His shoulders were rigid, his breathing slow and deliberate, the kind of control that cost something. "Caedmon." He did not turn. "Whoever sent that knows about the account," she said. "Knows about Una, knows about the date." "Yes, that means they have been inside your system. Or they found a record of the account creation. Or they... I know what it means." His voice was flat, not angry, not scared, empty in a way that frightened her more than rage would have. She crossed the room and stood beside him, close enough to see the reflection of his face in the glass. The fog had burned off. The harbor was visible now, gray water and slow-moving ferries, the city waking up to a morning that would decide everything. "Who else knew you created the account that day?" "No one." "No one at all?" "I built it myself, off the system's standard provisioning. No ticketing, no approval chain, no record except what I left in the access logs." "Which someone else read." He was quiet. "Someone else has been watching you watch Halverton Tide," she said. "For 6 years." "Yes. And you never noticed." The silence was the answer. She thought about what that meant. 6 years of data pulls. 6 years of watching the company from a ghost account, and someone else had been inside the whole time, reading the same reports, tracking the same vulnerabilities, waiting for the moment to use them. Una, she said. His jaw tightened. What about her? Was she part of the system? Did she have access? No. Did she know about the account? No one knew about the account. Then why is her death date the key? He turned from the window. His face was pale, the scar at his jaw standing out against the skin, and for a moment he looked like a man who had been hollowed out from the inside. Because I created the account the day she died, he said. I drove home from the hospital, sat down at my desk, and built a way to watch the company I had just abandoned. It was the only thing I could do. I could not save her. I could not save myself, but I could still see Halverton Tide, even if I was too broken to be inside it. His voice cracked on the last word. She did not reach for him. She wanted to. Every instinct in her body wanted to close the distance, take his hand, tell him he was not alone in this. But the cold knowledge was still there, sitting in her chest like a stone. Someone else used your pain as a door, she said. Yes. And they have been walking through it ever since. Yes. The clock on the wall ticked, 18 minutes until the vote. We need to move, she said. We cannot solve the ghost problem before 9 a.m., but we can make sure the board hears about the Ridgecrest data before Dimitri's assumptions harden into accepted fact. He nodded, slow, controlled. The mask was coming back up. Jory's audit trail, he said. We need it in the room. I will call him. And the restructuring plan. I have it in my bag. He looked at her. The steel-gray eyes searched her face for something, and she did not know if he found it. When this is over, he said, there will be time for the rest. Will there? I do not know, but I am going to try. She wanted to believe him. She was not sure she did. But she picked up the phone anyway, and she called Jory Beleggi. He answered on the first ring. I have it, he said before she could speak. The full sign-off trail on the Ridgecrest spec change. I cross-referenced it with the legacy archive permissions matrix. The account that approved the change was created at the same provisioning level as the ghost account. Same batch, same week. Same day? A pause. Let me check. She heard keys clicking on the other end of the line. The seconds stretched. Jory. Hold on. More keys. Then his voice came back, different now, tighter. The account creation timestamp is 2017.03.12, 1447. She closed her eyes. Wrenley, that is the same date as the ghost account, the one Caedmon. I know. What does it mean? She opened her eyes, looked at Caedmon. He was watching her with the expression of a man who already knew the answer. It means there were 2 accounts created that day, she said, and one of them has been inside Halverton Tide's system ever since, approving spec changes and watching you watch the company. Who created the second one? I do not know yet, but you are going to find out. Yes. Is Caedmon with you? Yes. Can I ask him a question? She held out the phone. Caedmon took it. Jory. His voice was steady now. The mask was fully back. How confident are you that the second account uses the same provisioning batch? 95%. The system allocated sequential IDs for accounts created within the same hour. The ghost account is LAP-201703112-0047. The sign-off account is LAP-201703112-0049. They were created 22 minutes apart by the same provisioning script, which means the same person could have created both. Or 2 people with identical access, but the script was not standard. Someone customized the provisioning to bypass the approval chain. Could you trace who customized it? Already tried. The customization log was deleted 6 months ago, overwritten by a system update. Caedmon's jaw tightened. Someone has been cleaning up their trail. Yes, and they missed the sign-off traces because they did not know Jory would look in the legacy archive. Lucky for us. It was not luck. Wrenley knew it was not luck. Jory had been looking because she asked him to look, because she had trusted her instincts over the official story. because the Ridgecrest failure had never made sense as simple negligence. Someone had wanted the product to fail. Someone had built the mechanism 6 years ago. On the same day, Auberon Faulkner buried his grief in a ghost account and then waited until the moment was right to use it. 12 minutes until the vote. "We need the audit trail in the boardroom," she said. "Can you print it?" "Already did. I will bring it up." "Jory." "Yeah? Thank you." He was quiet for a moment. "You are the one who trusted me to look," he said. "I am just following the thread." The call ended. She took the phone back from Caedmon. Their fingers brushed. Neither of them pulled away. 12 minutes, she said. "I know." We walked in together. We present the restructuring plan first, then we show them the Ridgecrest data. Then we make Dimitri explain why his brief assumed 5% failure when the actual rate is already trending toward 8. And if he has an answer, then we play the audit trail. And if that does not work either, she met his eyes. "Then you tell them who you are." He was very still. "And if I lose the proxy vote because of it, then we find another way." "There is no other way. There is always another way." "Wrenley." "I know." She did. She knew the mathematics of what she was asking. If he revealed himself, he lost the control that could stop the liquidation. If he did not reveal himself, he could still block the vote, but the trust would be poisoned. And Dimitri would find another angle, and the board would circle back. There was no clean move. There was only the choice, and in 12 minutes, they had to make it. She picked up the restructuring plan from the table. The pages were still warm from the printer. "Whatever you decide," she said, "do not decide it alone." The words hung in the air between them. He looked at her. Then he nodded. "Together," he said. "Yes, together, even if it broke them." They walked out of the conference room, and the hallway was already filling with people dressed for judgment. Chapter 29. The hallway was thick with bodies, and the particular hush that meant people were waiting for something they already knew would hurt. Wrenley moved through them with the restructuring plan pressed against her chest, Caedmon half a step behind. She could feel the weight of their stares, the questions no one would ask until the doors closed. Jory caught her at the elevator bank. His face was pale, the printed audit trail crumpled in his fist, but he was not looking at the papers. He was looking at her, at Caedmon, at the space between them that had shrunk to almost nothing. "I need to talk to you. After the vote." "Now," he said it flat. A young man who had stopped asking permission. She had never heard that tone from him before. Caedmon's hand brushed her elbow. "I will hold the room." 2 minutes, she said. He nodded once and walked toward the boardroom doors, disappearing into the crowd of charcoal suits and pinned expressions. Jory pulled her into the alcove by the stairwell. The audit trail shook in his hand. "I found something else." "Jory." I pulled the provisioning logs from the archive, the ones that were not deleted. The customization script that created both accounts was written by someone with level 5 access. There are only 4 people who have ever held that level of permissions. She waited. Dimitri Sands? Netta Quimby, the IT director who left in 2018. And Caedmon. Yes, he said it like it cost him something. And that is not possible, Wrenley, because Caedmon Pemberton arrived here 2 months ago. He should not have level 5 access. He should not have existed in the system 6 years ago. The air in the alcove was too thin. Unless Caedmon Pemberton is not who he says he is. She said nothing. "You know," Jory said. "You have known." The accusation was quiet, but it landed harder than yelling would have. This was a boy who had trusted her, who had stayed late because she asked, who had pulled threads because she encouraged him to pull them. And she had been using him to uncover a secret she already knew, feeding him pieces without context, letting him walk into a discovery that was never his to make alone. "Jory, do not tell me you were protecting me. Do not tell me you were waiting for the right time. You knew. You have been working beside him every day, and you knew, and you let me keep digging like I was doing something important instead of being your research tool." "You were doing something important." "Was I?" "The audit trail you found is the only thing that can stop the vote. Because of a secret you would not tell me." She could not argue with that. "Who is he?" The question hung between them, clean and sharp and impossible to answer truthfully without shattering everything Caedmon had fought for. After the vote. No. Jory, listen to me. No. He stepped closer, and she saw something fragile crack in his expression. I have been inside the system for 6 days straight. I pulled data logs going back half a decade. I found an account that should not exist and another that should not be possible. I built the audit trail that might save this company, and you will not tell me the one thing that makes any of it make sense. She wanted to. That was the worst part. She wanted to tell him the truth, not because it was strategically smart, but because he had earned it, because he had done the work, because looking at his face hurt more than keeping the secret was worth. I will tell you everything after the vote. That is not good enough. It has to be. Why? Because if I tell you now, you become a witness. You become someone the board will depose. You become a liability to the case and a target for everyone who wants this buried. I am already a target. Then do not hand them ammunition. He stared at her, jaw tight, the audit trail trembling in his fingers. You are not lying, he said slowly, but you are not telling the whole truth either. No, I used to think that was the same thing. Jory, I will walk into that room, he said, and I will hand them the audit trail. I will stand behind your restructuring plan, but after this is over, you owe me the answer. Not him, you. She nodded. He held her gaze 1 second longer, then pushed past her toward the boardroom. Wrenley stayed in the alcove, breathing. The printout felt heavy in her hands. At the end of the corridor, the boardroom doors were open, and she could see the long table filling with faces she had been fighting against for 2 months. Netta at the head, Dimitri beside her with a folder that probably held the amicus brief. Saskia seated toward the back, shoulders tight. Mirelle standing near the window with her arms crossed, watching the door. Caedmon was not visible. She moved forward, and the voices inside the room sharpened to a point. Then her phone buzzed. She glanced down. Caedmon's name. No message, just the call. She answered. I am in the stairwell. Do not come in yet. Why? Dimitri called for a closed session before the vote. He has documentation, he says, proves the founder has been operating inside the company under a false identity for 2 months. Her stomach turned cold. He named you? Not yet, but he is leading the board toward the conclusion. When I walk in, he will finish the reveal himself. Then do not walk in. I have to. The proxy vote expires in 6 minutes. Caedmon, I am going to tell them who I am before Dimitri does. On my terms, not his. Together, you cannot be in the room when it happens. If you are seen coordinating with me after the reveal, Netta will use it to claim you knew. They will call your judgment, your project oversight, everything you have built. I will not let them take you down with me. Then what do I do? Wait, let the room settle. Walk in after the floor has shifted. Caedmon, the line went dead. She stood in the hallway, the restructuring plan in one hand, the phone still pressed to her ear. The boardroom doors closed, and she was on the wrong side of them. Chapter 30. The hallway went silent after the doors closed. Wrenley stood alone, the restructuring plan pressed against her chest like armor, the dead phone still warm against her ear. 6 minutes until the proxy vote expired. 6 minutes until Caedmon walked into that room and detonated everything. She should wait. He told her to wait. She pushed off the wall and walked toward the stairwell. The door groaned open. Concrete steps, fluorescent hum, the smell of old dust and cleaning solvent. Caedmon stood at the bottom landing, phone in one hand, the other braced against the wall as if the building might tip. He turned when he heard her. You should be outside. Stop telling me where to stand. He held her gaze for a long moment, then looked away. Something in his jaw shifted, a muscle working beneath the controlled surface. There is no version of this where you walk in clean, he said. If you are in that room when I speak, they will assume you knew. They will pick apart every decision you made beside me, every recommendation you backed, every hour you spent alone with someone whose name was a lie. I know. Then why are you here? She stepped closer. Because you owe me the rest. He closed his eyes. The rest is not a gift I can give you in a stairwell with 4 minutes left. Then give me fragments. I will stitch them together. Caedmon opened his eyes. For a moment he looked older than she had ever seen him, the griff lines deeper, the scar at his jaw standing white against his skin. "The trust that holds my voting shares," he said slowly, "was drafted 6 months after Una died. I was hollow. I did not want to own anything, but I could not let go completely either. So I built a mechanism that would let me walk away and still keep a hand on the wheel if the company ever tried to drive itself off a cliff. Dimitri drafted it. Yes, you trusted him. Then," she let the word hang, "and now, I do not know who to trust." His voice dropped. "I do not know if the second account was his, or if someone else has been inside my system for 6 years, or if every move I made since I came back was watched by someone who wanted me to make it. That is not the rest. It is the only part I can say out loud. The part about grief," she said, "about the old failure, the thing you still cannot name." His hand dropped from the wall. "Una died because I asked her to take a meeting I should have taken myself. I was tired. I had been traveling for 3 weeks. She said she would go, and I let her because I was too exhausted to argue, and I thought there would always be another trip to make together." The words fell flat and clean, like stones into deep water. There was not. Wrenley felt the air leave her lungs. "Caedmon. I built Halverton Tide with her," he said. "Every decision, every risk, every product line we launched, she was the person I checked it against. When she died, I did not know how to make decisions anymore. So I stopped. I left. I told myself the company would survive without me, because it had to, because if it did not, then her death had already cost everything she helped build." The stairwell hummed. She reached for him. His hand caught hers before she could pull away, fingers wrapping around her wrist like he was falling and she was the only anchor within reach. "I came back to decide if the company deserved to live," he said, "but I already knew the answer before I walked through the front door. I was just afraid to admit it, because admitting it meant I had to stay, and staying meant facing every corner of this building that still remembers her voice." "You stayed anyway? I met you." 3 words. They hit harder than the confession. "I am still angry," she said. "I know. I do not trust you, not all the way, not yet. I know that too. But I am standing in this stairwell instead of outside the door you told me to wait behind." His grip on her wrist tightened, then loosened. "I know that most of all." The stairwell door above them groaned open. Footsteps, deliberate, polished shoes on concrete. Caedmon straightened. His hand fell away from her wrist, and the mask slid back into place, but not fast enough. She had seen what lived beneath it. Dimitri Sands appeared at the top of the landing, folder pressed to his chest, face unreadable. "Mr. Faulkner?" The name hit the stairwell like a blade. The silence stretched. Caedmon did not flinch. "Mr. Sands, the board has been informed of your identity. I have documentation of the alias, the system access, and the period of concealed operation. The closed session is waiting for your confirmation before proceeding to vote." "I am aware. I also have an update." Dimitri's voice did not change. "The board has voted to advance the liquidation decision to this session. They are not waiting for the restructuring presentation. They are taking a preliminary vote on dissolution within the next 10 minutes. Wrenley's stomach dropped. "That was not on the agenda," she said. Dimitri turned his gaze to her, slow and unhurried. "The agenda was revised 10 minutes ago. Nedidit Quimby argued that the presence of a concealed controlling stakeholder constitutes a material change of circumstances, which under the shareholder agreement permits an accelerated vote on dissolution." "And the board agreed?" "Sufficiently." Caedmon stepped forward. "If I reveal myself now and exercise my voting shares, the dissolution vote fails." "If you reveal yourself now," Dimitri said, "the board will still hold a dissolution vote. Your shares block the outcome, but they do not block the motion. The vote will proceed, the result will be recorded, and every director who votes against liquidation will be noted as opposing the majority recommendation in a year when regulatory scrutiny is already targeting outdoor manufacturers for supply chain liability." The trap was elegant. Wrenley saw it click into place. If Caedmon revealed himself and used his shares to block dissolution, the board would vote anyway, and the directors who sided with him would be exposed. Netta would have a record of who opposed her. The regulatory director would have covered a vote against Caedmon without consequence. "If you do not reveal yourself," Wrenley said slowly, "the proxy trigger expires and you lose control." Dimitri said nothing. Caedmon said nothing. The silence was its own answer. Dimitri glanced at his watch. 7 minutes, Mr. Faulkner. The closed session will resume then, with or without your confirmation." He turned and walked back up the stairs. The door closed behind him. Wrenley looked at Caedmon. He was staring at the concrete floor, hands loose at his sides, everything controlled and still and wrong. "You told me I could not be in the room because Netta would use it against me," she said. "But if you walk in alone, Dimitri wins. If you do not walk in at all, Netta wins. If I stay out here, I lose whatever chance I have to protect the team, the plan, everything we built last night." He looked up. "What are you saying?" "I am saying there is a fourth option." She pulled the restructuring plan from her bag and held it out. "I walk in before you do. I present the turnaround plan on my authority, under my name, with my reputation on the line. I make them vote on the numbers before they vote on dissolution, and when the room is split, when they are arguing about liability percentages and workforce reductions, you walk in and finish what you started." Caedmon stared at her. "If I walk in after you present, they will connect us." "Let them." "Wrenley, they are going to connect us anyway. The only question is whether I am standing in that room as your accomplice or as the person who tried to save this company on her own terms before you showed up." He held her gaze. Something shifted in his expression. Not surrender, recognition. "You are not going to let me protect you. No, even if walking in costs you everything. Especially then." Caedmon reached out. His hand found hers, held for one heartbeat, then released. 3 minutes, he said. She turned and walked up the stairs. The door opened onto the hallway. The boardroom waited, and she walked through it alone. Chapter 31. The boardroom air hit her like a wall. 12 faces turned as the door closed behind her. Netta at the head of the table, silver hair catching the overhead light, hands flat on a folder that probably held Dimitri's amicus brief and the accelerated dissolution motion. Saskia near the middle, shoulders tight, pen uncapped. A director Wrenley did not know sat 2 seats down from Netta. Gray suit, wedding ring, no coffee cup, no notebook. Just his hands folded on the polished wood. The regulatory exposure. She filed the detail away and walked to the empty chair at the far end of the table. "Ms. Ostrander." Netta's voice carried no surprise. "The closed session has not yet been called to order. I am aware. You are not a voting member of this board. I am the project manager of the Turnaround Initiative." She set the restructuring plan on the table, spine facing Netta, and I have a presentation that was submitted for this session's agenda before the agenda was revised. A beat of silence. Saskia's pen stopped moving. "You have 10 minutes, Netta said. Wrenley opened the plan. She did not look at the door. She did not look for Caedmon. She started talking. The numbers came out clean. She had rehearsed them in the stairwell while walking up, revised the order twice, stripped every emotional appeal from the first 3 slides. Repayment schedule for the Bishop fabrication invoice. Vendor renegotiation pipeline with committed terms. Workforce reduction ladder that protected the warehouse team, the repair clinic staff, and the fulfillment crew on the floor. Not the programs, not the volunteer grants. She buried those in the appendix. Let them ask. Year 1 operating cost reduction is 22%, she said. Year 2, assuming the Ridgecrest liability stays under 8% failure rate, we break even on recall costs and resume production at 60% capacity. Year 3, the company is profitable. The regulatory director spoke for the first time. What is the Ridgecrest failure rate projection in this model? We have physical samples showing delamination at stress points from the spec change. Our current failure rate across 2,000 units in circulation is 4.6%. We are trending toward 8% as more returns come in from cold weather regions. Dimitri Sanz's amicus brief uses 5%. I know. Which number is correct? Wrenley met his gaze. We do not know yet. But Dimitri wrote his brief before the cold weather returns started arriving. My data includes them. If you want to vote on dissolution based on an assumption that is already 3 weeks out of date, That is your choice, but you should know the assumption is wrong before you make it. The regulatory director glanced at Netta. Netta's expression did not shift. You have 2 minutes remaining, Miss Ostrander. Wrenley turned to the final slide. It was not on the agenda. It was a single line in bold type across a white background. The cost of saving Halverton Tide is honesty. Not sentiment, not denial. Honesty. Saskia looked up. 71 jobs, Wrenley said. That is the number the model cannot save, not because the company cannot afford them, but because the departments they belong to were running at a structural loss before I joined this team. I have been protecting those departments for 3 years by hiding their losses across other budgets. That stops today. No one spoke. The names are in the appendix. Every person whose position will be eliminated. Every program that will not survive. Every choice I should have made 3 years ago instead of pretending the company could keep bleeding soft margins and never hit bone. She closed the folder. You asked for a turnaround plan. This is it. It saves Halverton Tide. It does not save everyone. And I should have told you the truth about what we were carrying long before a consultant had to drag it out of me. Netta's hands stayed flat on the folder. This is a confession. It is a plan, with a confession attached. Wrenley did not answer. The regulatory director leaned back in his chair. The wedding ring caught the light as he folded his arms. Who else knew about the hidden losses? No one in this room? Not the consultant? The name hit the air like an open door. Wrenley held still. The consultant found the discrepancies during week 2 of his engagement. I chose not to disclose them. The fault is mine. Generous, Netta said, considering the consultant is not here to confirm or deny. He is not in this room because he is preparing the Ridgecrest liability assessment that Dimitri Sanz's brief omitted. He will present it when it is ready. And when will that be? The door opened. Caedmon walked in. He did not knock. He did not announce himself. He crossed the boardroom floor with the quiet authority of a man who had already stopped caring whether the room wanted him there. He placed a single sheet of paper in front of Netta. Ridgecrest failure projection by region, including cold weather returns received as of this morning. Failure rate across all climates is 7.3%. In northern states, it is 11%. Your amicus brief is built on a number that does not exist in the data. Netta did not look at the paper. That is not how this session was structured. This session was restructured 10 minutes ago without notice to the turnaround team. I am restoring the balance. By entering a closed session uninvited. By entering a session where my company's future is being decided. He pulled the chair beside Wrenley and sat down. I am Auberon Faulkner. The name landed like a detonation. Silence, then movement. The regulatory director's hands came apart. Saskia's pen dropped. Mirelle, Lex, standing at the back of the room with her arms crossed, went still. I founded Halverton Tide, Caedmon said. I left after a personal loss. I returned under an alias to see what the company had become without me. I own 52% of the voting shares through a dormant trust drafted by Dimitri Sanz 6 years ago. That trust expires in 2 minutes. If I had not walked into this room, I would have lost the ability to block dissolution. Netta's voice was flat. You have been operating under false credentials for 2 months. Yes. You concealed your ownership from the board. Yes. You were intimate with a member of the turnaround team while withholding your identity. The air stopped. Wrenley felt Mirelle's gaze land on her like a weight. That is not relevant to this session, Caedmon said. It is relevant to trust. Trust has not been the currency of this room since you advanced the dissolution vote without notifying the team building the restructuring plan. Do not lecture me about concealment. Netta's jaw tightened. The regulatory director spoke. If you hold voting control, this session is moot. You can block dissolution with your shares. I can, but I will not. Wrenley turned. Caedmon's profile was still, jaw set, eyes on the table. Blocking dissolution without a viable restructuring plan is a delay, not a solution. I will not use my shares to buy time for a company that does not have a path forward. The restructuring plan Miss Ostrander just presented is that path. If the board approves it, I exercise my shares to guarantee its implementation. If the board rejects it, I let you vote on dissolution with full knowledge of who I am and what I have done. He looked at Wrenley. Either way, the deception ends here. The room erupted, not loud, subdued. Lawyers leaning toward each other, directors checking phones, Neda's voice cutting through fragments of argument. Wrenley did not hear any of it. Mirelle was still watching her from the back of the room, and Mirelle's expression was no longer confusion. It was the look of someone who had just realized she had been standing in a room full of secrets she was never meant to know. The regulatory director raised his hand. "I request a recess. 15 minutes. Neda did not argue. Chair scraped back. Wrenley stayed seated as the room emptied around her. Mirelle did not leave. She walked to the table, pulled the chair beside Wrenley, and sat down. "Is it true?" Wrenley's throat closed. "Is what true?" "All of it." Mirelle's voice was quiet. "The identity, the ownership, what he just said about intimacy." The word hung between them. "Mirelle, did you know?" "Not at first. But you know now. You have been sleeping with the founder of this company while pretending he was a consultant, while I stood in the hallway and told you to be careful, while Saskia worried about your judgment, while Tobias tried to warn you. I did not know who he was when, does it matter?" The question landed like a wound. Wrenley had no answer. Mirelle stood up. "I need a minute." She walked out. The door closed behind her. Wrenley sat alone at the boardroom table, the restructuring plan open in front of her, the clock on the wall ticking toward a vote that would decide everything. And she had never felt more exposed. Chapter 32. The corridor outside the boardroom was not empty. Wrenley stepped through the door and stopped. The hallway stretched toward the main floor, and through the glass partition she could see movement. Clusters of people, phones pressed to ears, the kind of quiet that meant news had spread without an official announcement. She walked toward them. The first person she passed was a junior buyer from soft goods, a woman named Parisa who had started at Halverton Tide 18 months ago. Parisa looked up from her phone, and her face did the thing faces did when someone recognized the person walking toward them from a closed board session. "Is it true?" Parisa asked. Wrenley stopped. "Is what true?" "That they are going to shut us down?" The question hung in the fluorescent light. "I do not know yet." Parisa nodded slowly. The way people nodded when they understood the answer was not a denial. She turned back to her phone, and Wrenley kept walking. The break room was worse. A dozen people stood around the island counter, coffee mugs untouched, arms crossed, voices low. They went quiet when Wrenley appeared. She did not blame them. The warehouse dock smelled like cardboard and diesel. Wrenley stood at the roll-up door, watching a truck back into Bay 4. Delia was at the loading computer, clipboard in hand, gray-streaked hair pulled back tight. "They told you," Wrenley said. Delia did not look up. "They did not have to. You can feel it. The building sounds different when people are waiting to die." "Is that what this feels like?" "For some." Delia set the clipboard down. "For others, it feels like the third time in 4 years they have been told their job might vanish. You get used to the sound of uncertainty." Wrenley leaned against the wall. "There is a vote happening now." "I know. I do not know how it will go." Delia finally looked at her. Her face was not angry. It was tired. The kind of tired that came from watching promises dissolve under the weight of spreadsheets. "I have been here 17 years, Delia said. "I have seen good times and bad times. But I have never once felt like I was part of something that mattered more than the product moving through these doors. Until this company." Wrenley said nothing. "You do not have to save us," Delia said. "You just have to tell the truth about what you were trying to do. That is all anyone wants. The truth." The second floor was worse than the dock. Saskia stood at the end of the operations aisle, arms crossed, watching Wrenley come up the stairs. Her expression was unreadable. "You should not be walking around right now," Saskia said. "I needed to see people. People need to see you panicking." "I'm not panicking." "You are not hiding it either." Saskia stepped closer. "Your face is doing something I have never seen before. You look like you are about to lose something, and you know you cannot smile your way through it." Wrenley's throat tightened. "I do not know how to do this," she said quietly. I do not know how to stand in front of everyone and tell them the company might survive, but 71 of them will not be part of it. I do not know how to say that word and still look like I am fighting for them. Sakis's arms dropped. You say it plainly. You do not dress it in tissue paper. You stand there and you let them see you feel it. That is what leadership looks like when there is no good option left. Wrenley looked down at her hands. I did not ask for this. Nobody asks for the part where you have to hurt people to save what matters. Sakis touched her shoulder. But you are the one standing in that room. So stand. The boardroom doors were still closed when Wrenley returned. She stood outside them, alone, the corridor empty except for the hum of the ventilation system and the distant murmur of the building behind her. She thought about Delia on the dock. She thought about Parisa and her phone. She thought about the 71 names in the restructuring plan, people she had not met yet, people whose faces she would have to look at when the numbers became real. She thought about Mirelle, somewhere in the building, carrying the weight of a secret she had not been told. The doors opened. The regulatory director stepped out, glanced at her, and nodded once. We are ready for you. Wrenley walked in. The room had changed, not the furniture, the air. People sat differently. Neda was at the head of the table, fingers steepled, face unreadable. The regulatory director had returned to his seat. Saskia had slipped in through the side door. Dimitri Sans stood against the far wall, folder pressed to his chest, watching Wrenley with the patience of someone who had already calculated every possible outcome. Caedmon was still seated where she had left him, profile still, hands flat on the table. He looked at her as she walked to her chair. She sat down. The regulatory director cleared his throat. We have reviewed the restructuring plan and the revised Ridgecrest data. We have also considered the implications of Mr. Faulkner's identity disclosure and the ownership structure he has revealed. We are prepared to proceed to a vote. Neda spoke without looking up. The motion before us is dissolution. A vote in favor authorizes the board to proceed with orderly wind-down under the terms previously circulated. A vote against maintains the current status pending further discussion. Wrenley's pulse hammered. She thought about Mirelle's question. Does it matter? You thought about Delia's answer. Tell the truth. She stood up. I want to say something before the vote. Meta looked at her. You have had your time. I have had time to present a plan. I have not had time to tell this room what it costs me to stand here. The regulatory director raised his hand. 1 minute. Meta's jaw tightened, but she said nothing. Wrenley looked at the faces around the table. Directors, lawyers, the woman she had trusted, the man she had loved under a false name. I have been hiding losses in this company for 3 years, she said. I told myself I was protecting people. I was protecting myself from the truth that I could not save everything. I was wrong. She paused. I do not know if the restructuring plan is the right answer, but I know dissolution is not the answer either. Because this company is not just a balance sheet. It is the people on the dock who have been here 17 years. It is the buyers who started here 18 months ago and believed they had found a home. It is the culture that held me together when I had nothing else. She looked at Caedmon. If we dissolve, we do not just lose revenue. We lose the thing that made Halverton Tide worth saving, and we do not get it back. She sat down. The room was silent. Neda's voice cut through it. Let us vote. The first hand went up. The second followed. Wrenley watched the count climb, her breath shallow, her horns still. She did not know which side was winning. She did not know if she wanted to know. The board secretary began calling the roll. Chapter 33. The board secretary's voice cut through the room like a blade. Director Quimby. Neda did not look at the secretary. She looked at Wrenley. I vote in favor of dissolution. The words landed flat, final, as if she had already rehearsed them in the mirror that morning. She had. Wrenley knew it from the lack of hesitation, the way Neda's fingers stayed steepled, her spine straight, her gaze unwavering. The board has been presented with 2 paths, Neda continued, turning to face the other directors. One is a restructuring that relies on the word of a man who spent 2 months lying to every person in this room. The other is an orderly wind-down that preserves what value remains and distributes it fairly. She paused. We are not voting on whether Halverton Tide deserves to exist as an idea. We are voting on whether it can survive as a business. The numbers say it cannot. Sentiment does not change that. The regulatory director nodded once. Another hand went up. Director Albright. In favor. 3. Wrenley's pulse hammered in her throat. She counted the remaining hands, the faces, the weight of each vote still uncast. 7 directors total. 3 for dissolution so far. 3 still to decide. 1 was the regulatory director himself, the gray suit with the wedding ring and the empty notebook, and Wrenley still did not know which way he leaned. She looked at Caedmon. He sat rigid beside her, hands flat on the table, knuckles white, his jaw set so tight she could see the muscle jut beneath his scar. He was not watching the vote. He was watching something else. Someone else. She followed his gaze. Dimitri Sands stood against the far wall, folder pressed to his chest, his face unreadable. But his eyes were fixed on Caedmon with a patience that felt like the last second before a door slammed shut. Caedmon was bracing for impact. Not from Netta, from Dimitri. The regulatory director cleared his throat. I would like to hear more about the restructuring plan before I cast my vote. Netta's head snapped toward him. We have heard it. We have heard a summary. I want to hear how it works. The real numbers. The ones Mr. Faulkner's alias did not distort. Wrenley's breath caught. She stood up. The restructuring plan reduces year 1 operating costs by 22%, she said, her voice steadier than she felt. That is achieved through vendor renegotiation, warehouse consolidation, and a workforce reduction ladder that protects floor staff and fulfillment. 71 positions, the regulatory director said. Yes. Where? Wrenley pulled the document from her folder, the one she and Caedmon had built through the night, the one with every name and every dollar and every brutal trade-off laid bare. Corporate overhead, duplicate roles in product development, 3 underperforming retail locations, the volunteer grant program, the repair clinic rotation. She paused. The hike series. The regulatory director tilted his head. You are cutting the programs you came here to save. I am cutting what I have to cut to save the company. The room went quiet. Wrenley held his gaze. I spent 3 years hiding losses because I could not face the truth that I could not save everything. I was wrong. I am standing here now telling you what it costs. Every line, every name, every program I believed in. She looked at Caedmon. He was still watching Dimitri. I am not asking you to trust me, she said, turning back to the board. I am asking you to look at the numbers and decide if this company deserves a chance to survive on honest terms. The regulatory director was silent for a long moment. Then he reached for his folder. Director Thon. Hand went up. In favor. 4. Wrenley's stomach dropped. 2 directors left. The regulatory director and the woman at the far end of the table, whose name Wrenley had never learned. The regulatory director looked at her. Your plan is not bad. It is not good enough. He raised his hand. I vote against dissolution. Wrenley's breath stopped. She counted again. 4 in favor, 1 against, 3 votes still uncast. The regulatory director had voted no. The woman at the far end was looking at Netta. Director Osei. I abstain. The room shifted. 4 in favor, 1 against, 1 abstention, 1 vote left. The regulatory director turned to the final director, a man with silver hair and tired eyes who had not spoken once during the entire session. Director Castell. He did not raise his hand. He looked at Wrenley. I have watched this company for 12 years, he said. I have watched it rise. I have watched it nearly fall. I have watched it survive things that should have killed it. He paused. I have also watched it lie to itself. Wrenley's hands were shaking. I do not know if the restructuring plan will work, he said, but I know that dissolution is the coward's way out, and I do not vote with cowards. He raised his hand. I vote against dissolution. 4 in favor, 2 against, 1 abstention. The numbers were even. Wrenley looked at Netta. Netta was not looking at her. She was looking at Dimitri. Dimitri Sands did not move. His folder stayed pressed to his chest. His face stayed unreadable. But his hand reached into his coat. Caedmon stood up. Wait. The room turned. Caedmon's voice was low, controlled, the voice of a man who had spent years learning how to sound calm when everything inside him was breaking. There is something else. Dimitri's hand soughed. The regulatory director's eyes narrowed. What else, Mr. Faulkner? Caedmon looked at Wrenley. She saw it in his eyes before he spoke. The truth. The whole truth. The one he had been holding back since the night in the storage room. The Ridgecrest sabotage was not an accident, he said. I know who did it. The room went still. Dimitri's hand moved again, the folder opened, and the lights went out. Chapter 34. The dark was absolute. Wrenlin's hands found the edge of the table. Her breath caught in her throat. Somewhere to her left, a chair scraped concrete. To her right, fabric shifted, a fold of a jacket, the soft friction of someone turning in place. What the hell? Director Tan's voice cut short. Then the emergency lights kicked on, thin orange glow from the baseboards. Enough to see shapes, shadows, the pale oval of faces turned toward each other. Dimitri Sans stood where he had been standing. His hand was empty. The folder was gone. Caedmon was still on his feet, one hand braced against the table, his face half lit by the emergency strip. His eyes found Wrenley's across the room. Check the door, the regulatory director said. Director Osei was already moving. He reached the boardroom door, pulled. Nothing. Locked. From the inside? Osei tried again. Yes, someone turned the lock manually. Netta's voice came out of the shadows. Convenient? Wrenley turned toward the sound. Netta had not moved from her seat. Her hands were flat on the table, her silver hair catching the orange light like a warning signal. What do you mean by that? Wrenley said. I mean, the lights go out the exact moment Mr. Faulkner starts naming his saboteur. Right after he stands up to make a claim he cannot possibly prove without evidence. He had evidence. Did he? Netta's voice was calm, controlled. The voice of someone who had already calculated how the dark would feel before it came. Wrenley looked at Caedmon. He was staring at Dimitri. The general counsel had not moved. His posture was unchanged. Folder pressed to chest, face unreadable. But his right hand was empty, and the folder he had been reaching for was no longer visible. Where is it? Wrenley said. Dimitri's head tilted. Where is what? The folder. I dropped it when the lights went out. You were holding it against your chest. I caught it. It slipped. It is under the table. Wrenley bent down. Her fingers found nothing but carpet and the cold metal of a chair leg. It is not here. Dimitri did not answer. The regulatory director stepped into the orange light. His face was hard, unreadable, carved from the same stone as his voice. This room stays dark until we have an answer. Who turned the lock? Silence. The door was not locked before the vote. I checked it myself before we began. Director Castell's voice came from the far end of the table. I saw Director Albright check it after the recess. I did, Albright said. It was unlocked. Osei tried the door again. Pulled harder. Still locked. The mechanism is electronic. If the lights went out because of a breaker, the lock could have engaged automatically. Then why is the emergency lighting on? Netta said. If the breaker tripped, the lock would fail open, not closed. No one answered. The silence stretched. Wrenley's heart hammered. Someone had planned this. The lights, the lock, the timing. Caedmon's voice cut through the dark. I know who sabotaged the Ridgecrest project. Netta laughed, a short, sharp sound that did not reach her eyes. You already said that. Right before the lights went out. Right before the door locked. Right before your evidence conveniently disappeared. I did not turn off the lights. No, but you have been lying to this board for 2 months. Why should we believe you now? The words hung in the orange dark. Wrenley saw the room shift. Not physically, emotionally. The weight of Netta's argument settling into the space between breaths. Caedmon had lied. Caedmon had hidden. Caedmon had stood in this very room and claimed authority he did not have under a name that was not his, and now he was asking them to trust him in the dark. Mr. Faulkner, the regulatory director said, if you know who sabotaged the Ridgecrest line, name them. Caedmon's jaw tightened. I will, in the light. That is not an answer. It is the only answer I can give you right now. Because you do not have proof. Because I do not have proof I can show in the dark. The regulatory director turned to Netta. Call for maintenance. Get the lights back on. I already did, Director Ose said. His phone was out, the screen glowing against his face. No answer. The building systems are down. How far down? Unknown. I am getting voicemail from the front desk. Netta's hands stayed flat on the table. Then we finished the vote in the dark. The vote is tied, Director Castell said. It is not tied. We have 4 in favor, 2 against, 1 abstention. That is a majority. The abstention does not count. It counts as not voting against. The motion carries on a simple majority of votes cast. That is not how this board operates. It is how this board operates when one of its directors has been operating under a false identity for 2 months, and another director has been hiding losses for 3 years. Netta's voice was steel. The board cannot function on trust that has been proven false. We are in the dark, literally and figuratively, because the people running this rue have been lying to us from the moment they walked in. Wrenley's hands were shaking. She forced them still. I am not lying now. You lied for 3 years. I confessed. After you got caught. The room was silent. Wrenley felt the weight of Netta's words settle into the others. She saw Director Albright's shadow shift. Director Than's head tilt. The regulatory director's face was stone. Director Castell was watching Wrenley with something that might have been pity. The vote stands, Netta said. 4 in favor, 2 against, 1 abstention. The motion carries. Wait. Caedmon's voice was low, controlled, but there was something new in it, something Wrenley had never heard before. The vote cannot carry without legal verification of the trust's status. Netta's eyes narrowed. The trust expired. The trust was structured to remain dormant unless triggered by a liquidation vote. The vote is still in progress. The trigger has not been finalized. Semantics. Law. Netta turned to Dimitri. He did not move. The trust is valid, Dimitri said, but it requires the trustee to confirm the shareholding in person, in writing, before witnesses. Then confirm it. Dimitri looked at Caedmon. Mr. Faulkner does not have the document. Caedmon's face went still. I have the trust, he said. It is in my office. Then send someone to get it. The building is dark. The systems are down. The office doors require electronic keycard access. The regulatory director's voice cut through the dark. Then we are at an impasse. Netta shook her head. We are not. The trust cannot be verified in the dark. The vote cannot be final without verification. But the motion stands, and the board cannot continue to operate under a leadership that has proven itself untrustworthy. She stood. I move that the board suspends all decision-making authority for Mr. Faulkner and Ms. Ostrander until the trust can be verified in full light. Seconded, Director Albright said. The vote was called. Netta raised her hand. Albright raised his. Tan raised hers. The regulatory director did not move. Director Castell did not move. Director Ose abstained again. 3 in favor. The motion carried. Wrenley's stomach dropped. Caedmon was silent. Netta turned to the door. Someone get the lights back on. We will reconvene at dawn, with the trust, with the truth, or with the end of this company. She walked toward the locked door, paused. Ms. Ostrander, Mr. Faulkner, do not leave the building. The door did not open. Netta stood in front of it, waiting. The dark held, and Wrenley realized with a cold certainty that settled into her bones that they had already lost. The lights flickered, once, twice, and the door opened. But the person standing in the frame was not maintenance. Chapter 35. The regulatory director stepped into the light first. His face was gray. His hands were empty. There is someone in the building, he said. Maintenance found a door propped open on the 3rd floor. The cameras are still down. Netta's voice cut through the dark. Who? I do not know, but the desk log shows a visitor entry at 7:13 p.m. No sign out. The room went still. Wrenley felt Caedmon shift beside her. His hand brushed her wrist. A warning or a signal, she could not tell. Name, Netta said. The regulatory director looked at Caedmon. Odin Crofton. The air left the room. Wrenley's chest locked. Caedmon did not move. That is impossible, he said. I am telling you what the log says. Unan Crofton died 6 years ago. The regulatory director did not flinch. Then someone is using her name to get inside your building, and they are still here. The silence stretched. Netta's hand went to her phone. Call the police! Wait, Caedmon said. His voice was low, controlled, but something underneath it had cracked. Wait. Mr. Faulkner, there is an intruder in the building. I know who it is. The room turned. Wrenley stared at him. You know? Caedmon did not look at her. He was looking at the regulatory director, at Dimitri, at the dark beyond the door. I know who cut the lights. I know who took the folder. And I know why. He stood. His chair scraped against the floor. I have been hiding inside this company for 2 months. I have been lying to every person in this room. I have been watching decisions be made, watching people be cut, watching the thing I built bleed out through cracks I left open when I walked away. He stopped. I am Auberon Faulkner. The words landed like stone. I founded this company with Una Crofton 12 years ago. I left after she died. I came back under a false name to decide if it was worth saving, and I have been too afraid to say it out loud until now. He looked at Wrenley. Until her. Wrenley's hands were shaking. She had known. She had known since the badge, since the throat, since the way he spoke about Una's photographs like they were still warm. But hearing it in front of everyone, in front of Netta, the board, the regulatory director, Dimitri, it landed differently. It landed like a verdict. The ghost story, she said. Her voice was barely a whisper. The founder who vanished. The myth they tell new hires on their first day. That is you. Yes. You let me believe you were someone else. I let everyone believe. But me. She stepped toward him, her voice rising. I stood in front of this board and confessed to 3 years of hiding losses because you told me the truth was the only way out. And you were still lying. You were still hiding. I was going to tell you. When? When the vote was over. That is not good enough. I know. His voice broke. I know it is not good enough. Netta stepped between them. This is a touching reunion. But we have an intruder in the building. And Mr. Faulkner has just confirmed that someone is using his dead partner's name to access a building he controls. That is not a coincidence. That is a message. She turned to the regulatory director. Lock down the building. Do not let anyone leave, and find whoever is using that name. The regulatory director nodded. He stepped back into the dark. The door closed behind him. The room was silent. Wrenley stood facing Caedmon, the man she had trusted, the man she had touched, the man who had let her believe she was the first person to see beneath the mask, and she realized, with a coldness that settled into her bones, that she did not know him at all. Who is in the building? She said. I do not know. Yes, you do. She saw something flicker across his face. Recognition, grief, guilt, and she knew. You have a theory. He did not answer. Tell me. The person who cut the lights, the person who took the folder, the person who is using Una's name. He stopped. Who? He looked at her. Dimitri. The general counsel's head lifted. Mr. Faulkner? You set this up. I did nothing. You drafted the trust. You watched me for 6 years. You filed the amicus brief before the data was complete. You knew the Ridgecrest failure rate before we did. Dimitri's face was stone. You have no proof. I have the folder. It is gone. I know what was in it. Dimitri's jaw tightened. Then you know that the evidence points elsewhere. Where? Dimitri did not answer. Nader stepped forward. This is speculation. We have no lights, no cameras, no trust document, and no proof that anyone in this room is responsible for anything other than trying to save or kill a failing company. She looked at Caedmon. You are the founder. You hid your identity. You created the conditions for every accusation that follows. If there is a conspiracy in this building, you built the frame it lives in. Caedmon did not argue. Wrenley saw him absorb the blow, and she realized with a clarity that hurt, that he had been expecting it. He had been waiting for someone to say it, because he believed it. The door opened. The regulatory director stepped back in. His face was unreadable. "We found the intruder." He stepped aside, and a woman stepped into the room. She was dark-haired, brown-eyed, wearing a coat that did not fit the weather. Wrenley had seen her face before, in a photograph, on the Brand Gallery wall. The woman's hands were empty. Her voice was quiet. "Hello, Caedmon." The room did not move. Wrenley's chest locked, because the woman standing in the light was dead. And Caedmon's face had gone white. Chapter 36. The regulatory director caught the woman's elbow when her knees buckled. No one else moved. Wrenley's ears rang from the silence. The room had become a photograph. Netta frozen halfway to the door. Director Castle with one hand raised. Dimitri Sans with his head tilted as if the math had finally given him a number he did not expect. Caedmon had not blinked. He stood at the head of the table, both hands flat on the wood, face the color of old paper. The woman straightened. Her hand found the back of a chair. She looked at Caedmon like the lights had not changed anything. "You are supposed to be dead." His voice came out wrong, flat, mechanical. "Yes. For 6 years. Yes." Mirelle's voice cut from the doorway. "Someone want to tell me what the hell is happening?" She had come back. Wrenley turned. Mel was braced against the frame with her arms locked, travel mug still in one hand like she had forgotten she was holding it. Her eyes moved from the woman to Caedmon to Wrenley. "Who is this?" "Una Crofton," Caedmon said. "Una Crofton died in a car crash 6 years ago." She did not. Mirelle's face went still. Wrenley watched the calculation happen. Mirelle was fast. She always had been. The pieces slid into place behind her eyes without permission. 3 years of friendship, 2 months of evasion, the public reveal, the dead woman in the room. "You knew," Mirelle said. Not a question. Wrenley's chest locked. "Not about her. But you knew who he was." "Yes." Mirelle stepped backward into the hallway. 1 step. 2. "You knew he was the founder. You knew he had been lying to every person in this building for 2 months, and you did not tell me." "I could not." "You could not." Mirelle's voice cracked on the last word. "I sat in your office last week and told you I thought you were in over your head. I told you I was worried about you, and you let me sit there and worry while you were keeping a secret that could have destroyed this company." "I was trying to protect—" "Do not!" Mirelle's hand came up. "Do not tell me you were trying to protect me. You were trying to protect yourself." She turned. The door swung shut behind her. Wrenley heard boots moving down the hallway, fast, getting smaller. She stayed where she was. Jory was standing at the end of the hall. She had not seen him come up. He was pressed against the wall with his tablet held against his chest like a shield. His face was pale. "The provisioning log," he said. The words were barely audible. "The level 5 access mismatch. The account created 6 years ago." He looked past Wrenley at Caedmon. "You were inside the system before you arrived." "I was." "You have been watching this company for 6 years." "Yes. And the other account, the one that signed off on Ridgecrest. I do not know who created it. But you know who had the access." Caedmon did not answer. Jory's jaw tightened. "I was 7 months into my first analyst job when you walked in. I thought I had found something real. I thought I was the one who caught the pattern. You did, while you were watching me." Caedmon said nothing. Jory looked at Wrenley. "Did you know, when you asked me to pull the audit trails? I knew he was not who he said he was, but not the rest." "No." Jory nodded. It was the worst kind of nod. The one that meant he believed her, and it did not help. "He has been inside the system for 6 years, and you asked me to help him find the person who has been watching him. That is what you asked me to do." Wrenley's throat closed. "I did not know." "I know." He pushed off the wall. His boots made no sound on the carpet. The hallway emptied. Wrenley stood alone at the doorframe with Una Crofton behind her, and Caedmon's silence pressed between them like some place she had never been. The woman spoke. "You should let me explain." "No." Wrenley turned. Caedmon was still standing at the table. His hands had not moved. Not to her, not yet, to me. Una's brown eyes were steady. I staged my own death because I wanted out. Out of what? Everything. The company, the city, the story we had built. Auberon and I were Halverton Tide, and I could not be the person that story needed anymore. She glanced at Caedmon. I did not know he had left. I came back to Harbor Crane 3 years ago, expecting to find him here. Instead, I found a building that had written a ghost story about me. Who has been inside the system? I have. 6 years. Yes. Una's voice did not waver. The second account was mine. I created it 22 minutes after Caedmon made his. I needed to see what he was doing, and I have watched him watch this company every week since. Wrenley's hands were cold. You sabotaged the Ridgecrest spec change. I did. Caedmon's head lifted. Wrenley watched his face go through something that looked like the ground falling away. Una, I had to make someone look. You could have walked in. You would not have listened. I would have. You left. Una's voice cracked. You left me with a company I had helped build and a story I did not want to live in. And when I came back, you were still hiding, still afraid of being seen. Her eyes found Wrenley. He does not see it. That the lie he wraps himself in is the same one I walked away from. Netta's voice cut through the room. That is enough. She had moved back inside without anyone noticing. The police are on their way. Miss Crofton, you are going to answer questions about how you entered this building under a false identity and created a product defect that endangered customers. I will. And, Mr. Faulkner, you are going to explain to the board, in writing, every system you have accessed under a false name for the past 6 years. Caedmon nodded. Wrenley stood in the doorway with the weight of every eye in the room on her back. Netta turned to her. Miss Ostrander, yes. You are suspended from decision-making authority, pending a full investigation of your knowledge of Mr. Faulkner's identity. I did not know. That is what the investigation will determine. The building hummed. Somewhere down the hall, someone had started to cry. Wrenley looked at Caedmon, and she saw for the first time that he had believed the truth would be enough. He had been wrong. Chapter 37. The door closed behind Netta with a soft click that landed like a verdict. Wrenley stood in the center of the boardroom with the weight of suspension still settling in her chest. Suspended. The word did not fit. It was a word for people who had done something wrong, and she had done nothing but trust the wrong man with the wrong piece of her heart. Auberon had not moved from the table. His hands were flat on the surface, palms down, as if he was holding the wood in place. Una sat against the far wall with Director Castell frozen beside her, one hand raised like he had tried to stop something and changed his mind. The building hummed. No one spoke. Then Auberon straightened. I need to get the trust document. Wrenley looked at him. He looked back. Can you get to your office? The electronic lock is tied to the same system that went down. But you know another way. He did not answer. The maintenance corridor, he said. There is a manual override in the stairwell. Runs on a separate circuit. Netta's voice came from the doorway. You want me to let you walk out of this room alone. I want you to come with me. Auberon's voice was flat. You do not trust me, I understand. But if the trust document is not verified before the board adjourns, you will have no legal basis to block the motion we just passed. He pulled the key ring from his coat pocket. The document is in my office. You can hold it yourself. Netta studied him. The calculation behind her eyes was visible. Director Osei, go with him. Osei nodded. Auberon did not argue. He walked past Wrenley without touching her arm, without looking back. The door closed. Wrenley stood alone in the room with Una Crofton and the silence of 6 years of lies. You love him. Osei noted. Auberon did not argue. He walked past Wrenley without touching her arm, without looking back. The door closed. Wrenley stood alone in the room with Una Crofton and the silence of 6 years of lies. You love him. Una's voice was not cruel. It was tired. Wrenley said nothing. Does not matter, Una said. He will have to earn it anyway. Did you earn his forgiveness? No. Una's laugh was hollow. I did not want it. The door opened 17 minutes later. Auberon walked in with the trust document in his hand. It was a simple binder, gray plastic spine, no label. He placed it on the table in front of Netta. The original, signed, notarized, witnessed by 3 people whose names are on the signature page. Netta opened the binder. Her eyes moved over the first page. She turned, read, turned again. It is valid. Her voice was flat. The trust agreement grants Auberon Faulkner 52% voting control of Halverton Tide's outstanding shares. The trigger clause activates upon a dissolution motion. The document was executed 6 years ago and has not been revoked. She closed the binder. Mr. Faulkner, you have the floor. Auberon did not move toward the head of the table. He stayed where he was, at the side, in the place Caedmon Pemberton had occupied for 2 months. I am not going to pretend this is a clean victory. His voice was quiet. I lied to every person in this building. I entered my own company under a false name. I asked people to trust me while I was watching them through a veil I had chosen. He looked at Wrenley. I cannot undo that. Any vote to dissolve Halverton Tide is blocked by my controlling stake. His hands remained flat on the table. But I am not going to use this authority to pretend nothing has changed. I am authorizing a restructuring that cuts 71 positions across every department. He paused. The repair clinic rotation survives. The volunteer grant program resumes next quarter. The hike series will return in spring. His voice did not waver. Everything else is on the table. Netta's pen stopped. You saved 3 programs. I did, and destroyed your credibility doing it. Probably. The room was silent. Director Albright's hand went to his mouth. Director Tan sat frozen. Director Castell lowered his arms slowly. Director Castell spoke. The restructuring is approved. On what authority? The authority of a 52% controlling stakeholder who just put his real name on a paper that says he is responsible for every decision made in this room going forward. Castell stood. I have been on this board for 12 years. I have watched this company limp from one crisis to another because no one had the courage to name the real problem. He looked at Auberon. You named it. Now you fix it. Auberon nodded. I will. He looked at Wrenley. And for the first time since the lights came back on, he did not look like a man who had won. He looked like a man who had just watched someone he loved walk out the door and was not sure how to follow. The meeting adjourned at 9:47 p.m. The board filed out in silence. Netta passed the binder to Dimitri without speaking. Dimitri took it. His face revealed nothing. Una stood. Her shoes made no sound on the carpet. She looked at Auberon. I will answer their questions. I know. I did what I did because I thought it was the only way to make you stop hiding. I know. Do you understand why I left? Not yet. Una's smile was small. You will. The door closed behind her. Wrenley stood at the window. The fog had rolled in over Harbor Crane. The lights of the ferry terminal were soft, distant, blurred. She heard Auberon move behind her. Your suspension. I heard. I will contest it. Do not. Wrenley turned. Her reflection was a ghost in the dark glass. I am not going to let you fix this with a signature. Auberon's face was pale. No. Do you? She walked past him, past the table where the trust documents still lay open, past the chair where Jory had sat, past the spot on the floor where Mirelle had stopped and turned. At the door, she stopped. Your identity reveal saved the company. Her voice was steady, but it did not save what you broke with me. She did not look back. I will be here tomorrow. Her hand found the door handle. I do not know what I am staying for. She walked into the empty hallway. The building hummed around her. Somewhere a phone was ringing. The fog pressed against the windows like something waiting. And behind her, in the boardroom she had just left, Auberon Faulkner stood alone with the document that had cost him everything to open. Chapter 38. The hallway stretched empty in both directions. Wrenley walked past the water station where someone had abandoned a half-empty cup, past the framed brand photo where Una's face hung clean and young and alive, past the door to the East Conference Room where she had spent hours building a future she had believed in. She was halfway to the stairwell when she heard him behind her. Wrenley. She stopped. She did not turn. "I know you are angry." She laughed. It came out strange, broken. "Angry. I did not choose the right word. You chose a word that lets you off the hook." She turned now. Auberon stood in the middle of the hallway with his sleeves rolled and the trust document still visible through the glass door behind him. His face was pale. His hands hung at his sides like he did not know what to do with them. Angry is what you get when someone takes the last cup of coffee without making a fresh pot. Angry is when someone cuts the wrong program. She took a step toward him. "This is not angry. What is it?" "Everything I thought was real with you." Her voice cracked. "I went back through every memory tonight while I was standing at that window. The night you brought me coffee and told me triage was not failure. The storage room, the way you looked at me when I told you about my mother." She pressed her palm flat against the wall. "I keep finding the moment you could have told me." "I know. And you chose not to." "Yes, every single time." Auberon nodded. She wanted him to argue, to say it was complicated, that he had reasons, that the timing had never been right. He gave her none of those. "That night in the storage room," his voice was rough, "you asked me if I was still lying to you. I remember. I told you I was. I know. And I said it like it was enough, like the admission was the same as the truth." He stepped forward. "I was wrong." Wrenley shook her head. "You keep saying that, because I keep meaning it. It does not help." "I know." She looked at him. He was not crying, but something in his face had come unmoored. "There are 43 days in my head now." Her voice was quiet. "Every single one of them I was falling for someone who did not exist. He existed. Caedmon Pemberton did not. He was me. He was a door you could close." She took a breath. "I do not know how to tell the difference between the parts that were real and the parts that were performance." Auberon was still. "I could tell you. Would I believe you? I do not know." She closed her eyes. "I hate that you are not making this easy." "I do not want to make it easy." "Good." "Wrenley." She opened her eyes. "I am not going to tell you that the lie was necessary, or that I would do it again, or that I had no choice." His jaw tightened. "I had a choice every single day, and I made the wrong one, over and over, because I was afraid that if you knew who I really was, you would stop seeing me. And now?" He shook his head. "Now I know I was right." The air between them did not move. "Because you are standing here," he said quietly, "looking at me, and you do not know if you want to stay." "I want to stay." She said it without thinking. Then she said it again, slower. "I want to stay. And that is the worst part. Because you think it makes you weak. Because I think it makes me stupid." Auberon's mouth pulled into something that was not quite a smile. "You are not stupid. I trusted a man who was not real. You asked me. You pushed. You wanted the answer badly enough to keep asking, even when I kept deflecting." He held her gaze. "You were never stupid. You were patient, and I took advantage of that patience." Wrenley pressed her fingers against her eyes. "I do not know what to do with that." "You do not have to decide tonight." "I know. You can stay or you can leave. Both are allowed. Neither makes you a fool or a traitor." She dropped her hands. "You said you came back to judge whether Halverton Tide deserved to live." "Yes." "What did you decide? Before I met you?" He paused. "I was going to let it die." Wrenley's throat tightened. "And after?" "After." He said it like the word hurt. "After I met you, I started believing it could survive. Because you made me believe that something built with care did not have to be destroyed just because the person who built it had failed." His voice dropped. "You did not save the company tonight. I blocked the dissolution because I owned the shares. But if I had not met you first, I would not have opened the document." She stared at him. "That is not absolution." "I know. That is just another way of saying you needed me to be useful before you told me the truth." Auberon went still. She saw it land. She saw him understand. I did not mean it that way. I know, but that is how it sounded. Yes. He was quiet. Then he nodded. Thank you. For what? Not letting me hide behind the good parts. Wrenley looked at him. The fog pressed against the windows. The building hummed. Somewhere above them, a door opened and closed. I am going to walk out of this building tonight. I know. I do not know if I am coming back tomorrow because I believe in Halverton Tide or because I am not ready to stop seeing your face. He did not flinch. Both can be true. They can. She stepped past him. This time he did not follow. But when she reached the end of the hallway, she heard his voice. Wrenley. She stopped. What you asked about the parts that were real. She waited. Every single one. Her hand found the stairwell door. And that makes this worse. She pushed through. The stairs were cold. Her footsteps echoed down into the dark. The door closed behind her with a soft click. And on the other side of it, Auberon Faulkner stood alone in the empty hallway, watching the place where she had been, with nothing left to hold except the silence she had left behind. Chapter 39. The stairwell door closed behind her, and the echo ran down through the concrete. Wrenley stood at the bottom of the first landing with her hand still on the rail. The building was alive around her, voices bouncing off tile, footsteps crossing the lobby, the distant hum of a phone ringing somewhere nobody remembered to silence. She had been in the dark for 40 minutes, maybe longer. Now the light felt wrong. She pushed through the ground floor door and the lobby hit her all at once. A cluster of staff near the front desk went quiet when they saw her. One of them, a woman from marketing whose name she could never keep straight, looked at her with something between pity and judgment, then looked away. Wrenley kept walking. The hallway to operations was worse. People parted around her like she was carrying something contagious. A man from warehouse logistics she had helped with his insurance paperwork 3 months ago stepped sideways to let her pass and would not meet her eyes. She heard her name whispered behind her. Not the words, just the shape of them, the way they dropped at the end like a period. She found Saskia in the break room, standing alone at the counter with a mug of coffee she was not drinking. Saskia looked up when she walked in. You look like you have been through something. I have. Saskia waited. Wrenley closed the door behind her. People are angry. They are confused, Saskia said. Anger is easier. They think I knew. Did you? Wrenley stood very still. Not the full truth, not until the boardroom, but I knew enough to ask questions I did not push hard enough. Saskia set the mug down. That is not the same as being in on it. It is not going to feel different to them. No. Saskia crossed her arms. But it feels different to you, and that matters more than you think. Wrenley pressed her palms against the counter edge. I do not know what to do with the way they are looking at me. You do not have to fix it. That is what I do. I know. Saskia held her gaze. Maybe today you stop. The silence stretched. Then the door opened. Mirelle stood in the frame, her travel mug in one hand, her face doing something complicated that was not quite anger and not quite hurt. Can we talk? Wrenley nodded. Mirelle looked at Saskia. Saskia picked up her mug and walked past them both without a word, closing the door behind her. The break room felt smaller. Mirelle did not sit. I have been walking around this building for the last hour, she said, listening to people say your name like it is a warning sign. I know? No, you do not know, because you were not there when Delia asked me if you had been sleeping with him to protect the company. Wrenley's stomach turned. What did you say? I said I did not know, because I did not, because you did not tell me anything. Mirelle's voice cracked on the last word. You let me stand in front of that boardroom like a fool. You let me defend you to people who already knew I did not have the full picture. I was trying to protect you. From what? The truth. Mirelle laughed. It was not a happy sound. You were trying to protect yourself. From having to tell me something that would make you look different in my eyes. Wrenley opened her mouth, closed it. She is right. The words came out quiet. I did not tell you because I was afraid of how you would see me. Mirelle stared at her. Then you understand why I am angry. Yes, then you understand why I do not know if I can trust you. Yes, Mirelle waited. Wrenley did not look away. I am not going to tell you that I made the right choice. I made the wrong one, every time, and I have to live with that. She took a breath. But I am not going to carry the weight of what other people think I did. Mirelle's eyes narrowed. What does that mean? It means I did not know he was Auberon Faulkner when I slept with him. It means I did not know he was the founder when I defended his decisions. It means I was lied to, same as you. She held Mirelle's gaze. I am not going to apologize for being deceived. Mirelle was quiet for a long moment. Then she shook her head. That is not the part that hurts. Then tell me what is. Mirelle's jaw tightened. You shut me out. You made a decision about what I could handle without asking me, and you did it because you thought you were protecting me. But really, you were protecting yourself from having to be vulnerable. She set her travel mug down. I have been your friend for 6 years. I have seen you cry. I have seen you break down in a supply closet and put yourself back together before the next meeting. I have never once made you feel small for any of it. I know. So why did you not trust me? Wrenley felt the words in her chest like a stone. Because I was ashamed. Mirelle blinked. Ashamed of what? Of falling for the wrong man? Of letting myself want something that turned out to be built on a lie? Of being the person who smiled through her own demolition while everyone else watched? She pressed her hand against the counter. I did not want you to see me make that mistake. Mirelle stared at her. Then she sat down. Not at the table, on the floor. Her back against the cabinet, her legs stretched out, her face tilted up toward the fluorescent light. I do not know how to fix this. Wrenley sat down across from her. Neither do I. Then what do we do? Wrenley looked at her. The break room hummed. Somewhere in the building, a phone rang again. We stop pretending it is fine, she said, and we let it be hard until it is not. Mirelle nodded, slowly. Okay. The word hung between them. Then Mirelle's phone buzzed. She pulled it out, looked at the screen, and her face changed. What is it? Mirelle looked up. Jory just sent me something. She turned the phone around. It was a screenshot of an archived document, a founder memo, dated the week Auberon vanished, and marked with a red stamp she had never seen before. Sealed by order, not for disclosure. The date next to the stamp was not 6 years ago. It was 3 weeks before Wrenley found the badge. Chapter 40. The break room hummed. Wrenley stared at the screenshot on Mirelle's phone. The red stamp burned across the document like a wound that had never healed. 3 weeks before I found the badge. Mirelle nodded. Someone knew you were getting close. Or someone knew the vote was coming. Wrenley handed the phone back. Her fingers felt cold. Can you forward that to me? I already did. Mirelle stood up slowly, brushed dust off her pants, and looked down at Wrenley with an expression that was not quite forgiveness and not quite surrender. I am not done being angry. I know, but I am also not done being your friend. Wrenley felt something crack in her chest. That is more than I deserve. Probably. Mirelle's voice softened. But I am not doing it for you. I am doing it for me. Because I do not want to be the person who walks away from 6 years because of one bad season. She picked up her travel mug. Go home, Wrenley. You look like you have been dragged through a tide pool. I have. Then stop sitting on my break room floor. Mirelle walked out. The door swung shut. Wrenley stayed on the floor for another minute, feeling the cold tile through her jeans, listening to the building settle around her like a ship that had survived a storm but lost its anchor. Then she stood up. The hallway was quiet. She walked past the brand gallery where Una Crofton's photograph still hung, the same face that had walked through the door last night, alive and breathing and carrying secrets that had not all been spilled yet. The glass reflected Wrenley's own face, pale and hollow-eyed, the coral blouse wrinkled beyond rescue. She kept walking. The east conference room door was open, empty. The whiteboards still held their handwriting, the Caedmon's tight columns and her looping notes, a language they had built together before she knew who he was. Someone had erased part of it. A ghosted streak ran through the middle where a hand had dragged across wet marker. She reached out and touched the board. The ink came off on her fingers. Wrenley. She turned. Auberon stood in the doorway. He looked different. Not the dark coat, not the severe lines of his face, but the way he held himself, stripped of the performance she had not known he was wearing until it was gone. I have been looking for you. I have been hiding. A flicker crossed his face, not quite a smile. I do not blame you. She turned back to the whiteboard. The police came for Ona an hour ago. She went quietly. She asked me to tell you she was sorry. Sorry for what? For bringing you into something that was not yours to carry. Wrenley laughed. It came out sharp. Everything about this company has been mine to carry for 3 years. She is not special. Auberon stepped into the room. The staff meeting is in 20 minutes. I am going to tell them the truth. All of it. She looked at him. All of it? The alias, the trust, the restructuring. Una. Everything I have been hiding since I walked through that door. And you think that will fix it? No. His voice was quiet. I think it will make it worse before it gets better. But I am done letting the truth come out in pieces like I can control how much damage it does. She watched him. You are doing this now because you want me to stay. Yes. Not because it is the right thing. Both. He met her eyes. I want you to stay, but I am telling them whether you do or not, because I should have done it the first day. The words landed between them. Wrenley looked at the whiteboard again, at their work, at the ghost where someone had erased a piece of it. You should have. I know. She turned to face him fully. I am not going to the meeting. His jaw tightened. I am not going to stand in front of those people and let them look at me like I am the woman who slept with the liar. I am not going to be the collateral damage of your conscience. You are not collateral. I am. Her voice did not shake. That is what happens when someone you trust turns out to be a fiction. The people closest to you bear the worst of it, and I am done bearing things for men who do not earn the weight. Auberon was very still. What do you need from me? Nothing. That is not true. It is. She stepped past him toward the door. That is the part you still do not understand. I have spent 3 years telling everyone what they needed to hear, telling the board the numbers were fine, telling the staff the cuts would not hurt, telling myself I could carry it all if I just smiled hard enough. He stopped in the doorway. I am done telling people what they need to hear. He turned to face her. Then tell me what you need. Wrenley looked at him. His gray eyes, the same eyes that had watched her across conference tables and loading docks and storage rooms where they had held each other in the dark. I need to be able to trust that the man I am talking to is the man I am talking to. Not a mask, not a strategy, not a man deciding whether his own company deserves to live. She took a breath. And I do not know if you can give me that, because I do not think you know who you are without the mask either. The silence stretched. Then his face broke, just a crack. A flicker of something raw and unguarded that she had only seen in the dark when he thought she was not watching. You are right. His voice was barely audible. I have been Auberon Faulkner for 6 days. I have been Caedmon Pemberton for 2 months. I have been the man who left for 6 years. And I have been the boy who built this company for the 12 years before that. He stepped closer. None of them are the whole truth. And I do not know which one I am when I am not performing. Wrenley held his gaze. Then figure it out. She walked through the door. The hallway stretched ahead, empty and bright and full of the smell of coffee and paper and the particular stillness of a building holding its breath. She did not look back. She walked past the brand gallery, past the break room, past the stairs she had taken to the 4th-floor storage room where he had held her like she was something precious. She reached the main entrance. The glass doors faced the parking lot, the gray sky, the ferry dock beyond. She pushed them open. Cold air hit her face like a wall. She stepped outside, and for the first time in 3 years she did not know if she was coming back. Her phone buzzed as she reached her car, a text from an unknown number. The memo was not sealed by the founder. It was sealed by someone who did not want you to read what he wrote about Netta. She stopped with her hand on the door handle. Another message came through. Check the archive backup. February 14. The file before the badge. Chapter 41. She woke in her own bed with the light the wrong color. The apartment was too quiet. No fairy horn, no distant rumble of the warehouse bays starting up. Just the hum of the refrigerator and the sound of her own breathing in a space that had never felt like a cage until she chose to stay in it. She lay still for a long time. The ceiling had a crack she had never noticed before, branching from the corner like a river delta on a map of somewhere else. She traced it with her eyes until the light shifted and the crack disappeared into shadow. Her phone was on the nightstand. 3 messages. Saskia, sent at 6:47 a.m. People are starting to get the notices. The building sounds like a wake. Mirelle, sent at 7:02 a.m. I am still angry, but I am also still here. A number she did not recognize, sent at 7:13 a.m. The staff meeting is at 9. He told the truth, every piece. She set the phone face down. The clock on the nightstand read 7:34. She had nowhere to be. The thought should have felt like relief. For 3 years she had been running toward the next crisis, the next meeting, the next person who needed something she could give. She had measured her worth and how much weight she could carry without buckling. Now the weight was gone, and she felt hollow, not free. She made coffee. The apartment was small, a rental she had never fully decorated because she had always been at work. The living room had a second-hand couch, a bookshelf stacked with outdoor guides she had never read, and a framed photograph of the Olympic Peninsula that she had bought at a flea market because it looked like a place she might go someday when she had time. She had never gone. She stood at the kitchen counter with the coffee cooling in her hands and watched the fog roll past the window. Her phone buzzed again. Saskia. He did not hide. He stood at the front of the room and answered every question, even the ugly ones. Another buzz. Saskia. People are still furious, but they are also listening. I did not expect that. Wrenley set the cup down. She should answer. Saskia had been kind to her in the break room, had given her permission to be broken without having to fix it. Kindness like that deserved acknowledgement. But her hands would not move toward the phone. She stood at the counter and watched the fog and tried to remember what it felt like to want to be useful instead of just needed. The call came at 8:12 a.m. She almost let it go to voicemail, but the name on the screen was Saskia, and Saskia did not call at this hour unless something was burning. She picked up. Hey. Wrenley. Saskia's voice was tired but steady. I am sorry to call. I know you are not. It is fine. It is not fine, but I am calling anyway. Wrenley leaned against the counter. What is happening? Restructuring notices went out to the first group this morning, the ones whose positions are being cut effective next Friday. A pause. The production floor is in chaos. People are crying at their desks. Parisa asked me if she should start packing her things. Parisa is soft goods. Her buyer position is not on the list we sent. I know, but she does not know that, and nobody is telling anyone anything. Wrenley closed her eyes. Where are you? Standing in the east corridor, watching people decide whether to fight or leave. Stillness. Saskia. I know. I am not, I know. Saskia's voice softened. I am not asking you to come fix it. I am telling you what is happening because you deserve to know, and because I think staying gone is going to eat you alive slower than coming back will. The words landed. Wrenley pressed her palm flat against the counter and felt the cool surface ground her. Did he really tell them everything? Yes. Every piece? Yes. A beat. He even told them about the night in the storage room. Wrenley's stomach tightened. He told them about the storage room? He did not name you specifically. He said he had formed a personal relationship with a member of the turnaround team and that the deception had hurt someone who trusted him. He said he would not name the person because she had done nothing wrong and did not deserve to have her privacy taken from her the way he had taken her trust. Wrenley was very still. He said that? Word for word. The kitchen light hummed. Saskia, I know. I do not know if I can walk back in there. I know. I do not know if I want to. That is fair. Wrenley opened her eyes. Is Auberon still there? He locked himself in the East conference room after the meeting, has not come out. Dimitri is trying to get him to sign something. Nada is in her office with the door closed. Jory is in the archive. Mirelle is in operations, pretending she is not watching the door every time someone walks in. Wrenley looked at her reflection in the dark kitchen window. The woman staring back looked like someone who had been carrying too much for too long. But the woman staring back also looked like someone who was done running. Can you do me a favor? Nagit, do not tell anyone I am coming. Saskia was quiet. Then, you are coming? Wrenley picked up her keys. I do not know yet, but if I do, I want to see what it looks like before anyone has time to prepare for me. Understood. The line went dead. Wrenley stood in the kitchen with the keys in her hand and the fog pressing against the glass. She thought about the cracked ceiling, the books she had never read, the photograph of a place she had never gone. She thought about the conference room where the whiteboard still held her handwriting and his. Then she pulled on her boots and walked out the door. Chapter 42. The fog had burned off by the time she reached the front doors, but the light that replaced it was thin and gray, the kind that flattened everything into itself. Wrenley pushed through the entrance and stopped. The lobby was wrong, not empty. People moved past the reception desk, crossed toward the stairwell, stood in clusters near the break room door. But the energy had shifted from frantic to something worse. Careful. Like the building had been holding its breath since she left and had forgotten how to exhale. A junior buyer from Soft Goods, whose name she could never remember, looked at her, looked away, and adjusted her path to avoid the stretch of floor between them. Wrenley kept walking. The east corridor smelled like cold coffee and the particular stale tension of a room where bad news had been spoken aloud. She passed the break room and saw Parisa standing at the counter with a mug in her hands, and her shoulders curved inward, the posture of someone trying to take up as little space as possible. Parisa looked up. Their eyes met. Wrenley stopped. Hey, she said. Parisa's jaw tightened. I heard you were not coming back. People say a lot of things. People say you knew. The words landed flat between them. Wrenley held still. What I knew and when I knew it is complicated, but I did not know the full truth when I should have. Parisa looked at her for a long moment. Then she set the lug down and walked out the opposite door without another word. Wrenley found Saskia in the People and Culture office, bent over a piece of paper with names crossed out and rewritten in the margins. Saskia looked up. Something flickered across her face. Relief, maybe, or wariness. You came. I said I might. You said you did not know. Wrenley sat in the chair across from Saskia's desk. I still do not know, but I could not stay away. Saskia set the paper down and studied her with the patient, evaluating gaze that made Wrenley feel like she was being read start to finish. The East conference room is still locked. I know. He has not eaten. Dimitri has been outside the door for the last hour trying to get him to sign a liability waiver. What kind of liability waiver? The kind that says the board is not responsible for any legal exposure created by the alias, period. Wrenley pressed her palm flat against her thigh. And Auberon will not open the door. That is why I am here. Saskia tilted her head. To get him to open the door? To tell him he does not get to hide in there while the rest of us face what he made. The words came out harder than she meant them. Saskia did not flinch. Fair. She found Dimitri standing in the east corridor with a folder in his hand, and his face arranged into its usual unreadable calm. He looked up as she approached, did not look surprised. Wrenley. Dimitri, you are back. I am. He held up the folder. I need him to sign this before the board reconvenes. Then give it to him. The door is locked. Wrenley looked at the closed door to the East conference room. The whiteboard inside still held her handwriting and his, strategy lines and desperate math, the shape of something they had built together before it all collapsed. Move, she said. Dimitri did not move. Wrenley, I said move. Something passed between them. A calculation, maybe. An assessment of whether pressing the issue was worth the friction. He moved. She walked to the door and knocked. 3 sharp strikes. Arbenar. Silence. Open the door. A pause. Then the lock clicked. She turned the handle and pushed. The East conference room looked the same. The whiteboard, the scatter of printouts across the table, the coffee cup she had left on the windowsill 3 days ago, still sitting where she put it. Auberon stood at the far end of the table with his coat off and his sleeves rolled to his forearms. He looked tired. Not the shock-controlled exhaustion of the war room nights, but something raw, hollowed. His eyes met hers. You came back? You told the staff the truth? Yes. Every part. Yes. She closed the door behind her. I read texts from people who heard that version of events. They do not know what to do with it. Some of them are angry. Some of them are confused. Some of them think you are a coward, and some of them think you are the only honest person in the building. I am not honest. No, you are not. He did not argue. She walked to the whiteboard and looked at the lines they had drawn together. The numbers that had saved the company. The projections that had cost 71 people their jobs. I need you to come out of this room, she said. Why? Because Dimitri is standing in the hallway with a waiver he wants you to sign, and the board is reconvening, and the staff are standing around waiting for someone to tell them what happens next. And you are the only person who can. Castell can handle the board. Castell is not the founder. Auberon's jaw tightened. No, he said quietly. He is not. Wrenley turned to face him. I am not here to fix this for you. I am not here to make it easier. I came back because I needed to see whether you were going to stay in this room until someone else made the choice for you. And? And I do not have the answer yet. He looked at her. The gray in his eyes caught the fluorescent light. I will come out, he said. But I need you to do something first. Name it. Stay. The word hung between them. After the room clears, after the board, after every question has been asked. Stay. Wrenley looked at the whiteboard, the math, the names crossed out in Saskia's careful handwriting. I do not know what staying means anymore, she said. Neither do I. She looked at him. Open the door. Chapter 43. The East conference room door clicked shut behind them, and the hallway swallowed the sound. Dimitri stood where she had left him, folder in hand, face unreadable. Auberon looked at him, did not speak. Faulkner, not now. The board reconvenes in 40 minutes. Sign the waiver or they will frame the entire alias period as unilateral concealment, and I cannot protect you from the regulatory fallout. I am not signing anything until I read it. Then read it. Dimitri held out the folder. Auberon took it. Their eyes held for a moment too long before Dimitri turned and walked toward the stairwell, his footsteps receding into the hollow acoustics of the empty building. The silence after him was worse than the confrontation. Wrenley leaned against the wall and watched Auberon flip through the first page. His jaw moved. His thumb pressed hard against the paper edge. You should not be reading that in the hallway. Then invite me somewhere else. She looked at the conference room door, the whiteboard lines, the cold coffee, the ghost of every argument and confession that room had absorbed. The break room, she said. It is empty. Saskia cleared everyone to the floor for the notice distribution. He followed without argument. The break room smelled like stale coffee and burnt microwave popcorn. Someone had left a mug in the sink. The fluorescent hum was the only sound. Auberon set the folder on the table but did not open it. Instead, he turned to face her. I am sorry. The words landed flat, clean, without the weight of expectation that usually accompanied apologies, the unspoken need for the other person to make it better. She waited. I am not saying it to make you tell me it is fine. It is not fine. It will not be fine for a long time, and that is mine to carry, not yours. You practiced that. No, I thought about it. There is a difference. She pulled out a chair and sat. Her legs felt strange, like she had been standing for days and only now remembered how to bend. Say the rest. Auberon sat across from her. The folder lay unopened between them. When I came back to Harbor Crane, I told myself the alias was necessary, that the company could not be judged honestly if people knew who I was, that I needed to see the truth before the truth could see me. You did see the truth. Parts of it. The parts that fit my theory. The parts that confirmed what I already believed, that the company I built had become something unrecognizable, that sentiment was rotting the structure, that the only honest choice was to let it die. And then I met you. She felt the weight of those words, the way he said them, not as a confession of weakness, but as a statement of fact, as immutable as the fog pressing against the window. You made it harder to lie, not because you caught me, because you kept showing up. You kept fighting for people I had written off as overhead. You kept believing the company could be more than what the numbers said. I was fighting for my family. I know. Her throat tightened. You made me want to be the person you thought I was, he said. The problem is I did not know how to become him without first admitting who I had been, and I was afraid that if you saw the stained version first, you would never believe the clean one existed. She pressed her palm flat against the table. The surface was cold, sticky with old residue. Are you asking me to forgive you? No, he said it without hesitation. I am not asking you to do anything. I am telling you what I owe you, an accounting. And then I am going to offer you an exit. She looked up. What kind of exit? He pulled a second folder from inside his coat, a smaller one, cream-colored. He had been carrying it the whole time. A clean transfer package, false salary for 6 months, outplacement support, a recommendation that does not mention any of this. If working near me has become unbearable, you do not have to. She stared at the folder. You brought a severance package to a conversation about trust. I brought an escape hatch to a conversation about harm. The distinction landed like a blade. You think I want to leave? I think you should have the choice. I think I took your choices away by lying, and I do not get to assume you want to stay just because the company survived. She pushed the folder back across the table. I am not signing that. Wrenley. I said no. Her voice came out steady, stronger than she felt. I did not spend the last 2 months fighting to save this place so I could walk away with a payout and a clean reference. I spent it fighting because I believed in something. And I am not going to let you take that from me too. He looked at her. The gray in his eyes caught the fluorescent light. Something shifted in his face. Not relief, not hope, something raw. Recognition. Then what do you need from me? Truth. Every time. Even when it costs you. Even when it costs me. I can do that. Prove it. He held her gaze for a long moment. Then he opened the first folder, the one Dimitri had given him, and began to read. The waiver was 3 pages, dense, written in the kind of legal language designed to make the reader stop asking questions. Auberon read each line twice. When he finished, he set the folder down and pushed it aside. It says the board had no knowledge of my alias or my system access. It says any legal exposure from the deception period is mine alone. It asks me to waive the right to hold the board Dimitri, or any named officer liable for consequences arising from my concealed identity. That sounds like exactly what Dimitri said it was. It is what Dimitri said it was. That is what worries me. She watched his face. The thin scar at the edge of his jaw caught the light. What else did you find? He pulled out a second document from the folder, a memorandum signed by Netta, dated yesterday. Legal review of all product shortcuts approved during the alias period. The board is preemptively positioning every decision I made as Caedmon Pemberton as suspect. They are building a case that the alias invalidates any operational authority I exercised. That includes the restructuring. That includes everything. The Ridgecrest quarantine, the supplier reviews, the program cuts. She felt the shape of the trap. They are not trying to protect themselves from legal exposure. They are trying to void your authority retroactively so they can reopen the liquidation question. He nodded. For a long moment, neither of them spoke. Then Wrenley said the thing she had been turning over since she walked back through the doors. If they can prove that Caedmon Pemberton's decisions are invalid and that Auberon Faulkner's return was concealed from the board, then every action you took to save the company becomes a liability. The restructuring, the trust invocation, everything. Yes. And if the restructuring is invalid, the 71 people who surrendered their jobs did so under false authority. Yes. She stood. The chair scraped against the floor. Then we need to find out what else is buried in those archives before the board reconvenes. Chapter 44. Saskia had pulled the file room key from somewhere, a ring worn smooth by years of use, and spread the restructuring lists across a table in HR's back office, where the overhead light buzzed and the window looked out at the loading dock. Wrenley stood at the edge of the table, one hand pressed flat against the first sheet. These are the final names? Saskia's version, the one Auberon approved before he locked himself in the East Conference room, before Dimitri got to him, before any of it got worse. Wrenley pulled the list toward her. 53 positions cut in production, 18 in operations, 11 in product development. The numbers she had approved when she still believed the restructuring was an honest trade. Now the names sat in front of her in 12-point font, and each one had a salary, a tenure, a hire date that meant someone had walked through these doors hopeful. Parisa is not on here. No, she is not. Then why did she ask Saskia if she should start packing? Saskia leaned against the filing cabinet, her arms crossed. Her face looked older than it had 3 days ago. Because no one believes the cuts are real until they see someone walk out with a box, and no one believes the reprieve is real either. She is waiting for the other shoe. Wrenley traced her finger down the list. Ellis was on it, the production coordinator who had broken the Ridgecrest Laminate story. She had fought to keep him. Lost. Delia was not. The warehouse foreman had been protected by seniority and a union contract that predated Auberon's founding. Tobias was not on the list either, but his entire product development team had been gutted. 2 senior designers, 4 junior associates, the materials lab coordinator who had been with Halverton Tide since the 2nd year. Heads up, Saskia said quietly. Wrenley looked up. The board reconvenes in 32 minutes. If we do not have a legally defensible version of these cuts signed and witnessed before then, Netta's memo carries. Every decision Caedmon Pemberton made becomes void, including these. And if we sign them now, under Auberon's authority, the board can argue the signature was coerced or obtained under duress. Yes. Then what is the right move? Saskia's hands dropped to her sides. I do not know, but I know that if you do nothing, the cuts still happen. Only then Netta controls the narrative, and the 71 people who volunteered for departure lose their severance because the authority that offered it never legally existed. Wrenley stared at the list. The names blurred. She thought of Parisa asking if she should pack, of Delia on the loading dock with her clipboard, of the repair clinic volunteers who had spent weekends teaching strangers how to patch tent seams and resole boots. None of them would be holding those jobs in 3 weeks. But some of them would walk out with a month's pay and a recommendation instead of an eviction notice and a criminal record for accepting a package under void authority. She picked up Saskia's pen. I need a witness. Saskia stepped closer. Are you sure? No, she signed. Her own name looked strange against the list. Wrenley Ostrander, project manager, interim restructuring authority. Woman who had trusted the wrong man and was now deciding who else paid for it. Saskia signed beneath her. Then the door swung open. Mirelle stood in the frame, travel mug in one hand, face stripped of the careful blankness she had worn since the boardroom. Tell me you are not doing what I think you are doing. Wrenley set the pen down. I just signed the restructuring list. Under whose authority? Auberon's. Mirelle stepped into the room. The door clicked shut behind her. You walked out of this building yesterday. You told him you did not know if you were coming back. And now you are sitting in HR, signing execution orders for people who trusted you, because a man who lied to you for 2 months asked you to stay. Because if I do not sign, the board voids the authority retroactively, and everyone who volunteered loses their severance. That is not why. The words landed flat. Wrenley looked up. What is that supposed to mean? It means you are still doing it. Mirelle set the travel mug down on the filing cabinet. Hard. Coffee sloshed against the lid. You are still cleaning up his mess, still protecting the company, still carrying everyone else's weight like if you just carry it hard enough, someone will finally see you are bleeding. I am not bleeding. You signed an execution order 3 hours after you told me you were done smoothing things over. What do you call that? Wrenley said nothing. Mirelle's voice cracked. I walked through that building this morning. People are afraid. They are packing their desks. Parisa spent 20 minutes crying in the bathroom because she thought her job was gone, and then she found out it was not. Only now she does not know if she wants to stay at a place where the founder lied to everyone, and the woman who was supposed to protect them signed the papers. I did not have a choice. Bullshit. The word hung in the air. Wrenley stood. You want me to walk away? I want you to stop setting yourself on fire to keep him warm. Is that what you think I am doing? Mirelle held her gaze. I think you spent 2 months falling for a man who was lying to you. I think you walked out of here yesterday choosing yourself for the first time. And I think you walked back in this morning because he asked, not because the company needed you. The company does need me. The company needed you to be collateral. It needed you to stand in front of the board and take the blame. It needed you to sign the list so no one remembers who actually built the trap. Wrenley's hands were shaking. She pressed them flat against the table. Mirelle, do not. I need you to trust me. I need you to tell me why I should. The silence stretched. Saskia was still against the filing cabinet. Witness, not participant. Wrenley looked at the signed list, at the names, at the pen still lying where she had set it down. Because if I walk away now, I am proving they were right about me. That I was never strong enough to hold the hard thing. That I only show up when it is easy. Mirelle's chin lifted. Who is they? Everyone. The board, Neda, anyone who thinks the only way to be strong is to be cruel. And Auberon? Wrenley swallowed. He is not part of the equation. He is the whole equation. He has always been the equation. And you are still trying to save him from himself instead of saving yourself. The fluorescent light hummed. Wrenley's phone buzzed against the table. She picked it up. The screen showed an unknown number. The message was short. They know you found the February 14 file. They are scrubbing the archive now. Chapter 45. Jory found her in the hallway outside HR. He looked like he had not slept. His tablet was pressed to his chest like a shield, and the skin under his eyes was dark enough to look bruised. Dimitri put me on timeline duty. Wrenley's throat was still tight from Mirelle's exit. Timeline duty. Internal counsel wants a chronological record. System access, board communications, consultant cover story, every alias-related decision they needed before the board reconvenes. That is not your job. It is now. He shifted the tablet, did not meet her eyes. I told him I would pull the access logs I already had, the level 5 stuff, the ghost accounts. He said that was a good start. Wrenley leaned against the wall. The plaster was cold through her blouse. Jory, I am not here to fight. Then what are you here for? He looked at her then, direct, tired. I need to know if he ever intended to tell you. The question landed like a weight she had been carrying without realizing. She had asked herself the same thing. In the dark of her apartment, in the silence between Mirella's accusations, in the moment she signed her name under a list of people who would lose their jobs because she had trusted the wrong man. I do not know. That is not an answer. It is the only one I have. Jory's jaw tightened. You asked me to wait. You asked me to trust that there was a reason, that the truth would come out in time to matter. I know. I waited, Wrenley. I did not go to Neda. I did not go to Dimitri. I sat on the evidence because you told me to trust you. And I told you the truth as soon as I could. You told me after he stood up in front of the board and the whole room fell apart. You told me because you had no choice left. She said nothing. Jory looked down at his tablet, swiped once, twice. I am pulling the timeline because if I do not, Dimitri will find someone else who will not ask questions. At least this way I see what goes into the record. That is a generous reading. I am trying to find one. The fluorescent light hummed between them. Wrenley pushed off the wall. What did you find? He hesitated. Then he turned the tablet toward her. The screen showed a log, timestamps, user IDs, file paths. I started with the access logs for the legacy archive, the ones I pulled before the blackout. I was cross-referencing them against the timeline Dimitri wants. Okay. The February 14 file, the one your anonymous texter told you about. Her chest went cold. What about it? It was accessed 4 times in the last 3 years, always by the same credential, always read only. He swiped. Then it was accessed again 20 minutes ago. By who? Same credential, but this time it was not read only. Her phone was still in her hand. The message was still on the screen. They are scrubbing the archive now. Who has that credential? Jory's expression shifted. Not anger, something closer to grief. That is the problem. The access chain is incomplete. The provisioning log was deleted 6 months ago, remember? We never restored it. So you cannot trace the credential to a person. I can trace it to a department. He turned the tablet back toward himself. The credential was issued under legal, Dimitri's department. But someone has been using it for 3 years without leaving a forwarding trail. No badge swipe, no network login, no physical access record tied to the user 499. That is impossible. That is the point. Someone built a ghost, a credential that exists in the system but cannot be traced back to a living person. Same way the second ghost account was built for the Ridgecrest sign-off. Wrenley's mind was moving too fast. Una built that account. Una built the second ghost account 6 years ago. This one is different. This one was created 18 months ago, and it has been running weekly reports ever since. Running reports on what? Jory met her eyes. On who was looking at the founder memo. The hallway went quiet. Wrenley could hear her own pulse. Someone built a watcher to monitor who was getting close to the memo, and that watcher just deleted the February 14 file. It did not delete it. Her stomach dropped. It moved it. Jory turned the tablet so she could see the log. The last entry showed a file transfer. Destination field encrypted. Source field flagged with a red marker she had never seen before. I do not know where it went, he said, but I know who initiated the transfer. He pointed to the user 499 at the bottom of the chain. Wrenley read it. Then she read it again. The credential was not Dimitri's. It was not Neda's. It was Auberon's. The original founder-level access. The one he had sworn he stopped using the day he became Caedmon Pemberton. Chapter 46. The conference room had been transformed. Wrenley stood near the back wall, watching the rows of folding chairs fill with people she had eaten lunch with, fought for, lied to. Saskia had set up 3 microphones on stands, but the room was too quiet for them to matter. Every cough, every shuffle of shoes against carpet carried like an announcement. 71 bodies. Most of them in uniforms, work boots, warehouse vests, some in blazers from the design floor. A woman from customer service holding a tissue she had not unfolded. Auberon stood at the front, no table between him and the chairs, no folder, no PowerPoint. His sleeves were rolled to his forearms, his hands empty, his face stripped of everything except the thing that made Wrenley's chest ache despite the anger still coiled under her ribs. He was not hiding. He looked at the room. If you want to leave, you should. I will not stop you. I will not write down who stays and who walks. This is not a test, and it is not a performance. Nobody moved. I am Auberon Faulkner. He let the name sit. I founded this company 12 years ago with money I borrowed against a dead parent's house and a partnership I believed would outlive me. I spent the next 6 years building something I was proud of, and then I left. The woman with the tissue stopped twisting it. I did not leave because the company was failing. I left because I had failed. The person who anchored me was gone, and I did not know how to stay in a building that reminded me of her every time I walked through the door. His voice did not crack. It did not need to. So I disappeared. I gained the board control. I told myself they would make better decisions without me. And then when the company started bleeding out, I came back under a false name because I wanted to see if Halverton Tide was worth saving without knowing who was watching. A man near the front spoke. Was it? Auberon met his eyes. I met someone who believed it was, before she knew who I was. The room shifted. Wrenley felt Saskia's hand brush her elbow, a warning or a question. She did not look away from Auberon. I made decisions under an identity that had no legal right to make them, he said. 71 of you received notices signed by a name that does not exist. That is not a technicality. That is a betrayal. And it belongs to me, not to the board, not to the circumstances, not to the tragedy of my personal history. He stopped. Wrenley watched his throat move. I will not ask you to trust me. I will not ask you to stay, but I will stand here until every question you have has been asked, and I will answer them without language designed to protect me from the consequences of what I did. The woman from customer service said, Were you ever going to tell us? Yes. The word landed like a stone in still water. Then why did it take 6 years? Auberon held her gaze. Cowardice, grief, The belief that I could fix the damage without anyone needing to forgive me. Every reason I gave myself was a better story than the truth, which was that I did not want to be seen failing again. A man in a warehouse vest stood. I have a kid in chemo. I took the severance because your note said the restructuring was clean. How do I know that check is going to clear now? Wrenley's chest clenched. Auberon did not flinch. It will clear. The restructuring was signed by the person who holds 52% of the voting shares, and I have authorized the disbursement from personal accounts if the company's operating capital is challenged before the board reconvenes. That is not an answer. It is the most honest one I have. Auberon's voice dropped. The check will clear because I will make sure it clears before I let my deception cost a child his treatment. The man sat down, slowly, like the air had changed density. A woman 2 rows back raised her hand. I worked here 6 years. I have never missed a shipment deadline. I trained 3 leads who are still on the floor, and I am one of the 71 because you decided I was a line item. You were not a line item. Then tell me what I was. Auberon was quiet. A compromise I should have found a different way to make. That is not an answer either. No, but it is the truth. The woman held his eyes for a long moment. Then she nodded once and leaned back in her chair. Wrenley felt something shift in the room. Not forgiveness, not acceptance, a change in temperature, like the difference between being screamed at and being heard. None of them would leave this room believing Auberon Faulkner deserved their trust, but they were starting to believe he knew what he had cost them. A man in a navy blazer stood near the 3rd row. Wrenley recognized him from the board roster, a director she had seen at exactly 2 meetings. He had the polished voice of someone who believed his job was damage control. Mr. Faulkner, perhaps it would be more productive to focus on the forward path rather than dwelling on decisions that, however painful, were made under the pressure of unavoidable restructuring. Auberon's jaw tightened. I am not finished dwelling. The director smiled, the kind of smile that meant he expected to be thanked. Of course, but the staff deserve clarity about the severance timeline, the COBRA enrollment window, and whether the board intends to honor the benefits package outlined in. They know what they deserve. Wrenley's voice cut across the room before she decided to use it. Every head turned. She stepped forward from the back wall, her boots loud on the carpet in the sudden quiet. They deserve the truth, not a sanitized version of the truth designed to make the board look like they were looking out for anyone but themselves. The director's smile thinned. And you are? She let the question hang. Someone who signed her name to the same list, someone who knew he was lying and stayed anyway. The room went very still. The restructuring is legal. The severance is funded. The benefits package will be honored, because if it is not, I will go to every journalist in Harbor Crane with every document I can find, and I will make sure the story is not about a founder who lied. It is about a board who let 71 people lose everything while they protected their liability. She did not look at Auberon. She did not need to see his face. The director sat down. The woman with the tissue stood up. She was younger than Wrenley had thought, early 30s, a face that looked like it had been crying for days. You are Wrenley? Yes, the woman nodded. The person he met before anyone knew who he was. Something caught in Wrenley's throat. Yes. The woman looked at her with wet eyes and a steady voice. Thank you for fighting for the programs, for the severance, for standing at that table and signing your name. The room held its breath. Then the woman said, But why did you trust him? The question was not hostile. It was worse. It was honest. Wrenley opened her mouth, closed it. The fluorescent light buzzed above the row of folding chairs. I do not know if I have an answer that will make sense to you. Try anyway. Wrenley looked at Auberon. He was watching her like she was the only person in the room. Because I saw something in him that he did not know how to show anyone else, and I thought that was enough. She turned back to the woman. I was wrong. Trust is not something you earn by being seen. It is something you earn by being honest. The woman held her gaze. Then she folded the tissue she had been holding for the entire meeting, tucked it into her pocket, and said, I hope he earns it. The room did not applaud, but someone in the back let out a breath that sounded like relief. Saskia stepped to the side table where she had stacked printed sheets, Cobra forms, contact numbers, severance timelines. She held up a hand, her voice carrying without strain. I have packets for everyone. You can take them now or come by my office this week. I will be in the building until every question is answered. A group near the door began to move, then the rest followed. Wrenley stood in the center of the emptying room, watching them file out. The man whose kid was in chemo paused at the door, looked back at Auberon, said nothing, walked through. Auberon did not move from the front of the room. When the last person had gone, when Saskia was handing a form to the woman with the tissue in the hallway, he finally looked at Wrenley. His eyes were red-rimmed. That was not supposed to be your fight. You do not get to decide whose fight it is. I know. She walked toward him, stopped 3 feet away. The ghost credential. His face changed. Jory found it. The February 14 file was moved 20 minutes before the meeting. The transfer used your founder-level access. The same access you swore you stopped using when you became Caedmon Pemberton. Auberon's hands went still at his sides. I did not move that file. She wanted to believe him. I need proof. A loud crash echoed from the hallway, followed by raised voices and the unmistakable sound of glass hitting the floor. Saskia's voice rose in alarm, then cut off sharp. Wrenley turned toward the door. Through the frosted glass panel, she saw shadows moving fast and the flicker of someone running past. Chapter 47. Wrenley reached the door before Auberon could move. She pulled it open. The hallway was chaos. A shattered coffee urn lay in a lake of brown liquid and glass shards spread across the tile. Saskia stood against the wall with one hand pressed to her chest, face white. 3 employees from the severed group had backed into a corner near the water fountain, papers scattered at their feet. The man with the chemo kid was holding his phone in front of him like a weapon. He recorded it. Saskia's voice was thin. He was standing in the hallway, filming through the gap in the door. Wrenley's pulse kicked. Where? Gone. He shoved past the delivery guy and ran toward the stairwell. Auberon stepped past her, already pulling his phone from his pocket. Which way did he come from? Did he have a badge visible? The man with the chemo kid shook his head. No badge, street clothes. He was just standing there with his phone up like he knew exactly when the meeting would end. Wrenley looked at the shattered urn, the spreading coffee, the way Saskia's hand shook as she lowered it from her chest. Someone had known. Someone had known the meeting time, the room, the moment when 71 people would walk out with their severance packets and their grief. Check the employee entrance logs, she said. And the visitor register. If he did not badge in, someone let him through. Auberon was already walking toward the stairwell. Wrenley turned to Saskia. Are you hurt? Startled, not hurt, Saskia's voice steadied. He did not touch anyone, just stood there, filming, and when I asked him what he was doing, he ran. Mirelle appeared at the end of the hallway. She stopped when she saw the mess. Her face did not change, but something in her posture shifted, a tightening at the shoulders, a stillness that Wrenley recognized from a decade of reading her. Mirelle? Not here. The words landed flat. We need to talk about what happened in the boardroom today, about what you said to me about setting myself on fire. I said what I said. You accused me of being controlled by him. Mirelle looked at the shattered urn, at the spreading coffee, at Saskia's white face. Then she looked back at Wrenley. I accused you of still cleaning up his mess. That is different. Is it? Mirelle's jaw tightened. You want to do this now? In the hallway, with glass on the floor and a journalist probably uploading footage of the founder's apology tour to the internet? Wrenley's stomach turned. I did not know about the filming. No, you did not. Mirelle's voice went quiet. You do not know a lot of things because you stopped telling me things. You stopped trusting me with the hard parts. You decided I could not handle the truth about who he was, or about what you felt for him, or about any of it. So you just carried it alone and smiled at me like everything was fine. Wrenley opened her mouth. Shut it. I did not know how to tell you. You did not try. The words hit like a door closing. I have been your person for 9 years, Wren. 9 years. I have helped you hide bend losses. I have lied to auditors for you. I have stood between you and Tobias when he was about to do something stupid, and you could not find 5 minutes to say, hey, The consultant is actually the founder, and I think I might be in love with him, and everything is about to explode." Wrenley's throat closed. "It was not mine to tell." "It was yours to share." Michaela's voice cracked on the last word. "I found out in a boardroom full of strangers, Wren. I found out the same way Delia found out, the same way Parisa found out. I was not your person. I was just another employee standing in a room while the truth landed on everyone at the same speed." The hallway went quiet. Saskia had stopped pretending not to listen. Auberon had not come back from the stairwell. Wrenley stood in the spreading silence and felt the weight of every moment she had chosen protection over honesty. "You are right," Mirelle blinked. "I am not saying that to end the fight. I am saying it because it is true. I should have told you. I should have trusted you with the ugliness. I did not because I was ashamed of how much I wanted him to be real, and I did not know how to say that out loud to the person whose opinion I care about most." Mirelle's face did not soften, but her shoulders dropped a fraction of an inch. "That is the first honest thing you have said to me in a week." "I know. You hurt me, Wren. Not because you fell for the wrong man, because you did not trust me enough to let me catch you." Wrenley nodded. "I do not know how to fix that." "Neither do I." They stood in the hallway, separated by 9 years of friendship and the wreckage of a single omission, and neither of them knew how to bridge the space. Mirelle's phone buzzed. She looked down. Her face changed. "What?" Mirelle did not answer. She was reading, thumbs scrolling, eyes moving faster with each line. "What is it?" Mirelle looked up. Her expression was not anger. It was something worse. Confusion. "Operations just flagged a discrepancy in the archived freight claims from 2016, the same year Una died." Wrenley's blood went cold. "Who flagged it?" "The new compliance clerk. He was auditing outgoing shipments for the quarterly report and found a set of invoices that do not match any purchase order in the system." "What do they match?" Mirelle held up the phone. "Nothing. They are ghosts, created, paid, and filed under a vendor code that does not exist in the current database. But the shipping address is an industrial park in Port Angeles that was demolished in 2018. Wrenley stared at her. "How much?" Mirelle's thumb scrolled again. "Approximately $200,000. The number hung in the fluorescent light like a second crash. 200,000. The year Una died, a vendor code that never existed. "Show me." Mirelle hesitated. The hesitation was a wound Wrenley had made, a crack in trust that had not yet sealed. But Mirelle turned the phone, and Wrenley read. The invoices were clean, professional, proper tax codes, billing cycles, reference numbers. They looked legitimate unless you knew what to look for. The vendor code was LAP-2016-VN-42. The same naming convention as the Ghost System accounts. The same year. Who signed these? Mirelle's thumb moved to the approval field. The name was partially redacted in the archived record, but enough remained. Enough to make Wrenley's breath stop. Because the first 3 letters of the signatory's last name were visible in the system's truncated audit trail. S.A.C. Wrenley's phone buzzed against her hip. She pulled it out. The anonymous number. 1 line. The freight claims are the beginning. Check the 2017 supplier override log before someone deletes it too. Wrenley looked up. Mirelle was watching her. "What?" "Wurzel is just like micking." Wrenley did not answer. She was already running toward the stairwell. Chapter 48. The stairwell swallowed the sound of her boots. Wrenley took the steps 2 at a time, hand sliding down the cold rail, the anonymous text still burning in her vision. Check the 2017 supplier override log before someone deletes it too. She hit the first floor landing and shoved the door open. The archive room was at the end of a corridor she had walked past 100 times without noticing. A door with no window. A lock that Saskia had shown her once during a compliance audit and never mentioned again. Wrenley keyed in the override code Saskia had given her months ago. The lock clicked. She pushed inside. The room smelled of paper dust and machine oil. Metal shelving ran floor to ceiling, packed with binders whose spines had faded from blue to gray. A single computer terminal sat at a desk in the center, its screen dark, its keyboard dusty. Wrenley crossed to the shelves and began reading dates. 2015, 2016, 2017. She pulled the 2017 supplier binder and laid it flat on the desk. The pages were thin and yellowed, filled with invoice numbers, vendor codes, approval timestamps. She flipped to the override log section in the back and ran her finger down the entries. Line after line of legitimate overrides. Rush fees, material substitutions, date changes. Then she found it. Supplier override LAP-2017 ASO-89. The vendor code matched the ghost claims. The amount was $42,000. The authorization field was blank, not redacted. Blank, as if someone had processed the override without leaving a signature at all. Wrenley stared at the empty space where a name should have been. Then she noticed the margin. There was handwriting, small, precise, in a pen that had bled slightly into the cheap paper. She recognized the slant, the sharp angles, the same hand that had filled the conference room whiteboard during 14-hour war room sessions. Auberon's hand. She leaned closer. Who signs a $42,000 override without an audit trail? This is not how we build. The note was dated the week before he vanished. Wrenley's throat tightened. She flipped the page. Another override. Another blank authorization field. Another margin note in the same hand. We are becoming the thing we said we would never be. She kept turning pages. The notes grew shorter, more urgent. This stops now. Where is the oversight? If no one will say no, I will. The last page of the supplier override log had a single entry. Override LAP-2017 SO-98. $67,000. The authorization field was blank. The margin note was different. It was not written. It was scratched. A single word gouged into the paper with enough pressure to tear. Enough. And then nothing. The entry stopped. The log ended. The next page was a new section entirely, dated 3 months later, with a different pen and a different hand handling the audits. Wrenley sat back. She had been holding her breath. The door to the archive room opened. She twisted, heart slamming. Dimitri Sands stood in the threshold, his face unreadable, his hands at his sides. Miss Ostrander. She did not stand. I am not done here. You should not be here at all. Then tell security. He did not move. Wrenley held his gaze. You knew about the ghost freight claims. It was not a question. Dimitri's jaw tightened. I knew something was wrong. I did not know what. Convenient. Truth often is. She looked back at the scratched word on the page. Enough. When did you know Auberon had stopped using his founder credential? Dimitri was silent for a long moment. After he disappeared, the system log showed no activity from his account for 6 weeks. I assumed he had handed it off to someone he trusted. Who? I do not know, but you suspected. He did not answer. Wrenley stood. You drafted his trust. You watched him for 6 years. You know more than you are saying. Dimitri's expression did not change. I know that the February 14 file was removed the week Auberon vanished. The words hit like a door slamming. How do you know that? Because I was the one who archived it originally. I logged it into the sealed records on February 12, 2 days before the memo was stamped. Wrenley's mind raced. You archived it before it was sealed? Yes. Then you know what it says. Dimitri's eyes met hers. I know what it says. I do not know who ordered it sealed 3 weeks before you found the badge, but I know it was not Auberon. The silence stretched. How do you know it was not him? Because Auberon Faulkner did not know the sealing stamp existed. I designed the protocol. He never used it. He did not even know the password. Wrenley stared at him. Who did? Dimitri did not answer, but his silence was an answer. Netta, someone else on the board. Someone who had access to protocols Auberon had never touched. You are telling me someone else buried the evidence. I am telling you the February 14 file was not hidden by the man you think it was. It was hidden by someone who wanted to control what the founder's vanishing meant. Wrenley's phone buzzed. She did not look at it. When the board reconvenes, will you stand with him? Dimitri's face closed. I will stand with whatever serves the company. That is not an answer. It is the only one you are going to get. He stepped back from the doorway. I suggest you find what you need quickly. The board has been moved up. They are reconvening in 15 minutes. The door began to swing shut. Dimitri. He paused. If you knew the file existed, why did you not tell anyone? He looked at her through the narrowing gap. Because I did not know what it meant until today. The door clicked shut. Wrenley stood alone in the archive room, the scratched word on the yellowing page burning in her memory, and felt the walls of Halverton Tide close in around her like a trap. She looked at her phone. The anonymous number. One line. They moved the vote. Someone just entered the building through the loading dock. Chapter 49. The boardroom door was open. Wrenley stopped at the threshold, the anonymous text still burning in her hand. Someone just entered the building through the loading dock. Inside, Netta stood at the head of the table. She had changed into a fresh suit, the charcoal lines cut sharp as scalpels. Director Tom sat at her right, Director Albright beside her, Director Castell and Osei on the opposite side, their faces unreadable. Dimitri was already seated, hands flat on the table, his posture that of a man who had chosen his position before the room filled. Netta looked at Wrenley. Miss Ostrander, I was not aware you were still on the premises. I was not aware my comings and goings required your approval. A beat. Netta's mouth tightened. The board is in session. The board was moved up without notice. I thought we were past procedural ambushes. She stepped inside. The door clicked shut behind her. Auberon was not in the room. She scanned the table. 4 directors. Dimitri. No legal counsel visible beyond him. Saskia was absent. Mirelle was absent. Jory was absent. Where is Auberon Faulkner? Netta did not answer. Dimitri spoke without looking up. He was asked to wait in the East Conference Room until the board determined the scope of today's session. Asked. Invited. Wrenley's hands were steady. Her voice was steady. She felt none of it. You cannot hold a governance review without the controlling stakeholder present. We can hold a preliminary discussion regarding operational stability, Netta said. The founder's absence is not a barrier to that conversation. His absence is the point of the conversation. Netta's smile was thin and precise. You are perceptive, Miss Ostrander. I have always said that about you. The room waited. Netta folded her hands on the table. Halverton Tide is bleeding. We have 71 employees processing their departure this week. We have a founder who operated under a false identity for 2 months, making decisions that may be legally indefensible. We have a product line under scrutiny, a trust document that concentrates voting power in a single pair of hands, and a workforce that no longer knows whether the person giving them orders is real. She paused. The question before this board is not whether Auberon Faulkner should lead. The question is whether a founder who deceived everyone around him can be trusted to make personnel decisions that affect the lives of people who trusted him. Director Tan nodded. Recusal, she said quietly. Temporary, until the operational review is complete. Who would make the decisions? A transition committee, Netta said. 3 members, 2 from the board, 1 from senior staff, with authority to approve or block any personnel action until the restructuring is complete. 3 members you appoint. 3 members the board appoints. Dimitri has drafted the charter. Wrenley looked at Dimitri. He did not meet her eyes. She thought of the scratched word in the margin. Enough. You want to strip him of authority while he is still in the building, before he can use his vote to protect the restructuring. We want to stabilize the company, Netta said. The founder's presence under these circumstances is destabilizing, because he told the truth, because he told it too late, and only when he had no other option. The words landed hard. Wrenley felt them. Netta was not wrong. Auberon had confessed because the room was burning, not because he had woken up one morning and decided Wrenley deserved the truth. He had let her fall for a man who did not exist. And the only reason she knew his real name was that the mask had been torn off by events, not by courage. She thought of the hallway, the coffee, the way he had looked at her like she was the first real thing he had seen in years. Had that been real? It had felt real. But feeling real was not the same as being real. I need to know what her role is. Netta's voice cut through the silence. Everyone turned. Netta was looking at Wrenley with something that might have been curiosity. if curiosity could sharpen to a blade. Miss Ostrander was intimate with the founder while he was operating under a false identity. She defended him to the severed employees. She signed the restructuring list under his authority. She is, by her own admission, someone who saw something in him that no one else could see. She paused. The question is whether that judgment makes her an asset or a liability in the transition. Director Albright shifted. She knew his identity for 2 weeks before the reveal. She did not report it. She was processing betrayal, Director Castell said quietly. She was protecting him, Netta countered. The room split. Wrenley stood at the center of the fracture. She thought of Mirelle's voice in the HR office. You are still trying to save him instead of yourself. She thought of Jory's face when he realized she had kept the secret. She thought of Auberon's hand on the doorframe of a room she had not yet entered. Miss Ostrander? Netta's voice was soft now. Can you stand before this board and tell us that a founder who lied through seduction can be trusted with anyone's future? The word seduction hung in the air like smoke. Wrenley's face went cold. That is not what happened. Is it not? Then what would you call it? Wrenley thought of the late nights, the coffee cup, the way he had held her like she was the only solid thing left in a world that had already buried one woman he loved. She thought of the doubt that had not yet stopped whispering at the back of her skull. She looked at Netta. I would call it the most honest thing he had done in 6 years. The room was still. And I will not let you use my private hurt as evidence for your argument. She turned to face the table. Auberon Faulkner made a choice every day to lie to me. I am not defending that. I am not excusing it. But I will not sit here and let you convert my pain into a weapon against him while you pretend this board has clean hands. She looked at Dimitri. Someone in this building has been running a ghost credential for 18 months. Someone processed ghost freight claims in 2016 that led to a demolished warehouse. Someone sealed a document Auberon never knew existed. And not one of you has opened an investigation into any of it. She looked back at Netta. You want clean hands? Start with your own. The silence stretched. Netta's face had not changed, but her hands had stilled on the table. Director Castell spoke first. What freight claims? No one answered. The door opened. Auberon Faulkner stood in the threshold, his coat off, his sleeves rolled to his forearms, his face pale with exhaustion. I will recuse myself from personnel decisions, he said. Everyone turned. On one condition. Netta's eyes narrowed. You do not get to bargain. I am not bargaining. I am stating the condition. He stepped into the room. The transition committee includes Wrenley Ostrander. Absolutely not, Netta said. Then I stay. You cannot. I can. I have 52% of the voting control. I can block every personnel action you try to take for the next 6 months. I can make this board functionally useless until the company runs out of capital and the liquidation is mandatory. He stopped at the table. You want me out of the way? You put her on the committee. Netta stared at him. You are handing her your authority. I am giving her what I should have given her from the beginning. He looked at Wrenley. His eyes were gray and tired and honest in a way they had never been when he was Caedmon. I am trusting her. The room held its breath. Wrenley felt the weight of it. The weight of being the thing he reached for when the walls closed in. The weight of knowing he had earned none of it. And the weight of knowing that, somewhere beneath the anger and the doubt and the long work of forgiveness, she was still standing there. Miss Ostrander, Netta's voice was flat. Will you serve on a transition committee that strips the founder of personnel authority while the restructuring proceeds? Wrenley looked at Auberon. She looked at Dimitri, whose face was unreadable. She looked at the table of directors, waiting to see which side she would choose. The answer came from somewhere deep. I will serve on a committee that tells the truth. She held Netta's gaze. But I will not be your instrument. I will not be his defense. I will be the person in the room who asks what the company needs, not what any of you want. Netta's jaw tightened. Then we have an agreement. The room shifted, but in the corner of her vision, Wrenley saw Dimitri's hand move toward his pocket. His phone glowed. He looked at the screen, and his face changed. Chapter 50. The room held its breath. Netta's eyes stayed on Dimitri a beat too long before she turned back to the table. The agreement stands. Wrenley Ostrander joins the transition committee. Auberon Faulkner recuses from personnel authority until the restructuring is complete. And the ghost credential? Wrenley said. And the freight claims, and the sealed file. Those are separate matters. They're the same matter. You cannot strip him of authority for deception while ignoring the deception happening under your own board. Director Castell leaned forward. She is right. Netta's jaw tightened. The committee's mandate is personnel and restructuring, not investigation. Then expand the mandate. That requires a full board vote. Call one. Netta's hand stayed flat on the table. We will address the outstanding questions once the restructuring is stable. Which means never. Miss Ostrander. No. The word landed like a stone. I will not sit on a committee that pretends the rot only started with him. She looked at Auberon. He was watching her with something she could not name. Not hope, not gratitude. Something raw. The ghost credential, she said. The ghost freight claims. The sealed document. The person who entered through the loading dock tonight. If this committee does not have authority to investigate all of it, I am not the person you want in the room. Netta's voice went cold. You are threatening to walk away from the only leverage you have. I am telling you what I require to stay. The silence stretched. Auberon spoke into it. You will expand the mandate. Netta turned on him. You have already recused yourself. I am not speaking as the founder. I am speaking as the person who just handed her his authority. If she walks, I stay. If I stay, I block everything for 6 months. You will have no restructuring, no transition committee, and no way to stop the 71 departing employees from filing a class action suit against a board that let a false consultant make legally binding promises. His voice was quiet. Expand the mandate. Netta's face was stone. Fine. The word came through her teeth. The transition committee will have authority to investigate all outstanding questions connected to the alias period and the restructuring. Satisfied? Wrenley held her gaze. I will review the charter language before I sign. Of course you will. The room exhaled. Director Osei pulled a folder from his briefcase. I have a draft charter here. We can adjust the language and have it ready for signatures within the hour. Netta did not look at him. Then do it. Wrenley felt the shift. The board had chosen her because Auberon had forced them to, but the choice was real now. She had standing. She had a mandate. She had a target on her back. She looked at Dimitri. He had not moved since the phone glowed. His face was a mask, but his hand stayed pressed to his jacket pocket like the message was still burning against his ribs. What did you see? He looked up. Nothing. Your face says otherwise. My face is tired, Miss Ostrander. It has been a long evening. It is going to get longer. She turned back to the table. I will serve on the committee. I will investigate the ghost credential, the freight claims, and the sealed file. I will make sure the restructuring proceeds without legal exposure for the employees who trusted us. And I will do it without pretending any of this is clean. She looked at Auberon. But I am not doing it for you. He nodded. Once. Tight. I know. The door opened. A woman in a dark blazer stepped into the room. She was young, pale, carrying a tablet pressed to her chest like a shield. Mr. Faulkner. Auberon turned. Legal just received a call. An outside journalist has obtained documents related to the alias period. They are preparing to publish. The room went still. Netta's voice cut through. What documents? The woman swallowed. The provisioning logs, the badge registration, meeting minutes from the closed session. That is privileged information. It was leaked from inside the building. The silence that followed was not empty. It was full of suspicion. Wrenley looked at Auberon. His face had gone gray. Who? The journalist would not name the source, but they have enough to confirm the alias, the trust, and the meeting where Ona Crofton entered the building. They are framing it as a story about founder fraud and regulatory collapse. Netta's hands were on the table now, white-knuckled. When? Tomorrow morning, first edition. The room collapsed into motion. Chairs scraped, voices overlapped. Someone was already pulling out a phone. Wrenley did not move. She watched Auberon. He stood at the edge of the table, his hands empty, his face a study in controlled devastation. She thought of the ghost credential, the freight claims, the sealed file, the loading dock entry. Someone had fed the journalist, and that someone was still inside the building. She turned to the young woman. "Can we delay publication?" "Not if they have the documents. They will argue public interest. Then we get ahead of it." Auberon's voice was quiet. "How?" She looked at him. For a long moment, the room fell away. "You tell the truth before they can sell the lie." His jaw tightened. "The truth destroyed this company once tonight." "No, the deception did." She held his gaze. "You want to know if I am doing this for you?" She shook her head. "I am doing it because the 71 people who trusted you deserve better than a headline that buries their story under your scandal." She turned to the table. "Draft the statement. I want to see it before it goes out." Netta's voice was flat. "You do not have that authority. I am on the committee. The committee has not been ratified." "Then ratify it." Wrenley pulled out the chair in front of her. "Or I walk, and Auberon stays. And you explain to the journalist why the board refused to cooperate with its own investigation." She sat down. The room watched her. Auberon's hand moved toward the back of her chair, stopped, stayed in the air between them. "Miss Ostrander." She looked up. His voice was rough. "Thank you." She said nothing, but she did not tell him not to thank her. And that was the answer she gave. Chapter 51. The first texts hit at 9:47 a.m. Wrenley saw them in the break room while pouring coffee she did not want. A thread from an operations coordinator 2 floors down. "Are you seeing this?" She opened the link. The headline sat below a photograph of Halverton Tide's headquarters shot through fog, the glass facade catching dawn light like a wound. "The Ghost in the Machine: How Halverton Tide's vanished founder spent 6 years secretly running the company he was supposed to have left behind." The byline belonged to an investigative reporter Wrenley did not recognize. The sourcing was meticulous. Provisioning logs, badge timestamps, meeting minutes from the closed session where Una Crofton walked through the door. Someone had annotated the timeline with margin notes that could only have come from inside the room. She read, standing up. The article framed Auberon's return as a calculated fraud designed to manipulate employees into accepting cuts they would have rejected if they had known who was making the decisions. It called the alias an act of corporate espionage directed inward, and described the boardroom reveal as a scene from a thriller. The vanished founder, the staged death, the woman who walked back from the grave. Then came the third paragraph. Wrenley Ostrander, Halverton Tide's senior project manager and a vocal defender of the company's community programs, worked alongside the deceased founder for 2 months and continued to advocate for his leadership after learning his true identity. Colleagues described the relationship as intense and politically convenient. One staff member, speaking on condition of anonymity, said Ostrander's loyalty to Faulkner appeared to override her duty to the employees who trusted her. The coffee cup was cold in her hand. She finished the article, scrolled, read it again. By the time she looked up, the comment section had already passed 200 posts. Strangers arguing about whether she was a victim or an accomplice. Someone had found her LinkedIn profile. Another user had posted a screenshot of a company photo from last year's volunteer day, her face circled in red. There she is, the one who knew. She closed the browser. The break room door opened. Saskia stood in the frame, phone in one hand, tablet in the other. Her face was pale. "You saw it?" "Yes. Legal is already fielding calls. 3 local outlets, 1 national. The journalist who broke it is on a morning show in 20 minutes. Wrenley set the coffee down. "How bad is the comment section?" "It is bad, but that is not the problem." "What is?" Saskia held up the tablet. "The article cites an anonymous source who was in the room during Una's entry. That means the leak came from someone who attended the closed session. Not the alias announcement, not the staff meeting. The boardroom." Wrenley felt the floor shift beneath her. There were only 12 people in that room, and one of them fed the timeline to a reporter. The hallway outside the break room filled with footsteps, voices overlapping. A door slammed somewhere on the 2nd floor. Saskia lowered her voice. Auberon is in the East Conference Room with Dimitri. He wants to issue a statement, but Dimitri is advising against it until they know who leaked. Dimitri is the one who designed the ghost credential? I know. Then he is not in a position to advise anyone on leaks. Saskia's jaw tightened. I am not defending him. I am telling you where the power is right now. Wrenley looked at the cold coffee, the closed browser, the photograph of her face circulating in a headline that would define her for anyone who did not know her. The 71 employees who accepted severance. They read this yet? Some of them, the ones who already left, the ones still here are reading it on their phones in the parking lot. They should not be alone. They are not. Mirelle is in operations with a box of tissues and a list of numbers for a crisis counselor Saskia called at 6 a.m. Wrenley nodded. Good. She moved toward the door, but Saskia stepped into her path. What are you going to do? Find Auberon. And say what? I do not know yet, but I am not going to hide in a break room while the internet decides whether I am a traitor or a fool. She stepped around Saskia and walked into the hallway. The building had changed. Every phone was a weapon. Every glance carried judgment. The open-plan desks where she had once traded jokes with production coordinators now felt like a gauntlet of eyes that slid away when she met them. She reached the East Conference Room. Through the frosted glass, she could see Auberon standing at the window, his back to the door. Dimitri sat at the table, phone pressed to his ear, his free hand tracing slow circles on the wood. She opened the door. Auberon turned. His face was drawn, the kind of exhaustion that came from watching something you had built burn in public. He had not slept. Neither had she. Did you read it? Yes. Dimitri looked up from his call. Marianne? Hold one moment. He covered the phone. The board is demanding an emergency statement within the hour. Netta wants to distance the company from the alias entirely. She is already drafting language that frames Caedmon Pemberton as an unauthorized deception that Wrenley was party to. Auberon's voice was quiet. That is not going to happen. Then you need to counter with something stronger, a statement that takes responsibility without admitting liability, something that makes clear Wrenley was not complicit in the deception, only in the aftermath. And if I refuse to distance myself, then the board will distance itself from you, and they will take the 71 severance packages with them. Wrenley stepped forward. Let them. Dimitri's eyes narrowed. Excuse me? The board is afraid of this story because it exposes them. They sat on the alias for 3 months. Netta knew. Director Tan knew. Director Ose abstained from the suspension vote because he knew. She turned to Auberon. If they try to frame me as a party to the deception, I will name every director who was briefed before the reveal. I will tell the journalist exactly when the board learned about Caedmon Pemberton and chose not to act. Dimitri set the phone down. That would destroy the company. The company is already being destroyed. The only question is whether we let Netta write the narrative or we write it ourselves. Auberon was watching her. His hands were at his sides. Empty. What do you propose? She looked at the window. The fog had burned off. Harbor cranes spread below, gray and blue, the ferry dock busy, the streets full of people who had no idea a story about them was breaking into 1,000 pieces online. I want to speak to the staff. Directly. No filters. No legal review. I want to tell them what I knew, when I knew it, and why I stayed. Auberon did not answer. Dimitri's voice was cold. That is the worst idea I have heard in a 20-year career. Then you have not been listening. Wrenley turned to Auberon. You asked me to serve on the committee because you trusted my judgment. This is my judgment. The staff deserve to hear the truth from someone they worked beside, not from a press release, not from a journalist who has never set foot in this building. Auberon's throat moved. If you do this, you will be the story. Not the restructuring, not the 71 employees. You. I am already the story. The only choice I have is whether I let it be told through someone else's lens or my own. She waited. The room held its breath. Auberon looked at Dimitri. Lock down staff from media contact. No interviews, no comments. Anyone who is approached directs them to legal. Dimitri's jaw tightened. That will look like a cover-up. It will look like control. There is a difference. Dmitri picked up his phone. I will draft the directive. Make it effective immediately. Auberon turned to Wrenley. I will give you 10 minutes with the staff. Saskia will organize it. No cameras, no recording, just you and the people who need to hear it. She nodded. Then I will write the statement for the press. A real one. One that does not hide behind committee language. His eyes held hers. Are you sure? I have been sure of very little in the past 24 hours. This is one of them. She turned to leave. Wrenley. She stopped. Auberon's voice was rough. When this is over, when the reporter moves on and the comments die down and the building stops feeling like a war zone, I am going to tell you the whole truth about February 14. Every word. Not because the committee needs it, because you do. She looked at him. For a long moment, the room was silent. I know. She walked out. The hallway stretched ahead, empty now, the morning light falling through the windows in long, pale rectangles. Somewhere on the second floor, she heard a phone ring. Then another. Then the building began to hum with the sound of a story that would not stop spreading. She walked toward the stairs. Behind her, the East conference room door clicked shut, and she did not look back. Chapter 52. Saskia found her in the stairwell, one hand on the railing, the other pressed to her chest where her heart was trying to break through bone. You disappeared. Wrenley did not turn around. I needed a minute. You have about 9 of them left before the first shift change hits the second floor, and every phone in the building starts ringing with reporters asking if you knew your boyfriend was a fraud. The word hit like a slap. Boyfriend. She had never used that word, had never let herself need it. I am going to record something, Wrenley said. A staff-only message. No cameras, no press, no legal review. Just me telling them what I knew and when I knew it. Saskia was quiet for a long moment. Dmitri will fight it. Dmitri can file a formal objection. I will read it and then I will hit send anyway. That is not what I asked. Wrenley turned. Saskia's face was tired. The kind of tired that came from watching someone you cared about walk into a room full of people who had already decided what they thought of her. I asked if you are sure you want to do this, not whether you can, whether you should. The stairwell hummed with the low vibration of the building's HVAC. Somewhere above, a door opened and closed. Footsteps crossed a landing and faded. I have spent 6 years at this company being the person who smooths things over, the one who shows up with pastries and color-coded plans and a smile that says everything is going to be fine even when I know it is not. Wrenley's voice held. That version of me is what got me into this. The version that did not ask hard questions because she was too busy making sure everyone else felt safe. Saskia nodded slowly. So what does the next version look like? Someone who says the truth out loud, even when it makes people uncomfortable, even when it makes her look bad. Saskia pulled out her phone. I will book the small conference room on the 3rd floor, the one with the good acoustics and the door that locks. Give me 10 minutes to clear the hallway. She turned to go, then stopped. One more thing. Wrenley waited. When you record this, do not apologize for who you are. You can apologize for what you did or did not know, but do not apologize for being the person who stayed when staying was hard. That is the only part of this story that makes you look like someone worth trusting. She walked up the stairs. The door clicked shut behind her. Wrenley stood alone in the stairwell, the concrete cool through the soles of her boots, and let herself breathe. The small conference room had a single window facing the courtyard and a microphone that Saskia had borrowed from the marketing department's podcast setup. The red light blinked once, steady, before Saskia pressed record. Say your name and the date. That is all you need to start. Wrenley looked at the camera. Her reflection stared back from the dark screen of a dead monitor, hair pulled back. No lipstick, no coral blouse bright as a warning flag. Just her face, bare and tired and real. My name is Wrenley Ostrander. Today is Thursday. I am the project manager for community initiatives at Halverton Tide, and I am recording this because you deserve to hear the truth from someone who worked beside you, not from a press release. She paused. Her throat was dry. She took a sip of water from a glass Saskia had placed beside the microphone, and the coolness steadied her. I met Caedmon Pemberton on a Tuesday morning in March. He was standing in the East conference room deleting my presentation from the screen. I hated him within the first 30 seconds. By the end of the first week, I had a list of reasons he should never have been hired. By the end of the second week, I had started to notice that he was not the person I had decided he was. Her voice did not waver. I did not know he was Auberon Faulkner, not when he defended the warehouse team from a reckless board demand, not when he stayed late to help me rebuild a vendor relationship I had let crumble, not when he watched me fall apart in the war room and brought me coffee exactly the way I take it, without saying a word about it afterward. She drew a breath. I found out the night of the board blackout, the same night Una Crofton walked through the door, and when I learned the truth, I did not walk away. I stayed. I stayed because I believed the work we were doing together mattered more than the lie he had told to do it. I stayed because I thought the worst of the deception was behind us. Her hands were flat on the table. I was wrong. The room was silent. And I am sorry. I am sorry I did not tell you sooner. I am sorry I let you learn the truth through the news article instead of through me. I am sorry I protected my own shock instead of trusting you with it. She leaned forward. But I am not sorry I fought for this company. I am not sorry I stood in front of the board and demanded they investigate the ghost credential running in legal, or the ghost freight claims from 2016, or the sealed document that someone buried before I could read it. I am not sorry I stayed in the room when staying was harder than leaving. Her eyes held the camera. I am not asking you to trust me. I am asking you to watch what I do next, because I am done being the person who smooths things over. I am done protecting people who do not deserve my silence. She reached forward and pressed stop. The red light died. Saskia exhaled. That was good. Wrenley sat back. Her hands were shaking. I need a minute. Saskia nodded and stepped into the hallway, pulling the door closed behind her. Wrenley sat alone in the quiet, the microphone still warm, the glass half empty, the weight of what she had just said settling over her like a coat that did not quite fit yet. But it was hers. She had said it with her own voice, and that, at least, was something. 3 hours later, Mirelle found her in the break room, pouring cold coffee into a mug she had already washed twice. There's a post on the employee board. Wrenley did not turn around. How bad? It quotes your private conversation with Auberon, the one in the East conference room before you recorded your message. Word for word. Mirelle held out her phone. The screen glowed. The post was unsigned. The timestamp was 12 minutes old, and the first line read, She told him she knew the truth about February 14, and he promised to tell her the rest when the crisis passed. That conversation happened in a locked room with 3 people. Wrenley set the mug down. Her hands were steady. Her voice was not. 3 people. You, Auberon, and Dimitri. The fluorescent light hummed above them. Wrenley looked at the phone, and then she looked at Mirelle. And then she looked at the doorway where Saskia had appeared, pale, holding her own phone, the same post already open on her screen. The building had ears, and someone close enough to hear them was talking. Chapter 53. Dimitri Saint-Savile appeared in the break room doorway before anyone spoke. His face was empty. His phone was already in his hand. I heard the door open across the hall, he said. Then I checked the board. Mirelle stepped aside without being asked. Saskia held up her screen. 12 minutes ago, unlined, word for word from the East conference room conversation. Dimitri crossed to the counter and set his phone flat beside Mirelle's. He did not look at Wrenley. 3 people in that room. I can count, Mirelle said. Then you know what I am about to say. That it was not me. It was not me either. He pulled up a log on his phone. The East conference room has a security microphone. It was installed 6 years ago after a supplier dispute ended in a threat. It records audio to a local buffer that overwrites every 72 hours, unless someone manually flags a file for retention. Mirelle's mouth opened. You have been recording every conversation in that room for 6 years. For legal protection, the buffer is encrypted. No one listens to it unless there is a formal complaint or an active investigation. Wrenley set her mug down so carefully the ceramic did not click against the counter. Who has access to the buffer? 3 people. IT security, the general counsel, and the board chair. Which is Netta? Dimitri did not confirm. He did not deny. He turned the phone toward her and showed her a permission screen with 3 entries. The third name was grayed out. Netta Quimby has never accessed the buffer, he said. I checked before I walked in here. Saskia leaned over his shoulder. Then how did the post quote a conversation from a locked room unless someone was in the room? The buffer did not cause this leak. Dimitri pulled up another screen. The post quotes dialogue from the East Conference Room, but the exact wording, she told him she knew the truth about February 14, and he promised to tell her the rest when the crisis passed. That is not a transcript. That is a memory. Someone heard it and wrote it down from recall. You are guessing, Mirelle said. I am reading the timestamp on my access log. I checked the buffer immediately after I saw the post. No one has queried it in the last 6 months. The recording of Wrenley and Auberon's conversation is still in the overwrite window and has not been opened. Wrenley pulled out a chair and sat down. The fluorescent light buzzed. So someone was listening at the door? Or someone was in the hallway when the door opened? Dimitri set his phone down and folded his hands on the counter. The East Conference Room door does not seal perfectly. If you stand close enough, you can hear raised voices through the gap, and if you are standing close enough to hear, you are close enough to remember. Saskia was already moving. I will pull the badge log for that hallway between the time Auberon left the room and the time Wrenley recorded her video. Do it, Dimitri said. Mirelle did not move. You want us to believe the leak is a random eavesdropper who happened to hear the most sensitive conversation in the building and then ran to the employee board to publish it? I want you to consider the possibility before you assume conspiracy, Dimitri said. Panic sounds like conspiracy when you are inside the pressure zone, but panic moves faster and makes more mistakes. Wrenley pressed her palms flat on the table. Whoever heard the February 14th reference. That means they know there is a date attached to something Auberon has not told me. If they are panicking because they know what that date means. Dimitri's jaw tightened. That is the right question. Then answer it. I cannot. You know what is in the file. I know what is in the file. His voice dropped. And I am not the one who buried it. But I am also not the one who will tell you before Auberon does. Mirelle made a sound that was almost a laugh. Convenient. Necessary. Dimitri straightened. The board reconvenes at 8 a.m. The journalist publishes at 6. You have 4 hours to decide what you want the public record to say about the alias period, and I am giving you the cleanest leak path I can find, because if you chase ghosts instead of data, you will lose the narrative before sunrise. Saskia appeared in the doorway, tablet in hand. Badge log for the 3rd floor hallway. Between 6:47 p.m. and 7:03 p.m., there were 4 people within 15 feet of the East Conference Room door. She turned the tablet toward them. 3 names Wrenley expected, a one name that made her stomach drop. Parisa, Saskia said quietly. She was standing outside the door for 6 minutes. She did not badge in or out of any room. She just stood there. Mirelle's face went pale. She was the one who asked Wrenley if she knew the truth, the morning after the staff meeting. Wrenley stood up. Where's she now? On the production floor, Saskia said. Second shift ends in 20 minutes. Dimitri picked up his phone. I will handle Parisa. No, Wrenley said. Everyone stopped. She is scared. She's 22 years old. She watched her company almost die on a conference room screen, and the only person who told her the truth was a journalist. If you confront her like a suspect, she will shut down and you will never get the real story. Dimitri studied her for a long moment. Then what do you propose? Wrenley grabbed her jacket from the back of the chair. I will talk to her. Alone. Mirelle stepped forward. That is a terrible idea. Probably. I am coming with you. No, if I walk in with backup, she will think I am interrogating her. Wrenley pulled the jacket on. She already does not trust me. I need to earn that back before I ask her anything. Saskia handed her a key card. The production floor door locks from both sides after 8. Use this to get back in. Wrenley took it. The card was warm. She walked out of the break room without looking back, her boots loud on the tile, her shadow stretching ahead of her under the dim emergency lights. The building was quieter than it had been all week. The production floor hummed with machinery and the low murmur of voices trying not to carry. Wrenley found Paresa at the far end of the assembly line, pulling tags off a stack of finished tent bodies, her hands moving fast and her eyes fixed on the fabric. She did not look up when Wrenley stopped beside her. "Paresa." The hands kept moving. "I know you were outside the conference room tonight." Paresa's fingers paused, then they resumed. "I heard you tell him you knew about February 14, she said, her voice barely above the machinery hum. "I did not know he was going to promise you the rest." Wrenley did not sit, did not lean, did not do anything that looked like settling in. "Did you write the post?" Paresa's hands stopped. "No." The word was flat, final. "But you heard the conversation." "I heard enough to know there is a file, and that someone has been lying about it for longer than anyone wants to admit." Wrenley waited. Paresa set the tag gun down and faced her. Her eyes were red at the rims, but her jaw was set. "I did not write the post, but I am glad someone did. Because the only reason anyone is asking questions tonight is that someone finally said the date out loud." She picked up the tag gun. "Now get out of my shift." Wrenley stood there for a beat. Then she turned and walked back toward the door, the keycard cold in her hand, the weight of what she had just heard pressing down on her chest. Someone had been listening, but they had not been the one who wrote the post, which meant there was still someone else in the building who knew the exact words Auberon had said to her. And that person had not finished talking. Chapter 54. She found them in the archive room. Jory sat cross-legged on the floor with a laptop balanced on a stacked crate, his glasses reflecting lines of code. Dimitri stood over his shoulder, one hand pressed to the edge of the shelf, the other scrolling through something on his phone. Neither looked up when the door clicked shut behind her. "The file," Wrenley said. "Tell me you have something." Jory's fingers stopped moving. He looked at Dimitri first, then at her. "I have fragments. The encryption was military grade. Whoever moved it did not want it found." "But you found something." "I found what was left after they tried to wipe the origin." He turned the laptop toward her. "There is a corrupted backup in the February 12 archive snapshot. The file was already sealed by then, but the seal was applied before the encryption, so the metadata layer survived the damage." Wrenley stepped closer. The screen showed a hex viewer, columns of numbers and letters she could not parse. "Show me what it says." Jory tapped a key. The view shifted to a recovered text fragment, broken in places but readable in long stretches. "Founder memo, distribution restricted, date, week of February 14 to Product Development Oversight Committee from A. Faulkner load-bearing clip redesign, Class 3 structural concern." She read the first paragraph standing up. The redesigned clip for the Ridgecrest shelter frame had been tested to 82% of the original load spec before deformation. The memo recommended a 6-week delay for retooling and third-party validation. The tone was controlled but urgent. Auberon had written it himself. Jory scrolled. The response section was partially recoverable. A. Approval field showed 3 signatures. First, D. Saito, Tobias's old mentor, the senior engineering lead who had built the original Ridgecrest frame. He had signed with a note, "Concur with delay, safety margin insufficient for variable loading." Second, M. Cutteridge, a name Wrenley did not recognize. Cutteridge was a board observer, Dimitri said quietly. Neda's predecessor appointed her. She served for 11 months and resigned after the clip launched. Wrenley looked at him. She approved the override? She signed, "Proceed as scheduled. Cost and timeline constraints outweigh theoretical risk." The words sat in the room like smoke. Jory scrolled again. The third signature field was damaged. Most of the name had been overwritten by corruption. Only a partial initial remained visible in the metadata layer. T. Wrenley stared at the letter. "That could be anyone." "It could," Dimitri said, "but the fragment also contains a distribution list. The memo was sent to 7 people. 3 of them are still in the building." He pulled his phone from his pocket and read the names. Tobias Rilling. Wrenley's chest tightened. Netta Quimby. She had expected that. And the third name was partially corrupted. One initial survived. He turned the screen toward her. W. Wrenley went still. Wrenley Ostrander, Dimitri said. You were copied on the memo 6 years ago, before you were hired. She shook her head. That is impossible. I did not work here then. I was still in Portland. The distribution list says you were. Jory's voice was thin. I checked the metadated timestamp. The distribution list was modified 3 years after the memo was written. Someone added your name retroactively. Wrenley's hands went cold. Someone wanted me implicated, she said slowly, before I even knew the company existed. Dimitri put his phone down. The woman who added your name to the distribution list used the same credential that moved the file tonight. He paused. Auberon Faulkner's founder-level access. The room tilted. Wrenley heard her own breath, too loud in the silence. Auberon did not do this, she said. Oh, Dimitri agreed. But someone has been using his credential long enough to plan a 6-year frame. Jory closed the laptop. The fragments also show one more thing. He pulled a single printed page from the crate. The load-bearing clip redesign was approved without the third validation sign-off. The third signature field was left blank. But someone initialed it anyway. He held the page up. T.S. Wrenley turned to Dimitri. Who is T.S.? Dimitri's face was unreadable. The name was erased from the personnel file 7 years ago. But the legacy payroll system still has the record. He paused. Thomas Sloan, Tobias Rilling's college roommate. He worked in product development for 18 months, then resigned the week the clip launched. Jory's voice was barely a whisper. He is also the person who accessed the sealed memo archive 3 weeks before you found the badge. Wrenley looked at the initials again. T.S. The same initials as the shadow who had been feeding her texts from an untraceable number. The same initials as the person who had warned her about the archive backup. The same initials as the person standing outside the East Conference Room door, writing the employee board post from memory while Paresa stood beside them. She looked up. Where is Thomas Sloan now? Dimitri's phone buzzed. He glanced at it. On the loading dock, waiting for someone to come down. Wrenley was already moving. Chapter 55. The loading dock door was heavier than she remembered. Wrenley pushed through the fire exit and into the salt-tinged dark, the harbor wind cutting through her blouse. The concrete stretched empty under the security lights. No figure at the railing, no shadow by the roll-up doors. She walked the full length of the dock, then back. Nothing. Dimitri stepped out behind her, phone still in his hand. He was here 2 minutes ago. Then he saw me coming and left. Or he had never intended to meet her. Maybe the message was bait, something to draw her out of the archive while someone else finished what the ghost credential had started. She turned and walked past Dimitri, back through the fire door, into the fluorescent hush of the hallway. Jory was packing the laptop into its case when she reached the archive room. He looked up, saw her empty hands, and said nothing. He is gone, Wrenley said. Then we are running on fragments. Jory closed the case. The memo is partial. The distribution list is partial. The only thing fully intact is the metadata showing your name was added with founder-level credentials. Dimitri appeared in the doorway. I will flag the loading dock footage. If he comes back, we will know. Wrenley did not answer. She stood over the printed fragment Jory had left on the table, the words still visible through the corruption. Load-bearing clip redesign tested to 82% of original load spec. Recommends 6-week delay for retooling and third-party validation. Auberon had written that. He had flagged a structural danger. He had been overridden by a board observer who valued cost over safety. And then he had vanished, leaving the company to the people who had ignored his warning. She had spent weeks believing he abandoned Halverton Tide because he stopped caring, because grief made him cold, because he was the kind of man who walked away when things got hard. The memo said something else entirely. He had tried to stop the thing that damaged Ridgecrest, and when that failed, when the people who ran the company chose speed over safety and initialed the override anyway, he had not walked away out of indifference. He had walked away because he lost. She pressed her palm flat against the paper. "Who is M. Ketteridge?" Dimitri's voice came from the doorway. "She died 3 years ago. Car accident on the coastal highway." "Convenient." "Very." Jory cleared his throat. "I can keep working on the corrupted snapshot. There may be more fragments in the February 12 backup we have not extracted yet." "Do it." Wrenley straightened. "But do it from home. I do not want anyone else in this building knowing what we found until I know who else is watching." The drive home took 15 minutes through streets that felt unfamiliar, the harbor fog pooling in the low spots and swallowing the streetlights. She parked, killed the engine, and sat in the dark for a long moment. She had spent the whole night chasing evidence, assembling fragments, trying to understand the shape of a conspiracy that reached back 6 years. She had her answer. Auberon had not abandoned the company out of cruelty. He had tried to save it, failed, and left because staying would have meant watching it die. That should have made her feel better. It did not. It made her feel like she had misunderstood everything, including the man she had loved, hated, trusted, and distrusted across the same span of months. She got out of the car. The porch light was off. The street was quiet. She climbed the steps, unlocked the door, and stopped. A box sat on the mat. Plain cardboard, no return address, no label. Just her name written across the top in a hand she recognized before she told herself to recognize it. She carried it inside and set it on the kitchen counter. The tape came off easily. She lifted the flaps. Inside, nested in crumpled brown paper, was a piece of cardboard she had not seen in weeks. A divider from a pastry box. The one that had held the croissants and scones she carried into the staff meeting on the morning he deleted her agenda. She picked it up. The cardboard was clean, folded along the same creases. She had thrown it away that night. He must have pulled it from the trash. Underneath it, a single sheet of paper, folded once. She unfolded it. His handwriting. Dark ink, controlled lines. The same hand that had written the memo. The same hand that had scratched "enough" in the margin of the override log. "You walked in with pastries and 3 binders and a plan to save something no one else believed in. You smiled at me like I was the enemy, and I let you believe it because I had not yet learned what it cost to stand across a table from someone who sees the same wreckage you see and still thinks it is worth saving. I remember exactly where this began. I remember you." She read it twice. The third time, her vision blurred and she had to stop. She folded the note, slid it back into the box, and closed the flaps. Then she stood in her kitchen, alone, with the harbor fog pressing against the windows, holding the cardboard divider in her hands like a piece of evidence she did not know how to interpret. Her phone buzzed on the counter. She picked it up, a text from an unsaved number. He is not the only one who remembers where this began. She turned the phone over, checked the door locks, and stood in the dark until the screen glowed again. "Check your back door." Chapter 56. She found him at a corner table near the window, 2 cups already on the table between them, steam rising off the surface of both drinks. He had ordered for her before she arrived. The same order he had memorized during the war room nights when she stopped pretending she did not need caffeine to survive the turnaround. She did not sit. "I did not come here to forgive you." "I know." He pushed the cup toward her empty seat. "You came because you want to know what the memo did not say." She sat. The coffee was exactly right. Black with a finger of room temperature oat milk, the way she had taken it since the first week of forced proximity, before she knew his real name, before she knew any of it. She wrapped both hands around the cup and did not drink. "Tell me about the clip." He exhaled, slow and deliberate. "The Ridgecrest load-bearing clip. Original design tested to 110% of maximum rated load. The redesign tested to 82%. I flagged it, recommended a 6-week retooling, third-party validation, full component retest. And Ketteridge overrode you. She signed the authorization to proceed as scheduled, cost and timeline constraints." His voice carried no anger, just the flat weight of something he had accepted years ago. The board observer had authority to overrule product safety holds in the absence of a formal recall trigger. It was a procedural loophole DeCito had warned about, but nobody closed it because nobody believed it would be used against a founder-level safety flag. Wrenley set the cup down. You wrote the memo. You flagged the danger. You tried to stop it. Yes. Then you vanished. The silence stretched. He looked at the window, at the fog pressing against the glass, at anything but her. I lost the fight, he said. And then I lost Una. The name landed between them like something breakable. She waited. He picked up his cup, set it down again without drinking. She was not just my business partner. She was the person who kept me inside the company when everything else made me want to burn it down. She believed in the mission the way you do. She believed it was worth fighting for, even when the people running it did not desert her faith. She staged her death. Yes. 6 years ago. Yes. And you left because you lost her. He shook his head once. I left because I lost the fight, and then I lost her. And I could not stay in a building where both things had happened without becoming someone I did not want to be. She watched him. The controlled presentation, the careful stillness, the way he held himself like a man who had learned that movement could be mistaken for weakness. You could have told me, she said. Any of it. The first night I found the badge, when I cornered you in the hallway, when we... She stopped. When we crossed the line. Yes. He met her eyes. I told myself the alias was necessary, that Halverton Tide could not survive honest judgment if the judge was the founder, that I needed to see the company as it really was, not as people remembered it. And the part where you let me believe I mattered to someone who turned out to be a lie? The question hung between them. His jaw tightened. That was not performance. She wanted to believe him. That was the worst part. She wanted to believe him so much that she could feel the shape of it, the temptation to accept the apology, take the cup of coffee exactly right, and let herself fall back into the rhythm they had built before the badge, before the boardroom, before the truth had detonated everything. But she had spent weeks learning to stop smoothing over damage. I need to know who benefited, she said, from your silence, from the memo being sealed, from the ghost credential running reports on who accessed it, who is still in that building, who wanted this buried. Auberon opened his mouth. His phone vibrated against the table. He glanced at the screen. His face changed. Tobias, he answered, listened for 3 seconds, and went still. Wrenley watched the color drain from the edges of his composure. What storage? A pause. I am on my way. Do not let anyone else in. He ended the call and stood, already pulling his coat from the back of the chair. Tobias found something in the product storage bay, something he will not describe over the phone. He says I need to see it before Dimitri or Netta has a chance to secure the room. Wrenley stood too. I am coming. That is not. I am not asking. He held her gaze for a beat, then nodded once and moved toward the door. She followed him out into the fog, leaving 2 cups of cooling coffee on the table between empty chairs. The truth about who had buried the memo, still waiting for the next moment they could steal. Chapter 57. The product storage bay smelled of cardboard and dust and the chemical ghost of waterproofing spray. Fluorescent lights hummed over rows of pallet racking, each shelf stacked with boxes marked with Halverton Tide's logo, the wave and pine emblem that at once meant something solid to her. Tobias stood at the far end, back to them, a tablet pressed to his chest. His shoulders made a hard line under the warehouse coat he never wore except when he was bracing for impact. Auberon crossed the concrete floor first. Wrenley followed, her boots loud in the silence. Tell me, Auberon said. Tobias turned. His face looked like he had aged 5 years since the morning meeting. Product storage bay, he said. You asked me to pull the full test registry for every Ridgecrest production run since the redesign launched. I did. I found more than the clip. Silence settled over the 3 of them like a dropped tarp. Tobias held up the tablet. The clip was not an isolated event. There are 6 other component exceptions buried under legacy naming conventions. Fastener gauge reduction on the frame anchors. Webbing tensile tolerance widened on the load-bearing straps. A seam sealant substitution on the dry bags that passed bench testing but failed field simulation at 48 hours. He paused. I found them because I knew where to look. The naming convention matches the system we used before the 2017 audit reform. Someone deliberately filed these under dead codes so they would not flag in standard compliance reviews. Wrenley felt the words land like separate strikes. How long have you known? Tobias met her eyes, then looked away. 3 weeks. The air left her chest. 3 weeks, she repeated. You have known for 3 weeks and you did not say anything? I was trying to confirm the scope before I torched my own division. His voice cracked at the edges. Wrenley, these exceptions are under my product codes. Every single one of them. If this goes public, I am the face of the failure. My team is already gutted. The 2 senior designers I kept are the ones who have families here, who stayed because I told them the worst was over. You hid test failures to protect your headcount. I hid them because I needed to understand who buried them in the dead coding before I became the person who blew the whistle on something that could be framed as my fault. Auberon had not moved. His voice came low and controlled. Show me the records. Tobias handed him the tablet. Auberon scrolled, his face unreadable in the fluorescent light. Wrenley watched his thumb pause over a line of data. His jaw tightened. The seam sealant substitution, he said. This was approved under a field change authorization dated March of the year I left. I know. The authorization field is blank. I know. Auberon looked up. The same signature gap as the supplier overrides. Wrenley stepped closer. The same person. We cannot prove that yet. Tobias's voice had gone flat. But the pattern matches. Dead naming conventions, blank authorization fields, exceptions filed outside the standard review cycle. Whoever built this system kept it running after the audit reform. They just got better at hiding it. Wrenley turned to Auberon. The freeze. What freeze? The profitable launch you are about to freeze because these records need review. Auberon's silence was answer enough. Tobias let out a breath. The Regecraft V2. The one scheduled for pre-order launch in 6 weeks. The entire marketing campaign is built around it. Retailers have placed advance orders. If we freeze it, we crater the revenue projection the restructuring depends on. Then we crater it, Auberon said, because I will not sign off on a launch built on buried exceptions. The board will fight you. Let them. Wrenley stepped between them both. Tobias, take me through the full list, every exception, every dead code, every blank authorization. I want to see the whole scope before Auberon makes a move that triggers a governance war. Tobias hesitated. Then he pulled up a second screen and handed her the tablet. She scanned. 6 exceptions. 3 from the year Auberon left, 2 from the year after, 1 from 18 months ago. Each one filed under a legacy naming convention that should have been archived out of use. Each one with a blank authorization field. She looked up. Who filed the most recent one? Tobias shook his head. The system log shows a provisioning 499 that does not correspond to any active employee. It is the same ghost credential Jory found in the legal department records. The room went quiet. Wrenley handed the tablet back to Auberon. Freeze the launch, she said. I will handle the board. You cannot handle the board alone. I am not alone. She looked at Tobias. He is going to testify about what he found, and he is going to do it before Netta can spin this as a product development failure. Tobias closed his eyes, nodded once. Get it on the record, she said, before someone else files it under a dead code and pretends it never existed. Auberon was already moving toward the door. I am calling Dimitri, he said. The freeze needs a legal grounding before Netta can challenge it as operational overreach. And Netta? She will have my resignation on her desk within the hour if she tries to block it. Wrenley caught his arm. That is not the play. What is? Let her block it. Let her publicly argue that freezing a profitable launch is reckless governance. Let her force a vote. Auberon's eyes narrowed. She will lose the vote, Wrenley said, because Castile and Osei still remember what happened when the board prioritized timeline over safety. Because Tan will not want to be on the wrong side of another product failure. And because you are not asking for permission. You are asking them to choose whether they want to be on the record as the people who approved a launch built on ghost exceptions. Tobias let out a low whistle. That is a gamble. That is the truth. She held Auberon's gaze. You told me you left because you lost the fight to people who chose speed over safety. This is your chance to win it back. On the record, in front of everyone. Auberon watched her for a long moment. Then he pulled out his phone. Dimitri, he said. I need you in the East conference room in 10 minutes. Bring the board charter and a draft suspension motion for the Ridgecrest V2 launch. He ended the call. We need a witness, someone outside product development who can verify the exceptions existed before Tobias flagged them. Saskia? Wrenley said. She was in the archive room with Jory. She knows the system logs. Get her. Wrenley pulled out her phone, already dialing. Tobias stood frozen, his tablet pressed to his chest like a shield. You did the right thing, she said, even if it took you 3 weeks to get here. He did not look convinced. Outside the storage bay window, the fog pressed against the glass, and somewhere in the building, the board was preparing to fight for a launch that could destroy everything they had built to save. Chapter 58. Dimitri arrived in the East Conference Room with the board charter under his arm and a face that told Wrenley he already knew. He set the document on the table, spread it flat, and stood back with his hands in his pockets. Neda is calling an emergency governance review, he said. She found out about the freeze before I reached the elevator. Auberon did not look up from the charter. How? A product development coordinator she placed in Tobias's department 3 years ago. Tobias told his senior designer to pull the exception logs. The coordinator reported to Neda within minutes. Wrenley pressed her palms flat against the table. The freeze is not public yet. It does not need to be. Dimitri's voice was calm, clinical. She knows what the freeze means. She knows it will crater the revenue projection. She knows it gives her the argument that Auberon is too compromised by guilt to make rational operational decisions. Compromised by guilt. She will call it founder sentimentality. She will frame the freeze as emotional overreach driven by the man who abandoned the company once and is now sabotaging its last viable product line to soothe his own conscience. Auberon looked up. His eyes were gray iron. Let her frame it however she wants. I will not launch a product built on ghost exceptions. The governance review gives her the authority to suspend your operational control while the board investigates the freeze as a potential breach of fiduciary duty. She cannot suspend my voting control. She does not need to. Dimitri tapped the charter. She only needs to suspend your decision-making authority on product launches, which she can do with a simple majority vote if she frames it as protecting shareholders from a founder whose judgment is impaired by personal trauma. The room went silent. Wrenley felt the shape of the trap settling around them. Neda was not fighting the freeze. She was using it. When's the review? She asked. Tomorrow morning, 9 o'clock, the same boardroom. Who decides? The chair. Dimitri's jaw tightened. Which is Neda? Auberon stood slowly. His hands found the edge of the table and held. Then we have until 9 o'clock tomorrow to prove the freeze is not guilt. It is the only responsible decision. The exceptions are proof of that, Wrenley said. The exceptions are buried under dead codes with blank authorizations. They are proof of a system failure, not a clean conscience. Auberon's voice was flat. Neda will argue I am reacting to my own failure to stop the first Ridgecrest clip, that I am trying to buy back the trust I lost by overcorrecting, and she will make it sound reasonable. Because it is not unreasonable. Everyone turned. Saskia stood in the doorway, coat still wet from the fog, phone pressed to her chest. It is not unreasonable to ask whether the founder who vanished for 6 years is making decisions based on the company's needs or his own guilt. She stepped inside. That is the question Neda will pose, and it is not a stupid one. Auberon's silence was the only answer. Wrenley moved to stand beside him. Then we answer it, she said. We lay out every exception, every dead code, every blank authorization. We present the timeline from the year Auberon left through 18 months ago, and we let the board decide whether freezing a launch built on ghost data is guilt or governance. And if Neda frames you as compromised anyway, then she has to explain why she approved a launch built on the same ghost data she is now using to attack him. Saskia's eyes narrowed. You have proof she knew? Wrenley looked at Dimitri. He held her gaze for a long beat, then he nodded once. The provisioning log from 18 months ago shows the most recent exception was filed using a credential that routes through legal department access. Neda's office has a shared terminal in that access group. That is not proof she filed it. It is proof someone in her chain did. It is enough to raise the question, Wrenley said, and that is all we need tomorrow morning. a question the board cannot ignore. Auberon watched her with an expression she could not name. "You are standing very close to a losing fight," he said quietly. "I am standing exactly where I choose to be." She held his gaze until something in his face shifted. "Tomorrow morning," he said, 9 o'clock. Dimitri began gathering the charter pages. "I will prepare the evidence chain. Saskia, I need you to verify the badge logs from the product development floor for the week the exception was filed." Saskia nodded. "I will pull them before midnight." They moved out in sequence, Dimitri first, Saskia trailing, the door swinging shut behind them. The room felt larger than it had a moment ago. Wrenley did not move from the table. "You are going to get yourself destroyed standing next to a damaged founder with a reputation for leaving," Auberon said. "I have been standing next to him since I found the badge. If anyone was going to destroy me, they would have done it by now. Tomorrow will be different. Tomorrow will be a vote, and I have spent my entire career winning votes by being the person people trust to tell them the truth." She finally looked at him. "You are the one who needs to decide whether you can stand there and let me do it." He was still watching her when her phone buzzed. She glanced at the screen. Mirelle. She met Mirelle in the operations bay, where the night crew was running end-of-cycle audits under fluorescent lights that made everyone look gray. Mirelle did not look up from her tablet. "You are freezing the Ridgecrest V2. Word travels fast." "It was traveling before you finished saying the word freeze." She set the tablet down. "Do you know what that does to the operations schedule? We have 43 retail partners with pre-orders locked into a fulfillment pipeline we built around that launch. We have seasonal hires starting next week. We have a revenue projection that the restructuring committee used to justify every single cut we made." "I know. Do you also know that Netta is going to use this to argue that Auberon is unfit to lead the company he abandoned?" "Yes. And you are going to stand next to him while she does it." Wrenley did not answer. Mirelle's arms crossed. The fluorescent light caught the exhaustion in her face. "I am not going to tell you to walk away," she said. "I learned that lesson the hard way. But I am going to tell you that every person in this building is watching, and the ones who are starting to trust you again are going to see you choosing him over the company. Choosing him is choosing the company. The freeze is the right call. I know it is the right call, but knowing something is right does not protect you from the optics." Mirelle stepped closer. "You are standing next to the man who lied to everyone. You are defending the decision that just cratered the last good number on the balance sheet, and you doing it in front of the same board that already tried to hang you for knowing him before the truth came out." "I am doing it because it is true." "I know." Morelle's voice softened. "But truth does not keep you in the room. Strategy does." Wrenley held her gaze until Morelle looked away. "Just be careful," Morelle said. "That is all I am asking." She picked up her tablet and walked back toward the operations desk. Wrenley stood alone in the corridor, the fog pressing against the windows. Her phone buzzed again. Not Morelle. A notification from the employee board. She opened it. A single anonymous story posted 8 minutes ago. Title: "She is the only one who told us the truth." The post was short. It described the raw video Wrenley had recorded after the alias was exposed. It said she had looked into the camera and admitted she did not know, apologized for not knowing, and promised to fight for the company anyway. It said, "She is the only one who has not pretended this is fine." Wrenley read it twice, then she read the comments. 43 in 8 minutes. Most of them from names she recognized. Parisa, a buyer from soft goods, a warehouse supervisor, 2 of the 71 who had surrendered their positions. They were not forgiving her. They were thanking her. She stood in the corridor with the phone in her hand and the cold light burning overhead, and she realized the fight tomorrow was not just about the freeze. It was about whether she could be the person they thought she was. Her phone buzzed a third time, a text from Auberon. Netta just sent the governance review notice to the full board. She scheduled a pre-review briefing tonight at midnight. Attendance required. Wrenley stared at the message. Midnight. 3 hours from now. In the same room where the trap had already been set. Chapter 59. Saskia caught her in the corridor between the operations bay and the East conference room, one hand on the stairwell door. You are not going to the midnight briefing like this. Wrenley looked down at herself. Coral blouse rumpled, hair half out of the braid she had twisted at dawn, coffee stain on her wrist from the last cup she had not finished. I am going exactly like this. The briefing is 3 hours away. You have time to breathe. I do not have time to breathe. I have time to prep the evidence chain, call Castile before Netta gets to him, and figure out who in legal is running Dimitri's access logs. She kept walking. Breathe after the vote. Saskia fell into step beside her. There is something else you can do. Unless it involves retroactively unfreezing a product launch, I am not interested. The repair clinic. Wrenley stopped. The community repair clinic. The one she had launched 18 months ago. The one that sent volunteer staff into the flagship retail space every quarter to fix customers' old gear for free. The one Netta had tried to cancel 3 times. The one Wrenley had fought to keep alive through every budget cycle, because it was the purest version of what Halverton Tide was supposed to be. It was supposed to be tomorrow morning, she said. Before the vote, we already canceled it. Saskia did not cancel it. She cut the hours. I scaled it down. Saskia's voice was patient, the tone she used when she was about to win an argument through stillness. 2 hours instead of 4. 1 repair table instead of 3. No media, no announcements, just the regulars who already had appointments booked. Wrenley pressed her palm against the cold corridor wall. The fluorescent light buzzed overhead. Who is running it? Delia volunteered to handle the tent repairs. Mireille's night crew said they would cover the zipper station after their shift ends. Saskia paused. And Parisa is bringing the coffee. Parisa, the junior buyer who had stood outside the conference room door and listened, who had walked away from Wrenley in the break room without a word, who had commented on the anonymous post thanking her for telling the truth. She is coming? She asked if she could help. Wrenley stood very still. The corridor smelled like floor wax and old coffee. Somewhere in the building, a door opened and closed, and the sound carried through the empty hall like a question no one was ready to answer. Why are you telling me this now? Because the clinic starts in 40 minutes, and I think you need to see that the mission is still alive before you walk into a room where people are going to try to kill it. The flagship retail space sat at the corner of Harbor and Crane, 2 blocks from the ferry dock, its glass storefront fogged with salt and condensation. The interior glowed warm and modest. 1 long table covered with tools, patches, and spare parts. Racks of repaired gear waiting for pickup. A coffee urn on a folding cart. Parisa was pouring a customer a cup when Wrenley walked in. She looked up, did not smile but did not look away either. Just nodded once. Then she handed the customer her coffee and turned back to the urn. Wrenley took a breath. The room smelled like canvas and thread, and the particular quiet of people who had shown up because they believed in something, even when the thing was not sure it believed in itself anymore. She walked to the repair table. A woman stood at the zipper station holding a child's rain jacket. The zipper pulls snapped off at the collar. The woman was maybe 50, gray streaked hair pulled back, hands calloused from work Wrenley did not know but recognized. Can you fix it? The woman asked. Wrenley looked at the jacket, bright yellow. A small embroidered Halverton Tide logo on the chest pocket. The seams were worn, the fabric soft from years of use. How old is this? 6 years. My daughter wore it every spring until she outgrew it. Now my niece has it. The woman smiled, tired and hopeful. She loves it, would not wear anything else. Wrenley picked up the jacket. The zipper track was clean. The slider had not jammed. Just a snapped pull, the kind of repair she had done 100 times in the early years, before she was a project manager, back when she was just the person who showed up early to set up the tables. She found a replacement pull in the parts bin, threaded the slider, snapped the pull into place. She tested it 3 times. There you go. The woman took the jacket, ran the zipper up and down, smiled. Thank you. Thank you for keeping it. The woman walked away, and Wrenley stood at the table with the tools still in her hands and the fluorescent light warm against her skin. She looked around the room. A man at the tent station showing Delia a frayed seam on a 3-season shelter. 2 teenagers waiting with a backpack whose strap had pulled loose at the anchor point. A woman sitting on a stool with her toddler on her lap. watching Paresa explain how to resew a button on a fleece. They were not here because of the alias. They were not here because of the restructuring, or the leak, or the governance review, or the fight over who controlled what. They were here because the jacket still fit, because the tent could still hold, because someone had told them that what they owned was worth keeping. Wrenley set the pliers down. The bell on the retail door chimed. She turned. Auberon Faulkner stood in the doorway. No coat, sleeves rolled to his forearms. No cameras, no staff, no board members. Just him, standing in the warm light of the retail space with the fog curling at his back, looking at the room like he was not sure he was allowed to enter. The repair table went quiet. Delia looked up from the tent seam. Paresa set the coffee urn down. The man with the frayed shelter stopped mid-sentence. Wrenley did not move. "Do you work here?" the woman with the toddler asked. "A beat." "Used to," Auberon said. "A long time ago." He did not offer more. The woman studied him, then shrugged and turned back to her daughter's fleece. Auberon walked to the empty end of the repair table. He picked up a sewing awl, tested the tension, and pulled a damaged strap from the stack of gear waiting for mending. He threaded the needle without looking at it. The room exhaled. The conversation resumed. Wrenley watched him work. The way his hands moved, precise and unhurried. The way he did not look up when someone walked past. The way he treated the strap like it mattered. She crossed to his end of the table. "You did not have to come here." He did not stop threading. "I know. The briefing is in 2 hours." "I am aware." She watched his needle push through the webbing, pulled the tension, set the next stitch. "There is nothing to prove tonight," she said. "Not to this room." He looked up then. His gray eyes caught the warm light, and they looked different than they had in the cafe, different than they had in the storage bay. Softer, somehow. Or maybe just tired in a way that let the guard down. "I am not trying to prove anything," he said. "I am trying to remember what it felt like to fix something." The needle went through the webbing again. Wrenley stood beside him. The toddler's mother was asking Paresa about a lost button. Delia was explaining seam sealing technique to the man with the tent. The two teenagers were laughing at something on a phone. The room was full of noise and warmth, and the particular kind of repair that had nothing to do with balance sheets. Wrenley reached for a damaged backpack from the pile. She found a needle. She started working in silence beside the man who had lied to everyone she knew, who had broken the company she loved, who had pretended to be someone else while she fell for him, and who still, impossibly, made her believe that the thing they were trying to save was real. The bell on the door chimed again. The woman who walked in was not carrying gear. She was holding a phone with the camera already recording. Chapter 60. The woman with the phone did not lower it. She stood just inside the retail door, coat still wet from the fog, phone angled at the repair table like she had been following the story long enough to know where it would land. Wrenley's needle stopped mid-stitch. The woman was not staff, not a customer, not someone who had brought a jacket to mend. "Can I help you?" Wrenley asked. The woman did not look at her. The phone stayed on Auberon. "You are Auberon Faulkner." It was not a question. Auberon finished the stitch he was working on, set the awl down, lifted his head slowly, like he had been expecting this moment to find him here, in the warm light, with the strap half mended in his hands. "I am." The woman stepped closer. The phone recorded. "I was at Halverton Tide for 9 years, she said. "I was in product development when you left." Auberon did not look away. "I worked on the Ridgecrest first generation, the original, the one that passed every test. I believed in the company because you said the outdoors should not be a gate-kept thing. You said it in every all hands. You wrote it in the founder letters we printed on the packaging. I believed you." Her voice did not shake. "Then you vanished. No explanation, no goodbye, just a memo saying the founder was stepping away for personal reasons and the company would be in good hands." The room had gone quiet. Delia's hands were still on the tent seam. The teenagers had stopped laughing. Paresa stood frozen behind the coffee urn. The woman with the toddler pulled her daughter closer. "That was 6 years ago," the woman said. "I stayed for 3 more because I told myself the mission was bigger than one person. But the mission changed. The culture changed. The decisions started coming from people who had never held a product in their hands, never met a customer at a clinic, never repaired a single stitch." Wrenley felt the needle in her own hand, the weight of it. "And when I finally left," the woman said, I told myself it was because the company I loved was already dead. It just had not stopped breathing yet. Auberon did not speak. I read the article, the woman said. The one about the alias, about you coming back under a different name to decide if the company should live or die. She lowered the phone an inch. So I want to know, did you come back to save it or to bury it? The room held. Auberon stood up from the repair table. He did not approach the woman. He did not spread his hands in apology. He simply stood, with the fluorescent light on his face and the strap still hanging from the awl, and spoke. I came back to decide. The woman's jaw tightened. I did not know what I would find, Auberon said. I did not know if the company I built was still worth keeping. I told myself I was being honest, that I needed to see it without the weight of my own name distorting the picture. His voice was low, unpolished. That was not the truth. The truth was, I did not trust myself to make the right call if I had to look people in the face. I had already lost that once. I lost a fight over safety. I lost the person who kept me inside the building. I walked away because I did not know how to stay in a place that had become a monument to what I could not protect. He stopped. I was a coward. The woman stared at him. I came back under a false name because I was afraid of what I would see if I let myself be seen first. That is the answer. It is not a good one. It is not one I can spin into a redemption story. But it is the truth. The phone stayed up. You left 900 employees without a founder, the woman said, her voice rough now. You left us to watch the mission drift while people who never knew you made decisions you should have been in the room for. And now you are back, and the company is bleeding, and you are sitting at a repair clinic in a retail store like nothing happened. I know, Auberon said. You do not get to just show up and start mending gear. I know that too. The woman stood there, phone up, face tight. Wrenley set the backpack down. She walked around the end of the table, not fast, not slow, just moving into the space between Auberon and the woman, the way she had done 100 times in meetings when two sides were about to lose the thing they both needed. He does not get to undo it, Wrenley said. Not today, not ever. I know because I am the person he lied to most. The woman's eyes shifted to her, but he showed up here tonight without cameras, without staff, without a statement prepared. He picked up a sewing awl and started repairing gear because he told me he is trying to remember what it felt like to fix something. She held the woman's gaze. That does not fix what he broke. It does not give you back the 9 years you gave to a company whose founder disappeared. But it is the first honest thing he has done in public since he came back, and I think you deserve to see it. The woman looked at Auberon, at the strap still in the awl, at the room full of customers who had come to mend things that mattered to them. She lowered the phone. You walked away from us once, she said. If you walk away again, do not bother coming back. Auberon nodded. The woman pocketed the phone, turned, and walked out into the fog. The door closed behind her. The room did not move for a long moment. Then Delia cleared her throat, picked up the tent seam. Somebody hand me that webbing reel. I got 3 more feet of frayed binding to replace before my shift ends. The room exhaled. The teenagers laughed again, quieter this time. The toddler's mother turned back to Parisa. The man with the shelter picked up his seam ripper. Wrenley stood in the space between the tables, feeling the adrenaline drain from her shoulders. Auberon looked at her. You did not have to do that. I know. You defended me to someone I hurt. I defended the clinic, she said. You were just standing in the middle of it. The corner of his mouth moved, not quite a smile, but close. The bell chimed again. Wrenley turned. 2 more customers had walked in, holding a single tent with a broken pole. They did not look at Auberon. They did not look at her. They walked straight to Delia's station and asked if she could fix a splint before their weekend trip. The repair clinic continued. Wrenley worked the next hour beside Auberon in the same fragile truce, mending what came to the table, speaking only when a customer asked a question, letting the rhythm of the work hold them both. At 9:15, Saskia appeared in the doorway. She did not step inside. She held up her phone, face unreadable. Wrenley crossed to her. What happened? Saskia turned the screen toward her. The article from the morning show had been updated. Below the headline, a new paragraph had been added. At press time, Faulkner was seen at a Halverton Tide community repair clinic in Harbor Crane, repairing customer gear without staff or security present. Witnesses say he answered directly when confronted by a former employee about his departure. The comments had already passed 300. Wrenley scrolled. He showed up. That is more than he did for 6 years. This does not fix anything. I have been repairing my own gear for 3 years because I stopped trusting the company. Maybe I will bring my jacket in tomorrow. Who's the woman who spoke to him? The one from the video? She looked like she was holding the whole room together. Wrenley scrolled further. The post from the anonymous employee board was pinned at the top of the comments section. Someone had reposted it. She is the only one who told us the truth. 47 comments now, still climbing. Saskia's voice was low. There is something else. She swiped to a different screen. An email, addressed to the company's general inquiries account. No signature, no subject line. The body was 2 lines. Tell your project manager to stop cleaning up his mess. She will not be able to clean up her own. Wrenley read it twice. The fog pressed against the retail windows. Behind her, the clinic hummed with the sound of zippers being tested, seams being stitched, the ordinary labor of repair. She looked up. Auberon was watching her from the repair table, the awl still in his hand, his gray eyes catching the light. She did not know what her face showed him, but his hand stopped moving, and the bell on the door did not chime again. Chapter 61. Saskia's phone was still in her hand when Wrenley turned back to the clinic floor. The email sat in her chest like a stone she could not swallow. 2 lines, no signature, no subject. The kind of message designed to leave a mark without leaving a trail. Forward it to Jory, she said, and Dimitri. Saskia nodded once. Already did. The clinic hummed around them, a zipper being tested, the soft scrape of Delia's awl against a webbing strap, the toddler's mother counting out coins for the donation jar. None of them knew about the words on Saskia's screen. None of them needed to. Wrenley looked at Auberon. He had not moved from the repair table. His hand was still frozen around the awl, gray eyes fixed on her face with an expression she could not name. Not guilt, not fear, something rawer. A man watching the ground open under a place he had just started to believe might hold. She walked back to the table. We need to go. Where? Somewhere without customers. He set the awl down, wiped his hands on a shop rag, nodded once. The bell chimed as they stepped into the corridor. Saskia followed. The retail lights clicked off behind them as the last volunteer locked the door. The corridor was empty, fluorescent. The fog pressed against the windows at the far end. Saskia's phone buzzed. Jory, she said. He is in the archive room. Says he found something. The archive room smelled of old paper and heated electronics. Jory sat at the terminal with 2 monitors active, one displaying a network trace, the other a timeline of relay hops. His face was pale in the blue light. Tell me, Wrenley said. Jory did not look up. The email was sent through a relay scribber. 3 hops. First one routed through a residential VPN in Vancouver. Second through a public terminal at the Harbor Crane Wyver. Third through a private server registered to a shell company that dissolved last year. Can you trace it past the shell? No, he turned. That is the point. The person who sent this knows how to disappear digital footprints. This is not a disgruntled employee typing on their phone at midnight. This is professional. Dimitri stepped through the door behind them, folder pressed to his chest, face unreadable. Jory is correct, he said. I ran the relay protocol against known patterns in our security logs. The 3rd hop matches a contractor vendor we used for investor relations 3 years ago. Who? A firm called Mandrill Partners. They handled external communications during the board transition after Ketteridge's death. He paused. They were terminated when Netta took over his chair. Wrenley felt the shape of it click into place. Netta fired them. She did not renew the contract. There is a difference. What happened to the contractor who handled the account? Dimitri's jaw tightened. His name was Sol Van. He left Mandrill 2 months after the contract ended. Last known address was a post office box in Port Angeles. The same town as the demolished warehouse, the ghost freight claims. The email mentions the missing memo by name, Jory said. It calls it the February 14 file. That level of specificity means the sender knows exactly what was found. Dimitri said nothing. Wrenley turned to face him. How many people outside this building know what is in that memo? Before tonight? Dimitri's voice was careful. Myself, Netta, Auberon, Una, Tomas Sloan, the board observer Ketteridge before he died, and whoever sealed the file using the protocol I designed. You designed the seal protocol? Yes. Did you seal the file? No. Who did? I do not know. The room went quiet. Auberon spoke from the doorway. But you know who had access to the protocol. Dimitri held his gaze. 3 people, myself, the IT security director who retired 4 years ago, and the board chair. Neda. Yes. Wrenley felt the air leave her lungs. Neda has had access to the seal protocol since before I found the badge. She has had access since the protocol was implemented, Dimitri said. Whether she used it, I cannot prove. But if the message references the February 14th file by name, someone outside council now knows what was found. That information did not leak through the loading dock. It was fed. Jory's voice was quiet. The relay server's 3rd hop. I pulled the registration records before the shell dissolved. The point of contact for the domain was a woman named Elise Corbin. And? She is listed as a senior associate at a firm called Harbor Cascade Strategies. They do opposition research for corporate board campaigns. Dimitri closed his eyes. Wrenley watched him. You know that name. I know the firm. His voice was flat. They were retained by a board faction during the Ridgecrest recall, not by Netta, by the faction that wanted Ketteridge's seat after he died. Who retained them? The same director with regulatory exposure we have been unable to name. The 3rd conspirator. Auberon stepped into the room. If that director has been feeding information to a firm that does opposition research, the February 14th file is not the only thing they know about. I am aware, Dimitri said. Wrenley looked at the screens. At the relay trace, at the name Elise Corbin attached to a firm that specialized in destroying people for corporate advantage. Can we prove intent? Dimitri shook his head. Not yet. The contractor was terminated. The shell company is dissolved. The relay is scrubbed. What we have is a thread that leads to a locked door. Then we break the door down. How? Wrenley turned to Jory. Pull everything on Harbor Cascade Strategies. Clients, campaigns, any connection to Halverton Tide or its board members past or present. If they worked for the director we cannot name, there will be a payment trail. Jory was already typing. Dimitri watched her. That will take time. Then we buy time? She looked at Auberon. The midnight briefing. Netta wants to frame the freeze as founder sentimentality. We let her. We let her? Auberon's voice was sharp. We let her lay out her case. Every word she says tells us what she knows and what she's afraid of. Then we counter with the evidence chain at 9. She will not expect us to hold fire until morning. She will use the briefing to build a narrative? Let her. Wrenley held his gaze. Narratives are only useful if no one has a better one. We have the provisioning log. We have the exception code patterns. We have an employee board post with 47 comments from staff who trust me more than they trust her. And we have a threat that mentions a sealed memo by name, which means whoever sent it knows we found something Netta wanted buried. Auberon studied her. You are betting the whole company on those threads. I am betting on the truth being harder to kill than her story. The fluorescent light hummed. Jory's fingers stopped moving. I have something. Harbor Cascade Strategies billed a client $17,000 6 months ago. The invoice description says due diligence for board transition. The client field is a numbered shell, but the payment routing goes through the same bank as Netta's personal investment account. Dimitri went very still. That is not proof, he said. It is a connection. It is a coincidence. Wrenley looked at him. You do not believe in coincidences. Dimitri did not answer. The archive room settled into silence. Auberon's voice broke it. What do you need to turn the connection into proof? Dimitri's jaw worked. Access to the bank's transaction records, which requires a subpoena, which requires grounds for fraud investigation. Then we give them grounds. Wrenley turned to Jory. Pull every ghost exception filed under dead codes in the last 18 months. Cross-reference the approval timestamps against Netta's calendar. If her assistant logged a meeting during a filing window, we have a pattern. Jory nodded, already typing. Dimitri watched her. You are building a case against the board chair without a vote. I am building a case against whoever threatened me. She met his eyes. If Netta is clean, the evidence will show that. If she is not, I want proof before she can bury it. The room accepted her answer. Auberon moved to stand beside her. Not touching. Close enough that she felt the warmth of him at her shoulder. Midnight briefing is in 2 hours, he said. I know. What do you need from me? She looked at him, at the gray eyes that had lied to her for months and the hands that had held her in the dark. Stay, she said. Do not walk away before morning. He held her gaze. I am not going anywhere. Wrenley turned back to the monitors. The fog pressed against the windows, and somewhere in the building, a clock began counting down to midnight. Chapter 62. The war room looked the same as it had 70 days ago. Same whiteboard covered in erased ghosts of old projections, same coffee rings on the table, same fluorescent hum that made 3 a.m. feel permanent. Wrenley set her laptop beside Auberon's without asking. The screen already showed the revenue model from their first week together, the one they had built before trust broke open. I pulled the freeze impact numbers, she said. Assuming Ridgecrest verse 2 delays 6 months, we lose 40% of projected Q3 revenue. Assuming we survive Q3. Auberon reached past her and uncapped a marker. The motion was so familiar her chest tightened. Netta's governance review is not about safety. It is about clearing the path for liquidation before the lender covenant review hits. Then we build for both outcomes. She turned the laptop toward him. Contingency 1. The board votes to suspend your operational authority to 1. We still have the transition committee. We still have employee trust. We restructure through committee action until we can reinstate you. And Contingency 2? Contingency 2. Netta wins the majority, strips your authority, and the board votes to dissolve within the restructuring window. We have 5 days to find a buyer who will keep the core team intact. He went still. You have a buyer list. I have a list of firms who acquire distressed outdoor brands. None of them will keep the repair clinic. None of them will honor the volunteer grants, but they will keep 300 jobs instead of 0. He wrote the numbers on the board. His handwriting looked exactly the same as it had in the margin notes on the override log. Sharp, controlled, pressed hard enough to leave a shadow. Who is first on the list? Coastal Reach Partners. They bought 2 Pacific Northwest manufacturers in the last 3 years. Both kept local operations. Neither kept the original brand. It would not be Halverton Tide anymore. It would be a building where people still work. He stared at the whiteboard. The marker hung in his hand. That is not the same thing. I know, she held her voice steady. But it is better than watching them carry boxes out of the loading dock while you stand on the sidewalk. He set the marker down. The click of plastic against the tray was loud in the empty room. You came here to save the mission, he said, not to plan how to bury it gently. I came here to save the people. The mission follows. She met his eyes. You taught me that. Triage is not failure. His jaw tightened. The fluorescent light buzzed. Show me the list, he said. She pulled up the spreadsheet. He leaned in, close enough that she caught the smell of coffee and old paper from the archive room, the same scent from their late nights before everything broke. Her hand hovered over the trackpad a second too long. He noticed, did not move away. They worked through the first 3 acquisition scenarios in 40 minutes. Each model required adjusting the revenue curve, the severance cap, the number of employees who would transfer. He questioned every assumption. She countered with data. They landed on compromise numbers that felt survivable, not good. The old rhythm returned like muscle memory. Contingency 3, he said, not looking up from the laptop. What happens if I step back voluntarily before the vote? She stopped typing. Voluntarily? I told you in the archive room. I will step back if staying in power means making you collateral. He finally looked at her. That was not a tactical suggestion. You cannot step back. If you surrender operational control before the vote, Netta controls the narrative. She will frame it as admission of guilt. Let her. Let her? She heard her own voice rise. You spent 2 months convincing me you were not the villain she wanted you to be. If you walk away now, everyone who trusted you will believe they were wrong. Then they will be wrong." His voice was quiet. "But you will still have the committee. You will still have the evidence chain. You will still have the employee trust. None of that requires me to be in the room. You cannot protect me by abandoning the company." "I am not trying to protect you." He held her gaze. "I am trying to stop being the reason you have to defend yourself in every conversation." The words landed like a punch. She opened her mouth to answer, but the lights flickered. The motion sensor timer. 45 seconds warning before the war room went dark. She stood, reached for the switch. The lights died. Darkness dropped over half the room. The emergency strip above the door cast a weak amber glow across the table, leaving Auberon's face in shadow. She heard him breathe. His hand moved. She saw the silhouette of it rise, reaching toward her shoulder the way it had 100 times in the dark of the conference room when they had been something else. Then it stopped, hovered, lowered. "I will stay," he said into the dark. "But I need you to tell me if staying hurts more than it helps." She could not see his eyes. She did not need to. "When have I ever let you walk away from a fight alone?" The silence stretched. A chime broke it. Her phone lit up against the table. The screen showed Saskia's name and a single line. "Midnight briefing just started. Neda is reading a prepared statement. Presa slipped me a note. Someone in the room is recording audio on their phone." Wrenley tapped up the phone. The war room stayed dark, and somewhere in the building, a door closed hard enough to rattle the windows. Chapter 63. The door that rattled the windows did not open again. Wrenley stood in the dark war room with her phone still glowing against her palm, Saskia's message burning a line across her vision. Someone in the room is recording audio. Auberon had not moved. She heard his breath, steady and controlled, the same rhythm he used before walking into a boardroom ambush. "I need to see what happens at the briefing," she said. "You cannot walk in there." "I know," she typed back to Saskia. "Who is recording?" The reply came in 15 seconds. "Parisa does not know. She heard the phone hit the table when the person shifted. She is afraid to look." Wrenley put the phone down. "I will go," Auberon said. "No! I can watch from the hallway without entering." "They will see you. The glass is frosted, but the silhouette is distinct." She shook her head. "If Neda sees you outside, she will spin it as information." "Then what?" The emergency strip hummed. "Saskia is inside. Parisa is watching. We wait." Auberon did not argue. The silence stretched 43 seconds before the lights came back. The fluorescence flickered twice, steadied, and flooded the war room with the same sterile brightness that had lit every late-night argument and every truce they had ever shared. Wrenley saw him clearly now. His sleeves were still rolled. His hands were still marked with the faint grease from the repair clinic. He looked older than he had 70 days ago, and not just from exhaustion. She wanted to say something that would hold. She did not get the chance. The war room door opened. Mirelle stood in the threshold. Her travel mug was in her hand, but her face was stripped of the anger Wrenley had braced for. She looked tired. She looked like someone who had been crying and had stopped because crying did not change the math. "Saskia sent me," Mirelle said. "She said you would be here." Wrenley nodded. Mirelle's eyes moved to Auberon, stayed for a beat, then returned to Wrenley. "I need to talk to you. Alone." Auberon picked up his coat. "The hallway," Wrenley said. "I know." He walked past Mirelle without looking at her. The door clicked shut behind him. The room felt smaller. Mirelle set her travel mug on the table. The ceramic hit the surface with a dull thud that echoed in the empty space. "I am not here to fight," she said. "Then why are you here?" "Because I have been standing in the operations bay for the last hour, watching the fog press against the windows, and I keep coming back to the same question." She pulled out a chair, sat down. "Who are you becoming, Wrenley?" The question landed like a stone dropped into deep water. "I do not understand." "Yes, you do." Mirelle's voice was quiet. "You have spent 2 months orbiting this man's damage, first as his enemy, then as his partner. Then, as the woman who defended him in front of a former employee who had every right to hate him. Every time you touch the wreckage, you come away with new burns, and every time you go back. I am not orbiting damage. I am fighting for the company. You are fighting for him. The words hung in the air. Wrenley opened her mouth to argue. The argument did not come. I asked you in the operations bay whether you knew what you were choosing, Mirelle said. You said yes, but I do not think you answered the question I was actually asking. What question? The one where you stop protecting everyone and name what you want. Mirelle leaned forward. Not what the company needs. Not what the staff deserve. Not what Auberon deserves. What do you want, Wrenley? The fluorescent light buzzed. Wrenley's hands were shaking. She pressed them flat against the table. I want him to have told me the truth before I gave him everything. Mirelle did not look away. I want the version of us that existed in the war room before I found the badge. Wrenley's voice cracked. I want to wake up in a world where the tenderness was not contaminated by the lie he chose every single day for 2 months. That world does not exist. I know. The silence stretched. But you still love him, Mirelle said. It was not a question. Wrenley closed her eyes. Yes. The words scraped out of her like something sharp she had been swallowing for weeks. I love him, and I cannot trust him. And I do not know how to hold both of those things at the same time without breaking. Mirelle sat back. For a long moment she did not speak. Her fingers wrapped around the travel mug, gripping the ceramic the way someone holds a handrail on uneven ground. That is the most honest thing you have said to me in 3 weeks, she said finally. The truth is all I have left, Mirelle nodded. The motion was small, almost imperceptible, but it carried something Wrenley had not expected. Bruised compassion. The kind that came from someone who had been hurt and had chosen to stay in the room anyway. I cannot tell you what to do with that, Mirelle said. I cannot tell you whether he deserves another chance or whether you will destroy yourself giving him one. But I can tell you that watching you orbit his damage without naming what you want is going to kill the part of you that I have been trying to protect since the day we met. Wrenley felt her throat tighten. You are the person who taught me that strength is not endless caretaking, she said. You said it to me in the operations bay. You said, I cannot pour from an empty cup. I remember. I did not believe you then. Wrenley's voice dropped. I think I am starting to now. Mirelle reached across the table. Her hand landed over Wrenley's, palm warm, fingers curling around the edge of her wrist. Good, she said, because you are going to need that clarity in about 30 seconds. Wrenley's phone buzzed. She looked down. The screen showed a notification from the board portal. A new agenda item had been added to the 9 a.m. governance review. She read it once, read it again. Motion to suspend founder voting rights pending full investigation of operational decisions made under alias identity. The room tilted. Mirelle was already standing, reaching for her phone, her face shifting into the focused calm she wore before walking into a fight she had not chosen. They are not coming for his operational control, Wrenley said. They are coming for his ownership. The war room door opened. Auberon stood in the threshold, his phone in his hand, his face unreadable. He had seen it too. The fluorescent light hummed, and somewhere in the building, footsteps moved fast down the hallway, headed toward the boardroom. Chapter 64. The boardroom was colder than the hallway. Wrenley felt the temperature change the moment she stepped through the door. The emergency strip still glowed overhead, casting the room in thin amber light that made every face look older, sharper, harder to read. Neda stood at the head of the table. She did not sit. She did not gesture toward the empty chairs. She stood with both hands flat on the polished surface, the prepared statement folded beside her fingers, and she watched Wrenley and Auberon enter the way a predator watches prey step into range. Thank you for joining us, she said. I was beginning to think you would wait out the whole night in the war room. Wrenley did not answer. She took the seat beside Mirelle. Auberon took the one across from her, leaving a gap of polished wood between them that felt wider than the table itself. Directors Tan, Albright, and Osi were already seated. Director Castell sat at the far end, arms crossed, face unreadable. Parisa stood near the door with a notebook pressed to her chest, her eyes darting between faces the way someone counts exits in a burning building. Dimitri was not in the room. Wrenley registered the absence like a dropped stitch. She scanned the table again. No general counsel. No legal representation for the governance review that had been called to determine whether the founder, who owned 52% of the company, could still vote on its future. "He is coming," Netta said, reading her face. "He had to retrieve a file from his office. At midnight." "At 1:15, yes." Netta's voice did not waver. "Shall I wait for him, or shall we begin with the document I have already distributed?" She slid a single sheet across the table. Wrenley caught it before it reached the edge. The paper was warm from the printer. She read the header once, read the date. "Read the signature line. Founder Memorandum, February 14. Distribution list, D. Saito, M. Ketteridge, T. Rilling, A. Faulkner." Her chest tightened. "This is the memo Auberon Faulkner wrote 7 years ago," Netta said. "The one in which he flagged the Ridgecrest clip redesign at 82% load spec and recommended a 6-week delay for retooling and third-party validation." She paused. "I have been told this document proves he was a responsible founder who tried to protect safety over speed. But that is not what the board saw when it was written. What the board saw was a founder who had lost confidence in his own product, who was willing to delay a launch that had already been pushed 3 times, who was beginning to doubt the very company he had built." Wrenley felt Auberon go still across the table. "You are painting concern as weakness," she said. "I am painting context." Netta's voice was calm. "You want the board to believe that Auberon Faulkner was a victim of a conspiracy that forced him out. But the record shows that he was already losing the room before M. Ketteridge ever overrode his recommendation. He was flagged as unreliable, emotionally compromised, unable to make hard calls under pressure." Auberon leaned back in his chair. His face did not change. "Is that what the board minutes say?" he asked. "Or is that the narrative M. Ketteridge wrote after she decided to override my safety warning to protect a launch date?" Netta's jaw tightened. "The board minutes reflect what was said in closed session. Then they reflect a woman who had already decided the launch would proceed and who spent the rest of the meeting building a justification for a decision she had already made." The room went quiet. Wrenley watched the directors shift. Tan looked at her hands. Ryder was staring at the memo as if it had materialized on the table without his consent. Osei spoke first. "Regardless of how the override happened," he said, "the memo was not acted upon. The clip launched on schedule. We were lucky no one was killed. And then you left Auberon, and we did not see you again until you walked back in under a false name 6 years later." "Yes. Can you explain that?" Auberon met his gaze. "I can tell you that I was 29 years old. I had just lost the person who kept me inside the building. I had fought for a delay that would have protected the company's reputation and its customers, and I had lost to a board observer who valued speed over safety and who died 3 years ago in a car accident that may not have been an accident." Osei's eyebrows rose. "That is an allegation. It is a fact I am still investigating. And you'd expect us to suspend a vote on your voting rights while you investigate a death that happened 3 years ago?" "No." Auberon's voice was quiet. "I expect you to ask yourself why Netta Quimby filed a motion to suspend my voting rights at 11:40 on the night before a governance review, and why she chose not to raise any of these concerns in the 6 years I was gone." Netta's hands were still flat on the table. "The motion was filed because new information came to light tonight regarding the alias identity and the operational decisions made under it." New information. New information. Wrenley looked at the memo again. The paper was warm. The ink was dry. The signature was Auberon's, sharp and deliberate, written by a man who had not yet learned how much the people who signed beside him would cost him. "You are going to use his warning against him," she said. Netta did not answer. "You are going to sit in this room and argue that a founder who flagged a structural danger at 82% load spec, who recommended a 6-week delay to protect customers, who lost a fight to a board observer who overrode him for cost and timeline, is somehow unfit to vote on his own company's future?" The silence stretched. "I am going to argue what the evidence supports." Mirelle shifted beside her. "Then let me ask a different question," Mirelle said. "Where is Dimitri Sands, and why did he disappear the exact minute the governance review started?" Netta's expression did not change. He is retrieving documentation. He is either in this room or he is not, and if he is not, then the general counsel who drafted the trust that gave Auberon 52% voting control is absent from the meeting in which the board is trying to strip that control. She leaned back. Tell me I am wrong. Netta's hand moved toward her phone. Call him, Mirelle said. Put him on speaker. I want to hear him say he is on his way. No one reached for a phone. Wrenley watched the directors exchange glances. Ton's fingers were pressed together. Osei was staring at the ceiling. Albright was very still. Castell spoke from the far end of the table. The motion to suspend founder voting rights was filed at 11:47 p.m., she said. That gives us 7 hours before the 9 a.m. governance review to decide whether it moves forward. We do not need to decide tonight. We need to decide before the lender covenant review hits in 5 days, Netta said. We need to decide when we have the full picture. Netta opened her mouth to argue. The door opened. Dimitri Sands stepped into the room with a folder pressed to his chest. His face was unreadable. His tie was straight. He looked like a man who had known exactly how long to stay away to make a point. Forgive the delay, he said. I was verifying the SEAL protocol access logs. He set the folder on the table. The motion to suspend founder voting rights should proceed. Wrenley felt the floor tilt. Because, Dimitri said, the SEAL protocol access logs confirm that the founder memo was accessed 3 times in the last 6 months, all by Auberon Faulkner's credential. He paused. And all 3 accesses occurred at times Auberon Faulkner was in a different city. The room went very still. Auberon's face did not change, but his hands, resting flat on the table, went very still. Someone else is using my access. That is one interpretation, Dimitri said. The other, Wrenley said, is that whoever used Auberon's credential also added me to the memo distribution list 3 years before I was hired, and that the same person is still active in this building. She looked at Netta. Unless you think Auberon Faulkner knew a woman he had not yet met would one day need to see a 7-year-old memo about a clip he tried to fix before she ever worked for him. The room was silent. The clock on the wall ticked past midnight, and somewhere in the building a door closed hard enough to rattle the windows. Chapter 65. Tobias Rilling walked into the boardroom like a man who had stopped caring what anyone thought of his timing. His boots left wet marks on the floor. His coat was still buttoned wrong. He looked at the folder Dimitri had placed on the table, then at Auberon, then at Netta, and did not sit down. I heard there was a midnight meeting about the future of the company, he said. Nobody thought to invite the person whose product codes are on every exception in that chain. Netta's hands remained flat on the table. The meeting was called by the board chair to address founder voting rights. Your department's exceptions are a separate matter. My department's exceptions? Tobias laughed. It was not a pleasant sound. Netta, you have been watching my department for 3 years. You put a coordinator in my team to monitor every field change, every spec deviation, every late-night override approval. You have the provisioning logs. You have the badge data. You know exactly who authorized the seam sealant substitution, the fastener gauge reduction, the webbing tensile widening, and every single exception buried under legacy naming conventions that predate the 2017 audit reform. He pulled a folded printout from his coat pocket and set it on the table beside Dimitri's folder. I also know you are going to argue that Auberon Faulkner's disappearance created a vacuum that let these exceptions proliferate, that without a founder's oversight the company drifted into safety compromise and cost-cutting gimmicks. He looked at Auberon. You are going to say that is the story. Auberon did not blink. So you say it, Tobias said. Say it out loud. Tell me I am wrong. The silence stretched. You are not wrong, Auberon said quietly. Good. Then let me tell the rest of it. Tobias turned to the directors. When I started at Halverton Tide 12 years ago, the founder was still in the building every day. The mission was not a marketing slogan. We built gear we would stake our own lives on, and we tested it until we could not break it, and then we tested it again. The repair clinic was not a community program. It was a feedback loop. Customer brings a broken tent, we fix it. We learn where the weak seam is. We go back to the factory and change the spec. He paused. I believed in that. I believed in it hard enough to work 80-hour weeks for 4 years straight. I believed in it hard enough to stay after the founder vanished, after the board started asking different questions, after the quarterly revenue targets started shaping design decisions instead of the other way around. His voice roughened. I believed in it hard enough to become the person who signed off on exceptions I knew were wrong, because the alternative was watching the whole thing collapse faster, because someone had to hold it together, because I told myself I was protecting the mission by compromising on the edges while the people above me compromised on the center. He looked at Netta. You know who I mean. Netta's jaw tightened. The people above me, Tobias repeated. The board observer who overrode Auberon's safety warning on the Ridgecrest clip redesign. The CFO who approved a cost reduction initiative that pushed supplier margins so thin they started cutting corners we could not track. The general counsel who drafted the trust that let a vanished founder retain 52% voting control, then spent 6 years monitoring every internal report from a residential IP address without ever raising a concern. He turned to Dimitri. You want to tell me I am wrong about that part too? Dimitri's face was unreadable. I do not need to tell you anything, Tobias. I need you to sit down and let the board complete its business. The board's business? Tobias said, is figuring out why the person who ran the last governance review is now advising a competitor who is courting our lenders. The room went very still. Netta's hands came off the table. What did you say? I said, Tobias repeated, that the board observer on the old sign-off chain, the one who was seated at this table during the Ridgecrest override discussion, is now working as a senior advisor for Coastal Reach Partners' parent fund, and Coastal Reach Partners is currently in talks with 3 of our lender banks about acquiring our debt position before the covenant review hits in 5 days. He let the words land. The firm is positioning itself to become our largest creditor by the end of the week, and the person advising them is the same person who sat in this room and watched the Ridgecrest override happen, who never said a word about safety, who signed off on every exception that buried us in liability. Director Kestel leaned forward. Who? Director Thun. Thun's face went pale. That is a lie. It is verifiable, Tobias said. She registered a consulting entity under her daughter's married name 6 months ago. The entity's first contract was with Coastal Reach Partners Fund Management Group. The contract value was $200,000, which happens to be exactly the amount of the first Ghost Fright claim filed under Dimitri's approval code in 2016. He pulled a second printout from his other pocket. I have the registration documents, the contract, and the wire confirmation. I also have the calendar showing she took a personal day 3 days before the governance review notice was filed, drove to Portland, and met with Coastal Reach's head of acquisitions at a hotel 30 miles from Harbor Crane. Tan's hands were shaking. You had no right to access my personal calendar. I did not need to access it, Tobias said. The hotel put the meeting on their public events schedule. Founders Room B, 2:00 p.m. to 4:30 p.m., coffee service for 2. He set the printout beside the others. So, here is where we are. The board chair has been monitoring my department for 3 years. The general counsel has been monitoring the entire company for 6 years. The director in charge of regulatory compliance is actively advising a firm that wants to buy our debt and force us into a fire sale. And we are sitting in this room at midnight, arguing about whether a founder who flagged a structural danger at 82% load spec should keep his voting rights. He looked at Auberon. You left because you lost a fight you should not have lost. And everyone in this room who stayed learned to call the erosion stewardship because the brand story was too sacred to question. The clock ticked past 12:17. Netta opened her mouth, closed it, and sat down. And somewhere in the building, a phone started ringing. Chapter 66. The phone kept ringing. Nobody moved. Tan sat frozen with her hands flat on the table like she was trying to hold it down. Netta's jaw worked silently. Tobias stood at the edge of his seat, still holding the stack of printouts. The ringing came from somewhere deeper in the building. Not the boardroom phone, not anyone's pocket. A distant, persistent pulse that cut through the suspended silence like a warning buoy in fog. Director Kestel pushed back from the table. Are we going to answer that, or are we going to sit here pretending the room did not just change? Netta's hands came off the table slowly. We are in the middle of a governance review. We were in the middle of a governance review, Kestel said. before Tobias walked in with documentation that one of our directors is advising the firm circling our lenders. Before we learned the general counsel has been monitoring the company from home for 6 years. Before the board chair admitted to embedding a coordinator in product development for 3 years. He looked at Neda. I would say the review has been interrupted. The phone kept ringing. Tan stood up abruptly. You need to sit down, Mirelle said, her voice flat and final. You need to sit down until someone tells you what happens next. Tan sat. The ringing stopped. The silence after was worse. Fuller. The kind of quiet that pressed against the eardrums and made every breath sound like a confession. Wrenley watched Neda's face cycle through calculations. The woman was still running scenarios. Even cornered, even silent, she was trying to find the exit. Dimitri, Wrenley said. The contract registration. Tan's entity. Can you verify it against the sealed protocol records in the next 30 minutes? Dimitri's face stayed unreadable. The sealed protocol records are sealed by my own office. You are asking me to produce evidence against a director on the word of a product development head with a 12-year history of signing off on safety exceptions. I am asking you to do your job, Wrenley said, because if you do not, the journalists who covered the Alias story are going to get this documentation from someone else, and they are going to frame it as evidence that the entire board was complicit in a conspiracy to sell Halverton Tide to a debt buyer while pretending to run a governance review. Tobias set the printouts on the table. The registration documents are here. The contract is here. The wire confirmation is here. If Dimitri wants to call them forgeries, he can explain why the routing numbers match the ghost freight claims he approved 6 years ago. Dimitri's jaw tightened. You are asking me to choose sides in a room that is not ready to choose truth. Then help us get ready, Auberon said. His voice was quiet, not tired, not sharp, just a low, steady tone that cut through the static. Run the verification, confirm the entity registration, pull the sealed protocol access logs from the week of the memo seal, give the board something real to work with before the clock runs out. Dimitri looked at him for a long moment. Then he nodded once and walked out. The door closed behind him. The room exhaled. Director Osei leaned back in his chair. So we are in recess until Dimitri returns with documentation that may or may not confirm the board observer has been working against us for 6 months. That sounds about right, Castell said. And in the meantime? In the meantime, Neda said, her voice recovered enough to cut. We try to remember that the governance review was about whether a founder who operated under a false identity should retain voting control. We can address the Tan situation when we have verified facts, but the motion on the table has not been withdrawn. Actually, Mirelle said, the motion on the table is dead until someone explains why the board chair embedded a spy in product development 3 years ago. Because that smells like premeditation, and I do not think the lenders are going to look kindly on a governance review that starts with a surveillance admission. Neda did not answer. Wrenley stepped back from the table. She needed air. She needed a minute without someone's agenda pressing against her ribs. She needed to think about what happened to the space between fighting and losing when the enemy was not a person, but a system that had been rigged before she ever walked through the doors. She found the hallway outside the boardroom empty. The fog pressed against the windows, thick and gray, swallowing the streetlights. Harbor Crane at 12:24 a.m. The building hummed with low electrical noise and the distant click of a cooling system. She heard footsteps behind her. Auberon. 30 minutes, he said. That is what Dimitri asked for. 30 minutes to verify everything Tobias brought. Dimitri is the one who drafted the trust that let you vanish for 6 years, Wrenley said. Dimitri is the one who has been monitoring every internal report from a residential IP. If he comes back and says the documentation is clean, are you going to believe him? No? Then why are we waiting for him to decide what is true? Auberon stopped beside her at the window. Because if Dimitri comes back and confirms Tan's entity is real, the board loses its clean narrative. The governance review becomes a conflict of interest investigation. Coastal Reach's debt acquisition plan gets exposed before it closes, and Neda loses control of the room. And if he comes back and says the documentation is fabricated, then we have a different problem. Wrenley watched the fog swallow the streetlights. Tobias did not fabricate that documentation. I have watched him lie by omission for 12 years. I have watched him protect himself by delaying the truth. But he does not fabricate evidence. He does not have the patience. I know. Then why do you sound like you are preparing for the possibility? Auberon was quiet for a moment. Because I have spent the last 6 years preparing for the possibility that everyone I trusted was keeping a version of the truth from me. And I have been right enough times that I do not trust the habit anymore. Wrenley turned to face him. We do not have time for you to spiral into the same wound that made you leave the first time. I am not spiraling. I am telling you what I have learned, so you know where my instincts land if Dimitri walks back in here with bad news. And where is that? I trust Tobias, Auberon said. I trust the documentation he brought. And if Dimitri tries to frame it as fabricated, I will call him out in front of the board. He stepped closer. But I also need you to know that if staying in this room is the only thing making you collateral, I will step back. Not voluntarily, not tactically. I will walk out of this building and let Netta run the restructuring through her people, because I would rather lose the company than watch you become the cost of keeping it. Wrenley's chest tightened. That is not. It is exactly the calculation I should have made 6 years ago, Auberon said. I should have stepped back before Una had to sabotage the Ridgecrest line to make someone look deeper. I should have walked away from the board fight when I realized I could not win without losing the people who trusted me. I did not, and I have spent 6 years living with the result. He held her gaze. I am not going to make that mistake again. Wrenley opened her mouth to answer. The door at the end of the hall opened. Dimitri Sands walked toward them with a tablet in his hand and an expression that was not quite triumph and not quite dread. Something in between. Something worse. 32 minutes, he said, and I found more than I expected. He stopped in front of them. The entity registration is verified. Tan's consulting contract is real. The wire confirmation matches the routing numbers from the 2016 Ghost Freight claims. And the SEAL protocol access logs show that someone in this building has been feeding Coastal Reach Partners internal financial reports for the last 4 months. He held up the tablet. Monthly liquidity statements, projected covenant triggers, the cash runway model that Netta's office produced in January. The hall went very still. Dimitri looked at Auberon. The reports were sent from a terminal registered to the board chair's administrative assistant, but the account credentials used to access the SEAL protocol for the February 14 memo came from a session that originated in General Counsel's office. He set the tablet down on the window ledge. Which means either Netta has been working with someone in my department, or I have been compromised longer than I knew. The fog pressed against the glass. The clock ticked past 12:26. Chapter 67. The words from Dimitri's tablet hung in the hallway air like smoke. Wrenley picked the device up from the window ledge, scanned the routing numbers, the dates, the terminal registration that traced back to Netta's admin assistant, the credential origin that traced back to General Counsel. Someone in your department has been accessing the SEAL protocol for 6 years, she said. And you did not know. Dimitri's jaw tightened. I did not build the protocol. I inherited the access framework when I took the role. The credential was issued under a standing authorization from the board chair at the time. Who? M. Catteridge. Auberon made a sound low in his throat. Not a word, a confirmation. So the dead man authorized the access, Wrenley said, and the live woman has been using it through his department. She looked at Dimitri. You are either compromised or you are lying. Which is it? I am telling you what I verified in 32 minutes of work. That is not an answer. No, it is not, because I do not yet know which is true. The fog pressed harder against the glass. Somewhere in the building, a pipe groaned under the old plumbing. Wrenley turned to Auberon. Netta's admin assistant has been feeding Coastal Reach for 4 months. That means Netta knew. And if Netta knew, then the motion to suspend your voting rights was never about governance. It was about clearing the path before the covenant review. Auberon's eyes had not left Dimitri. She has been planning this since before I walked back into the building. Since before the Ridgecrest freeze, Wrenley said. Since before Tobias found the exceptions, since before any of us knew what we were fighting. She set the tablet down, which means we cannot win by fighting the way we have been. Saskia appeared at the end of the hallway, travel mug in hand, coat still on, expression that said she had been listening from the corner. "The midnight briefing is in chaos," she said. Netta tried to regain control after Mirella's challenge. Director Castile called for a recess. Director Ose asked for the Coastal Reach contract to be produced. And? Netta refused, said the contract was privileged until the governance review, which is when Tan started crying. Wrenley let the silence hold. Tan is crying in the boardroom, not loudly, not confessionally, but her mascara is running and she is not wiping it. Mirelle stepped out of the boardroom door, pulled it closed behind her. Recess is 10 minutes, then Netta is calling for a straight vote on the Coastal Reach disclosure motion. If it passes, the contract goes into evidence. If it fails, Tan walks and the acquisition proceeds in the dark. Wrenley watched the fog, the streetlights, the reflection of her own face in the glass, pale and set. "What if we do not give them a choice?" Mirelle frowned. "What are you talking about?" "We publish everything," Wrenley said. "The 6 exceptions, the ghost credential, the seal protocol access, the Coastal Reach leak from Netta's terminal, the threat email traced through Harbor Cascade, all of it. Internal first, then customer-facing." Saskia went still. "That is not a governance maneuver. That is a bomb." "It is a transparency play," Wrenley said. "The one thing Coastal Reach cannot buy is staff and customer trust. If we prove we are cleaning house in real time, the people who believe in Halverton Tide become our firewall." Auberon turned to face her fully. "If you publish the exceptions before the freeze is in place, the Ridgecrest V2 pre-order collapses. Retailers pull their advance commitments. Supplier confidence evaporates." "That is true if we publish them as accusations," Wrenley said. "It is different if we publish them as accountability." She stepped toward the boardroom door. "We frame it as an open ledger. Here is what we found. Here is who buried it. Here is what we are doing to fix it. We name the failures before someone else names them for us." Saskia's jaw worked. "The customers who've been posting about the leaked article, they are already asking. The employee board is already filling with questions. If we let the story go dark until the review, Coastal Reach fills the silence with their version." "Then we fill it first," Wrenley said. She looked at Auberon. "But I am not the one who should deliver it." "Why not?" "Because I stood up for you while you were still wearing the alias. Anything I say now reads as protecting my credibility, not protecting the company. It needs to come from the founder, the one who vanished, the one who came back." Auberon's face did not change. "You are asking me to stand in front of the staff and the customers and tell them I spent 6 years lying so I could decide whether their jobs deserved to exist. I am asking you to stand in front of them and tell them what you found when you stopped lying." The hallway quieted. Mirelle broke the silence. "She is right. They will believe the founder's confession more than they will believe the project manager's defense, even if the project manager was the one who did the work." Auberon looked at the tablet, the routing numbers, the evidence Dimitri had pulled from the dark. "If I do this, Coastal Reach accelerates. Netta's faction goes to war. The lender review becomes a referendum on chaos." "It is already a referendum on chaos," Wrenley said. "The only question is whether we let Coastal Reach define that chaos, or whether we define it ourselves." He held her gaze. "And if I fail?" "Then we fail together. But at least we fail trying to tell the truth instead of trying to negotiate with people who have already decided to bury us." The door to the boardroom opened again. Director Castile stepped out. His face was tired. His collar was undone. "Recess ends in 4 minutes. Netta is calling for the vote. Director Tan wants to speak first." Wrenley turned to him. "Let her speak, and then give the floor to Auberon." Castile studied her, studied Auberon, studied the tablet still sitting on the window ledge. What is he going to say? The truth. Castile held the door open. Auberon walked through first, then Wrenley, then Saskia and Mirelle. The boardroom was tense and thick with waiting. Tan sat at the far end with her face blotched and her hands flat on the table. Netta stood at the head, silver hair rigid, suit sharp as a blade. Director Ose leaned back in his chair. "I believe we were about to hear from Director Tan." Tan pushed her chair back, stood. Her hands were still shaking. "I want to say that I did not know," she said. "When I signed the consulting agreement, I thought it was a standard advisory role. I did not understand the depth of the connection to Coastal Reach." She paused. "That is the truth. Then why did you register the entity under your daughter's name?" Mirelle asked. Than's throat moved. "Because I did not want questions. Because I was afraid of exactly this." "Fear is not a defense," Director Castell said. "Concealment is concealment." Wrenley stepped forward. "There will be time to determine what Director Than knew and when, but right now, we have a different problem. Coastal Reach has been receiving internal financial reports for 4 months. They know our liquidity position. They know our covenant triggers. They know exactly when to strike." She turned to the table. "I am proposing we publish an open ledger. Full transparency about the exceptions, the ghost credential, the leak. No spin, no delay. We name the failure and we name the fix before Coastal Reach can frame it as collapse." Neda's eyes narrowed. "That is reckless. It invites litigation. It hands the Lender Review Committee a reason to accelerate. It invites scrutiny from people who already trust us," Wrenley said. "The alternative is letting Coastal Reach control the narrative from the shadows." She waited. "Unless you would prefer to keep helping them." The room went very still. Neda's face was stone. "You are accusing me of collusion." "I am stating a fact. Your admin assistant's terminal sent reports to Coastal Reach for 4 months. The same terminal that accessed the SEAL protocol for the February 14 memo. The same memo that your motion is built around." Neda's jaw tightened. "I did not authorize that transmission." "Then who did?" "I will have an answer by morning." "Morning will be too late," Wrenley said. She looked at Auberon. He stepped to the head of the table, not next to Neda, at the empty chair beside Director Osei. "The open ledger is the right move," he said. "I will deliver the first version in a staff address within the hour, customer-facing version before morning market open." Neda's hands gripped the edge of the table. "You are gambling the company on sentiment." "No," Auberon said. "I am gambling the company on the one thing that has kept Halverton Tide alive longer than any cost model, the loyalty of the people who built it." He looked at Wrenley. "Write the ledger." She nodded. And then Director Tan spoke again. "There is something else." The room turned to her. She looked at Neda. "Neda told me to sign the Coastal Reach contract 6 months ago, in her office." The silence that followed was absolute. Saskia's phone buzzed. She glanced at it. Her face changed. "Thomas Sloan is at the front entrance," she said. "He says he has more documentation, and that he will not leave until someone with authority comes down." Wrenley felt the floor tilt under her. The clock read 12:41 a.m. The night was not close to over. Chapter 68. The document took 22 minutes to draft. Wrenley sat at the war room table with the tablet propped against a coffee mug, Auberon across from her reading over her shoulder as she typed. The language had to be precise, not legal precision, human precision. She wrote the exceptions first. Fastener gauge reduction on the title pack frame. Webbing tensile width lowered from 22 mm to 18 on the Ridgecrest expedition line. Seam sealant substitution approved with a blank authorization field. 3 more embedded under legacy naming conventions from before the 2017 audit reform, all active, all still in circulation. She listed the dates. She listed the product codes. She did not name the person who approved each one because she did not know yet, but she named the pattern. Ghost credential access. SEAL protocol logs. The February 14th memo Auberon wrote warning about the load-bearing clip failure, the override by a board observer who died 3 years ago in a car accident that may not have been an accident. She stopped typing. Auberon read the last line. His face did not change. "You are naming Catteridge. He was the one who overrode you. The chain starts there." "It starts earlier. Then we add the chain when we have it." He nodded. "Once." She kept writing. The threatening email, the relay hops, harbor cascade strategies, the $17,000 payment routing. The Coastal Reach reports leaked from Neda's admin terminal for 4 months. She did not name Neda, not yet. The evidence was circumstantial, and she would not hand Netta a defamation claim wrapped in transparency. But she named the pattern. Someone inside Halverton Tide had been feeding Coastal Reach Partners internal financial data for months. Someone had accessed the Caedmon using a credential that should have been dormant. Someone had threatened Saskia by referencing the February 14th file. The ledger named the questions without answering them. Auberon read the final draft. He set the tablet down. The customer-facing version needs to be shorter. It will be. This goes to staff first. They will have questions. I want them to. He looked at her for a long moment. This will not save us. I know. If we lose the lender review, the ledger becomes a document for the bankruptcy trustee. I know. Then why are you doing it? She met his eyes. Because it is the truth, and because I am done letting other people decide what the truth is worth. He held her gaze. Then he picked up the tablet and walked toward the door. Send it. The email went out at 1:03 a.m. Subject, open ledger, no spin, no framing, just the document, attached as a PDF, with a one-line message. This is what we know. This is what we were investigating. This is what we are fixing. Saskia sent it to the all-staff list. Mirelle forwarded it to the warehouse floor. Jory posted the customer-facing version on the company blog with a note from Auberon Faulkner, founder, accepting responsibility for the gaps in oversight during his absence. The comments started coming in at 1:12 a.m. Wrenley watched them on her phone from the war room, Auberon standing at the window with his back to her. The first three were employees. Thank you for not lying. Who is going to be held accountable? This should have come 6 years ago. Then the customers started. I have been buying Halverton Tide gear for 15 years. I will keep buying it until you give me a reason not to. Transparency is the only thing that would keep my brand loyalty through this. I have a Ridgecrest tent. What should I do with it? Saskia appeared in the doorway with a fresh laptop and a tired face. The investor list is lighting up. 2 of them are threatening to call the covenant review early. Let them. Netta is going to fight this. She already is. Saskia sat down, opened the laptop. The customer response is shifting. We have 400 comments in 14 minutes. 300 are supportive. The rest are asking about returns and refunds. Post a return policy by morning. No questions asked. Full refund for any Ridgecrest product purchased in the last 3 years. That will cost us. Losing trust will cost us more. Saskia typed. Auberon turned from the window. Thomas Sloan is still at the front entrance. Wrenley looked up. Someone should talk to him. He asked for you specifically. She stood. Her legs were stiff from sitting too long. Then I will go. The lobby was empty, except for the night guard at the desk and a man standing near the glass doors with his hands in the pockets of a worn field jacket. Thomas Sloan looked older than the photo Jory had pulled from the employee archive. Grayer, thinner. He turned when she stepped off the elevator. Wrenley Ostrander, you asked for me. I read the ledger. It just went out. He told me you would write it. She stopped a few feet from him. Who told you? Auberon, 6 weeks ago, before the repair clinic, before the threat. He said if it came down to it, you would be the one to tell the truth. She felt something twist in her chest. What else did he tell you? That you would not forgive him, and that you should not. Thomas pulled a folded envelope from his jacket. This is everything I have. The rest of the files. The original override authorization from Ketteridge's personal server. The email chain where Netta asked for the ghost credential to be created. The wire logs from Coastal Reach's first contact with Dunn's entity. He held it out. I have been holding this for 6 years, waiting for someone worth giving it to. Wrenley took the envelope. Why now? Because you published the ledger. Because you named the failure without naming the blame. Because that is the only way this company survives. He looked past her, toward the elevator. He is upstairs? Yes. Tell him I am sorry it took this long. Thomas turned and walked out through the glass doors. The night guard looked at her. Are you okay, Ms. Ostrander? She did not answer. She was already walking back to the elevator with the envelope pressed against her chest. The war room was quiet when she returned. Auberon was still at the window. Saskia was typing. Mirelle had joined them, leaning against the wall with her arms crossed. Wrenley set the envelope on the table. Thomas Sloane delivered the rest of the evidence. No one spoke. She opened the envelope, pulled out the first page. Ketteridge's personal server logs. The override authorization time-stamped 3 hours before the board meeting where the clip was approved. The second page. An email from Netta Quimby's official account to the IT director, asking for a ghost credential to be created under the Legal Department Access Group, dated 18 months ago. The third page. Wire logs. Coastal Reach Partners parent fund to TAN's consulting entity. 4 transfers totaling $200,000 over 6 months. She set them all on the table. This is the chain. Auberon stepped closer. This changes everything. It changes nothing. It proves what we already knew. He picked up the email. Netta's signature. Netta's name. We still need to prove it was her sending it. Then we ask her. Not tonight. She looked at the clock. 1:37 a.m. The morning was coming. And somewhere in the building, a phone started ringing again. Chapter 69. The phone was still ringing when Wrenley reached the war room door. Not the business line. The old rotary on the wall that no one used anymore. The one that still rang through to the loading dock if you knew which wire to cross. Auberon was already there, hand hovering over the receiver. Don't answer it. He looked at her. It could be Tomas again. It is not Tomas. The phone kept ringing. 7 rings. 8. Saskia stood in the doorway with a cordless in her hand. That is the lobby line. The night guard transferred it. Who? He would not say, just that it is for Auberon Faulkner. Not Caedmon. Auberon Faulkner. The name hung in the air like a blade. Auberon picked up the receiver. Faulkner. He listened. His face did not change. That was worse than if it had. Understood. He hung up. Coastal Reach just called an emergency lender meeting. They have approached enough covenant holders to trigger a review within 72 hours, instead of waiting for the quarterly window. Mirelle stepped into the room. That is not how covenant reviews work. The board has to authorize early access. They are not accessing through the board. They are going directly to the lenders who hold the debt. If those lenders vote to accelerate, the note comes due in full within 30 days. Wrenley set Tomas's envelope on the table. And if we cannot pay? Then the company goes into receivership. Coastal Reach becomes the lead creditor. They do not need the board's approval. They just need the debt. Saskia sat down hard. How did they find out about the open ledger? It has been 40 minutes. Someone showed it to them. The room went quiet. Wrenley looked at the envelope, at the evidence inside, at the chain she had called it, the proof that should have been enough. It does not matter how they found out. What matters is what we do next. Auberon turned from the phone. We cannot outrun a covenant acceleration with a blog post and a refund policy. We need the board to authorize a restructuring plan before the vote. That means we need the staff. The staff just got the ledger. Then they know the truth. That is different from trusting the people who let it happen. Mirelle stepped forward. He is right. We have 2 hours until the 9 a.m. review. If you walk in there without employee buy-in, Netta will use the open ledger to paint you as desperate amateurs who leaked sensitive financial data to cover your own failures. She is already calling it a data breach. Wrenley looked at the clock. 1:41 a.m. I want a live forum. All staff, 30 minutes from now. Saskia's eyebrows went up. On what channel? Video conference. The same system we used for the layoff announcement. Open mic. Open chat. No moderation. You cannot let employees ask unmoderated questions about a covenant crisis you are legally required to keep confidential. Then I will answer what I can and say what I cannot. But they need to see the people running this company answer questions in real time. Not a recorded statement, not a typed blog post. A live person who can look them in the eye. Auberon watched her. You are going to stand in front of the entire company and let them ask anything, while Coastal Reach is calling lenders. Yes. Half of them will ask about you and me. I know. Are you ready for that? She picked up her laptop. I have to be. The forum connected at 2:17 a.m. 97 employees, night shift, warehouse, customer service. The skeleton crew that kept Halverton Tide breathing while the rest of the world slept. Wrenley sat in the war room with the camera on. Auberon stood behind her, visible but silent. Satya typed the welcome message. No recording, no screenshots. Questions will be answered in order received. The first message appeared within seconds. Is the company shutting down? Not if we can stop it. The open ledger was the first step. We are pursuing a restructuring plan that preserves as many jobs and programs as possible. I cannot promise we will succeed. I can promise we will tell you the truth about where we stand. The chat scrolled. You wrote the ledger. He let it happen for 6 years. How do you work together? The question everyone wanted to ask. Wrenley looked at the camera. Accountability is not intimacy. She let it sit. I asked him to stay because he knows where the bodies are buried. He knows the access logs. He knows the supply chain. He knows which board members voted for which overrides. That knowledge is what we need to fix this company. It is not forgiveness. It is not trust. It is a tactical decision made under duress. The chat scrolled faster. But you were together. Everyone knows. If you mean did we cross a line, yes. I was intimate with someone who was not honest with me. That is not a secret anymore. But being hurt by someone is not the same as being unable to work with them. I can stand in the same room as Auberon Faulkner and tell him when he is wrong, because I have nothing left to protect. The lie is already public. The damage is already done. She paused. Loving someone does not obligate trust before it is earned. The room went still. The chat stopped scrolling. Then a new message appeared. What do you need from us? Wrenley exhaled. Patience and pressure. If the board tries to push through a fire sale or liquidation before we can restructure, we need employees who are willing to ask the hard questions. Publicly. You have the ledger. Read it. Ask the board why they let it happen. Make them answer. What about the Covenant review? We are aware of it. We are preparing. I will have more to tell you when I can. Will Netta Kingby be at the 9 a.m. meeting? Yes. Will you be? I will. The chat started scrolling again. Questions about logistics, about the refund policy, about whether the repair clinic would survive. Wrenley answered each one. 23 minutes later, Saskia typed the closing message. End of forum. Thank you. Wrenley closed the laptop. Her hands were shaking. Auberon stepped forward. That was the truth. It was what I could give them. It was more than anyone else has given them in 6 years. She looked up at him. The Covenant review. What else do you know? He pulled out his phone. Coastal Reach approached 3 lenders in the last hour. 2 agreed to accelerate. The third is waiting on the 9 a.m. board decision. If the vote goes against us, then they have the third by noon. Wrenley stood. Then we have 3 hours to make sure the vote does not go against us. Auberon's phone buzzed. He looked at the screen. His face changed. What is it? He turned the phone toward her. A text from an unknown number. Check your back door. Again. Chapter 70. They found nothing at the back door. Auberon checked it himself, flashlight cutting through fog that had thickened to near zero visibility. Loading dock empty, service alley clear. The only sound was a halyard slapping against a mast somewhere in the marina. Wrenley watched from the doorway, arms crossed against the cold. Could be the same person who sent the text before. Could be. He stepped back inside, pulled the door shut, tested the lock. Or someone testing how fast we respond. To what end? To know whether we are still jumpy enough to waste 40 minutes on a dead end while they do something else. The war room smelled like cold coffee and toner. Saskia had fallen asleep in the corner chair, head tilted against the wall, glasses still on. Mirelle had gone home 3 hours ago after extracting a promise that someone would call her the moment anything moved. Wrenley sat down at the table. What do we have that we did not have 2 hours ago? Auberon stood at the whiteboard, uncapped a marker. We have an open ledger that blew up in 40 minutes. We have a text that may be a threat or a taunt. We have 2 lenders who have already agreed to accelerate, and a third waiting on a board decision that happens in, he checked his watch, 5 hours. That is not nothing. It is nothing until we know what the third lender wants. At 4:47 a.m., Dimitri Sands walked into the war room without knocking. Saskia woke with a start. Wrenley was on her feet before she registered moving. Dimitri looked like he had not slept in a week. The third lender is Bridgewater Trust, independent, no ties to Coastal Reach. Their portfolio manager is a woman named Elise Corbin. The name landed like a stone in still water. Harbor Cascade Strategies, Wrenley said. The same. She registered the relay server for the Thread email. She processed the invoice that led to Neda's bank. And now she holds the swing vote on whether Halverton Tide goes into receivership by noon. Auberon set the marker down. How long have you known that name? 3 hours. I did not tell you because I needed to verify it before I brought it to this room. And did you verify it? Dimitri held up his phone. Elise Corbin is registered as the primary contact for Bridgewater Trust's corporate account. She processes their lender-side documentation. She also maintains a separate consulting practice under Harbor Cascade that does opposition research for board members with regulatory exposure. Neda's board member, the unnamed director. Which director? Wrenley asked. Dimitri met her eyes. That is what I have not been able to verify. The engagement is structured through a proxy firm. Harbor Cascade bills the proxy firm. The proxy firm bills the board committee. The committee chair is Neda Quimby. So Neda hired the firm that sent the thread, or she signed off on the invoice without knowing what it was for, or someone on the committee used her signature to authorize it without her knowledge. Wrenley pressed her palms against the table. 3 options and none of them exonerate her. No. Auberon picked up the marker again. Then we go after the connection. If Elise Corbin is the link between the threat, the lender acceleration, and Neda's board committee, we need the paper trail that proves she acted on someone's instruction. Which will take weeks? Then we buy weeks. The sprint began at 5:12 a.m. Wrenley called every supplier who had a pending reorder. She told them the truth, stripped of spin. The open ledger was real, the restructuring was real, and Halverton Tide intended to honor every contract through the covenant review. Some hung up. Most asked questions. She answered them. Auberon worked the lender side, calling every analyst who had ever looked at Halverton Tide's books. He did not introduce himself as Caedmon Pemberton or as the founder. He introduced himself as the person who had published the truth and was willing to testify under oath about every exception, every override, every decision that had brought them here. By 7:03 a.m., 3 suppliers had agreed to extend terms. By 7:18 a.m., 2 more had refused. By 7:34 a.m., Dimitri walked back in with a single sheet of paper. Bridgewater Trust wants a guarantee. Personal indemnification from the founder. If Halverton Tide defaults, Auberon Faulkner assumes personal liability for the outstanding note. The room went silent. Saskia sat up straight. That is a trap. If he signs it, he is personally on the hook for a debt he did not originate. If he defaults, they take everything he has. If he does not sign it, Dimitri said, this third lender accelerates by 9 a.m. Coastal Reach becomes lead creditor, receivership filing by end of week. Auberon took the paper, read it, set it down. Who drafted these terms? Dimitri did not blink. Elise Corbin. Wrenley watched Auberon's face. She had seen him calculate odds before. She had seen him absorb blows and pivot. She had seen him offer to sacrifice himself to protect her. This was different. This was someone offering to burn himself down to keep the building standing. Draft a counter, Auberon said. Dimitri tilted his head. I beg your pardon? Personal indemnification tied to performance benchmarks. If we hit the restructuring targets by end of quarter, the indemnification expires. If we miss, the guarantee triggers. That gives Elise Corbin a reason to want us to succeed, not a reason to want us to fail. Dimitri considered it. She will not accept that without a personal meeting. Then Schedule 1. The governance review starts in 90 minutes. Then schedule it after. Dimitri looked at Wrenley. She nodded. Do it. He left. The war room settled into the thin gray light of a harbor crane morning. Wrenley sat down across from Auberon. You are signing a personal guarantee for a debt you did not create. Technically, I did create it. I founded the company. I let it drift. You vanished because someone tried to kill you, allegedly. You cannot indemnify yourself into safety. No, he looked at her. But I can indemnify the company into breathing room, and breathing room is what we need to prove the restructuring works. She wanted to argue. She wanted to tell him that this was the same self-sacrifice instinct that had made him offer to walk away in the hallway, that it was noble and stupid and exactly the kind of gesture that looked like responsibility and tasted like abandonment. But she was tired, and the clock was moving. Sign it, she said, but put a sunset clause in the counter. 30 days. If we survive the covenant review without receivership, the guarantee drops to 0. Auberon's mouth curved. Not quite a smile. That is good. I know. The call came at 8:12 a.m. Wrenley was on the supplier phone. Saskia was proofing the staff FAQ. Auberon was annotating the indemnification counter. Mirelle's voice came through Wrenley's cell. You need to come to the warehouse. I am in the middle of something. All of you, now. The line went dead. The warehouse smelled like dust and cardboard. Mirelle stood at the far end of the loading bay, arms crossed, expression unreadable. Beside her, Delia held a tablet with a structural diagram pulled up. Tell me what you see. Wrenley stepped closer. The diagram showed the warehouse layout. Old. Pre-2017. Before the board-mandated consolidation that had closed the mezzanine floor and shifted everything to ground level. Look at the load path, Delia said. Wrenley traced it with her finger. The original design had used the mezzanine as a structural brace for the east wall. When the board ordered the mezzanine closed, the support beams had been left in place, but the cross-bracing had been removed to free up vertical space. Who approved that removal? Netta's office, Mirelle said. Signed off as part of the consolidation package. No engineering review. Auberon was already walking the east wall, eyes tracking the ceiling line. There is a bow in the beam. Debris, Delia said. I spotted it during the night shift audit. The wall is leaning. Wrenley's stomach dropped. How long has it been like that? Unknown. Could be years. Could be getting worse. Mirelle turned to face them. If we report this now, the city could red tag the warehouse. That would shut down fulfillment, destroy supplier confidence, guarantee the covenant acceleration. If we do not report it, Wrenley said, and someone gets hurt, we have 2 days to reinforce it without triggering an inspection. My night crew can do the work, quietly, using the original bracing specs. That is against code. Yes. Mirelle held her gaze. It will also save jobs. 112 people work out of this building. If the warehouse goes down, they go down with it. Wrenley looked at Auberon. He looked at the bowing beam. 2 days, he said. Mirelle nodded. 2 days. The clock on the wall read 8:47 a.m. 13 minutes until the governance review. Wrenley walked out of the warehouse with the structural diagram burned into her memory. The bow in the beam, the missing cross-bracing, the choice between code and survival. Auberon fell into step beside her. If the beam fails, it will not. Mirelle knows what she is doing. And if someone finds out we knew? She stopped walking. Then we get red tagged, and the covenant accelerates, and we lose. He said nothing. She started walking again. 13 minutes. Focus on the vote. Chapter 71. The warehouse smelled different at night. Colder, sharper. The dust settled in the dark and only stirred when bodies moved through it. Wrenley stood at the base of the east wall, watching Morel's crew string temporary bracing along the load path. The bow and the beam was invisible from here. She could still feel it. Morelle appeared beside her, a tablet in one hand, a travel mug in the other. Optimization test starts in 10. You sure you want to watch? I want to help. You are a project manager, not a picker. I can push a broom. Morelle studied her for a long moment. Then she handed over a pair of gloves. Fine. Stay on the floor. Do not get under any loads. The night crew moved like people who had done this 1,000 times. Wrenley fell into the rhythm, pulling flat-packed boxes from the lower racks, feeding them down the conveyor. Stacking returned Ridgecrest shells into quarantine bins. The work was physical and repetitive, and it let her stop thinking about the governance review, the indemnification counter, the bow in the beam. 1 hour in, her shoulders ached. 2 hours, and she understood why Morel's crew did not waste words on politics. The warehouse was its own argument. Every second shaved off the pick cycle meant fewer overtime hours. Every correctly stacked pallet meant one less back injury. The optimization plan Morelle had sketched on a napkin the night before was already getting tested in real time. "Reset," someone called from the far end. Wrenley straightened. Delia was standing at the lift station, arms crossed, watching the conveyor slow. "What happened?" "Pallet jam, upper rack, the tilt sensor tripped." Morelle was already walking. Wrenley followed. The pallet was canted at a 15-degree angle, one corner wedged against the guide rail. The lift mechanism hummed, trying to correct, but the motor kept cutting out. "Cut power," Mirelle said. Someone hit the kill switch. The humming stopped. Delia climbed the ladder to the upper rack, flashlight in her teeth. She ran a hand along the rail. This should not have jammed. What should it have done? Cleared itself. The tilt sensor is calibrated for a 1-second delay. This one took 3. Mirelle's jaw tightened. Maintenance log. Delia pulled up the tablet from her belt, scrolled. Last inspection on this lift was 8 months ago. 8 months, Wrenley repeated. Board mandate. Mirelle's voice was flat. Netta's office deferred all non-essential equipment servicing to save cash at the end of Q3. 16 lifts, 18 forklifts, 3 conveyor systems, all overdue. Delia climbed down. The sensor delay could have dropped that pallet on someone's head if the crew had been working the lower rack when it tripped, but they were not. Tonight. Delia looked at Wrenley. Tomorrow is a different bet. Wrenley sat on a stack of flattened boxes and watched Morel's crew reset the lift. They moved like people who had learned to fix things before they broke because nobody else would. The optimization test resumed. Pallet counts edged up. The conveyor ran smoother. Someone laughed at a joke Wrenley did not catch. She felt the shift before she named it. The crew believed, not in the board, not in the restructuring models, in the work. In the fact that Morelle had fought for their shift differential, their safety rotations, their right to say no when a load looked wrong. In the fact that Wrenley had shown up with gloves and a broom and did not ask to be thanked. It was not enough, but it was something. At 11:47 p.m., Morelle called a break. The crew scattered to the break room. Wrenley stayed on the floor, leaning against a support column, her hands throbbing inside the gloves. Mirelle sat down beside her. The beam is holding. Good. The optimization test added 11% to the pick rate. If we sustain that across the week, we can absorb the rush orders without overtime. That is good. It is not a miracle. I know. Mirelle was quiet for a moment. You came down here because you needed to do something with your hands. I get that. But I need you to understand something. Wrenley waited. If the governance review goes against us, none of this matters. The beam, the test, the crew, it all evaporates the second coastal reach triggers acceleration. I know. Then why are you still standing here? Wrenley pulled off the gloves. Because if it does not matter, I want to have done something that felt real before it ended. Mirelle's expression flickered, something between anger and understanding. That is the most honest thing you have said to me in weeks. Her phone buzzed. Saskia, Wrenley answered. The governance review is in recess. Castell called for a 30-minute break after Tan's testimony. Netta is trying to regroup. What about the vote? Not yet. But Osei is leaning our way, and Albright is wavering. That is 3. 3 is not a majority. Wrenley looked at the bowing beam, at Mirelle, who was watching her from the lift station, at the crew, who had started trickling back from break, coffee in hand, ready to run the test again. Keep me posted. She hung up. Mirelle raised an eyebrow. How bad? Not decided yet. That is not an answer. It is the only one I have. Mirelle stood up. Then let us finish the test. If the company goes down, it goes down. But this floor is going to prove it could have worked. Wrenley pulled the gloves back on. The second half of the test ran smoother than the first. Crew calls were sharper. The conveyor belt hummed at full speed. Pallet counts climbed. Wrenley moved through the lower racks like she had been doing it for years, arms burning, breath steady, mind clear. At 12:23 a.m., Delia called down from the upper rack. East wall brace is holding at 6 degrees. No shift since the last measurement. Mirelle nodded. Keep monitoring. Wrenley stopped at the base of the ladder. How long until the full reinforcement is in place? 18 hours, Delia said. If the crew rotation holds. And if it does not? Mirelle answered. Then we gamble on whether the beam stays true until the Covenant review passes or kills us. Wrenley looked at the wall. The bow was still invisible, but she knew it was there. Just like every other fault line in this building, Her phone buzzed again. Not Saskia. Unknown number. She opened the message. You should not have gone to the warehouse tonight. Her stomach dropped. She looked around. The crew was still working. Mirelle was at the lift station. Delia was on the upper rack. Nobody was watching her. She typed back. Who is this? 3 dots appeared, then stopped. She waited. Nothing. Mirelle called from the lift station. Test is wrapping. You good? Wrenley looked at the screen. The message was still there. You should not have gone to the warehouse tonight. She pocketed the phone. Yeah, she said. I am good. Chapter 72. Saskia's voice cut through the warehouse static. They are reconvening. Netta called the room back in 12 minutes. Wrenley pocketed the phone. The text still burned there, a question without an answer. She looked at Mirelle, who was watching her with the same flat assessment she used on a damaged pallet. You going to tell me what that was? Not yet. Mirelle nodded once. Not acceptance. Patience. Then let me wash this floor off my hands before we walk into another room that smells like old coffee and bad faith. The boardroom looked smaller than it had 12 hours ago. Wrenley stood in the doorway, taking the room in. Netta, at the head of the table, silver hair sharp under the fluorescence, a file open in front of her. Director Osei leaning back, arms crossed. Director Castell at the far end, coffee untouched. Director Albright with his phone face down on the table like a shield. Auberon was already seated. He had not sat at the head. He had taken the chair beside the empty one Wrenley had used in the midnight session. He looked up when she entered, and something in his expression shifted. Not relief, recognition. Saskia came in behind her and closed the door. Netta did not wait. We are still in recess. This is not a formal vote. But there are matters that cannot wait until the full governance review, and I will not let them be buried in procedural delay. She slid a paper across the table. The warehouse lift incident, the one Miss Ostrander witnessed tonight. Wrenley's chest tightened. Netta continued, her voice measured, almost sympathetic. A tilt sensor delay, equipment that was not serviced on schedule. It is a liability, yes, but it is also an operational detail that, if disclosed to our lenders before the covenant review is resolved, will be weaponized against us. Coastal Reach will use it to paint us as recklessly managed. The restructuring dies before it begins. She paused. I am recommending we defer disclosure until after the lender decision. 48 hours. Then we report the incident, implement corrective measures, and frame it as proactive maintenance reform. By then, the restructuring will be locked in, and the narrative will be ours to control. Silence. Wrenley felt the room turn toward her. She thought of the 3-second delay, the pallet that could have dropped, the crew who trusted that the equipment was safe because no one had told them otherwise. She thought of Delia's face when she read the maintenance log. She thought of the open ledger, pages of truth, published at 1:03 a.m., with the company's name attached. She stood up. No. Netta's expression did not change. Ms. Ostrander, no. Wrenley's voice was steady. We do not defer. We do not hide. Not after the open ledger. Not after I told 97 employees that accountability is not intimacy. If we bury a near-fatal equipment failure to close a deal, we become exactly what Coastal Reach is accusing us of being. She looked at the directors, one by one. The lift sensor was 3 seconds delayed. It should have been 1. The inspection was 8 months overdue because Netta's office deferred all non-essential equipment servicing at the end of Q3. That is not a minor operational detail. That is a documented safety failure that could have killed someone. Saskia stood beside her. She is right. Netta's jaw tightened. Saskia, the repair clinic taught us something, Netta. People will forgive a broken tent. They will not forgive being lied to about the tent being broken when it collapses on them. We just published the truth about 6 years of buried exceptions. If we turn around and hide a lift incident, we lose everything we gained in that ledger. She folded her arms. I will not sign off on a deferral. Netta looked at Auberon. He did not hesitate. They are right. We disclose it now. Director Albright spoke for the first time. If we disclose, Bridgewater Trust accelerates. The deal is gone. Auberon's voice was quiet. then the deal was not worth saving. Albright turned to Castell. They exchanged a look. Castell shook his head slowly. 2 votes lost, Castell said. You just lost us. Wrenley watched Auberon absorb the cost without flinching. He had known. He had done it anyway. The room was still arguing when Jory's phone buzzed. He glanced at it. His face went pale. We have a problem. Netta turned. What? Jory held up the screen. Coastal Reach just put out a press release. They claim we covered up a warehouse accident tonight. They say the open ledger was a PR stunt to distract from ongoing safety failures. He read from the screen. Halverton Tide's leadership knowingly allowed unsafe equipment to operate, endangering workers, then published a curated version of their internal failures to manufacture goodwill while preparing to sell the company to the highest bidder. Silence. Netta's face was unreadable. Saskia's phone buzzed, then Mirella's from the hallway. Wrenley looked at Auberon. The leak had already landed, and it was already wrong. The clock on the wall read 1:03 a.m. The night was not close to over. Chapter 73. The room erupted. Saskia was already on her phone. Mirelle appeared in the doorway, screen lit. Jory kept reading, voice flat. They are running it as a press release and a blog post. Same language. They claim we knew about the tilt sensor for weeks and chose to hide it. They say the open ledger was timed to distract. Netta's chair scraped back. Who told them? No one answered. Wrenley's phone buzzed, then Auberon's. The war room line started ringing again. She looked at the screen. A customer alert from the company blog. 300 comments in 10 minutes. The first page was all accusations, refund demands, and calls for a boycott. Mirelle stepped into the room. Customer service is drowning. 30 calls in the last 4 minutes. People are asking if their gear is safe. Saskia looked up from her phone. The morning shows are picking it up. They are running the Coastal Reach version. Wrenley turned to Auberon. He was already moving to the war room door. Where are you going? To post the truth. He stopped. We have the maintenance log. We have the timestamp on the deferral order from Netta's office. We have the crew who saw us discover the sensor delay tonight. Netta's voice cut across the room. That will look like damage control. It is damage control. Wrenley's voice was quiet. But it is honest damage control. We disclose the timeline. We show when we found it. We show what we did about it. We let people decide. She looked at Netta. You wanted to defer? We refused. That is the story. We need to tell it before Coastal Reach tells a different one for us. The all-hands Q&A started at 1:47 a.m. Saskia set it up in the same video room from the forum, without notes. Wrenley stood at the podium alone while 132 employees connected. The number kept climbing. She opened with the timeline. The tilt sensor delay was discovered tonight at 10:18 p.m. by Delia Rodriguez during a routine optimization test. The equipment was 8 months overdue for inspection because non-essential servicing was deferred at the end of Q3 by the CFO's office. We did not know about the deferral until we found the maintenance log tonight. She paused. We disclosed it to the board at 12:47 a.m. We voted on whether to disclose publicly at 1:03 a.m. The vote was yes. That same minute, Coastal Reach published a press release claiming we had been covering up the incident for weeks. That is not true. We found it tonight. We disclosed it tonight. We did not hide it. The chat window flooded. Wrenley read the first question aloud. Why should we believe you? She looked at the camera. Because I am still here. Because I did not walk out when the board voted to defer. Because the open ledger you read tonight was written by my hands, and it named every exception, every override, and every ghost credential I could find. I did not name Coastal Reach in that document. I should have. She waited. You can check the maintenance logs. You can ask Delia. You can ask Mirella's crew. You can verify the timestamp on the deferral order. I am giving you the tools to fact-check me, because I am done asking you to trust my word alone. A question from a warehouse operator. What happens to the lifts now? Are we supposed to keep working on equipment that might kill us? Wrenley shook her head. All 16 lifts, 18 forklifts, and 3 conveyors are being inspected by a third-party service starting at 6 a.m. Mirelle has a rotation plan that keeps the floor operating without the affected equipment. If you do not feel safe, You can refuse the assignment without penalty. That is not a promise. That is policy, and I will enforce it personally. The questions kept coming for 43 minutes. By the time she closed the forum, the customer comment section had shifted. The first wave of accusations was still there, but newer comments had started appearing. Employees posting their own accounts. A warehouse crew member wrote, "I was there. She is telling the truth. We found it together." Mirelle showed her the screen. 200 people just shared that post. Wrenley let out a breath. Dimitri appeared in the doorway. "That was not the worst outcome," he said. "You steadied the room." "I did not do it alone." "I know." He held up his phone. "I just got off the phone with the contacts at the Oregon Attorney General's office. Coastal Reach's press release contains specific claims about our equipment history that they could not have known unless someone inside gave them operational data. That is not journalism. That is coordination." He paused. "If we can prove they received non-public safety information from a board member or officer with a fiduciary duty to this company, we have grounds to challenge their interference with the Covenant Review as tortious interference, possibly as fraud." Saskia looked up. "How long would that take?" "Longer than we have." Dimitri's voice was flat. "But it gives us leverage. If we can show a judge that Coastal Reach acted on illegally obtained insider information to accelerate our debt, we can freeze the Covenant Review pending investigation." Auberon stepped forward. "What do you need?" "Evidence of the communication channel. Whoever sent them the operational data left a trail. They had to." Dimitri looked at Wrenley. "And I need someone who can look at the leak path without the board watching." Wrenley's phone buzzed. The same number from the warehouse. She opened the message. "Check your back door. She is already inside." The clock on the wall read 2:14 a.m. The back door. Again. Chapter 74. The hallway was empty. Wrenley stood at the door of the war room, phone still in her hand, the text glowing. "Check your back door. She is already inside." The words felt like a trap closing. Auberon moved past her without speaking, coat already on, footsteps steady toward the loading dock stairs. She followed. The back door was wedged open. Cold air pushed through the gap, carrying the smell of Tide flats and diesel. The loading dock lights were off. Auberon stood at the threshold, scanning the dark. Nothing moved. Wrenley stepped past him and looked down the ramp. The concrete was wet. A single footprint pointed inward, heel deep, toe dragging as if someone had stepped through and stopped. A woman's boot print. Auberon saw it too. He reached for the door and pulled it closed. The lock engaged with a click that sounded too final. "Whoever it was," he said, "she is gone now." "That is not reassuring." "No," and turned to face her. "It is not." They stood in the dim emergency light, the building humming around them. Somewhere above, Saskia was still monitoring the press cycle. Mirelle was in the warehouse with her crew. Dimitri was on the phone with the Attorney General's office, and someone had been inside. Wrenley pressed her palm flat against the door, feeling the cold seep through. "She knew I would be in the warehouse tonight," she said. "She knew when to send the text. She is reading us, every move." "We knew that already." Auberon's voice was quiet. "The leak path, the timing of the press release, the access to my credential." He paused. "The difference is that now she wants us to know she's inside. To scare us. To remind us she can reach us." Wrenley let her hand fall. They walked back up the stairs in silence. The war room was empty. The coffee in Mirelle's mug had gone cold. Wrenley's notes from the Q&A were still spread across the table, annotation in her own handwriting filling the margins. Auberon stopped at the far end of the table. He did not sit. "I need to say something," he said, "and I need you to hear it without answering." She waited. "When this is over, whatever this becomes," he said, "I am not going to ask you to trust me because I apologized. I am not going to ask you to stay because the company needs you. I have already taken more from you than I had any right to take." He reached into his coat and pulled out a single sheet of paper, a draft. "I had Dimitri draw this up tonight, before the forum, before the text." He set it on the table between them. "It is a formal oversight structure. an independent committee with binding authority over all operational decisions during the restructuring period. Recusal protocols for any vote where our history could taint the outcome. A clause that removes my voting rights on any matter affecting you directly. Wrenley looked at the paper but did not touch it. If I stay, he said, this is the only way I will stay. Guardrails I cannot override. Limits I cannot retract. You drafted this tonight? Yes. Before the forum? Yes. She picked up the paper and read it. The language was clean, precise. It was not a gesture. It was a legal instrument, binding, irreversible, with a sunset clause that expired at the end of the restructuring period unless renewed by a majority vote of the committee it created. Auberon had written himself out of the decision chain. You are giving up control, she said. I am giving up the ability to take it back. She set the paper down. For a long moment she said nothing. The clock on the wall read 2:38 a.m. This is not what I asked for, she said finally. I know. This is more. I know. She looked at him. Why? Because I have spent 6 years believing that control was the only thing that kept anyone safe. His voice was rough. That if I held every lever, I could prevent the collapse from touching the people who mattered. And I was wrong. It was never control. It was isolation. I isolated myself so thoroughly that when I finally came back, I could not stop even when I wanted to. I could not tell you the truth because the lie had become the only way I knew how to exist. He held her gaze. I do not want to exist that way anymore, but I do not know how to stop except by making it impossible to go back. Wrenley felt something shift in her chest. Not forgiveness, not trust, but something that had been locked since the moment she found the badge, cracking just enough to let air through. This matters, she said, more than any apology. He nodded. It does not fix what you broke. I know, and I am not ready to say anything else. You do not have to. The room went quiet. Wrenley picked up the paper again and folded it, sliding it into her pocket. I will read it properly, she said, when I can think. Of course. Her phone buzzed. Deepre. She answered. His voice was clipped. Do not panic. What happened? The filing worked. My contact at the AG's office agreed to review the tortious interference claim, but Bridgewater Trust's legal team just filed an emergency restraining order against Halverton Tide, blocking any restructuring decisions until the covenant review is completed. Wrenley's grip tightened. They are using the cover-up narrative. Coastal Reach's lawyer submitted the press release as evidence that the company is actively concealing safety failures from lenders. The judge granted a temporary freeze. How long? 48 hours. And they are asking for an evidentiary hearing at 8 a.m. Auberon was already reaching for his coat. If they succeed, Dimitri said, the restructuring is effectively dead. Coastal Reach will be first in line when the note accelerates. Wrenley looked at Auberon. His face was stone. Tell me you have a counter, she said. I have a counter, Dimitri said, but it involves putting your warehouse crew on the stand at 8 a.m. to testify that the timeline we published is accurate. And it means asking Mirelle to admit in open court that she approved a code-violating reinforcement of a structural beam to keep the company alive. The room went cold. The beam fix, Wrenley said. Either we acknowledge it and let the judge decide whether intent matters more than the violation, or we say nothing and let Bridgewater's narrative win. Dimitri paused. I need an answer within the hour. The call ended. Wrenley stood in the fluorescent glare, the folded paper in her pocket, the threat text still glowing in her phone, and the weight of a choice that could not be undone pressing down on her. Auberon was watching her. I cannot make this decision for you, he said. No, but I will stand beside whatever you choose. She looked at him. The man who had lied to her for months, the man who had just handed her the keys to his own cage, and she did not know yet if that was enough, but she knew what she was about to say to Mirelle. Chapter 75. The rain started as a whisper against the war room windows. Wrenley heard it first, a soft percussion that built into a steady drumming, then into something harder, the glass beginning to shudder in its frame. She looked up from her phone, still holding Dimitri's words in her chest. Storm, Saskia said from the doorway. She was holding her phone up, squinting at the screen. Coastal warning, 40-knot gusts coming through the strait. They are saying it will hit full force in the next 20 minutes. The building groaned. Auberon was already moving to the window, peering through the rain-streaked glass at the parking lot below. The streetlights were swaying. Fog had turned to something dense and horizontal, driven by wind that bent the trees along the waterfront. "How bad?" Wrenley asked. "Bad enough that the ferries are suspended until morning." Saskia's voice was flat, which means half the night crew cannot get home, and the other half cannot get in. The lights flickered. Everyone in the war room went still. The fluorescent strips above the table buzzed, dimmed, flickered again, then held. But the hum was wrong, strained. "That was the main feeder," Jory said from his corner. He had his laptop open, fingers already moving across the keyboard. "Backup generator should kick in if the line drops, but the network might not survive the transfer." "Define might not," Wrenley said. "Define I am watching the packet loss climb past 30%. The rain slammed against the glass like gravel. Wrenley looked at the ceiling, at the lights that were holding by a thread, and felt the weight of the trapped room. The building was built on landfill, reclaimed cannery ground that had been shifting for a century. And the storm was only beginning. "Get everyone who is still here into the main lobby," she said. "No one goes near the windows. No one leaves the building until the wind drops." Saskia nodded and disappeared. The lights flickered again. Held. Wrenley turned to find Auberon watching her. "What?" she said. "I was not going to give that order." "Because you were thinking about the network, not the people." "Yes." "Then it is good I said it first." He did not argue. The building groaned a second time, deeper, a sound that traveled through the floor and up through her boots. Jory's laptop screen went black. "Network is down," he said. "Main line dropped. Generator should kick in 60 seconds. They counted. 40 seconds in, the emergency lights snapped on, painting the room in amber. The war room monitors stayed dark. The hum of ventilation died. The only sound was the rain and the wind and the distant clatter of something loose on the roof. "A itinerary is running," Jory said. "But the network switch did not come back clean. I have no uplink." "Backup hotspot," Auberon said. "Dead. The storm took out the cell tower relay. I am getting 1 bars, intermittent." Wrenley pulled out her phone. 1 bars, like Jory said. The message from Dimitri was still glowing on her screen, but she could not send a reply. She looked at the clock. 2:47 a.m. The evidentiary hearing was in 5 hours, and she had not yet called Mirelle. The door opened. Mirelle walked in, travel muck in hand, expression unreadable. "Power is out on the warehouse floor," she said. "Crew is sitting in the dark. I told them to stay put until the wind drops." Wrenley nodded. "Saskia is rounding up everyone else. We have maybe 40 people trapped in the building." 47, Mirelle said. "I counted on the way up." She set her mug down on the war room table, looked at Wrenley, looked at Auberon, then looked at Jory, who was still staring at his dead laptop. "Someone want to tell me what is actually happening?" she said. Wrenley opened her mouth, closed it. The rain hammered the roof. "I need you to testify," she said. Mirelle's face did not change. "About the beam? Yes. The code violation? Yes. In open court? Yes." Mirelle picked up her mug, took a long drink, set it down. "When?" "In 5 hours." The wind howled. Mirelle looked at the war room table, the scattered papers, the dead monitors. Then she looked at Wrenley. "I will do it," she said. "But we are going to talk about what you owe me after." "Anything. Not yet. But you will mean it when I asked." Wrenley held her gaze. "Fair." The lights flickered again. The emergency amber held. Jory's laptop screen flickered to life. "Wait," he said. "Something is coming back." They all turned. His fingers moved across the keyboard, tapping commands too fast to follow. "This is not the main network," he said. "This is a local subnet, offline backup server that was never connected to the main line. It must have its own battery." "Data?" Auberon said. "Old data, archived, queued for deletion but never purged." Jory's face went pale. "What is it?" Wrenley said. He did not answer. He was scrolling through a message log. His eyes moved faster and faster, and the color drained from his face. "Jory." He looked up. "These are the messages between Ketteridge and Netta," he said. "From before the override, before the clip, before Auberon left." The room went silent. The whole conversation, Jory said. It was never deleted. It was sitting in a backup queue on an offline server that nobody remembered existed. Wrenley stepped closer. What do they say? Jory looked at her. Ketteridge did not override Auberon for cost, he said. He did it because Netta told him something that made him afraid to delay the launch. What? Jory scrolled. She told him that if the clip redesign was delayed, Coastal Reach would pull their debt financing, that the company would collapse before the next quarter, that the only way to save Halverton Tide was to ship the clip and fix it later. Auberon's voice came from behind her, low and raw. That was a lie. I know, Jory said. He scrolled further. There is more. The wind howled again, the lights flickered, and Jory's face went white. She told him that you knew, Jory said to Auberon, that you were already planning to walk away, that the delay was just a way to make yourself look like the hero before you abandoned the company to its fate. Ketteridge believed her? He did. Auberon did not move. The rain hammered the roof, and the war room held its breath. Chapter 76. Jory's fingers hovered over the keyboard. The message log filled the screen, line after line of timestamps and sender IDs. Netta's name appeared in bold, Ketteridge's replies in gray. The conversation spanned 3 days before the clip override. Wrenley moved closer, reading over Jory's shoulder. The first message was from Netta. She is asking questions. The archive access log shows 3 queries from her terminal this week. If she finds the memo, the entire override documentation becomes discoverable. Ketteridge's reply came 6 minutes later. Then delay her. Put her on something else. The board cannot afford a distraction right now. She is not a distraction, Netta wrote. She is a threat. She does not know what she is looking for, but she will not stop until she finds it. You know what happens if that memo surfaces. Then bury it deeper. I cannot. Dimitri controls the SEAL protocol, and I do not have the authority to reclassify without a board vote. The only way to keep it sealed is to make sure nobody looks for it. How? There was a 12-minute gap. Then Netta's reply came cold and precise. Make her leave, threaten her position, transfer her to a satellite office. Do whatever it takes, but get her out of Harbor Crane before she finds the connection. Wrenley's stomach turned. The connection? To what? Jory scrolled further, his breath shallow. The messages shifted. The timestamps jumped forward 2 weeks. I need you to understand what is at stake, Netta wrote. Coastal Reach has been watching this company for 18 months. They will not move forward with refinancing if there is any regulatory exposure from the Ridgecrest launch. 1 delayed clip redesign, 1 safety delay reported to the wrong authority, and the entire debt package collapses. Ketteridge replied. Then we ship on schedule. We cannot if Auberon keeps pushing for the 6-week delay. He is building a paper trail. If he files that recommendation with the board and includes the load test results, it becomes a documented safety failure. We lose Coastal Reach. We lose the company. What do you want me to do? Override him? On what grounds? Cost analysis, production deadline, whatever language makes it stick. You have the authority as board observer to block a product delay if it threatens liquidity. Use it. Another gap. 23 minutes this time. Ketteridge's reply was shorter. He will not forgive this. He does not have to. He just has to leave. Wrenley felt Auberon move behind her, close enough that she could feel the heat of him without touching. Keep reading, he said. Jory scrolled. The messages became more urgent in the final hours before the override vote. He is circling the Ghost Frit claims, Netta wrote. He asked Dimitri for the vendor codes this morning. If he traces them back to the entity, we are done. Ketteridge. Then get me the override document before he finishes that audit. Already drafted. I need your signature within the hour. Send it. The message log ended. Jory sat back, his face white. Wrenley stared at the screen. The whole story was there. The lie, the manipulation, the calculated destruction of Auberon's credibility so that Netta could push through a dangerous product launch to secure a financing deal that had never been guaranteed. And at the end of it, Ketteridge had believed her. Auberon's voice came from behind her, low and steady. I did not know, he said. I knew she was working against me. I did not know she had convinced Ketteridge I was planning to leave. Would it have changed anything? Wrenley asked. Yes. She turned to face him. How? Because I would have stayed to fight her instead of running. He paused. I thought Ketteridge had chosen cost over safety, that he had looked at the data and decided the company was worth more than the people who built it. I could not fight that. I could not fight the version of him that believed what you make matters more than how you make it. But he did not believe that. No, he believed a lie. Wrenley looked back at the screen. The rain hammered the roof. The amber emergency lights held steady. And 47 people were trapped in the building with the truth that had been buried for 6 years. What happens now? Jory asked. Wrenley looked at the clock. 2:52 a.m. We take this to the evidentiary hearing, she said. We put it in front of the judge, and we let the truth do what the truth does. Destroy Netta, Auberon said, or save the company. He looked at her for a long moment. Maybe both. The war room door opened. Saskia stepped in, her coat soaked, her hair plastered to her face. We have a problem, she said. The lower floor is flooding. The storm surge is coming up through the basement drains. If we do not move the archive boxes now, we lose everything. Wrenley looked at Jory. Can you save the message log? Yes, then do it. I will get the archive. She grabbed her coat. Auberon caught her arm. I will come with you. She looked at his hand on her sleeve. Then move. They went out together, leaving Jory hunched over the laptop, and Saskia already on the phone to the warehouse crew. The stairwell was dark. The emergency lights cast long shadows. The air smelled of wet concrete and salt. They reached the basement to find the water already ankle-deep, creeping across the concrete floor toward the rows of cardboard boxes that held Halverton Tide's oldest records. Wrenley grabbed the nearest box. Auberon took 2. The water kept rising. Saskia, Wrenley said into her phone, I need everyone who can carry, now. She heard Saskia relay the order. And she heard something else. A sound from the far end of the basement, a footstep in the water. A woman's silhouette, just visible in the dim light of the emergency strip. The intruder had not left the building. She was already inside. Chapter 77. The water was rising faster. Wrenley saw it in the way the nearest row of boxes had already darkened at the corners, the cardboard drinking the flood. She saw it in the way the emergency lights reflected off the spreading surface, turning the basement into a single dark mirror. The woman's silhouette was gone. 1 second she was there, framed in the dim strip at the far end. The next, the light shifted, the angle changed, and there was only the water and the boxes and the distant sound of Saskia's voice relaying orders through the stairwell. Wrenley did not stop to look for her. She grabbed the nearest box and lifted. The cardboard sagged against her chest, heavy with decades of purchase orders, product specs, legal correspondence. Up, she said. Stairwell, go! Auberon already had 2 boxes stacked, his coat abandoned somewhere on the second floor, sleeves rolled to the elbow. He moved past her without a word, boots splashing through the rising water. Jory appeared at the top of the stairs, tablet still in hand. Saskia said everyone who can carry. He stopped, seeing the water. How bad? Bad enough, Wrenley said. Grab, move. They fell into a rhythm, box to stairwell, up 2 flights, handed off to the crew Saskia had assembled in the main corridor. Back down, repeat. The water climbed past Wrenley's ankles. She did not count trips. She counted the names on the boxes instead. Product files from 2009, legal correspondence from 2012, engineering specs from the original Ridgecrete first generation, the one that had made Halverton Tide a household name. Each box carried a piece of the story that Netta had tried to drown. On the 5th trip, Auberon stumbled. Wrenley saw it happen in the corner of her vision. He was carrying 3 boxes this time, arms stacked high, and his foot caught on something beneath the surface. A submerged crate, a loose drain grate. He went forward, the boxes flying, and the metal shelf beside him shifted with the impact. A heavy storage rack, bolted at the top but rusted at the base, began to tip. Jory was right beneath it. Watch out! Wrenley's voice cut across the basement. Auberon moved before she finished the word. He dropped the boxes, pivoted, and put himself between Jory and the falling shelf. The metal caught him across the shoulder blade, a sound like a hammer on meat. Jory scrambled clear. Auberon went down on one knee, one arm braced against the concrete, the other hanging loose. The shelf crashed into the water behind him, sending spray across the nearest row of boxes. Wrenley was already moving. Her boots splashed through the flood. Her hands found his arm, his shoulder, the wet fabric of his shirt where the metal had struck. "Let me see." He shook his head. "I am fine." "You are not fine. That was an iron shelf." "It was wood." A pause. "Particle board. Lightweight." "Particle board weighted with 30 years of archives." He looked up at her. The emergency light caught the gray of his eyes, the line of his jaw, the thin scar at the edge of his chin. Water dripped from his hair. "I have had worse," he said. "I know." She did not let go of his arm. Jory was standing a few feet away, pale, breathing hard. "I did not see it coming. You should have kept moving," Wrenley said. "We all should. The water is not going to wait for us to catch our breath." She pulled Auberon to his feet. His hand stayed on her arm a beat longer than necessary. She let it. Then she turned back to the boxes. They worked for another hour. The water reached mid-calf before Saskia appeared at the top of the stairs and shouted that the sump pump team had arrived, that the flooding was stabilizing, that they had saved enough. Wrenley kept going. Another box, another name, another piece of the company that had been her family before Netta had turned it into a battlefield. Auberon worked beside her, favoring his left arm but saying nothing. The warehouse crew arrived. Delia and 2 of her team members splashed down the stairs, took in the situation without a word, and started forming a chain of hands from the basement to the stairwell landing. Mirelle was among them. She caught Wrenley's eye across the flood, did not speak, just nodded once and grabbed the next box. They saved the archive. All of it. Every purchase order, every spec sheet, every piece of correspondence from the first 15 years of Halverton Tide's existence. When the water finally stopped rising, Wrenley stood on the stairwell landing, dripping, exhausted, her hands raw from cardboard and her legs shaking from the cold. Auberon stood beside her. The corridor beyond the stairwell was filled with wet boxes, organized in careful rows that Saskia's team had arranged as they came up. A salvage catalog in progress, even now. Jory had brought the message log laptop up. It was dry. "Auberon," Wrenley said. He turned. She looked at his shoulder, at the way he was holding his arm slightly away from his body. "That needs ice. I will find some. And a doctor. We have a first aid room." "Same thing." He almost smiled. Almost. "It can wait," he said. "It cannot." She stepped closer. The corridor was empty. The water sounds had faded to a distant trickle. Somewhere above, Saskia was coordinating the next phase, and Mirelle was probably calling Dimitri with an update, and the clock was still ticking toward 8 a.m. But here, in this moment, it was just the 2 of them. "I need you functional," Wrenley said, "for the hearing." "I know." "Then let me do this." She reached for his collar. He did not move. She unbuttoned the top 2 buttons of his shirt, carefully, the way she had once done in a different room, a different night, a different version of them. The bruise was already forming, a dark bloom across his shoulder blade spreading toward his neck. She touched it lightly. He inhaled. "Ice," she said, "and pressure, and you will need to be able to lift your arm to sign documents tomorrow." "I will manage." "You always do." She let her hand rest there a moment longer than it needed to. Then she stepped back. "Ice," she repeated. "First aid room. Now." He looked at her for a long moment. Something moved in his expression. Gratitude. Grief. Something she could not name and was not ready to trust. "Come with me," he said. It was not a request. It was not an order either. It was something in between, a bridge held out across the flood. Wrenley looked at the wet boxes lining the corridor, at the message log laptop in Jory's hands, at the stairwell that led up to the war room and the evidentiary hearing and the fight that was still waiting for them. "I will be there in a minute," she said. He nodded. He turned and walked down the corridor, one hand pressed to his shoulder, his footsteps steady despite the exhaustion she could see in every line of his back. Wrenley watched him until he reached the turn. Then she looked at Jory. "How is the message log?" "Intact." He held up the laptop. "I saved it twice, local and cloud." "Good." She started toward the first aid room. Jory fell into step beside her. "You checked on him," he said. "He was injured. You checked on him first, before the boxes, before the evidence." She did not answer. "I am not judging," Jory said. "I am just noting." They walked the rest of the way in silence. When Wrenley reached the first aid room, she found Mirelle already there, holding a bag of ice wrapped in a towel, standing with her back to the examination table where Auberon was sitting, his shirt off, his shoulder exposed. Mirelle looked at Wrenley. "I will wait outside," she said. "You do not have to." "I know." Mirelle handed her the ice. "But I think this one is yours." She walked out. Wrenley stood in the doorway holding the ice, looking at Auberon Faulkner sitting on the edge of the examination table with a bruise blooming across his shoulder and something unreadable in his gray eyes. "Come here," she said. He did. She pressed the ice to his shoulder. Did it not flinch? And for a moment, the boundaries she had built did not feel like walls. They felt like a choice. Her choice. The door was still open. The corridor was empty. Chapter 78. The ice was already melting, water beating down Auberon's back in thin rivulets that caught the first aid room's fluorescent light. Wrenley held the towel-wrapped pack against his shoulder blade, counting breaths to keep her hand steady. She could hear Mirelle breathing, still in the doorway, still watching, not interfering, not helping, just there, a witness to every contact that crossed the line between professional and something else. "Hold it yourself," Wrenley said. She dropped her hand. Auberon reached back and held the ice in place, his jaw tight. She found the roll of elastic bandage on the shelf behind her, tore the paper seal, and measured its length against his torso. "Lean forward," he did. She wrapped the bandage around his shoulder, across his chest, under his opposite arm, pulling the ice pack tight against the bruise. Her knuckles brushed his bare skin with each pass. She did not let herself slow down. "It needs to stay for 20 minutes, she said. "Then reapply." "I know." "Then you know." She fastened the end of the bandage with the metal clip, stepped back, and put the roll back on the shelf. The room was very quiet. Mirelle had not moved. "Thank you," Auberon said. "You are welcome." For not leaving Jory alone in the flood. She stopped with her hand still on the shelf edge. "You saw that. I saw you go back." The words hung between them, simple and dangerous. She had not been counting. She had not been performing. She had seen Jory alone in the rising water, and she had gone back without thinking. "It was the right thing to do," she said. "It was." She turned. Mirelle was looking at her with an expression she could not read. Not approval, not judgment. Something else, something patient. "He was alone," Wrenley said. "I know. And the boxes needed." "I know, Wrenley." The silence stretched. Auberon reached for his shirt, wincing as the movement pulled the bandage. He got one arm in before his face tightened. Wrenley crossed the room and took the collar from his fingers. "Let me." She slid the fabric over his left shoulder, careful not to disturb the bandage. He guided his right arm through the sleeve. She pulled the shirt closed and buttoned the first 3 buttons. Quick, efficient, her fingers moving without hesitation. She did not look at his eyes while she did it. When she finished, she stepped back. "You should eat something," she said, "before the hearing." "I will." "There are protein bars in the war room. Saskia stocked them." "I remember." Of course he remembered. He remembered everything. That was the problem. Mirelle shifted in the doorway. "There is coffee in the lobby," she said. Saskia found a French press in the break room and boiled water on the camp stove. "Camp stove," Wrenley repeated. "Warehouse crew keeps one in the emergency kit." Delia brought it up. Of course she did. Halverton Tide had emergency supplies. It had backup servers. It had a woman who had been inside the building since before the flood, maybe longer. Wrenley turned to Auberon. "The woman in the basement." He was already reaching for his phone. "I noticed," he said. "She does not work here." "No. Then she has been hiding in the building for hours. Since before the storm. Since before a sound in the corridor, footsteps. Not Saskia, not Jory. Heavier, quicker, someone who knew exactly where they were going." Mirelle turned. Dimitri Sands appeared in the doorway, his suit jacket soaked at the shoulders, his face unreadable. "You need to hear this," he said. Wrenley felt the air change. What happened? The lender review. Dimitri's eyes moved from her to Auberon and back. It has been postponed, Auberon said. That is not possible. The Covenant clock has been paused. On what authority? Dimitri pulled a phone from his jacket. The screen cracked, still running. The Oregon Attorney General's office opened an investigation into Coastal Reach Partners 40 minutes ago. Fraud pattern. Systemic misrepresentation of debt acquisition practices. The lender review cannot proceed until the investigation clarifies whether Coastal Reach has standing to accelerate. The room went still. Wrenley stared at him. Who opened the investigation? The request came from an Oregon State Senator's office. Someone the AG owes a favor. Someone who made a single phone call at 2:15 this morning and got a warrant signed by 3:17. Who? Dimitri met her gaze. I do not know yet. Auberon rose from the examination table, his hand still pressed to his shoulder, his gray eyes sharp despite the exhaustion carved into every line of his face. Find out. I am trying. The hearing is in 4 hours. If the lender review is postponed but the restraining order holds, we are trapped in neutral while Coastal Reach reorganizes. That is not a win. That is a delay. I know. Is there someone in the AG's office who can... I am working on it. Auberon stopped. He looked at Wrenley. She looked back. The woman in the basement. The investigator. The rival bidder suddenly under investigation 40 minutes after a woman entered the building with a camera and a purpose they did not understand. There is someone else in this building, Wrenley said. Dimitri turned. What? Someone who came in through the loading dock, before the storm, before the flood. A woman. She was in the basement when we salvaged the archives, and when I turned around, she was gone. Dimitri's face did not change, but something in his posture tightened. Who is she? I do not know. Did she plant the call to the AG? I do not know. But even as she said it, Wrenley felt the shape of something forming in the dark. A woman had entered Halverton Tide through the back door. A woman had been inside the building for hours. A woman who knew the building well enough to avoid every search, every light, every person who might have found her. A woman who had been recording in the repair clinic. A woman who had access to equipment history. A woman who had an agenda Wrenley could not see. The phone was still ringing somewhere in the war room. Chapter 79. The lobby looked like a shipwreck at low tide. Wet footprints crossed the concrete in every direction. Chairs had been pushed against the windows where Saskia's team had tried to block the draft. A tarp hung over the broken pane near the reception desk, flapping loose at the corner, letting in the gray morning light and the smell of salt and diesel. The sump pump ran somewhere below, a steady mechanical pulse that had become the building's heartbeat. Wrenley stood at the edge of the chaos, her boots still damp, her braid half undone, a protein bars in her hand that she had not taken a single bite from. Saskia appeared beside her, a French press in one hand, a chipped mug in the other. Drink, she said. Wrenley took the mug. The heat burned through her palms. How bad? 3 broken windows. The basement sump is holding, but the drywall will need to be cut back 6 feet. Network switch is fried. Jory is routing emergency traffic through the backup server. No ETA on main power. Saskia paused. And the east loading dock door was found open at 4:30. Delia locked it. The woman who had been inside all night. Wrenley felt the words lodge in her throat like broken glass. Any sign of... No. Saskia's voice was flat, professional, but her eyes moved to the corridor that led to the loading dock, and something in her posture tightened. She is gone, Saskia said, or hiding better than we can search. Wrenley nodded. She did not believe either option was good. The staff began filtering in as the light changed. Not for a meeting. There was no agenda posted, no Saskia email summoning them. They came because the building was still standing, and because no one had told them to go home. Mirelle appeared first, her rain jacket still zipped, her hair plastered to her scalp. She stopped 3 feet from Wrenley and folded her arms. You look terrible. Thanks. The hearing is in 2 hours. You need to sleep. I need to sleep, Mirelle said. Or eat. Or sit down for 5 minutes and stop holding the building up with your spine. Wrenley looked at her. Mirelle looked back. The distance between them was still there. Wrenley could feel it in the careful way Mirelle held her posture. The way she had not said "we" yet, the way she had not touched Wrenley's arm the way she used to. But she was here. "You were right," Mirelle said quietly. "About what?" "When I told you not to set yourself on fire to keep him warm. But that—" She nodded toward the stairwell where the archives had been salvaged. "That was not for him. That was for the records, for the people who need those records to survive." Wrenley did not speak. "When you figure out what you want in return," Mirelle said, "for the favor you are going to call in from me, I hope it is something good." She walked past Wrenley toward the coffee station. Wrenley stood very still. The favor. She had agreed to it without asking what Mirelle would want, and now Mirelle was telling her, without telling her, that the debt was real and that Mirelle would honor it. She did not know if that made her feel better or worse. Jory found her 20 minutes later, his tablet pressed to his chest, his face pale but his voice steady. "I routed the backup server through the generator," he said. "The message log is safe. I have 3 local copies and the cloud sync finished at 4:03. If anyone tries to delete it, they will have to burn down 3 data centers." "Good." "I also pulled the personnel files for every security contractor who worked the loading dock in the last 6 months. 16 names. 4 have active credentials. One of them clocked a shift at midnight the night before the storm and did not sign out." Wrenley turned to face him. "Name?" "Contractor, third-party firm. The company is registered to a P.O. box in Portland." Jory met her eyes. "I am still digging." "You could walk away." "I could." He did not smile. "But then I would not know how the story ends." He said it like a choice he had made consciously, not a default. Wrenley nodded. "Keep digging." "I will." The announcement came at 7:15. Auberon stood at the front of the lobby, his coat collar turned up, his shoulder moving stiffly beneath the fabric. The bruise had spread overnight, dark and ugly, and Wrenley could see him favoring the arm even when he tried to hide it. But his voice was clear. "The lender review has been postponed pending the AG investigation into Coastal Reach," he said. "The restraining order remains in place, but Dimitri has filed a motion to expedite the evidentiary hearing based on the message log evidence we recovered last night." A murmur moved through the crowd. "I'm not going to pretend this is good news. We are trapped in neutral. Coastal Reach will use the delay to reorganize. The board will use it to maneuver. But there is something that has changed." He looked at the room. "You stayed." The words landed. "Last night, when the power went out and the water started rising, you did not leave. You carried boxes. You made coffee. You checked on each other. You treated this building like it was worth saving." He paused. "I have spent 6 years believing that Halverton Tide was something I built, and that I alone had the right to decide whether it lived or died. I was wrong. It belongs to you. It always has." Wrenley watched the faces in the room shift. Suspicion, hope, exhaustion, the raw, bruised look of people who had been lied to and were not sure they could afford to believe again. She did not blame them. "So here's what I am offering," Auberon said. "Interim reforms, binding, written into the restructuring charter before the 8 a.m. hearing, oversight committee with worker representation, full transparency on all equipment maintenance logs, quarterly safety audits published internally, and a recusal protocol that removes my voting rights on any decision that affects staff directly." He paused again. "I will not pretend this fixes what I broke, but it is where I am starting." A long silence. Then someone in the back of the room started clapping. It was not thunderous, it was not unanimous, but it was real. Wrenley felt something crack in her chest. Auberon raised his hand, quieting the room. "There is one more thing." He looked at her, directly, across the wet concrete and the scattered chairs and the tired faces of the people who had spent the night saving what could be saved. "I need someone to help build these reforms," he said. "Someone who knows the operations, someone who knows the people, someone who will hold me to every word I just said." He did not ask. He did not reach. "I am not asking for anything more than that," he said. "Just the work, just the truth, just what holds." Wrenley felt the room shift around her, felt Mirelle's eyes on her back, felt Jory's stillness, felt the weight of every choice she had made in the last 72 hours pressing against her ribs. She looked at Auberon. His gray eyes were steady, waiting, and she realized, with a clarity that felt like standing on the edge of a cliff, that he meant it. He was not asking for forgiveness. He was not asking for her to come back. He was asking for the work, the truth, what holds. And that, she thought, was the first honest offer he had ever made her without a mast between them. The door to the lobby opened. Dimitri's son stepped inside, his suit jacket soaked again, his face carrying news that had not yet been spoken. "The hearing has been moved up," he said. "The judge wants to see the message log in camera. We have 40 minutes. The room erupted. Wrenley did not move. She looked at Auberon. He looked back. And somewhere in the war room, a phone was still ringing. Chapter 80. The 40-minute deadline sat in the room like a second storm. Wrenley watched Dimitri shrug off his wet jacket, watched Jory already pulling up the message log on his tablet, watched Saskia motioning to someone who could move the hearing documents to the war room. But she did not move. Auberon was still looking at her. She could feel the weight of that look in her chest, a pressure that had nothing to do with the clock. The phone was still ringing somewhere down the hall. "I need to answer that first," she said. She walked past him before he could respond. The war room was dark when she pushed through the door. The old rotary phone on the credenza was vibrating against the wood, its bell harsh and insistent. She picked up the receiver. "Hello?" Silence on the other end. Then a woman's voice, low and clipped. "The evidence is on its way to the judge. You have nothing left to fear from Coastal Reach." "Who is this?" "You know who I am. You saw me in the basement." Wrenley's hand tightened on the receiver. "You are the woman from the loading dock." "I am the woman who made the call to the Oregon State Senator's office at 2:15 a.m. I am the woman who has been tracking Coastal Reach's predator acquisitions for 18 months. And I am the woman who has been waiting for someone inside Halverton Tide to be brave enough to tell the truth." The voice was calm, controlled, familiar in a way Wrenley could not place. "Why?" "Because your founder was right to leave the first time. He was wrong to stay gone, and he was wrong to lie about who he was when he came back. But he was never wrong about what this company could be." A pause. "Tell them the registry is still in his name. He has not lost it. He never could." The line went dead. Wrenley stood in the dark with the receiver pressed to her ear, listening to the dial tone. She set it back on the cradle. The door opened behind her. She turned. Auberon stood in the doorway, his shoulder moving stiffly beneath his coat. "Who was it?" "The woman from the basement." Wrenley's voice came out steadier than she felt. "She made the call to the senator. She says the evidence is on its way to the judge, and she says you have not lost the registry." Auberon's face went still. "Una," he said. Wrenley felt the pieces click into place. "She has been inside the building the whole time. She has been watching, waiting for someone else to pull the trigger." He shook his head slowly. "She told me once that she would leave Harbor Crane and never look back. I did not believe she meant it. She did leave. She came back. For the same reason I did." His voice was rough. "Because this place would not let go." Wrenley looked at him. The war room was dark around them. The map of Halverton Tide's failures was still on the wall. The whiteboard still carried their handwriting, the open ledger still glowing on the monitor. 40 minutes, she said. 37 now. I have an answer for you." She watched his face shift, a flicker of something that might have been hope or fear or both. She stepped closer. "I will stay," she said. "I will help build the reforms. I will sit on the oversight committee. I will hold you to every word you said in the lobby." She stopped. "But I am not doing it for you." His gray eyes did not waver. "I am doing it for the people who carried boxes last night. For the warehouse crew who worked through the night because they believed Mirelle when she said the beam was safe. For Jory, who kept digging even when he did not know what he would find. For Saskia, who has been holding the culture together with her bare hands while everyone else fought about spreadsheets." She took a breath. "I am doing it for the company I thought I was saving when I walked into this building 3 years ago. The one I started to believe in again when you showed me that Triage was not failure." He did not interrupt. "You said you were not asking for forgiveness. Good, because I do not have it to give. Not yet." The word hung in the air between them. "But I am willing to build something true. something that does not need a mask to survive. She met his eyes. If that is what you meant, then yes, I will stay. A long silence. The war room seemed to hold its breath. Then Auberon spoke. That is what I meant. His voice was low, rough, honest in a way she had not heard since the moment he told her his name was not Caedmon Pemberton. I do not know how to do this without a mask, he said. I have been wearing one for so long I forgot what my face looks like underneath. He looked down at his hands. I know I hurt you. I know I betrayed the trust you gave me when I was still pretending to be someone else. I know I have no right to ask for anything more than the work. He looked up. But I am going to prove it. Every day, in every meeting, every vote, every decision, I am going to prove that the man who lied to you is not the man I am choosing to become. She watched him, and she believed him. Not fully, not yet, but enough. 35 minutes, she said. He nodded. Then we should get to work. They walked out of the war room together. The lobby was in motion when they returned. Dimitri had set up a temporary briefing table near the shattered window, its surface covered with legal pads and the message log printout. Jory was on his laptop, tablet propped beside him with the backup server status. Saskia was handing out mugs of camp stove coffee. Mirelle stood apart, near the doorway. She looked at Wrenley as she passed. That favor, she said. Wrenley stopped. I know what I want. The room went quiet. Mirelle stepped closer. When this is over, when the hearing is done and the board has voted and you have rebuilt whatever you are going to rebuild here, I want you to tell me the truth, the whole truth, about everything. She looked at Auberon. About him, about what happened, about why you stayed when everyone else would have walked. Wrenley held her gaze. You already know most of it. I know the shape of it. I want the weight. Wrenley nodded. You will have it. Mirelle held her look for a long moment, then nodded once and stepped back. Dimitri cleared his throat. We have 28 minutes. The judge will be at the courthouse by 8 a.m. I need a summary of the message log, a witness statement from anyone who can authenticate the chain of custody, and a written declaration from Auberon confirming that the seal protocol was his authority and that he is willing to submit to the court's jurisdiction on the matter. Auberon stepped forward. I will draft the declaration now. I need it notarized. There is a notary in the building. The power is out. There is still a generator, and the backup server has the digital notary certification. Dimitri's eyebrows rose. You planned for this? I planned for a lot of things, Auberon said. I just did not have the courage to use them until now. Wrenley watched him move to the table, watched Jory hand him a legal pad, watched Saskia find a working pen, and she felt something shift in her chest. Not forgiveness, not trust, not yet, but a crack, a seam, a place where light could enter. She turned to look at the window. The fog was breaking, the gray morning was lifting, and through the 3 broken panes she could see the first pale glow of sunrise over Harbor Crane. The phone in the war room was silent now. The storm had passed, and Halverton Tide was still standing. She looked at Auberon, who was already writing, his injured shoulder pulling the words into a slant across the page. 26 minutes, Dimitri said. Wrenley picked up a pen. She pulled a legal pad toward her, and she began to write. The truth, what holds, the minimum cost. She was ready to pay it.